Introduction. Transported into the realm of Game of Thrones with a mounted combat system, I became a wandering knight participating in the inaugural melee tournament. At this juncture, Ned Stark had just arrived in King's Landing, and Robert Baratheon had yet to meet his untimely demise amidst a throng of competitors. Calmly, Colin opened his character interface, revealing a bounty of available attribute points, 60. Thus commenced the peculiar saga of an interloper stirring the waters of Westeros, as Ned Stark fulfilled his longing to return to the north, and Stannis Baratheon ascended to the throne in King's Landing. Chapter 1. Nimriia. As twilight descended, toil-worn villagers, laden with farming tools and herding goats, made their way home. Before the village's church, the village elder, silhouetted against the setting sun, extolled the teachings of the seven to these weary souls. Suddenly, cries of alarm pierced the air. "Bear! Bear!" At the sound of the shouts, the villagers, engrossed in the elder's sermon, turned in unison. As the frantic voice drew nearer, the elder pushed through the crowd, furrowing his brow to seize the man. "What bear?" "A brown bear. A brown bear is heading towards the village." The elder gasped in horror and quickly summoned the villagers to herd their precious livestock, cattle, and sheep into the safety of the castle. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a bear appeared at the edge of the village. The elder, flanked by villagers wielding pitchforks and wooden clubs, stood apprehensively behind the castle guards, who knocked arrows, aiming towards the creature. As the bear approached, it became apparent that something was amiss. The Lord's horse and soldiers, who had been hunting wolves, trailed behind the bear. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a deceased bear. The Lord, on the left cradling a wolf, and on the right hoisting the bear, had the bear's head dangling from his shoulder, creating the illusion of an upright creature from a distance. Colin arrived at the village's entrance to find the crowd visibly relieved, piquing his curiosity. "What brings everyone here?" With a casual flick, he tossed the bear's carcass in front of the elder. "Find a skilled hand to skin this bear, and arrange for a sturdy cage to be sent to the castle." Before the elder could respond, Colin departed with his soldiers back to the castle. Once he had distanced himself, the elder knelt beside the bear's body, turning it over in search of the fatal wound, his expression shifting to one of alarm upon discovering the eye's mortal injury. Shortly after returning to the castle, the elder delivered the iron cage. Colin confined the subdued alpha wolf within, offering it 2 rabbits caught by hunters. Upon tasting the blood, the alpha wolf regained some vitality, its gaze towards Colin growing less wary. Nearby, a curious hunter scrutinized the wolf in the cage. "My lord, this wolf may have been domesticated. It appears somewhat familiar with humans, lacking in wildness." Intrigued, Colin opened the true panel to find a new entry in the captive section. A wolf. Nimriia? Remarkably, it bears a name. This name seems familiar. Could it possibly be Arya's wolf? Colin murmured to himself, recalling that the most renowned wolf in the saga was the direwolf pup discovered by House Stark south of the wall. However, Colin recalled that the wolf belonging to the was roaming in the river area, while his own kite fortress was situated near King's Landing, a considerable distance apart. Could it be that Nimriia had stealthily followed the scent to King's Landing? Regardless, now that it had fallen into his hands, the wolf was his. Glancing at the friendliness level of -5, it was evident that the journey to tame it would be arduous. That evening, Colin hosted a modest banquet for Master Tob at the main hall of the castle. The long table by the fireplace was adorned with only bread, cheese, beer, and rabbit meat. The invited village elder brought a basket of apples, while the old hunter contributed dried venison. To the health of Master Tob. Upon downing a mug of beer, Colin could taste nothing but foam. Master Tob's cup was filled with Colin's own vintage from Greenhaven Island, with the apprentice, Jandry, standing by to serve. "To our generous lord." With a flushed visage, Master Tob floated as if on clouds. Though he was an extraordinarily skilled blacksmith, he had never received such treatment from a nobleman before. After raising his glass and drinking heartily, Colin spat the foam onto the ground and cleared his throat. "Carlo, are you willing to serve your lord?" The nearly 50-year-old hunter Carlo possessed vast hunting experience and an intimate understanding of various beast habits. Colin wished for him to assist in raising wolves. Having fought side by side, the silver-haired Carlo pondered briefly before rising to acknowledge, "It is my honor." Soon after, Carlo appeared on Colin's true panel with a friendliness level of 40. Upon examining his skills, Colin noted a proficiency in archery of 290 and levels 5 in reconnaissance and tracking. The following morning, as Colin was dining, he received a report from Carlo that a pack of wolves was basking in the sun near the village entrance. Curiosity piqued, Colin grabbed his sword and followed Carlo to the village entrance. Indeed, as he had stated, a dozen wolves were either standing or sitting at the entrance. The villagers, who should have been out working, cowered together, fearful of the wolves. Squinting to observe, Colin recognized the pack. It seems to be the same group of wolves from yesterday. After Colin had slain the brown bear, the pack had scattered, and having captured the lead wolf, he had returned home without further ado. Yes, the numbers match 15 in total, Carlo confirmed. As Colin approached with his sword drawn, the wolves stood and bared their teeth at him. Amused, Colin sheathed his sword and tossed it back to Carlo, waving his hand to signal the wolves to quiet down, which they did momentarily. As Colin walked a few steps closer, the pack suddenly scattered, leaving him bewildered. Days passed, and upon learning that the wolves posed no threat to humans, the villagers gradually resumed their work outside the village. Colin also discerned the reason for the wolves' presence each evening. He took Nimriia out for a stroll. During this time, the wolf pack would become particularly excited, often bringing small animals to Nimriia. Observing the gray wolves, who coveted the beauty of his husky, Colin disdainfully rolled his eyes. Time slipped away gradually, and before long, Colin had spent over a month at the Kite Fortress. One day, a messenger rode into the village on horseback. Tomorrow, His Majesty will hold a hunting tournament in the royal forest. Colin learned of this delayed news in the castle's courtyard while playing with Nimriia. Yes, Sir Colin. His Majesty hopes you can attend. He often praises your valor, the messenger replied. Please convey to His Majesty that I shall be present on time. After sending off the messenger, Colin called Nimriia over and affectionately ruffled her fur. After a period of winning her favor, Nimriia had fully accepted Colin, her friendliness reaching a level of 60. Following Colin's successful bonding with Nimriia, the gray wolves that had coveted her beauty also submitted to him. Now, Colin commanded an elite Arctic wolf and 15 gray wolves. Unlike human troops, which generally possess 5 levels, the wolf clan has only 3. The promotion paths are as follows. 4 Arctic wolves, Arctic wolf elite, Arctic wolf leader. 4 gray wolves, gray wolf big, gray wolf leader. Both Nimriia and the gray wolves were influenced by Colin's devilish instructor after their submission, and now they have grown considerably larger than when they first arrived, resembling small calves. Nimriia could even be ridden like a horse. However, while the wolf pack does not require salaries, daily meat procurement constitutes a significant expense. The nearby forest could not provide sufficient game, prompting Colin to assign Carlo and 2 others to specifically handle the meat supply for the wolves. In addition to the wolf pack, Colin's human soldiers had also reached the pinnacle of their respective professions. Troop Panel 6078. Imperial Legion Soldier LV 520. Imperial Guard Archer LV 523. Carlo. Nimriia. Big Gray Wolf LV 215. Troop Capacity. Knight Status 50. Prestige 28. With only 18 slots left until reaching the troop limit, Colin felt a sense of urgency. Chapter 2. The Royal Forest Hunt. The Royal Forest lies not far southeast of King's Landing, stretching along the shores of Blackwater Bay, designated as a hunting ground for the royal family. Colin set off alone on his steed, Little Black, departing from the Kite Fortress. He traversed King's Landing along King's Road, riding southeast for over an hour until he arrived at the Royal Forest. Upon arrival, the king's attendants had already set up camp near the forest's edge. As Colin rode closer, the camp's official called out to him. "Welcome, Sir Colin." "Oh, you recognize me?" he inquired. "Your crest is quite impressive," the official replied. Colin glanced at the cloak draped around Little Black's neck, then retrieved a gold dragon from his pouch and tossed it over. "What is your name?" "Leo Frank. Praise be to you, generous Sir Colin." Since Colin had yet to make an appearance in public after being knighted, Leo, who was not a heraldic officer, remembered his coat of arms, which brought a knowing smile to Colin's face. Upon seeing that Colin was armed only with a bow and a sword, the enthusiastic Leo guided him to the vicinity of the king's tent, personally erecting a small pavilion for him. From Leo, Colin learned that King Robert had not yet arrived, so after tying up his horse, he wandered through the camp. At this moment, the camp was filled only with the king's attendants and minor nobles like Colin. The attendants had constructed numerous colorful tents around the king's pavilion, making the entire camp resemble a grand circus. Exiting the camp and entering the royal forest, Colin strolled along a path adorned with heather and bellflowers, listening to the occasional deer calls echoing from the depths of the woods, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. As a royal garden, the forest was regularly patrolled by guards, and local villagers were prohibited from entering to chop wood or hunt, preserving the area's pristine atmosphere. By the time Colin returned, having thoroughly enjoyed himself, King Robert had already arrived at the camp with a retinue of nobles. The once empty camp was now bustling with voices, the whinnies of horses and the barks of hunting dogs creating a cacophony. Just as Colin stepped back into his tent, a messenger from the king sought him out. The attendant led him to a newly erected gazebo, where the afternoon sun was still blazing. King Robert, adorned with a crown of thorns, had a flushed face from the heat, while his attendant tirelessly poured him chilled wine. Colin. Seeing Colin, Robert beckoned him closer. My warrior, let us compete to see who brings back the greater bounty. Noting that Robert was already inebriated so early in the afternoon, Colin greeted him and stepped aside to acknowledge the others present. In the gazebo, besides the ever-pouring attendant Lancel Lannister, were Ser Bollistan Selmy, captain of the Kingsguard, and a handsome young man with a full beard. Loras Tyrell, the king's ineffectual younger brother. The handsome youth said as he approached Colin, extending his hand. Colin Raven, I salute you, your grace. Loras has taken the hunters into the woods to track the wild boar. Not even this sweltering sun can rival his fierce desire for victory. By evening, the hunting party returned with dinner for the night. Spotting Colin drinking with Robert in the gazebo, Loras proudly patted the deer slung over his shoulder. All right, the game is back, Colin. Quickly showcase your roasting skills. Robert pressed down on Colin's wine cup with one hand while waving the other, urging him to prepare the meat. In just that half-afternoon, Colin had consumed an entire barrel of golden wine from the arbor. Rising unsteadily, his head slightly buzzed, and disregarding the astonished expressions of those in the gazebo, Colin took the deer from the bewildered Lora's shoulders. At the downwind slaughtering area, the hunting party was busy processing their catch, as the hunting tournament had yet to commence officially. The hunting party had not ventured deep into the royal woods. Aside from a few wild deer, most of the game consisted of smaller creatures such as hares, pheasants, and foxes. Loras had successfully hunted a deer, which bore an arrow wound to its neck, and its blood had been fully drained. Colin drew forth his dagger to skin the wild deer, discarding its entrails to a nearby yelping hunting dog, preserving only the heart. He then secured the clean deer upon a makeshift grill crafted from branches. After evenly salting the deer, Colin carried the grill to the front of the king's tent, where a bonfire had already been ignited. Placing the grill over the flames, he sprinkled thyme, brought back by the hunters, onto the side of the deer facing upwards, positioning the thicker parts of its shoulder and back closer to the fire. As dusk descended, attendants ignited torches, and several more bonfires sprang up around the king's tent. Surrounding these fires were several rustic wooden tables where the king and nobles raised their goblets and took their seats in succession. After more than an hour of roasting, Colin removed the grill. The fragrant deer meat had taken on a reddish-brown hue, and upon slicing it open revealed an enticing tender pink within. Upon tasting Colin's roasted venison and heart, King Robert, usually stingy with wine, could not help but exclaim, "This roasted deer is quite exquisite. Colin, when you become as portly as I and can no longer wield sword or spear, you may come and roast meat for me. I shall appoint you as the royal steward." The following dawn, King Robert donned his hunting attire and unusually declined the attendant's offer of more wine. The king's hunters had already entered the royal woods with their hounds, tasked with driving the scattered beasts towards the designated hunting grounds. Colin joined the throng, trekking through the forest for half an hour until they arrived at the hunting field, a clearing where trees had been cleared away. The corpulent King Robert was now drenched in sweat, and he took 2 hearty gulps of chilled wine to recuperate. The group rested at the edge of the hunting ground, as attendants laid a vibrant red cloth upon the grass, adorning it with an array of fresh fruits, jerky, and wine. After a brief respite, the distant sound of a horn echoed from deep within the woods, signaling the approach of prey, prompting the hunters to rise and ready their bows and spears. As the horn's call grew clearer, a herd of wild deer, mingled with rabbits and foxes, burst forth from the trees into the clearing. Excited hunters raised their bows to shoot, yet despite the abundance of game, few were able to strike successfully. King Robert, brimming with enthusiasm, aimed at a wild deer, but his arrow was deftly evaded by the creature, striking a hapless rabbit trailing behind instead. Loras, bow in hand, stood beside Colin, brimming with excitement as he continuously readied his arrows. Noticing Colin standing still with his bow, Loras inquired, "Sir Colin, do you not excel in archery?" "I am awaiting worthy quarry," Colin replied. The current batch of game was too trivial. He preferred not to squander his efforts on such small creatures. For in the pursuit of hunting, one noble lion outweighed a multitude of rabbits. Some prey had escaped from the hunting grounds, leaving a dozen carcasses scattered across the open field. Most were rabbits and foxes, alongside a wounded deer that lay on the ground, emitting a pitiful cry. The attendant approached the deer and discovered that this unfortunate creature was pierced by 3 arrows. After a brief examination, the attendant proclaimed, "The arrows that incapacitated the deer are from the house of Tyrell." It appeared that the arrows used by the nobility in their hunts bore the insignia of their respective families. Once the attendant had cleared the hunting grounds and the hunters had rested sufficiently, the horns sounded again, more urgent than before. Chapter 3. The stag and the boar. A magnificent stag burst forth from the forest into the hunting grounds, its antlers rising nearly 3 meters above the ground like thorny branches. The hunters at the edge of the hunting field were astonished and exhilarated at the sight of this colossal creature. King Robert, his face flushed and breathless from excitement, immediately commanded his attendants to encircle the hunting grounds to prevent the stag from escaping. The hunters raised their bows, and arrows rained down upon the magnificent stag like a tempest. The agile stag attempted to retreat into the forest, but the spear-wielding attendants blocked its path. Trapped with no escape, the stag bounded about within the hunting grounds, while a few arrows that found their mark lacked the strength to inflict any harm. Having indulged in too many drinks, Robert's arrows, though powerful, were wildly inaccurate. Loras, with a focused expression, pursued the leaping stag with his hunting bow, oblivious to the sweat matting his golden hair. After a prolonged struggle, the stag appeared to possess boundless energy, while the hunters became increasingly fatigued from their incessant shooting. Standing amidst a carpet of arrows, the stag gazed calmly at the hunters, its obsidian-like eyes reflecting tranquility. The arrows protruding from its body seemed to mock them all. "Damn beast!" Robert exclaimed in fury, casting his bow to the ground. He drew the spear embedded in the earth, intent on engaging the stag in close combat. Upon witnessing the king charge forward, the hunters ceased their shooting, yet none dared to join him in confronting the formidable creature. Robert gripped the spear tightly. Crouching as he circled the stag emitted low, rumbling calls, sensing the threat posed by the spear. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the scene, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops breaking the silence. "Come on," Robert roared, his voice shattering the standoff as he thrust the sharp spear toward the stag's neck. This time, the stag did not evade. Instead, it tilted its head, and its massive, thorned antlers caught the spear. Feeling the stag's attempt to dislodge his weapon, Robert strained with all his might to hold onto the spear, his chubby face turning crimson with exertion. After several exchanges, neither Robert nor the stag gained the upper hand. Yet, Robert was far removed from the prince who once bested the former King Rhaegar at the Trident. Sweat poured from him like a stream, and the numbing fatigue in his limbs rendered him helpless. As the spear and antlers separated once more, the increasingly agitated stag charged without warning. Weakened, Robert could barely brace himself against the antlers before being hurled away. The stag, having successfully struck, showed no intention of granting Robert the chance to recover, turning its hooves to trample the fallen king. Panic rippled through the onlookers, and the captain of the King's Guard, Barristan, stood 10 paces away, alarmed. In this critical moment, Colin finally raised his bow, wielding Robert's hunting bow, a specially crafted 150-pound bow. A heavy arrow was loosed, piercing the neck of the colossal stag before it could trample Robert. As blood gushed forth, the great creature's weakened body continued to lurch forward, propelled by inertia. Lying on the ground, Robert did not succumb to despair. Seizing the moment, he raised his spear and thrust it toward the stag's neck. Ultimately, the stag halted before him, the sharp spear impaling it through, aided by its own momentum, while scalding blood drenched Robert entirely. Having narrowly escaped death, Robert, devoid of strength, released the spear and collapsed onto the grass, erupting into hearty laughter. As the crowd rushed over in a flurry, Robert turned his gaze toward Colin, who stood beyond the throng. The king's specially crafted hunting bow gleamed with golden patterns in the sunlight. With the attendants bustling about to assist him, Robert washed away the blood and approached the carcass of the stag with his knife in hand. The stag knelt on the grass, its blood staining the earth around it. The spear lodged in its neck forced its head upward, its obsidian-like eyes devoid of life. "Good beast, hey," Robert declared, raising his knife and striking down upon the stag's neck, severing its massive head which tumbled onto the grass. Ignoring the blood that splattered upon him, Robert lifted the head high above, cradled in both hands. The onlookers erupted into applause and cheers, their fervor palpable. Yet, before Robert could bask in the triumph of victory, a sharp horn echoed through the air once more. Turning to follow the gazes of the crowd, Robert spotted a great wild boar bursting through the hunters' encirclement from the nearby forest, madly charging towards the gathered throng with a pack of hunting dogs in relentless pursuit. A valiant attendant confronted the boar with a spear, the sharp point carving a bloody line across the creature's muddy body, but was swiftly impaled in turn by the enraged boar's tusks. In that brief moment, the hunting dogs closed in, loyal companions surrounding the boar, while the bolder among them leapt onto its back to tear at its flesh. Exhausted from its wild dash, the boar emitted labored grunts, yet its formidable tusks remained unyielding. One careless hound found itself flipped onto its back. Witnessing the grim fate of their companion, the other hounds hesitated momentarily, as the boar shook off its assailants and charged toward the spectators, with Robert at the forefront, still clutching the stag's head. Before the boar could reach him, Colin sprang into action. Calculating the boar's speed, he hurled his spear with great force. The sharp implement tore through the air, impaling the boar's head with lethal precision, causing it to collapse instantly, skidding across the grass and leaving a long trail in its wake. Regaining his composure, Robert stepped onto the massive boar's head and vigorously extracted the spear. "By the seven, are you the son of a giant?" he exclaimed, handing the spear to Colin and patting him heartily on the shoulder. "That bow shall be yours." As night fell, a bonfire banquet was underway at the hunting camp beyond the royal woods. The wild boar slain by Colin became the centerpiece of the feast, its grand form ensuring that everyone could partake in the bounty. The great stag had been spared by King Robert, who intended to prepare it with care upon arriving at the Red Keep. Gulping down the chilled wine recently delivered from King's Landing, Robert, unable to wipe his mouth, filled his cup once more. Rising to his feet, he raised his goblet. "To our brave warrior, Colin." The onlooking crowd watched as Colin stood and lifted his own cup. "To our king, may his reign be long and prosperous, and may he enjoy longevity." Robert, laughing heartily, drained his cup again. "Longevity is of little consequence. As long as there are women and wine each day, that is sufficient." As the wine flowed, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a fever pitch. Nobles, flushed and intoxicated, resorted to fisticuffs over the slightest provocation. Robert, seated at the head of the table, watched the fray with amusement, reveling in the chaos, even contemplating delivering a couple of punches to a particularly bothersome bearded fellow. The steward, Lancel Lannister, filled Colin's cup as he devoured meat. "My Lord Colin, we are certain that soon tales will circulate throughout the 7 kingdoms of your gallant rescue of the king from the jaws of the wild boar." However, Robert's jovial demeanor darkened upon hearing this remark. The once greatest warrior of the 7 kingdoms now required assistance to escape from a boar's maw, a notion difficult for one so accustomed to boasting of his own glorious exploits to accept. Chapter 4. The Death of Robert After the Feast. Colin returned to his modest tent. Unable to sleep, he opened the character interface and discovered he had gained 10 attribute points. This invigorated him, prompting him to consult the system journal. Saved Robert Baratheon I, who was meant to perish at the hands of a wild boar. Attribute points, 10. Saved the king from the jaws of the boar. Reputation, 150. Having spent over a month exploring the system's functionalities, Colin had yet to uncover any means to enhance his attributes. Levels and experience points did not exist in this game. To his surprise, today he had stumbled upon a windfall of attribute points. Could it be that the system urged him to alter the narrative? However, he had already changed the course of events during the melee tournament, and there had been no attribute points awarded then. With no clear direction, Colin opted to allocate his points. Strength, 4656. The strength attribute not only allowed him to wield heavier weapons, but also represented his physical constitution. His impressive strength enabled him to go days without sleep. Previously, he had tested his limits by wandering the forest alone for 7 days and nights, still brimming with vitality. Upon reaching a strength of 50, he acquired the talent, Hardened Skin. Hardened Skin. When attacked, the skin becomes as resilient as armor. Colin was pleasantly surprised that the increase in attributes also bestowed him with a talent skill, adding a layer of protection, notwithstanding his exceptional strength, which still left him susceptible to injury. The following morning, as Colin emerged from his tent, intending to visit Robert for a drink. He was met with the shocking realization that Robert was nowhere to be found. Upon awakening, the king wore a grim expression, leading Lord Baelish, Lord Renly, and the attendant Lord Lancel into the hunt early that morning. Colin, having learned this news from Rio, felt a weight in his heart. In the original narrative, these 4 individuals embarked on a hunting expedition, which ultimately culminated in Robert's untimely demise. Colin paced restlessly outside the king's tent, and by midday, the unfortunate event transpired. Robert was brought back, bloodied and lying on a makeshift litter woven from branches, and the once jubilant camp was immediately shrouded in sorrow. After a hasty bandaging, Robert was lifted onto a cart, escorted back to King's Landing by the King's Guard and Renly. The hunting event, now leaderless, was hastily concluded. On the return journey, Colin's thoughts were tumultuous. Robert was not merely his lord, but also his drinking companion. Despite his penchant for indulgence, his impulsive nature, and his tendency to boast drunkenly of his feats, slaying Rhaegar and delivering the 7 kingdoms from the Mad King, there was no denying his charisma as a king. The tragic manner of his death, pierced by a wild boar's tusk, evoked profound lamentation. As evening descended, Colin returned to Dragonstone, greeted by the eager Nerys, who ran out to embrace him. He ruffled her hair affectionately, tossing the rabbit he had caught into the air. Nerys leapt gracefully, seizing the rabbit and consuming it in a few swift bites as a snack. Upon entering the castle, Master Tabo was dining and looked up with delight. "My Lord Colin, your armor has been forged." Knowing the urgency of the situation, Colin understood he could not afford to wait half a year for a suit of armor. Thus, aside from the breastplate and helmet, he entrusted the crafting of the remaining pieces to the trusted blacksmiths of King's Landing. The two proceeded to the room where the armor was displayed. The gleaming silver armor hung on the wooden rack like a towering giant. Unlike the typical chainmail or scale armor seen in Westeros, Colin's custom armor was an enhanced plate armor. It comprised a full-coverage helmet, breastplate, arm guards, iron gloves, leg plates, greaves, and iron boots. Excitedly, with Master Tabo's assistance, Colin donned the armor. The complete suit weighed nearly 100 pounds, and combined with Colin's weight and weaponry, the unfortunate horse beneath him would bear a staggering 180 pounds. With heavy footsteps, he entered the castle courtyard and performed a series of calisthenics to test the armor's flexibility. "How does it feel, my lord?" Tabo inquired. "I believe, aside from the cost, there are no issues." In the presence of Master Tabo and Ser Jandrai, Colin leapt into the air and landed heavily. The armor showed no signs of loosening. "This suit of armor can only be worn by a warrior such as yourself while maintaining agility," Master Tabo marveled, hammering away at the breastplate, fully aware that aside from siege weaponry, no ranged armament could harm its wearer. As he observed Colin, who loomed like a silver giant, standing majestically, Jandeli could not help but feel a pang of envy. He yearned to don armor and command the battlefield with the same authority as Colin. Yet he lacked even the basic ability to wield a sword. The following dawn, Colin extended an invitation to Master Tab and Jandeli to join him for a meal. As the armor had now been forged, and they were preparing to return to King's Landing. After the meal, reflecting deeply, Colin ultimately decided to lend a hand to Jandeli, motivated by the genuine friendship between Jandeli and Robert. Seizing a moment while Master Tab was packing his belongings, Colin called out to Jandeli. "Yesterday, in the royal forest, King Robert was gored by a wild boar. He may not have long to live." Young Jandeli felt indifferent to the prospect of the king's demise. Observing Colin's serious demeanor, he was uncertain whether he should display a semblance of sorrow. "You are the illegitimate son of King Robert," Colin declared, prompting a flurry of emotions in Jandeli. Shock, confusion, and bewilderment flickered across his face. Without allowing him the time to process, Colin continued, "Consider this. If you were merely an ordinary person, what merit would you have in studying under Master Tab? As far as I know, an anonymous noble has offered Master Tab twice the usual apprenticeship fee to take you on. After King Robert's death, Queen Cersei will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Flee. Distance yourself from King's Landing as much as possible." With a pat on Jandeli's shoulder, Colin felt he had fulfilled his obligation to Robert's legacy. After bidding farewell to Master Tab and the emotionally tumultuous Jandeli, Colin enjoyed a few leisurely days within his castle. His forces had swelled to 93, bolstered by the 150 points of prestige granted by the wild boar, which had increased his ranks by 15. Nonetheless, the current total still stood at 60. as Colin intended to retain some slots for recruiting citizens to train as armored cavalry for the Empire. One day, a messenger from Ned Stark arrived at Storm's End, bearing unexpected news. Lord Ned, in his capacity as regent and protector of the realm, requests that I mobilize all soldiers to march upon the Red Keep. Indeed, my lord. After sending off the messenger, Colin sat in the hall, bemused. He had just advised Jan Delhi to steer clear of King's Landing, and now he found himself heading there. Colin was determined not to waver, not only because of Ned's integrity, having felt it unjust that he would meet an untimely end, but also because Colin believed Ned still had a chance to turn the tide. Within the Red Keep, the Lannister forces numbered only around 100, and the traitorous gold cloaks could hardly exceed 300. Resolute, Colin promptly summoned all infantry and archers, instructing Carlo and Nimriia to remain behind to guard the home. Thus, they set forth on their grand journey southward to King's Landing. Chapter 5. The Throne Room. Upon Colin's arrival in King's Landing, Ned immediately received him. Although he had secured the assurance of the Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, who confidently promised to garner support from the city guard, Ned remained apprehensive about his own safety, as he was accompanied by only a score of northern warriors. Amidst the throng of Lannisters, he found himself in urgent need of a warrior like Colin, whose heavy armored soldiers could serve as a hidden reserve for a crucial moment. To reassure Colin, Ned candidly divulged his efforts to persuade the city guard, ensuring Colin understood he was not alone in his endeavors. Although Colin subtly expressed his concerns regarding the loyalty of the Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, Ned chose not to take his worries seriously in the absence of evidence. The following day, Colin donned his plate armor, standing resolutely by Ned's side. To avoid arousing Cersei's suspicions, Colin's legion of heavily armored warriors remained outside the palace, awaiting the call to action. After several days in a coma, Robert had reached the brink of death, and both Ned and Cersei awaited the opportune moment for confrontation. The tense atmosphere prompted the palace attendants to tread lightly, while the guards remained on high alert. In the royal gardens of the Red Keep, a royal affairs officer approached Ned. Before he could draw near, the guards unsheathed their swords to block his path. Lord Stark, King Joffrey and the Queen Regent request your immediate presence in the throne room. King Joffrey, King Robert has passed. May the gods grant him peace. Upon hearing this anticipated news, Ned felt a twinge of sorrow, for Robert was his close comrade. Meanwhile, the bells of the Great September of Baelor tolled in mourning. Yet Ned did not succumb to grief. He promptly led his guards toward the throne room, for the moment of reckoning was imminent. Outside the throne room, the corridor had gathered all the northern warriors remaining in King's Landing. Petyr Baelish and Varys, the Spider, had been awaiting Ned's arrival for some time. Just as Baelish's patience began to wane, Ned arrived with his entourage. Leaning on his cane, Ned was flanked by the towering figure of Colin, followed by several northern warriors clad in leather armor, and finally, in two neat lines, the legionnaires donned in heavy armor. Baelish was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many armored warriors. It turned out that the astute Colin had arranged for the soldiers to remove their armor before entering the city, stealthily smuggling it inside, while presenting themselves as mere foot soldiers until the moment of confrontation. Apologies for the wait, my lords, Ned greeted the two as he noticed Baelish's momentary distraction. Regaining his composure, Baelish forced a smile. Everything is in order. The city guard stands ready for your command. At this critical juncture, Ned, caught up in the tide of anticipation, failed to notice Baelish's unusual demeanor. With a simple nod, he led the assembly into the corridor of the throne room. Within the corridor, Commander Janos Slint of the city guard awaited Ned, accompanied by 100 golden-robed men. Upon seeing Ned, the avaricious and corrupt Janos feigned a righteous demeanor. We are at your service, Lord Stark. Ultimately, surrounded by dozens of golden-robed guards and northern warriors, Ned, alongside Colin, entered the throne room. As the heavy iron doors of the throne room closed behind them, Colin's legionnaires and the remaining golden-robed guards remained in the corridor. Upon encountering Ned as he entered the hall, the king's attendant promptly announced his presence. His Grace, the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, to meet with His Majesty, Joffrey I, King of the Undulls and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, of House Baratheon and House Lannister. Ned approached the Iron Throne, where Joffrey sat, a picture of nervous authority, while the regent, Queen Cersei, maintained a calm demeanor at his side. 5 Kingsguard, led by Ser Barristan Selmy, stood resolutely before the throne. Ned remained silent, casting an unwavering gaze upon Joffrey. The young king, having just tasted the fruits of power, feigned composure in the presence of his father's dear friend, declaring, "I command the small council to prepare wholeheartedly for my coronation. I wish to be crowned within 2 weeks, and today I will accept the oaths of loyalty from the court's most esteemed officials." Observing the brash young lion, Ned's eyes betrayed no emotion. He regarded Joffrey as the usurper of his brother's throne. After Joffrey's proclamation, Ned chose not to respond, instead addressing Ser Barristan Selmy. "Ser Barristan, I trust there is no one here who questions your authority." Ser Barristan, a stalwart of the Kingsguard through 2 reigns, was renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for his integrity. Ned withdrew Robert's last will from his belt and presented it to Ser Barristan, noting that the seal remained unbroken. Ser Barristan acknowledged the will's validity and proceeded to read it aloud. "I hereby appoint Eddard Stark as protector of the realm and guardian of the North until my rightful heir comes of age." Joffrey shifted uneasily upon hearing the reading, casting a disbelieving glance at his mother, unable to fathom being confined again so soon after tasting power. Yet Cersei remained unperturbed. Upon receiving the will from Ser Barristan, she merely glanced at it before tearing it into several pieces. "Is this your reliance, Lord Stark? A mere scrap of paper?" The enmity between Cersei and Ned had been irreconcilable since he began his investigation into Robert's bastards. Many in the court were aware that Cersei's 3 children were not Robert's, but only Ned possessed the resolve and capacity to threaten her. Ultimately, Cersei outlasted Robert, bribed Peter Baelish and the commander of the City Watch, Janos Slynt, and confidently proclaimed, "As long as you kneel and swear fealty to my son, we shall allow you to return to the desolate gray wasteland and enjoy your twilight years." Ned, equally convinced of his own position, listened impatiently to her words before firmly rejecting her proposal and denying Joffrey's claim to the throne. The conflict between them reached an irretrievable impasse, with only blood capable of delivering the final justice. Just as each side called upon their warriors to vanquish the other, a sudden clamor of fierce battle erupted from outside the throne room. Instantly, all attention was drawn to the tumult of battle, plunging the throne hall into an eerie silence. Soon, the clamor ceased, and crimson blood began to seep through the cracks of the door into the hall. Everyone stood frozen in place, save for Colin, who, after a fleeting glance at the troop panel, discerned the grim situation. Imperial Legion soldiers 517, Imperial Guardsmen 522. He had lost 3 Legion soldiers and 1 guardsman. Reluctant to linger any longer, Colin slowly unsheathed his greatsword, casting a glance at the commander of the city guard, Janos, who stood against the wall. "Janos, shall we continue this charade?" The cold blade sparked against the marble floor, and in that moment, the distinctions between the Imperial Guard, Northern warriors, and the Golden Robes faded, revealing them merely as beasts armed with sharp blades, poised for slaughter. The first to crack under the oppressive atmosphere was Joffrey. Kill him. Eliminate them all. In a moment of desperation, the Golden Robes turned their weapons upon the Northern warriors, who had just stood shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 6. The bloodied hall of fierce clash erupted between the Golden Robes and the Northern warriors, while Colin remained steadfastly by Ned's side, motionless. At that moment, the iron doors of the throne hall were violently thrust open, and the Legion soldiers filed in, silently advancing toward the Golden Robes. It was evident they had just emerged from a fierce battle, their armor stained with the blood of their foes. One by one, the Golden Robes fell, their flimsy chainmail and laughable long spears rendered insignificant against the Legion's formidable armor and sharp blades. Obeying orders, the Legion soldiers ignored the cries of agony and pleas for mercy, methodically wielding their weapons. Commander Janos, witnessing the slaughter of his men, stood paralyzed, trembling so violently that he could scarcely grip his sword. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Colin turned with interest to Lord Peter Baelish. "My Lord Baelish, what are your intentions now?" Baelish had assured that the city guard would side with Ned, yet they had turned against him at the critical moment. Disappointment filled Ned's eyes. Baelish had betrayed the trust he shared with him and Catelyn. Baelish's complexion paled, as if he wished to offer an explanation. However, Ned was unwilling to grant him any further chances and immediately commanded his guards to seize him. The battle within the hall had reached its conclusion, with dozens of Golden Robes lying slain upon the ground. Commander Janos, having discarded his weapon, stood trembling like a leaf. Colin stepped past Ned to confront the remaining Kingsguard before the Iron Throne, where Cersei now commanded only 5 Kingsguard and a small contingent of Lannister soldiers. The scales of victory tipped in favor of Ned. Meanwhile, the victorious Legion soldiers were not idle. One group shielded Ned while others dragged the dead bodies to the hall's edge. The blood of the fallen pooled on the marble floor, forming rivulets that converged into a crimson lake. Ser Barristan, I must ask you to step aside. The white-haired Ser Barristan stood resolute, his weathered face unyielding. I swore an oath to protect the king. With that, Ser Barristan and the Kingsguard drew their swords, encircling him. Cole, too, raised his greatsword. Since his victory over Gregor in the Tourney, many had hailed Cole as the greatest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet the true extent of his prowess remained a mystery. Most believed he could handle no more than 10 soldiers at once, already a staggering estimation. After all, how much could one man endure against the relentless tide of battle? But Cole's clash with the Kingsguard shattered all expectations. With a single downward stroke, he cleaved the fastest charging Kingsguard in half, armor and all. Even with their swords raised in desperate defense, neither flesh nor steel could withstand the might of Cole's greatsword. It tore through them like parchment. Blood sprayed across Cole's armor, and at the sight of their fallen comrade, the Kingsguard faltered. Only Ser Barristan roared and lunged forward. Yet it was futile. Cole's blade, resting tip first upon the ground, surged upward in a counterstroke, shattering Ser Barristan's sword. The old knight stood bewildered, clutching the broken hilt. A mere flick of Cole's wrist would have severed him in two, but Cole spared him. Instead, he turned to the remaining 3 Kingsguard. Their shouts were hollow bravado, their swords trembling in their grips. For these dishonorable curs who had aided Joffrey in tormenting Sansa, Cole showed no mercy. A horizontal slash sent one man's sword flying before Cole's follow-through took his head. Sidestepping another strike, he pivoted, his blade carving a crimson arc that split the man from shoulder to hip. In moments, these elite warriors were reduced to gory remnants upon the marble floor. The last, overwhelmed by terror, turned and fled. Cole smirked, flicking up a fallen sword and hurling it like a spear. The blade pierced the fleeing Kingsguard's back, the force sending him staggering forward before he collapsed, coughing blood, at the foot of the Iron Throne. Upon the throne, Joffrey shrieked, scrambling backward as if distance could shield him from the silver-clad executioner. With the Kingsguard fallen, the remaining Lannister soldiers were little more than lambs to the slaughter. But as Cole ascended the steps towards Cersei and Joffrey, the rhythmic clatter of boots echoed from behind the throne. 100 Lannister soldiers poured into the hall from the inner corridors. Oh, so you had one last trick. Ignoring the encircling soldiers, Cole tilted his head, his cold gaze fixed upon Cersei's impassive face beside the throne. At this moment, Cersei's complexion was ashen, and her labored breaths betrayed her inner turmoil, starkly contrasting with her outward facade of calmness. The blood of the slain Kingsguard had splattered across her face, and she had never felt so close to death. Before Cersei could respond, Colin raised his sword, proclaiming, I hope this slaughter does not disappoint you. The battle was imminent, as soldiers raised their weapons to thrust at Colin. Encircled by them, unfazed by the impact of the armor, Colin deftly seized the spear before him, yanking it with great force, which sent the soldier wielding it hurtling from the throng. Breaking free from the encirclement, Colin plunged into the crowd, like an aged farmer reaping his harvest. His colossal sword transformed into a scythe, causing waves of wheat to fall in succession. It was a silent massacre. The mighty sword, wielded by powerful hands, left no survivors. After numerous casualties, the Lannister soldiers could no longer endure. At this juncture, Colin had become a towering figure drenched in crimson, the hot blood soaking him through and through. As he surveyed his surroundings, the soldiers he fixed his gaze upon retreated in unison, some collapsing into pools of blood, neglecting their weapons, scrambling to distance themselves from him. Yet, Colin had no intention of granting them mercy. Today, he would cement this victory with blood. The legionnaires secured the exit, shields raised, and spears thrust forward. The trapped Lannister soldiers resembled drowning individuals, desperately pushing and shoving their comrades, gasping for a breath of the precious air. Those who had lost their will to resist were even less than sheep. The last Lannister soldier collided with the shield wall, only to be impaled in midair by several legionnaire spears. Thus, the battle in the throne room drew to a close. Stepping through the viscous blood and over the twisted remnants of limbs, Colin approached the Iron Throne. At this point, Cersei had lost her composure. Tears streamed down her pallid cheeks. The legionnaires dragged both Tyrion and Cersei from the Iron Throne, and as they supported each other across the mound of corpses, weeping uncontrollably. Colin smirked. In the television series, Cersei once stated, "In the Game of Thrones, if you are not the victor, you face only death. There is no middle ground. It is easy to wield a sword against others, but only upon tasting defeat does one comprehend their own frailty." 3 days later, within the throne room, despite the attendants' best efforts, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. The hand of the king and protector of the realm, Ned Stark, sat upon the Iron Throne, commanding the respect of all nobles and commoners who came to pay their respects. 3 days prior, with Colin's assistance, Ned had triumphed in this power struggle, arranging for the defeated Cersei and Joffrey to be escorted back to Cersei's family home, Casterly Rock. Although Colin had advised him to detain the two to keep the Lannister Duke cautious, the Honorable Ned refused this proposition. The former commander of the capital's garrison, Genos, and the former finance minister, Beric, were imprisoned in the dungeons of the Red Keep by Ned on charges of treason. As for Colin, he currently serves as the commander of the capital's garrison. After the court session concluded, Colin exhaled a sigh of relief and departed the Red Keep under the watchful gaze of the guards. To stabilize the situation, Ned convened daily court meetings to hear the petitions of his subjects, with Colin accompanying him at each session. In the eyes of the citizens of King's Landing, the throne room had acquired a new moniker, the Slaughterhouse. Colin, who had single-handedly slain nearly 100 Lannister soldiers, was dubbed the Lion Hunter by the populace. Whenever they beheld Colin standing beside the Iron Throne with his sword, the citizens would humbly lower their heads. Once his watch was completed, Colin could not indulge in respite. He had to proceed to the square of the Great September of Baelor to inspect the suggestion box. The capital's garrison had garnered a notorious reputation during the tenure of the previous Hand of the King, Jon Arryn. Jon had once proposed that King Robert replace the former commander, Genos, but Robert had dismissed the idea, asserting that a mere change of personnel would not guarantee improved performance. After assuming command of the capital's garrison, Colin sought to alter the garrison's image in the eyes of the citizens of King's Landing by establishing an anonymous suggestion box in the bustling square of the Great September, encouraging the populace to report any misconduct of the Gold Cloaks. The suggestion box was vigilantly guarded day and night by Colin's legionnaires, and Colin personally examined its contents daily, inquiring into the relevant individuals based on the reports received. Colin's method for determining an individual's innocence was straightforward. He summoned the accused to the church, read the allegations aloud, and requested that they swear an oath before the 7 gods, asserting their innocence, after which he would bestow upon them a copper star. Once an individual accepted Colin's coin, they would appear on Colin's troop panel, allowing him to gauge their integrity based on the displayed levels of goodwill. A mild disposition or slight malice toward Colin was deemed normal, while significant hostility would result in immediate incarceration. Through this approach, Colin successfully imprisoned over 200 individuals within a mere 3 days, while also expelling a number of the old, weak, and infirm from the ranks, leaving the Gold Cloaks with just over 1,500 personnel. Colin's ability to effect such sweeping reforms within the capital's garrison without facing backlash stemmed not only from his formidable martial prowess, but also from his recruitment of a fresh contingent of soldiers. The title of Lion Hunter granted Colin an additional 800 points of prestige, with every 10 points correlating to an increase in troop size. The position of commander of the capital's garrison added a further 100 to his troop numbers. Thus, Colin enlisted 120 commoners to train as legionnaires and selected 100 individuals from the citizenry and defecting nobles to be trained as fully armored cavalry. Currently, Colin's military roster is as follows: troop count 265, 273 Imperial Legion soldiers 513, Imperial Royal Guards archers 515, Imperial Skilled Infantry 3, 120, Imperial Citizen Cavalry 3, 100, Carlo Nomelia Grey Wolf 215. Troop composition: Capital Garrison Commander 100, Knight Status 50, Prestige 123. The situation in King's Landing is ever-changing. Far away on Dragonstone, Stannis has just received Ned's letter, which has not yet reached the 7 Kingdoms regarding the identity of the bastard from Flea Bottom. When he is met with new correspondence, upon learning that Joffrey and Cersei have been sent back to Casterly Rock, he is now poised to travel to King's Landing to be crowned king. Stannis is overjoyed and immediately sends messages to the lords of Westeros, demanding their swift allegiance to him in King's Landing. Particularly, he addresses his brother Renly Baratheon, writing a lengthy missive in which he states that Renly may continue as the Duke of Storm's End, but due to his frivolous behavior. The position of Hand of the King will be filled by another. Meanwhile, Renly, located in Highgarden, receives this letter in the garden while discussing grand plans for their union with his sister Margaery Tyrell, accompanied by Loras. The condescending nature of the letter incites Renly's fury. Stannis, with a character as unyielding as a stone in a privy, had been besieged at Storm's End during the War of the Usurper for an entire year, at which time the Onion Knight, Davos, then a smuggler, had bravely breached the blockade with a small vessel laden with onions and pickled fish to deliver supplies to Stannis. Thanks to these provisions, Storm's End was able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Although Stannis later knighted Davos, he exacted punishment for his smuggling by amputating 4 fingers from his left hand. Neither Robert nor Renly held affection for this brother. Upon Robert's ascension to the throne, he granted the Barren Dragonstone to Stannis while bestowing the family seat of Storm's End upon his youngest brother, Renly. This decision led to an awkward power dynamic of a strong younger brother overshadowing a weak elder, as Stannis now commands only 2,000 soldiers on Dragonstone, while Renly, with Storm's End, can muster 30,000. In a fit of rage, Renly tore the letter into shreds before Loras and Margaery and penned a furious response, asserting his unwavering claim to the Iron Throne and proclaiming himself the Duke of Storm's End and the rightful head of House Baratheon, with indisputable rights to the throne. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lannisters are not idle. After Cersei and Joffrey are escorted back to Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, receives their Raven message while engaged in the siege of the Riverlands' capital, Riverrun, alongside his son, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, who commands 30,000 men. Tywin himself leads another 30,000, maneuvering near Harrenhal, as the lands of House Tully have largely succumbed to the grasp of House Lannister. The anticipation of his grandson ascending the Iron Throne looms ever closer. Unless the North and the Vale openly conspire against him, Lord Tywin cannot fathom how he might falter. Yet, he never anticipated that his daughter and grandson would be unceremoniously ousted from the Iron Throne by Ned Stark, plunging the Duke into a state of disarray. However, Ned's choice to exile rather than imprison Joffrey presented Tywin with an opportunity. He swiftly dispatched ravens to the lords of Westeros, proclaiming that Ned was conspiring with Stannis to usurp the throne and demanded their allegiance to Joffrey Baratheon, the sole heir of Robert Baratheon. The names of Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, and Renly Baratheon echoed throughout Westeros, stirring great unrest. Chapter 8. The onset of chaos in the Lannister camp near Harrenhal. Duke Tywin Lannister gazed intently at the map laid upon the long table. His attendants busily dismantled the decorations within the tent, as the army prepared to march towards King's Landing. Each servant that passed by Tywin tread softly, fearful of disturbing the furious lion lost in contemplation. It is said that since the death of his wife, Joanna, during childbirth, no one has witnessed him smile. When he is enraged, even the clouds in the sky seem to recede quietly. At that moment, a scholar clad in a black robe and adorned with an iron necklace entered the tent. "My lord, you summon me?" With both hands resting on the table, Tywin turned, his furrowed brow causing the scholar's heart to tighten. "Draft 2 letters and send them by Raven with utmost urgency. The first is for Jaime, instructing him to compel House Tully to accept the terms of the ceasefire and hasten to King's Landing." Tywin paused for a moment and thought, "We may need to concede some matters." The second letter is for Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, informing him that should he send his forces to raid the north, Robert's heir, Joffrey I, will acknowledge him as the king of the Iron Islands. In the royal palace of King's Landing, a council convened with Ned seated at the head of the table. Present were Grand Maester Pycelle, Master of Whisperers Varys, Ser Barristan Selmy, Captain of the Kingsguard, and Commander of the City Watch, Ser Colin. Ser Barristan's presence was due to Ned providing him with evidence that Joffrey was a bastard after the incident in the Red Keep, and he had earnestly requested Barristan to continue as captain of the Kingsguard. Displeased with Cersei's destruction of the late king's will, Barristan resolutely accepted Ned's plea after reviewing the evidence. Varys spoke first. "The Ravens have returned with news. Tywin Lannister's forces near Harrenhal have divided, with one contingent advancing along the King's Road towards King's Landing." "How many are there?" Ned inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Stannis from Dragonstone had yet to arrive in King's Landing, placing the weight of the precarious situation squarely on his shoulders. Varys hesitated briefly before responding. "I fear there are no fewer than 20,000. Hearing this, Ser Colin grimaced. The forces available to defend King's Landing numbered fewer than 2,000. Ned's expression grew grave as he pondered for a moment before turning to Colin on his right. Colin, in the name of the Regent, I authorize you to expand the city guard to 6,000 men. We face a formidable battle ahead. My lord, I must remind you that the Treasury may lack the resources to support this military expansion, interjected the Grand Maester, Pycelle, who had temporarily assumed the role of Minister of Finance following the imprisonment of the former Chancellor, Bellies. Ned fell silent, resting his hand for a long while without speaking. Ultimately, Colin proceeded with the expansion, and Ned borrowed 200,000 golden dragons from the Iron Bank in his capacity as regent. Since Robert ascended the throne, the royal family's debts had soared to 6 million golden dragons. Half of this sum was owed to the Lannister family, while the other half was due to the Iron Bank, the Tyrells, and other creditors. With the Lannisters now turned enemies, this debt was effectively halved. With funds secured, Colin intensified the recruitment of soldiers, rotating the warriors under his command, quickly assembling a cadre of well-trained infantry. On the 45th day following Cersei's expulsion, the Lannister banner, a golden lion on a crimson field, was once again seen in King's Landing. Due to the royal fleet patrolling Blackwater Bay, the Lannister general had set up camp between the Old Gate and the God's Gate, distanced from the bay. Members of the small council gathered atop the city walls, observing the bustling Lannister soldiers in silence. It was Varys who eventually broke the quiet. Jaime Lannister has released the captured Edmure Tully and has reached a ceasefire agreement with House Tully. He now marches with 30,000 men, circumventing Riverrun and heading towards King's Landing. Should they unite their forces, we will have no hope left. Worse still, after his marriage alliance with House Tyrell, Lancel had brought an army from Casterly Rock and the Reach towards King's Landing. How many men does he command? 100,000. The next morning, as the sun rose, the Lannister army arrayed itself outside the walls to the left of the Old Gate. Dozens of Centurion formations stood at the forefront, accompanied by hastily constructed siege towers. Without hesitation, Duke Tywin issued the command to attack. The assault troops discarded their spears, wielding kite shields and short swords instead. The enormous siege towers were pushed forward by conscripted farmers, inching closer to the walls of King's Landing. On the ramparts, Colin squinted to observe the Lannister formations. Although Duke Tywin Lannister was not renowned for his military prowess, he possessed a profound understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Before Colin assumed command of the city guard, King's Landing had boasted fewer than 2,000 infamous gold cloaks, whose combat capabilities were highly questionable. Now, with the expansion to 6,000, even with Colin's training regimen, only just over 1,000 skilled infantry had been trained in a matter of days, while the remaining 3,000 soldiers were merely farmers wielding swords. The Lannister troops had only recently withdrawn from the battlefield of the Riverlands, boasting superior equipment and combat experience over the majority of the gold cloaks. Thus, Duke Tywin, by compelling his army to launch an assault despite the inadequacy of their siege equipment, sought to seize the walls with a single, decisive thrust. If even one contingent could secure a foothold atop the battlements, a relentless stream of reinforcements would tear open this minor breach. The sole consolation for Colin, defending the city, was the nearly 10-meter-high walls that would deter even the most timid of farmers from fleeing at the first sign of trouble. The siege tower inched closer. This type of artillery, a wheeled platform, bore a wooden wall as a shield against arrows on its side facing the enemy. Once near the walls, a pulley would hoist the ladder into place, allowing the soldiers to ascend. Colin was the first to strike, wielding King Robert's powerful 150-pound longbow to target the shield-bearing Lannister soldiers. The heavy arrows sometimes pierced through 2 shields in succession. As the siege tower approached within 100 meters, the crossbows atop the wall unleashed their fury, with bolts over a meter long capable of penetrating multiple foes. Even striking the siege tower could create a significant breach in its protective wall, and with a stroke of luck, hit a wheel, rendering the contraption inoperable. As they drew nearer, they entered the archer's range, and Colin rallied several hundred bowmen to unleash a torrent of arrows. The height advantage of the walls allowed the defenders to withstand the malice of their adversaries. When the Lannister siege tower finally reached the base of the walls, over 200 men had already perished in the final 100 meters. At this juncture, the crossbows lost their advantageous angle, and the archers dispersed to shoot freely, while the infantry drew their weapons, bracing for combat at the parapets. The siege tower, via its pulley system, raised the ladder, with its barbed hooks firmly snagged onto the battlements. The Lannister soldiers, shields raised, began their relentless assault, as they braved falling stones and incoming arrows to ascend the walls. They were met with a veritable thicket of blades. Some were pierced by spears before they could even leap to safety, while others, armed with shields and swords, managed to fend off the initial wave of attacks, only to be swiftly dispatched by a treacherous thrust to the throat. There were those who felled their opponents, carving out a sliver of survival for their comrades. Observing the chaos blooming across the walls, Colin remained impassive, flanked by his armored cavalry bearing the Falcon War banner, the fierce winds of war billowing the flag. After a successful initial engagement, Colin, while expanding the capital's garrison, appointed his newly trained legionaries as junior officers. This strategy not only solidified his command over the forces, but also significantly enhanced their combat efficacy, with the legionaries forming the backbone and seasoned infantry augmenting their ranks. The Lannister offensive soon found itself in a stalemate, the occasional surge of momentum extinguished almost as swiftly as it arose. Recognizing the resolute defenders in their golden cloaks, Duke Tywin Lannister reluctantly commanded a retreat. Though anxious, he was not reckless. Although Renly Baratheon has led an army of 100,000 from Highgarden, it will still take over a month for them to reach King's Landing. In contrast, Jaime's 30,000 troops can arrive from the Riverlands in merely half a month. As for Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, what can a mere few thousand accomplish? Thus, Duke Tywin promptly ordered a retreat, and after leaving behind nearly 1,000 corpses, the first battle for King's Landing hastily concluded, as he observed the panicked retreat of the Lannister soldiers. Ser Colin had just lowered his hunting bow when a long-waiting officer approached him. "My Lord Colin, the hand of the king requests your immediate presence at the Royal Council." After delegating the matters on the walls to the commanders present, Colin descended from the battlements to rendezvous with the heavily armored cavalry escort heading towards the palace. Over the course of a month, Colin had transformed the Imperial citizen cavalry into elite armored knights. These knights were not only clad in iron armor, but their steeds were also adorned with scaled horse armor. As Colin led them through Shoemaker's Square towards the Red Keep, the thunderous sound of hooves striking the earth sent shivers down the spines of those harboring ill intentions in the shadows. Upon arriving at the Royal Council, he found the others had already gathered. As Colin took his seat, Ned passed him a letter. "Has Lord Stannis moved to attack Storm's End?" After reading the letter, Colin furrowed his brow, surprised that Stannis chose to assault Storm's End rather than seize the easily attainable throne. Upon receiving the news of Lord Renly's claim to the throne, Stannis had cleaved a gash into the stone table of the hall on Dragonstone. Noticing Colin's bewilderment, Varys quietly explained, "Has Lady Lisa Tully from the Eyrie responded to our plea for aid? No news yet, though some lords of the Vale, driven by justice, have replied that Lady Lisa insists on maintaining neutrality." The situation was even worse than anticipated. King's Landing would stand alone against the numerous Lannister forces. Confronted with Stannis' near treachery, a storm cloud gathered on Ned's brow. "Can the North provide us with support?" Meeting Colin's hopeful gaze, Ned revealed a hint of guilt. The Ironborn have frequently appeared along the North's coastline, and most lords are unwilling to abandon their families to descend south into the Baratheon civil war. An uneasy silence fell upon the Royal Council. The predicament in King's Landing was graver than portrayed in the show. Since Ned had not been captured, the Tullys had also signed a truce with the Lannisters, leaving the North without a reason to march south. Hence, the marauding Lannister army did not need to remain at Harrenhal to face the North, but could instead station a few troops to guard against the Vale. Facing a lone force of 6,000 against 50,000 Lannisters, Colin felt his temples throb with anxiety. Observing the loss of confidence among the gathered lords, Ned mustered his spirits and forced a smile. "What is the situation on the walls?" The Duke of Tywin was exceedingly cautious. Upon realizing that the assault had failed, he withdrew his forces. The 3 colossal trebuchets originally stationed at Mudgate had been dismantled and were being transported to the barracks at Smith Square. At last, a piece of good news reached Colin, lightening his countenance slightly. "I still require the assistance of an alchemist. Do you intend to utilize wildfire?" Ned, having endured the reign of the Mad King, harbored a profound aversion to wildfire. "We have no alternative." After a prolonged silence, Ned reluctantly nodded in agreement. Once the meeting concluded, Varys intercepted Colin in the royal gardens. "My lord, I have heard whispers that many within the city harbor a deep fear of the Lannisters. dreading that Duke Tywin may once again plunder King's Landing. After a brief pause, Varys continued, "They call themselves the people of Dorne, primarily comprising wealthy merchants within the city, loyal to the Baratheons." With that, Varys handed Colin a note. "Perhaps this name will be of use to you." Colin glanced at the note and nodded towards Varys, preparing to depart. Yet Varys called him back, stepping closer to whisper, "My little birds inform me that last night, Lord Pycelle released a raven. To where, you ask? Northward. And it will soon return. What do you imply? Lord Pycelle has forsaken his vows as a maester, now pledging allegiance to Duke Tywin. During the War of the Usurper, it was he who persuaded the Mad King to open the gates of King's Landing to welcome Duke Tywin. Do you think he would open the gates again for Duke Tywin?" Colin's expression grew grave. He had indeed overlooked the unremarkable maester while watching the play unfold. Emerging from the palace with a heavy heart, Colin unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "Lord Colin." "Leo?" The newcomer led a scruffy donkey, his disheveled hair and beard obscuring his features to the extent that Colin nearly failed to recognize him. "I had not seen you in the palace. I presumed you had resigned from your position." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Colin. I was previously dispatched to survey the royal assets, hence my absence from King's Landing. However, even in the taverns of the desolate village, your reputation remains renowned." Colin smiled. "The Duke of Lannister is besieging the city. Why are you not remaining outside the walls? It is no easy task to enter now that you are in. I wish to see if there is anything I can do." Although Leo appeared disheveled, his eyes sparkled with a fervor for power. "Clean yourself up and don proper attire. Meet me tonight at the barracks in Smith Square." After patting Leo on the shoulder, Colin departed the Red Keep with his guard. Following Varys' counsel, Colin observed the citizens on his way back to the barracks. Indeed, they appeared deeply troubled. To them, who occupied the Iron Throne was of little consequence. Their primary concern lay with their purses, which sparked a new line of thought for Colin. In the evening, Leo arrived as promised. Observing Leo, who wore a hood, Colin tossed him a bag of golden dragons. "I have a task that requires a meticulous individual. Upon its successful completion, I shall grant you the title of knight and appoint you as the chief officer of the Defense Corps." Leo caught the golden dragons, straightened his back, and awaited Colin's instructions. After a moment of contemplation, Colin checked the troop panel and noted that Leo's trust level was at 50. Clearly, Leo was trustworthy. Thus, Colin divulged the details of the mission. The weapon master, Charolian, has mingled with a group loyal to the rightful Baratheon, who refer to themselves as the Horned Folk. Take my letter to him and have them discreetly arm a contingent to hide near the Dragon Gate. I shall arrange for 4 guards to accompany you, and when the time comes, I will send someone to contact you." Upon hearing this, Leo said nothing, bowed, and departed the room, where 4 armored legionnaires awaited him outside. Chapter 10. The night assault on the Dragon Gate. More than 10 days passed since the Duke of Tywin's failed assault, and the banners were lowered. However, the sounds of hammering and construction in the camp persisted. Today, Ned convened a council, where the Master of Whisperers, Varys, briefed everyone on the latest intelligence. Lord Stannis has besieged Storm's End, and Lord Renly's forces are advancing more rapidly than anticipated. They have already crossed the Bitter Bridge. However, a friend at the Bitter Bridge informed me that Lord Renly led his cavalry away from the infantry 2 nights ago. "What of his infantry?" Ned inquired. "Under the command of Lord Tarley, they are marching towards King's Landing." Colin pondered this. Renly was indeed heading to rescue Storm's End, for his cavalry alone exceeded 15,000, while Stannis' besieging force was merely 5,000. For Renly, victory was within reach. Why not heed the pleas of his vassals? Once their concerns were alleviated, the vassals would be willing to risk their lives to seize King's Landing. Where is Ser Lannister? 2 days ago, he crossed Mother S Point and is expected to reach King's Landing shortly. Upon finishing, Varys raised his gaze and exchanged a knowing look with Colin. Understanding his implication, Colin turned to Ned. "My lord, the Lannister forces have been constructing siege engines over the past weeks. Once Ser Lannister's army arrives, with 50,000 men equipped with ample siege machinery, we may not withstand an assault lasting even half a day." Ned recognized the gravity of the situation. "What do you propose?" Colin straightened his posture. "I plan to launch a night raid tomorrow. Having remained undisturbed for so long, they will not anticipate an attack on the eve of reinforcements' arrival. If we can incinerate their siege engines, we could buy ourselves some time. Perhaps by then, Lord Stannis will come to aid King's Landing." With no other alternative available, Ned reluctantly acquiesced to Colin's request. "How many do you intend to bring?" Apart from leaving a necessary garrison at the old city gate facing the Lannister encampment, the rest of the troops set off with me. Soon, the evening of the following day arrived, and as the last rays of sunlight faded, the soldiers descended from the city walls, replaced by thousands of scarecrows. Torches ignited behind the scarecrows, and from a distance, the backlit figures resembled dutiful soldiers. As the ghostly chimes of the church bells echoed, the rested soldiers rose to form ranks, preparing to depart. Under the watchful gaze of the officers, each soldier had a stick lodged in their mouths to stifle any sounds. Led by Colin, the garrison exited the city through the Lion's Gate, with only the mounted cavalry in the vanguard carrying torches. The golden-robed nobles formed a line, each person grasping the shoulder of the one in front to avoid losing their way. Just as Colin's contingent was about to set off, a servant in a nearby house at Cobbler's Square reported back to the Grand Maester Pycelle, who promptly released the raven he held. The black-painted raven soared silently over the walls and fields, ultimately landing in the Lannister encampment outside the city. Inside the brightly lit tent of Duke Tywin, the noble commanders gathered, seemingly awaiting something. At last, the Maester delivered the raven's message. After perusing the letter, Tywin nodded at the excited nobles, and Sir Amory Lorch, assigned to the task of seizing the city, emerged from the tent with a gleam of enthusiasm, helmet in hand. In the darkness, two similarly sized armies navigated through the night. Colin led the capital's garrison out of the Lion's Gate, advancing along the city walls, while Sir Amory commanded 5,000 Lannister soldiers, steering clear of the old city gate towards the Dragon Gate. As they proceeded, the garrison soldiers sensed something amiss, having already passed the God's Gate. The troops continued their march along the walls. Yet, with sticks clamped in their mouths, not a sound escaped, even amid their confusion. Just as Sir Amory was nearing the Dragon Gate, over 200 bandits, clad in various attire, launched an assault on the guards within the gate. Despite the fierce onslaught, the guards did not retreat, for emerging from the tower behind them were dozens of heavily armored legionnaires. One bandit, upon seeing the legionnaires, shouted in terror, "It's a trap! This is a trap!" However, before the bandits could flee, hundreds of ragtag soldiers, armed with an assortment of armor and weaponry, surged in from behind. Trapped with no escape, the bandits quickly discarded their weapons and opted to surrender. Outside the gate, Sir Amory's forces reignited their torches, and as the sounds of battle within the city ceased, the Dragon Gate slowly creaked open. Gazing into the darkened entrance, the somewhat bewildered Sir Amory wasted no time and led his troops charging into the city. Upon entering, however, the exhilarated Sir Amory was taken aback. The inner courtyard of the gate was utterly deserted, with only a few scattered torches illuminating the scene, and the streets to either side were blocked with debris, rendering passage impossible. Even Sir Amory, whose intellect is often questioned, sensed something amiss. He intended to dispatch men to the battlements to seize control of the gate, only to discover that both access points to the ramparts were securely locked. It was not until the soldiers wielded axes to breach the wooden doors that they uncovered a throng of heavily armored soldiers within. The stairway of the gatehouse was exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating two individuals side by side. At that moment, the unobstructed street echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps, as the horned men, brandishing spears and shields, surged forth, igniting an imminent clash. Outside the city, the Lannister soldiers formed 100-man formations, poised for entry, while the cacophony of combat within the gates captured their full attention. When Sir Colin and his armored cavalry burst forth from the shadows, the Lannister soldiers initially mistook the thunderous approach for their own reinforcements. The rear ranks, caught off guard, crumbled under the onslaught of the heavily armored knights, their hooves trampling soldiers into the mire. Blood mingled with splintered wood, iron, and banners, transforming the earth into a grotesque crimson canvas. As the armored cavalry regrouped not far off, torches flickered to life in the darkness, heralding the arrival of the golden-clad soldiers. The Lannister ranks outside, forming a long serpentine line, hastily raised their shields, but the sudden ambush and lack of unified command soon led to their division at the hands of the gold-cloaked warriors. Sir Colin maneuvered his cavalry around the battlefield, and the Lannister soldiers, lined up for defense, found themselves flanked and disoriented. Meanwhile, within the city, Sir Amory also sensed the troubling turn of events. Yet, ensnared in his own trap, he chose to escalate the violence rather than retreat. Under his command, The Lannister soldiers charged repeatedly against the horned men's lines, who, hastily armed, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. At this critical juncture, fresh reinforcements arrived. Ned and his guard made their entrance. The jubilant horned men regained their courage, rallying behind Ned's greatsword, pushing back against the Lannister tide. Chapter 11. Undercurrents. The sentinels atop the Lannister camp's watchtower promptly reported the disturbances outside the Dragon Gate to Lord Tywin. As he ascended the tower with his guards, the chaos beyond the gates had erupted into a conflagration. Having weathered many storms, Lord Tywin maintained a stoic demeanor. When questioned about sending reinforcements, he resolutely declined, instructing, "Light more torches and secure the camp." While the Lannister soldiers within continued their fierce struggle, those outside, cut off, teetered on the brink of collapse. Sir Colin, having dismounted after several charges, found his steed, black, weary and drenched in sweat, and the armored cavalry followed suit, dismounting to rest and shed their armor. Tirelessly, Colin joined the ranks of the gold-cloaked soldiers, whose morale soared as they forced the Lannister shield wall into retreat. With his greatsword, Colin carved openings in the Lannister defenses, allowing the gold-cloaked warriors to encircle and divide their foes. The truncated Lannister soldier crumbled, casting aside his weapons and honor, retreating into the pitch-black wilderness. As the gold-cloaked soldiers adjusted their formation and mounted a full-scale assault on the castle gates, the outcome of the battle had already been sealed. The remaining less than 2,000 Lannister soldiers found themselves encircled both within and outside the gates, while the gold-cloaked forces brandished their spears, ruthlessly constricting their space for survival. The Lannister soldiers were not only subjected to falling stones and boiling oil from the battlements, but also had to be wary of being toppled by their comrades. Once they fell to the ground, the prospect of rising again was bleak. Ser Amory, trapped within the castle, was stripped of both his weapon and will to fight by Ned, wielding the ice sword, as he desperately attempted to push his way out, only to encounter Colin outside the gates. Amidst the flickering chaos of the battlefield, Ser Amory's sword-bearing hand was severed by Colin, and his guards lay scattered around him, while nearby soldiers on both sides deliberately avoided this slaughterhouse. With Ser Amory captured, the Lannister soldiers, facing insurmountable odds, also laid down their arms. The following day, at the Royal Council meeting, Colin, invigorated after a night of fierce combat, occupied his seat, while Ned, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat listlessly at the head of the table. Duke Tywin had sent envoys seeking to ransom both the captured soldiers and the bodies of the fallen, now gathered outside the palace. Have the losses from last night been tallied? We lost 500 men, half of whom were the commoners from Horn Hill. Unlike professional soldiers, the commoners fought with sheer passion, resulting in a higher casualty rate. Last night, we captured nearly 2,000, and there still lie 1,500 Lannisters on the ground. Upon hearing this nearly 10-to-1 casualty ratio, the attendees collectively sighed in relief. Lord Barristan, captain of the Kingsguard, noted the absence of one member from the meeting and inquired, "Where's Maester Pycelle?" Varys addressed his curiosity. Pycelle conspired with Duke Tywin, organizing a rebellion to seize the gates and allow the Lannister forces entry into the city. He has since been imprisoned. In the midst of Barristan's bewilderment, the council continued. The Lannisters wish to ransom their prisoners. What are your thoughts, Colin? I believe we can permit them to ransom their captives. Their 30,000 reinforcements will arrive in King's Landing today. These 2,000 prisoners are inconsequential to the larger strategy. It is possible that Duke Tywin hopes for our refusal, intending to stretch our forces thin by guarding the captives. However, we must not so easily allow them to reclaim their men. There are strategic opportunities to consider. In the garrison near the Dragon Gate, the captured Lannister soldiers were stripped of their armor and weapons and confined within the barracks. Leo, under the guidance of the guards, found Colin observing the prisoners from the barracks entrance. "My lord, you summon me?" Colin turned, his face adorned with approval. "You have performed admirably in the matter of the horned folk. I hear you boldly charged into battle with your sword. Such bravery. However, refrain from doing so next time. Lord Ned has consented to personally knight you following the siege's conclusion. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief officer of the guard." Leo suppressed his surprise. "Thank you for this opportunity." Colin waved his hand dismissively. "Do not be hasty in your gratitude. There are perilous tasks awaiting your attention." As evening descended, the 30,000 troops led by Jaime Lannister arrived outside the walls of King's Landing. The citizens of the city, upon receiving this news, were engulfed in panic, fearing a repetition of the Duke Tywin's past transgressions. At this juncture, a piece of news further fueled their terror. In the Honey and Bear Tavern, the once boisterous hall now hosted only a handful of patrons. With the northern walls besieged and supplies from the villages diminished, the prices within the city surged dramatically due to the machinations of unscrupulous merchants. Those who could afford to drink here were the fortunate few unburdened by the struggles of daily survival. Have you heard? Duke Tywin is furious over his grandson's ousting from the Iron Throne. He vows to punish the traitors severely. Alas, I also heard that he regards all citizens of King's Landing as traitors, believing they turned a blind eye to their king's expulsion. Lannister nonsense. Fortunately, they possess no fleet. Otherwise, we might not even have this drink. As night fell, outside the guards' camp at the Dragon Gate, a throng of King's Landing citizens gathered, torches in hand. They had heard whispers that the guard commander intended to release the captives, and under the instigation of certain individuals, they gathered to voice their discontent. Do not release the captives. We cannot allow these murderers to escape. As the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the citizens seized foul-smelling eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and small stones that had mysteriously appeared, hurling them at the Lannister soldiers confined within the camp. Meanwhile, in the Lannister encampment outside the city, Duke Tywin received an envoy from King's Landing. Does Ned Stark hold me in contempt? Has he sent a nameless wretch to negotiate with me? Perhaps I should return your hand, so Ned might learn how to respect a Lannister duke. Duke Tywin, his expression impassive, sat behind a table surrounded by his vassal nobles. The envoy from King's Landing, Leo, the chief officer of the guard, stood alone in the center of the tent. Before the unyielding Duke Tywin, Leo did not falter. If it were not for your esteemed reputation, how would Lord Ned have returned your daughter and grandson unharmed to Casterly Rock? Lord Ned adheres to the chivalric code and treats captives with dignity. However, the food supply within King's Landing is critically low. Within the schemes of Varys and Littlefinger, the primary purpose of these captives was to buy time. Through Leo's efforts, before Duke Tywin's patience waned entirely, King's Landing not only replenished its food supplies, but also gained an additional 3 days. As the captives were escorted out of the city, the spontaneously organized citizens of King's Landing lined the road, showering the Lannister soldiers with an overwhelming barrage of rotten eggs and vegetable leaves, leaving them in utter disarray. Were it not for the golden-robed figures maintaining order, the scene would undoubtedly descend into chaos, a battleground of tumult. Observing the fury reflected in the eyes of the Lannister soldiers, the citizens of King's Landing grew increasingly convinced that Duke Tywin would once again plunder their city. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark, having received food supplies, sold them at a reduced price in the market, significantly lowering the cost of provisions within the city. In a fleeting moment, the lower classes hailed him as their savior, echoing Varys's words, "Power resides in the hearts of men." It was only at this juncture that Eddard's authority was acknowledged in King's Landing. Chapter 12. The Siege of King's Landing. The day after the capture of prisoners, Duke Tywin launched another assault. This attack differed from the first. It was not merely a desperate attempt with siege ladders, but a well-coordinated effort with an array of siege engines drawn from the Lannister encampment. Initially, the conscripted farmers emerged, bearing wooden shields with shooting holes, constructing makeshift cover outside the city walls. Following them were the Lannister archers, who dispersed among the farmers' shelters. With this concealment, they could engage their adversaries on the walls from a perilously close range. As the archers drew the distant fire from the walls, the main assault force commenced its advance. Several siege towers lay across the field before the old city gate, with Lannister formations pushing siege engines toward the entrance. With resolute determination, Duke Tywin committed fully to the endeavor, the synchronized footfalls of the Lannister soldiers causing the very walls to tremble. The city's garrison had taken their positions atop the battlements. Colin, observing from the old gate tower, regarded the approaching Lannister soldiers, now swelling like a tide, and with a stoic expression, signaled for the release of 3 massive trebuchets, dismantled from the mud gate, now positioned within the old gate. The towering arms of the trebuchets reached the height of the walls. During operation, several men were required to turn the shaft, elevating the counterweight and securing it before placing the ammunition, thick clay pots, coated in animal fat, into the firing trough. Once loaded, the operators would release the restraints, and gravity would draw the counterweight down, propelling the ammunition forth. However, this time, the trebuchet launched not conventional stones, but substantial clay pots. 3 pots filled with wildfire soared over the walls, one shattered mid-flight, raining liquid fire upon the Lannister soldiers below. 2 pots struck the ground, and upon assessing the results, the observers directed the operators on the walls to recalibrate the trebuchet, with new ammunition being loaded into the trough. One by one, the clay pots crashed into the advancing Lannister ranks. Aside from a few unfortunate soldiers directly struck, most remained bewildered. It was not until the wildfire ignited spontaneously in an open area that Jaime Lannister, supervising from the rear, was jolted back into the depths of painful memories. Wildfire. It is wildfire. Under the officer's command, the archers atop the city walls ignited their flaming arrows. With a single order, a deadly arc of fire rained down upon the Lannister formations. The soldiers previously drenched in wildfire were instantly transformed into human torches, their agonized screams piercing the battlefield. Even the siege towers soaked in the volatile substance were set ablaze by the arrows, towering infernos consuming the massive structures within mere breaths. The Lannister assault outside the old city gates faltered momentarily, while those beyond the range of the colossal trebuchets pressed forward with renewed urgency. Jon, captain of the 5th Squadron in the 3rd Battalion of the City Watch, was a hardened warrior trained by Colin. Leading 60 men, he stood resolute in defense of this stretch of the wall. The looming siege towers, taller than the battlements themselves, cast a shadow of dread over his soldiers, eroding their sense of security. "Hold your spears steady," Jon barked, "and when they come, drive them back with all your might." As the siege tower drew near, its wooden faade lowered like a drawbridge, bridging the gap between the tower and the wall. Jon raised his spear, and, the moment the enemy soldiers emerged, hurled it with lethal precision. The weapon found its mark, piercing the throat of the foremost attacker, igniting the brutal clash. The Lannisters shoved their fallen comrade aside, 3 abreast with shields raised, charging toward the gold-cloaked defenders. Jon, shield and steel in hand, met them head-on. The first Lannister to breach the wall was met with a shield bash, staggering him before Jon's blade cleaved through his face. 2 more fell to the spears of his men, their lifeless bodies collapsing as the weapons withdrew. Yet the enemy came relentlessly, wave after wave. 1 soldier still impaled upon a spear was shoved forward by his comrade, using his own corpse to break the defender's formation. Soon, the wall became a slaughterhouse, corpses piling underfoot. The gold cloaks abandoned their spears for short swords, forced into desperate close-quarters combat. The battle turned into a meat grinder, men pressed forward by their comrades behind, steel flashing from all sides. There was no retreat, no escape, only the choice to fight or leap to one's death. Jon lost count. 5, perhaps 7 kills? His original blade had shattered against the stone, now replaced by a Lannister short sword. He slammed his shield into another foe, sending the pale-faced youth, barely 20, crashing down. Ignoring the boy's pleading eyes, Jon drove the blade through the gap in his armor, hot blood spraying across his face as he withdrew. Before he could wipe the crimson from his vision, another Lannister lunged. Jon barely raised his shield in time, the impact driving him to his knees. The man was poised to press his advantage when a nearby Lannister soldier, clad in golden armor, thrust a spear into his thigh. As he fell to his knees in pain, another assailant drove a dagger into his throat. Jon, having narrowly escaped, surveyed the scene around him. The bodies of the fallen from both sides lay in grotesque heaps. The once-fitting heavy armor now felt like a burdensome shackle, while Lannister soldiers continued to pour forth from the siege towers. On the battlements, Colin watched the beleaguered walls with growing concern. The Lannister army, numbering in the tens of thousands, stood arrayed outside the city, with less than a third of their forces yet committed to the siege. While the golden-clad soldiers were nearly at their breaking point, Duke Tywin employed a strategy of attrition, leveraging their numerical superiority to exchange lives with Colin, who could not sustain such losses even at a ratio of 3-to-1. With the wildfire depleted, the flames outside had been extinguished by farmers shoveling earth upon them, and the Lannister soldiers attacking the old city gate were regrouping with their siege equipment. The enormous trebuchets had now traded their ammunition for stones, which crashed into the Lannister ranks, crushing several men at a time. Yet none of this could quell the Lannisters' resolve to advance upon the gate. Colin understood that mere defense would lead to inevitable demise. A change was required. As the siege engines entered the archway of the gate, Colin set aside his bow and grasped a nearby battle axe, descending the wall with his guards. Outside, Lannister soldiers braved the onslaught of stones and boiling oil. gritting their teeth as they propelled the battering ram against the gate. Within, Colin stood at the forefront of the throng, his battle axe resting casually upon his shoulder. Behind him, dismounted heavy cavalrymen thrust their 2-meter-long lances into the ground, engaging in idle banter, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation. Chapter 13. A turning point in victory. Amid the dull thuds of the battering ram, the bolt of the old city gate rattled, and the gate began to creak open. The Lannister soldiers outside believed the battering ram had triumphed and were astonished at the gate's apparent fragility. Yet, in the next instant, a giant clad in gleaming silver plate armor burst forth, wielding a double-handed axe. The soldiers in the front line, having just released their ropes, were met with the axe's devastating arc, severing heads from shoulders. The crew manning the battering ram, unarmed, fled in panic as they witnessed the oncoming onslaught. Colin did not pursue. Instead, he cleaved the battering ram in two and stood resolute, axe in hand, awaiting the enemy's advance. The heavy cavalry formed a spear wall behind him, intent on transforming the 20-meter-wide archway into a grave for the Lannisters. Soon, the Lannister soldiers dragged the battering ram from the threshold, the hope of breaching the walls now tantalizingly close, as frenzied soldiers broke formation and surged towards Colin. Meanwhile, in the square before the Great September of Baelor, another battle was underway. The men of the Baratheon banner, under Ned's tacit approval, rallied supporters within the city under the banner of defending King's Landing from another Lannister plunder. They infiltrated every alley, disseminating the message to all who would listen. Gradually, people began to gather from all directions, converging upon the square before the Great September of Baelor, weapons piled high like a mountain. Under the watchful gaze of the seven gods, those willing to defend King's Landing stepped forward to arm themselves. With a corps of 1,000 mercenaries, a brand new army was swiftly assembled within a single day. At the entrance of the old city gate, Colin and his armored cavalry had already battled for 3 hours. Amidst the relentless tide of Lannisters, they stood resolutely, preventing any advance. Colin's heavy custom plate armor was now marred with scars. Upon discovering its invulnerability, the Lannisters resorted to hammers and lassos. They managed to ensnare Colin's steed, yet their efforts faltered due to the constraints of the gate. Outside, soldiers cleared the battlefield, dragging corpses from the archway, while newly arrived Lannister troops were met with a hellish sight that caused them to retch. The charred remains of the fallen exuded a nauseating aroma, while severed fingers lay scattered in the corners. The mountain of mangled bodies tested the nerves of every Lannister soldier. Even as the overseers severed several heads, the ranks remained paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the city walls. The citizens of King's Landing surged onto the battlements, sowing seeds of doubt among the beleaguered Lannister soldiers. Colin, keenly sensing the shift in momentum, commanded the surviving armored cavalry to retreat within the city and mount their steeds. Meanwhile, reinforcements, led by Sir Stan, commander of the Kingsguard, arrived at the gate. Colin entrusted the gate to Sir Stan, then raised the falcon banner, charging forth with his battle-worn warriors. The Lannister soldiers outside hesitated. Yet Colin and his cavalry surged through the gate, colliding with the enemy. The heavy cavalry easily scattered the first wave of reluctant Lannisters, followed by the second and third. However, Colin refrained from pursuing the fleeing Lannisters, instead waving his battle standard and directing his cavalry to turn left. Scattered across the fields near the wall were numerous shields. Lannister archers took cover behind them, engaged in a deadly exchange with the defenders atop the walls. Colin led his cavalry past, ruthlessly cutting down the defenseless archers. The sight of their commander's banner wreaking havoc in the enemy ranks ignited a resounding cheer from the defenders, gradually thinning the ranks of Lannister soldiers on the walls. In the rear, Jaime Lannister watched as his formation was disrupted by dozens of cavalry, feeling a surge of indignation. "Which lord is this?" he pondered. "The Lion Hunter. Colin Raven. He is the one who forced His Majesty Joffrey from the Iron Throne," a squire answered his query. At that moment, Jaime had yet to experience the failures of the Whispering Woods. He remained the same golden-armored, coldly arrogant regicide. "The Lion Hunter? Humph. I shall show him who the real prey is." Jaime donned his lion-headed helm and unsheathed his gilded longsword, proclaiming, "Follow me." A throng of knights, loyal vassals of House Lannister, surged behind him toward the hunting grounds beneath the castle walls. Here, Corin transformed into a merciless hunter, leading his armored cavalry in a fervent pursuit through the thicket formed by Lannister soldiers. Before long, a golden tide surged from the flank. Jaime Lannister, wielding his golden sword, vowed to unseat Corin from his steed. In an effort to avoid a collision with the oncoming attack, Corin maneuvered his armored cavalry in a sweeping arc. Soon, two formidable forces, one of gold and the other of silver, clashed in a fervent encounter. Jaime, intent on personally unseating Corin, watched helplessly as his adversary veered into his rear guard, redirecting his wrath upon Corin's cavalry. On one side, armored knights fell to the ground, while on the other, Lannister knights bled upon the battlefield, succumbing to Corin's battle axe. Yet Corin, unwilling to linger in the fray, tore a piece of flesh from his foes and continued to widen the distance, only to realize that he had lost 7 or 8 of his own men. At that moment, Jaime Lannister also turned his steed to pursue. His lion helm struck from his head by an armored knight at the cost of the knight's life, revealing his iconic golden locks. Corin, taken aback by Jaime's golden armor and striking visage, felt a surge of hope. King's Landing had a chance. He commanded his cavalry to continue forward while he reined in his horse, preparing to confront Jaime directly. Corin charged toward nearly 100 Lannister knights. As the two forces converged, a Lannister knight suddenly accelerated past Jaime, aiming his lance at Corin's steed, Black. Enraged, Corin deflected the lance and, as he maneuvered past, delivered a slicing blow that severed the knight's spine. Jaime missed his opportunity to engage Corin, colliding instead with the onrushing armored cavalry. However, Corin was not about to let Jaime linger. He galloped a few paces before pivoting to pursue the knights who had slowed to battle. Victory was within reach. Corin gently patted his lathered steed, and the horse seemed to sense his resolve, unleashing its final reserves of strength. Corin surged forward, a wave of bloodshed trailing behind him. But just as he struck down an opponent, a gale-force blow struck him from behind, rendering him unconscious. By the time the battle concluded, Corin's desire to confront Jaime remained unfulfilled. Under Corin's protection, the armored cavalry seized the reins of Jaime's steed, carrying the unconscious knight back to the castle. Lannister knights pursued to the foot of the castle, but upon realizing the futility of their quest, they abandoned their attempt to reclaim Jaime and hurried back to camp to inform Lord Tywin. Upon receiving the news of his eldest son's capture, Tywin was filled with fury, pondering how to remedy the situation when a letter was delivered to him. This missive, cunningly sent by Corin via a raven from King's Landing, contained a terse message and a single finger. To prevent further harm to his heir, Tywin had no choice but to acquiesce to Corin's threats and temporarily withdraw his forces. Chapter 14. The Night of Sovereignty. Guiding Jaime Lannister through the silent corridors, the guards opened the iron doors of the throne room for Corin. Seated upon the Iron Throne was Eddard Stark, awaiting alongside Varys and Ser Barristan. How does it feel to return to this hallowed ground? Corin, clad in a helmet, led the way, the bloodstains on his armor yet to be wiped away. Jaime Lannister, disarmed and empty-handed, followed closely behind Corin, who had refrained from shackling him. He had sought freedom, only to be met with a merciless iron fist. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated in the vast hall, while 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes fell upon Lannister. It appears that shedding that white cloak has improved your circumstances. Varys broke the silence among the 3. Both Eddard and Ser Barristan were men of integrity. Even Eddard, who had once been attacked by Jaime in the streets and had suffered a wound to his calf, remained silent, refraining from mocking the prisoner. "You have won, my Lord Stark." Jaime raised his arms as if to display the non-existent shackles. "Proclaim to all that Cersei's 3 children are your bastards. Compel the Duke of Lannister to retreat to the Westerlands, relinquishing his claim to the Iron Throne. And then you shall be free to leave." Eddard, leaning on ice, expressionless, articulated his terms without a hint of grievance for his fallen comrades slain by Jaime. Jaime scoffed, preparing to retort, when a fist struck his abdomen with force. "Show some respect to the Lord Regent, you useless lion," came the admonition. Gasping, Jaime fell to his knees, coughing uncontrollably, saliva spilling onto the floor until he could finally recover. "My lord, that was quite a blow," he remarked as he regained his footing, suppressing his defiance. "Is it your intention to accuse me of consorting with my sister, my Lord Stark?" After a futile exchange, Corin imprisoned Jaime, and by the time he exited the Red Keep, dusk had settled. With the cessation of hostilities, the streets began to regain a semblance of liveliness. Following a day of bloody conflict, only 30 of Corin's mounted knights remained. Nearly half of the golden-robed men on the walls had perished, and over 3,000 citizens who had come to aid had also sacrificed their lives. In contrast, the Lannister forces had suffered at least 10,000 losses. It was a day marked by brutality, yet the Seven had granted them Jaime Lannister. On the way back to the encampment, citizens paused to acknowledge Colin, their eyes drawn to the scars adorning his armor. Some recognized him by his armor, yet no one dared to interrupt his moment of solitude. Along the path, faint sounds of weeping could be heard, the citizens of King's Landing mourning their kin who had fallen upon the walls. Upon returning to the encampment, Leo awaited him with impatience. "Have you made the necessary arrangements?" Colin had instructed Leo to recruit soldiers from among the citizens who had fought that day, seeking to replenish the beleaguered city guard. Over 5,000 individuals are eager to join the defense forces, most of whom are refugees from the Riverlands. These refugees, when the Lannisters ravaged the Riverlands, numerous civilians faced persecution, being forcibly uprooted from their homes. Particularly, the infamous Amory Lorch, who severed the hand of a certain individual, has been accused by many refugees of deriving pleasure from the torment of innocence. He compelled husbands to slay their wives. Should they refuse, he would execute them both. Even if a husband complied and took the life of his spouse, he would relish in their agony before decapitating him. Colin, taken aback by such a monstrous individual, furiously shattered the table. Tomorrow, I shall judge his crimes in the presence of the Seven." The following noon, the square before the Great September of Baelor was inundated with citizens of King's Landing who had come to witness the event. However, the most exhilarated were the refugees from the Riverlands, for their loathed executioner, Amory Lorch, was to face a temporary tribunal. At Colin's insistence, Eddard Stark presided over the trial. Standing beneath the statue of the father, Amory Lorch, you stand accused by Sir Colin Raven of participating in the massacre of at least 75 civilians in the Riverlands, including infants. Do you plead guilty? With his right hand severed, Amory Lorch knelt upon the stone steps, gazing into the multitude of eyes that yearned to rend him apart. This brutal executioner displayed a rare glimpse of vulnerability. "I do not." "No." As he attempted to defend himself, Ned summoned a witness from the Riverlands, a man named Kleber. "I am a worker from the Bellflower Mill." This demon, accompanied by his inhumane subordinates, hanged our miller, Lossie, from the windmill, simply to see if, after witnessing Lossie's corpulent body swinging, the windmill could still turn. After several witnesses were called forth, their testimonies made it abundantly clear to Amory Lorch what fate awaited him, as beads of sweat trickled down his pale face onto the marble steps. I demand trial by combat." In his desperation, Amory Lorch hoarsely called for a trial by combat, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Trial by combat is a right bestowed by the Seven upon all, and Ned acquiesced to Amory's request. However, as a disabled individual with a severed hand, Amory could not participate in the combat himself. Thus, he was permitted to select a champion. Colin, as the accuser, entered the arena unarmed, which provided Amory with a glimmer of hope. Amory scanned the crowd, seeking a champion to represent him, but was met with indifference. Suddenly, he recalled a fellow inmate. "I choose Jaime Lannister as my champion." The mention of this name stirred the crowd. Soon, Jaime was brought forth from the dungeons, clearly having fared well during his imprisonment, his beard neatly groomed. Upon hearing the entreaty of Amory Lorch, he pondered for a moment before consenting to serve as his champion. Despite his disdain for the Mad Dog, he recognized that Lorch was a vassal of the Lannisters. A squire presented him with a sword, and as he flexed his wrist and stepped into the jousting arena, he was taken aback to find Sir Colin waiting for him unarmed. "Where is your sword?" he inquired. "I require no sword to deliver a fair judgment for Lord Amory Lorch," Colin replied. Upon hearing this, Jaime cast his sword to the ground in defiance. "Then let us stand here and compare the sharpness of our gazes." The crowd erupted in astonishment at his gesture of throwing away his weapon. Those unable to discern the situation mistakenly believed he had surrendered, and cheers erupted from the throngs. Ned noticed the tournament had reached an impasse and approached to counsel the two. Reluctantly, Colin acquiesced to the use of weapons. At that moment, a little girl emerged from behind Ned, offering a diminutive sword to Colin. "Use mine, Sir Colin. I believe you will surely prevail." As he held the tiny blade, memories surged within him, revealing how he had unknowingly altered the fates of many. Chapter 15. Stannis, Colin, and Jaime Lannister stood at opposite ends of the arena, both unarmored. With Jaime exuding caution, he took several steps to the side, seeking a suitable angle for attack, while Colin remained still, observing him intently. Finding no openings to exploit, Jaime advanced, leveraging the length of his weapon to strike at Colin from outside his reach. Colin's sewing needle sword was slender, barely longer than half a conventional longsword. Directly confronting Jaime's powerful strikes would be unwise. Even with Colin's superior strength, the blade could be shattered. Although confident he could defeat Jaime unarmed, he feared that should his weapon break, the uninformed crowd might perceive it as a defeat. He sidestepped Jaime's downward slash, ducked beneath a horizontal cut, and delivered a swift kick to Jaime's midsection, causing him to stagger back as the first round concluded. Flexing his wrist, Jaime recalibrated his attack, lowering his sword for another assault. Yet, despite his utmost effort, Colin remained just beyond the reach of his blade. Water Dancer, Arya Stark, who had been watching, gasped in astonishment as she recognized the style Colin employed, one she herself had studied. At the sound of the girl's exclamation, Colin smiled broadly. Having had his fill of evasion, he decided to engage. As Jaime pressed forward in pursuit of Colin, who had evaded his strikes, Colin expertly struck the hilt of Jaime's sword, disarming him with a powerful blow. In an instant, the tip of Colin's sewing needle was poised against Jaime's throat, with Jaime conceding defeat. Amory Lorch's pallid visage slumped against the stone steps, while the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The guards dragged the incapacitated Lorch to the square, laying him beside the bodies of the fallen monks and nuns who had met their tragic demise by the river. The blood that stains the sacred church square can only be cleansed by the blood of the guilty. Ned, wielding the frostblade, approached Amory Lorch's side. By the witness of the 7 gods, you are judged guilty. Do you have any final words? I waited in silence, observing that Amory Lorch had lost the capacity for speech. Ned shook his head slightly and, with a swift motion, wielded the frostblade to sever his head. The spurting blood incited fervor among the citizens, and the refugees from the Riverlands shed tears of vengeance. In the wake of the trial, the reorganization of the Riverland refugees proceeded remarkably well, and the city garrison expanded to 8,000 men. The remnants of yesterday's battle were still visible on the walls, while the siege tower abandoned by the Lannisters lay charred to charcoal by the Golden Cloaks. Outside, the Lannister encampment was heavy with gloom. The soldiers remained mired in the ashes of their defeat, the faint wails of the wounded casting a pall over the stillness. Within the tent of Duke Tywin, his family gathered. His eldest daughter, Cersei, had arrived from Casterly Rock with Joffrey, expecting to be greeted by the Iron Throne of King's Landing, only to be met with the news of Jaime's capture and battle. Also present was a diminutive dwarf, Tywin's third son, Tyrion Lannister, who had just arrived from the Wall. I suggest we retreat, ransom my foolish brother, and hold the territory we have taken in the Riverlands, allowing Renly and Stannis to contend with each other first, Tyrion stated. Seated on a chair, his feet barely touching the ground, his head disproportionately large as he downed cup after cup of wine. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Joffrey interrupted sharply. We cannot retreat. I am the king of King's Landing. At that moment, Joffrey had lost the brash confidence he displayed in the throne room. Yet his hysteria was ingrained in his very being. Duke Tywin, his gaze fixed on the letters spread across the table, lifted his head at Joffrey's outburst. Anyone who loudly proclaims, I am king, can never be a true ruler. Confronted with Ned's conditions, Duke Tywin found himself in a state of indecision, while Kevin seized the opportunity to bolster the army and stockpile wildfire. This rare moment of tranquility was shattered by news. Renly, leading 15,000 cavalry to Storm's End, had agreed to confront Stannis the following day. However, that very night, he was assassinated in his tent. Most of the 15,000 cavalry under his command were vassals of Storm's End. Thus, upon Renly's death, they surrendered to Stannis Baratheon. Only a handful of knights from the Reach, led by Loras Tyrell, managed to escape Storm's End. Stannis, now accompanied by the 15,000 cavalry, advanced toward King's Landing, leaving behind his 5,000 infantry and fleet to continue besieging Storm's End. Lord Balon Tully, commanding the combined forces of Storm's End and the Reach infantry, halted with his tens of thousands of soldiers on Rose Avenue after purging a number of individuals through iron-fisted measures. When Duke Tywin received the news, Stannis' cavalry had already reached the Kingswood. This ultimately solidified Duke Tywin's resolve, leading the Lannister forces to lift the siege and retreat along the Gold Road to the Westerlands. At the docks outside the mud gate of King's Landing, a gathering of the small council members, led by Ned, awaited the arrival of Stannis Baratheon. Across the broad Blackwater River, the royal fleet was assisting Stannis's forces in their crossing. As the boats reached the shore, Stannis Baratheon was the first to disembark, followed closely by a lady clad in red, her skin as pale as snow. True to the rumors, despite the crown being within reach, not a trace of joy adorned his visage. Although merely 36 years of age, he was already left with just a ring of black hair, and the tension in his lips combined with his stern gaze led one to ponder if he had come to King's Landing for a funeral. Lord Ned was the first to greet him. Their acquaintance was not only long-standing but forged through the fires of war. During the War of Usurper, Stannis had been besieged in Storm's End for an entire year, ultimately liberated by Ned's commanding forces. However, it appeared Stannis harbored little warmth toward Ned, merely nodding in acknowledgement before departing the docks with his entourage. He seemed disinclined to appreciate the man who had aided him in claiming the Iron Throne. Colin and Varys lingered at the back of the gathering, observing Stannis's demeanor with curiosity. Varys elucidated Colin's puzzlement, recounting how, during the War of Usurper, Stannis had occupied the bulk of the Riverlands forces at Storm's End, yet afterward, King Robert had shown no gratitude for his sacrifices. Instead, he lavishly praised Lord Ned for the rescue of Storm's End. Following the demise of Lord Jon Arryn, Stannis had sought the position of Hand of the King, but ultimately, as one knows, King Robert had journeyed far to the north to summon Lord Ned to King's Landing for that very role. With a shrug, Colin reflected on the intricacies of the matter, apprehensive that King's Landing might soon be embroiled in yet another storm. Chapter 16. The Small Council 3 days later. All members of the Small Council had assembled for the meeting, yet Ned delayed its commencement. It was not until Colin had drained an entire jug of wine that the guards finally swung open the chamber's grand door, revealing Stannis accompanied by the lady in red who had disembarked with him. The assembly rose to greet Stannis, and Ned attempted to offer the seat of honor to him, but was stayed by Stannis's hand. Until I am crowned, I remain merely the Duke of Dragonstone and the Master of Ships. You shall preside over this council. With that, Stannis pulled out a chair for the lady in red. Melisandre is my personal advisor and shall join me in this council. A hush fell over the room. Whispers of the happenings on Dragonstone had reached every ear. A priest of the Lord of Light, adorned in red robes, had seduced Stannis into forsaking the faith of the Seven, embracing the allure of the Lord of Light. It must be Melisandre. Fortunately, the faith on the continent of Westeros is relatively liberal, and the populace does not reject the followers of the Lord of Light. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ned commenced today's council meeting, primarily focusing on strategies to confront the forces of Highgarden and address the matters concerning Jaime Lannister, Janos Slynt, Petyr Baelish, and Lord Varys. Please, Varys, enlighten us regarding the current status of the Highgarden army. The portly Varys, leaning back in his chair with his hands tucked away, straightened slightly upon Ned's inquiry. A raven has arrived. Lord Lancel Tyrell retreated with the forces of Highgarden back to the Riverlands yesterday. This news elicited a collective sigh of relief from the assembly. However, my friend informs me that the Lannisters have visited Ser Loras Tyrell. Stannis, who had remained silent until now, displayed a flicker of distaste at the mention of Ser Loras's name. After deliberating on the situation with Highgarden, the council turned its attention to the fates of the 3 prisoners. We cannot release Jaime Lannister. As long as he remains imprisoned, Lord Tywin will be deterred from igniting another war, Colin suggested. As for Janos Slynt and Petyr Baelish, let them don black cloaks and serve as Night's Watch at the Wall. The others nodded in agreement, though Stannis voiced his dissent. Jaime Lannister has insulted the Baratheons. He has turned my brother into a jest. He cannot simply be allowed to escape unscathed. Janos Slynt, that greedy worm, if I ascend to the throne, his loss will extend beyond mere position. Upon Stannis's declaration, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, Ned rapped the table. Since there exists division, let us vote. Regarding Jaime Lannister's fate, who supports Colin? Ned, Colin, and Ser Barristan raised their hands, while Stannis and Varys remained still. 3-2. Jaime Lannister would continue to languish in the dungeons of the Red Keep. And what of Janos Slynt? Those in favor of Colin, please raise your hands. This time, only Colin's hand was raised. Janos Slynt was but a minor player, and the others were reluctant to embarrass Stannis. Consequently, Janos Slynt was sentenced to death. Once the discussions concluded, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Varys rose to pour a drink for Melisandre, but when he approached Stannis, the latter waved off his gesture. I have one more matter to address, Stannis stated, prompting Colin to lower his goblet in surprise. I wish to transform the great September of Baelor into a sanctuary for the Lord of Light. I do not desire the priests of the Seven to crown me." Upon uttering these words, the smiles of the assembly faded. The faith of the Seven remains the predominant belief of most Undulls. Should the king of the Undulls forsake this faith, how could his subjects ever support him? Moreover, the great September of Baelor stands as the epicenter of the faith of the Seven, serving as the residence of the High Septon. Undoubtedly, such remarks would create a tempest in the recently tranquil King's Landing. Even Ned, who held faith in the old gods, had to concede that this notion was indeed preposterous. And thus he cautioned, "My lord, this may provoke considerable discontent among the citizens of King's Landing, just as a lion disregards the thoughts of sheep. Lord Stannis is the prophesied prince, the beacon of light destined to rescue Westeros from the grasp of ancient evils. The people of King's Landing should harbor gratitude." Melisandre fixed her gaze upon Ned, delivering a response on behalf of Stannis, which once again plunged the small council into silence. Ultimately, the council disbanded in discord, each member departing the Red Keep with their own contemplations. That very night, news of the proposed reconstruction of the Great September of Baelor ignited a fervor throughout King's Landing. As the heart of the faith of the Seven, countless citizens erupted in curses against Stannis, deeming him unworthy to be the king of the Undulls. Within the Sept, the High Septon urgently convened the church's hierarchy to deliberate on the appropriate response. King's Landing, having only just regained its composure, found itself ensnared in yet another tempest. As public opinion intensified, with the church's tacit approval, zealous devotees encircled the Red Keep. The lords of the small council were accosted by these fervent followers, who demanded their stance on the reconstruction of the Great September. On this day, Colin was training soldiers at the barracks in Shoemaker's Square when a servant of Stannis sought him out. "Lord Stannis wishes to see you." "Indeed, my lord." Without further thought, Colin followed the servant to Stannis's residence in King's Landing. Upon arrival, they found the estate besieged by outraged devotees, who vociferously cursed Stannis, demanding he and his mistress return to Dragonstone and cease their attempts to desecrate the sacred Great September. It was only through the efforts of the 100 guards brought by Stannis that order was barely maintained, preventing the frenzied worshippers from storming the estate. In the small garden on the second floor of the residence, Colin encountered Stannis and Melisandre seated beneath the vines. "My lord Stannis," Colin said, offering a slight bow to express his respect for the future king. Stannis did not rise, but merely rapped the table, signaling Colin to take a seat. Once seated, a servant presented a cup, and Melisandre gracefully approached Colin with a wine jug, saying, "I have heard of your deeds, and have prayed to the Lord of Light for insight into your fate. Yet, no matter how I strive, your future remains elusive in the flames. Colin, warrior beyond destiny." Melisandre regarded Colin with keen interest, personally filling his cup. The delicate fragrance wafting near his nose and the alabaster skin before him made Colin feel somewhat drowsy. "My lord Stannis, have you summoned me for a particular purpose?" This time, Stannis did not allow Melisandre to speak on his behalf. Instead, he voiced his demands with a voice as unyielding as iron. "I wish for you to dispatch the gold cloaks to suppress the zealous worshippers in the city." Chapter 17. The Judgment of Justice. Colin's hand, reaching for the goblet, halted mid-air as he cast a bewildered glance at Stannis, questioning whether he had misheard. "My lord, this may not be a wise course of action. I am the head of House Baratheon, the heir to the Iron Throne, the master of this city. They are questioning the rule of Baratheon. They are merely safeguarding their faith." In the face of Stannis's stormy demeanor, akin to a tempest at sea, Colin remained resolute. Yet, Stannis fell silent for a moment, contemplating Colin's rebuttal. "Tell me your choice, Sir Colin." "I beg your pardon, my lord, but my duty is to protect King's Landing, not to destroy it." As Colin exited Stannis's residence, he lamented the goblet of wine he had yet to taste, struggling to break through the encirclement of the worshippers. Colin returned to the military camp, flanked by his guards. Along the way, he encountered clusters of the Seven's devotees, while the gold cloaks, under Colin's signal, allowed the citizens of King's Landing to vent their anger. The gathering of worshippers incited a chain reaction throughout the city, as citizens abandoned their work, rendering the city like a rusted machine, ensnared in a state of dysfunction. That evening, in the barracks of Shoemaker's Square, Colin furrowed his brow as he shoved a mouthful of excessively salty porridge into his mouth, for the cook had hastened to join the assembly of the Seven. With great difficulty, he washed down his dinner with wine, barely having time to lament the brewing storm when a guard knocked upon his door. "What is it? The worshippers have surrounded Lord Stannis' residence with weapons?" "Yes, my lord, there may be hundreds of them." A sense of foreboding washed over Colin, as the citizens of King's Landing still possessed many weapons previously distributed by the Dornish. Without a moment to don his armor, Colin promptly summoned his guards and made haste to Stannis' abode. The streets of King's Landing were more lively at night than during the day, with numerous worshippers brandishing torches, marching alongside Colin in the same direction. Fortunately, they had not yet lost their senses. Upon sighting Colin's mounted guard, they quickly cleared the path. By the time Colin arrived outside Stannis' residence, a throng of over 1,000 devotees had gathered, many wielding weapons and exhibiting fervent emotions. "Punish the murderer! Hand over the murderer!" Amidst the chaotic clamoring, Colin dismounted with his guards, laboriously pushing through the fervent worshippers to reach the entrance of the residence. At the doorway stood a tall, gaunt old monk, raising his arm and shouting furiously at Stannis' guards, a remarkable feat for such a slender frame. What in the world has transpired? The worshippers recognized Colin, as if he were a beacon of hope, and they swiftly surrounded him, each eager to voice their concerns. The cacophony of voices proved quite a headache for Colin, but fortunately, the old monk held considerable sway. As he raised his hand, the crowd promptly quieted. "Lord Colin, please administer justice for the faithful of the Seven." The old monk gripped Colin's hand tightly. What transpired? The guards of Stannis, the minions of the other, ruthlessly slaughtered a devoted believer of the Seven. As the surrounding faithful retreated, Colin noticed a lifeless body lying on the ground. A sword was embedded in the corpse, its hilt adorned with a foxhead pommel. Colin recognized the weapon at once. It had previously hung at the waist of a young squire serving Lord Stannis. At that moment, Ned arrived with his guards, and upon his arrival, the faithful became agitated, beseeching him to seek justice. Upon seeing Colin, Ned nodded slightly before directing his gaze towards the corpse. "This sword may belong to one of Lord Stannis' attendants," Colin whispered as he crouched beside Ned. With a stern expression, Ned remained silent, drawing the sword from the body and raising it high. "In the name of the regent and the protector of the realm, I assure you that justice shall be served. I implore you to remain calm. We have shed enough blood." With that, Ned turned and strode towards Stannis' residence. His guards wished to follow, but they were halted by Stannis' sentinels. Ned restrained his enraged guards and entered alone, sword in hand. Colin stood at the entrance, soothing the faithful, his keen hearing allowing him to faintly discern the sounds of dispute within the estate. After a lengthy interval, a weary Ned emerged from the residence, sword in hand. Observing the hopeful gazes of the faithful, Ned managed a strained smile. "Tomorrow, in the throne room, we shall hold the trial of Lune Florent." The faithful erupted in fervent cheers, and amidst the resounding applause, Ned departed with his guards. After enduring a protracted night, Colin finally enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Glancing at the rotund chef standing before him with a reserved demeanor, Colin jested, "May the Seven bless me, for at least I have not been deprived of breakfast." After the meal, Colin, assisted by his attendants, donned his armor and led his mounted guard towards the Red Keep to participate in the trial. As they approached the Red Keep, it seemed as if all of King's Landing had gathered there, with the streets bustling, leaving only a narrow passageway in the center. Despite the throngs of people, the only sound to be heard was the rhythmic clatter of hooves upon the stone. The crowd maintained a solemn demeanor, and as Colin passed by, he beheld countless eyes yearning for justice. The once spacious Red Keep was now teeming with nearly all the nobles of King's Landing eligible to partake in the trial. The attendants of the nobles filled the expansive courtyard, the stench of horse manure forcing Colin to cover his nose and mouth. The guards pushed open the grand doors of the throne room, revealing two distinct groups of people standing on either side of the hall. After bowing to Ned seated upon the iron throne, Colin was taken aback to discover a portly cleric adorned with a crystal crown sitting beside it. Ned addressed Colin's bewilderment, introducing the figure as the earthly representative of the seven gods, the Archbishop of the Faith. After slightly inclining his head in respect, Colin retreated to the left side of the hall, where the majority of the noblemen of King's Landing, devoted followers of the Seven, welcomed him warmly. In stark contrast to this vibrant atmosphere was the camp of Stannis on the right side of the hall, comprising only a dozen individuals, primarily those who had converted to the worship of the Lord of Light during Stannis' time on Dragonstone. Stannis stood at the forefront of his supporters, exchanging glances with Colin before averting his gaze. However, The Red Woman, Melisandre, offered Colin a friendly nod. As the church bells tolled, a solemn silence enveloped the assembly. The guards secured the hall's doors, preventing any disruptions to this sacred trial. The central figure of this trial, a youthful squire, was brought forth by the guards. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a long tunic emblazoned with the fiery heart sigil of the Lord of Light, the cuffs stained with blood. Remnants of a restless night evident in his faint dark circles. Chapter 18. The Trial of the Seven Gods. Today, we gather in the heart of the kingdom. In this hallowed hall, to adjudicate the case of Runi Florin, accused of the murder of Keshbarlan. Let us cast aside our biases, set aside our differing beliefs and positions, and ensure that our words and actions are just, as the scales of justice are upheld. Ned's solemn proclamation marked the commencement of the trial, as the plaintiff, Keshbarlan, and the defendant, Runi Florin, were escorted before the Iron Throne. Runi Florin, you stand accused by Keshbarlan of murdering his father, Keshbarlan, the proprietor of the Honey and Bear Tavern. 13 citizens of King's Landing have witnessed your transgressions and are prepared to testify, having sworn before the Father that their words are true. Do you admit to the crime of murdering Keshbarlan? Ned, leaning upon his greatsword ice, gazed sternly into Runi Florin's eyes. Runi Florin, unable to meet Ned's piercing gaze, timidly glanced toward the right side of the hall, trembling as he uttered, I request trial by combat. Let the divine determine my fate. Colin noted this detail, following Runi's line of sight to meet Melisandre's gaze in the air. Before Colin could ponder further, the left side of the hall erupted in a cacophony of shock, as the nobles had not anticipated Runi Florin's request for trial by combat without any defense. Yet, trial by combat was a sacred tradition, and although Runi's action raised suspicions of evasion, Ned found himself unable to refuse. Thus, after consulting with the Archbishop of the Faith, Ned acquiesced to Runi Florin's request. A sacred and solemn trial concluded hastily, and after the persuasion of the High Septon, Ned agreed to hold the duel in the square of the Great September of Baelor. Considering the plaintiff was a commoner and in need of a champion, he set the duel for 2 days hence. The faithful of King's Landing brimmed with confidence regarding the impending duel, as countless knights congregated outside the Honey and Bear Tavern, attempting to persuade the plaintiff's son to select them as his champion. Ultimately, the honor fell to Ser Darnell of Dorne, recommended by the High Septon. This duel transcended a mere pursuit of justice. In the eyes of the faithful, it had evolved into a conflict between the Seven and the Lord of Light. However, all adherents of the Seven firmly believed that at the heart of their faith, the knight chosen by the High Septon would inevitably prevail. Within the barracks, a group of officers from Dorne approached Colin. Do you wish to oversee the duty for tomorrow's duel? Although it was unlikely, Colin couldn't help but speculate whether these individuals were preparing to rally for their compatriots' victory. Indeed, my lord, Ser Darnell possesses exceptional swordsmanship and noble character. When the Lannisters ravaged Dorne, he led the resistance, and he is also a devout follower of the Seven, having escorted the bodies of the slain priests to King's Landing. Colin found it impossible to refuse their expectations and adjusted the duty roster for the duel. Time slipped away in silent anticipation. On the following morning, as the church bells chimed, throngs of King's Landing citizens poured from their homes toward the square of the Great September. There, hundreds of gold-cloaked soldiers had already taken their posts, leaving a space in the center of the square designated for the duel. However, even before the gold cloaks, Ser Darnell of Dorne, representing the plaintiff, had arrived. His hair was unkempt, and his beard untamed. Clad in armor and cradling his helmet, he knelt on one knee, sword planted before him, at the feet of the Father. A closer inspection revealed morning dew glistening upon his armor. As the sun ascended, the citizens of King's Landing converged like rivulets into a vast ocean, gradually filling the expansive square to capacity. The second toll of the bell echoed, and Ned, accompanied by members of the Royal Council, arrived at the square. The sight of Ned, clad in formal attire, elicited a roar of enthusiasm from the populace. Shortly thereafter, the High Septon emerged from the Great September, accompanied by the church's hierarchy. Despite the High Septon's corpulence and the whispers of corruption that circulated among the citizens, they greeted him with fervent cheers. With the judge and plaintiff present, the crowd awaited the arrival of the defendant, Stannis, who had not yet appeared. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and some fervent followers even called out Ned's title, hoping he would declare the plaintiff victorious outright. Finally, just before the third toll of the bell, Stannis and his entourage rode into the square. Stannis surveyed the crowd with an impassive expression, as his steed let out a loud snort and, in front of thousands of followers of the Seven, relieved itself. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disdainful shouts, this time not in cheer, but in curses directed at Stannis. Yet, none of this seemed to affect the man. He calmly proceeded to the judge's seat with his entourage. Exchanging glances with Ned on the elevated judgment platform, devoid of any pleasantries, Ned promptly announced the entrance of the duelists. The defendant, Renly Baratheon, appeared to be in much better spirits, donning armor like Ser Darnell, though his was draped with a cloak bearing the fiery heart sigil of the Lord of Light. As Ser Darnell, sword in one hand and shield in the other, entered the dueling grounds, Renly knelt before the Red Priestess, Melisandre, resting on his sword. She closed her eyes and murmured incantations, her solemn prayers awing the followers of the Seven, rendering them momentarily silent, with none daring to urge Renly forward. A miraculous scene unfolded when Melisandre opened her eyes. Flames erupted from the long sword held by the kneeling Renly. Bowing his head devoutly, Renly received Melisandre's solemn blessing as she placed her hand upon him, proclaiming, "Long is the night, dark and perilous. Bright is the day, flourishing and abundant." Renly responded with fervent prayers, filled with unwavering confidence as he approached the dueling arena. The followers of the Seven were likewise struck by this spectacle, causing a stir among them, with some even kneeling in fear. On the platform, the nobles murmured amongst themselves, prompting Ned to call for silence. Observing the awestruck followers of the Seven, Colin signaled the gold cloaks to maintain order. The gold cloaks, armed with long spears, rhythmically struck the marble ground, the resonating clangs snapping the faithful back to attention. As calm gradually returned to the square, Ned nodded slightly to Colin and declared the duel to commence. Within the dueling grounds, both knights were prepared. Unlike Ser Darnell, Renly carried only his long sword, the flames dancing upon it in stilling trepidation. Ser Darnell launched the first assault, his sword slicing fiercely toward Renly. Renly parried left and right, his novice swordsmanship eliciting triumphant cheers from the followers of the Seven. Chapter 19. Wrath unleashed. Another powerful strike forced Renly to kneel, struggling to withstand Ser Darnell's relentless assault. The onlookers anticipated another decisive blow from Ser Darnell to secure victory. But unexpectedly, he retreated several steps, forsaking the chance for triumph. A collective sigh arose from the crowd of followers. Yet Colin's keen eye discerned something amiss with Ser Darnell's sword. The steel blade appeared slightly bent. Renly noticed this detail as well, and a spark of hope ignited within him, prompting him to take the initiative and launch an offensive. The sword, enveloped in flames, relentlessly struck down, as Renly Florin resembled an inept blacksmith, gradually transforming Ser Darnell's blade into mere scrap metal. By the time the followers of the Seven Gods discerned the unfolding calamity, Ser Darnell had already succumbed to a significant disadvantage due to his weapon. Yet, none dared to accuse the adversary of wielding an unfair weapon. Even the most heretical deities possess a dignity that mere mortals cannot tarnish. In that moment, the iron shield that adorned Ser Darnell's left arm was cleaved in twain, and the fiery blade seared his arm through the plate armor. The devotees of the Seven were engulfed in silence as Ser Darnell, after enduring several rounds of combat, ultimately had his sword severed in half. Disarmed, he closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Renly Florin, his face alight with exhilaration, pressed the blade against Ser Darnell's chest, his shifting gaze betraying the tumult within as he grappled with a decision. Witnessing Ser Darnell's defeat, many followers wept silently, while some cried out in desperation, "Spare him!" Yet in the next heartbeat, the flaming sword, reflecting Renly Florin's contorted visage, pierced Ser Darnell's neck. The anguished wails of the faithful echoed across the square, as Ned, with a pallid countenance, proclaimed Renly Florin's innocence. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Stannis mounted his steed, his expression unperturbed, as if this victory bore little significance. After Stannis and his entourage departed, the square remained steeped in a heavy atmosphere. The followers of the Seven dried their tears, moving silently towards the lifeless body of Ser Darnell. They hoisted him aloft, the armored corpse moving through the surging tide of devotees, arriving at the feet of the stranger. In hushed reverence, they prayed for the stranger to shield this valiant martyr and grant his soul passage to the realm beyond death. Once all was concluded, Colin, burdened with sorrow, rode back to the encampment, leading the gold cloaks. The officers from the Riverlands followed closely behind, and even beneath their visored helmets. Colin could sense the fury simmering beneath their armor. 2 days later, tranquility returned to the city as the citizens resumed their daily toil. Yet, in the streets, an unnameable weight seemed to linger in the gaze of the people. That night, aided by wine, Colin drifted into a deep slumber, only to be awakened in the early hours by an unexpected visitor. "My Lord Stannis?" Colin, clad in a nightgown, opened the door to find Stannis, bloodied and disheveled, standing on his threshold. The tranquility that once characterized Stannis had vanished. His labored breaths signified a struggle to contain his wrath. "The mob has attacked my residence. Dozens of valiant warriors, who conquered the seas, have perished in vain." Colin realized that disaster loomed. The fragile stability had been shattered, and Stannis's formidable army lay encamped outside the city, making it difficult to fathom the actions he might take in his fury. Moreover, the attack on Baelish in his own city could not absolve Commander Colin of his responsibilities. Hastily arriving at the main hall of the barracks, Stannis's surviving subordinates had gathered there, including the Red Priestess Melisandre. Upon seeing Colin's entrance, the guards could hardly conceal the ire in their eyes. Colin's face was ashen, and he remained silent. As the commander of the garrison, he had received no word of such a significant event occurring within the city. Had it not been for the victims seeking him out, he might have continued to sleep until dawn. Noticing that Leo and the golden-robed officers were also assembled in the hall, Colin suppressed his fury and approached them. "Who was responsible for the watch at Lord Stannis's residence tonight?" It was Ramsay who answered Colin's inquiry. "Where is he?" As dawn broke, Colin, accompanied by the golden-robed men bearing torches, arrived at Stannis's estate. The entrance was strewn with corpses and a hefty wooden stake, presumably used to breach the door, lay discarded nearby. Entering the estate, the once beautiful garden was now littered with bodies, most of them common citizens clad in simple garments, with a few armored guards of Stannis among them. Colin's gaze fell upon a familiar face amidst the heap. Ramsay, a golden-robed officer from the Riverlands. A sword had pierced Ramsay's throat. Had he not shed his armor, that blow would not have claimed his life. Gently closing Ramsay's eyes, Colin, expressionless, proceeded into the main building of the estate. There were even more bodies within the main hall. The unarmed citizens of King's Landing had to sacrifice 10 lives to slay a single guard of Stannis. Almost all the furniture had been reduced to splinters, and the pooled blood from the fallen formed gruesome puddles on the floor. Ronifer, who had recently won the trial by combat, lay dead here, his body riddled with wounds. His attire emblazoned with the sigil of the King of Light, now torn to tatters. Crossing the main hall to the backyard, a path of extinguished embers bisected the area, revealing a gaping hole in the wall beyond. In the aftermath, it was reported that 327 citizens of King's Landing had perished at Stannis's residence, along with 47 of his guards. At the urgent council meeting, the oppressive atmosphere rendered even the usually composed Varys tense and upright. Stannis, no longer the epitome of calm, displayed fury akin to a storm brewing at sea. "Arrest all those involved in the attack and punish the negligent golden robes," he declared coldly, articulating his demands without a trace of emotion. "Let this matter conclude here, Lord Stannis," Ned said, concern etched in his gaze as he looked at Stannis. Since Stannis's arrival in King's Landing, the city felt akin to a volatile wildfire, prompting Ned to question the righteousness of his steadfastness. "I did not forgive Loras when he betrayed me, nor will I now," Stannis replied, shifting his focus to Colin, as all awaited his response. "Thus it came to an end. The citizens had vented their wrath, yet you remain the sovereign king." Colin fell silent for a moment, shaking his head in refusal to Stannis. Stannis, his expression taut and veins bulging, restrained himself in silence for a considerable time before declaring, "The rule of the Baratheons shall not be challenged." After the meeting adjourned, Stannis stormed out, leaving the attendees in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 20. A day in Colin's life upon returning to the military camp from the Red Keep. Colin was informed by the city gate guards that Stannis had departed the King's Gate with a retinue of several dozen guards. This news aroused Colin's vigilance, prompting him to immediately arrange for the gold cloaks to bolster the gate's defenses. Stannis's army was encamped not far from the King's Gate, and given Stannis's obstinacy, it was not inconceivable that he would muster his forces to assault his own city. The following morning, an unexpected visitor arrived to see Colin. The visitor was tall and slender, clad solely in a simple, unadorned woolen robe. It was the old monk who had sought justice from Colin that night before Stannis' gate. Colin, taken aback upon seeing him, inquired about his purpose. The old monk gazed calmly into Colin's eyes and stated his intent. I wish to invite you to the funeral of Bishop Balon. After a moment of contemplation, Colin nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to summon a servant to prepare horses, the old monk raised his hand to stop him. My lord, one must stand upon the ground to hear the voices of the faithful. Reluctantly, Colin acquiesced and followed the old monk on foot to the cemetery. Despite the sparse white hair that fringed the old monk's head, he walked with a firm step, exhibiting none of the frailty typically associated with old age. As they traversed the streets, many approached to greet him, with devout followers reverently kissing the back of his hand. Sensing Colin's confusion, the old monk elucidated. I have journeyed throughout the kingdom, visiting even the most remote villages, where the glory of the Seven had yet to reach. In villages of merely dozens, I have named newborns and solemnized the unions of young couples. The people praise the Seven and extol my deeds. Upon mentioning this, the old monk lifted his foot, prompting Colin to notice that he was barefoot, his soles calloused and worn, evoking a sense of respect. The two made their way through the fetid, muddy alleys until they reached the cemetery, where a gathering had already assembled at the entrance. Upon sighting the old monk, the crowd moved forward. Praise be unto you, exclaimed the leader, Shay Barlin, the new master of honey and bear, whom Colin had encountered previously in the throne room. Upon seeing the old monk accompanied by an unfamiliar figure who bore no semblance of a monk, the people appeared puzzled, yet the old monk offered no explanations. The crowd surrounded the old monk as they entered the cemetery, where several somber sisters clad in gray stood vigil at the grave of the deceased. The devout followers of the Seven must pause for 7 days before burial, and the silent sisters were tasked with preparing the body for the funeral. By removing the viscera and draining the blood, the herbs were employed to mask the foul stench of decay. Upon the arrival of the venerable old monk, the silent sisters bowed in respect before retreating from the gravesite. Once everyone had gathered at the graveside, the old monk began to pray for the departed. His voice, though not loud, resonated with emotions and strength capable of touching even the most frigid of hearts. Faint sobs arose from the crowd, moving Colin deeply. As the funeral concluded, attendees placed their fresh or artificial flowers before the gravestone, one by one kissing the back of the old monk's hand before departing the cemetery. On the way back, Colin bid farewell to the old monk in Eel Alley, as the latter was to officiate a wedding for a newlywed couple. Upon returning to the barracks alone, an unexpected guest awaited Colin. Lord Varys? Colin was taken aback. Although they had collaborated harmoniously during the court meetings and Varys often provided him with wine, this was the first time he had come to visit directly. I heard Lord Stannis has left King's Landing? Varys' keen awareness of current affairs was no secret, and Colin did not deny it. After a brief silence, Varys' expression turned grave. We both know what kind of man Lord Stannis is. If you do not reinforce the city gates, it would merely be a normal adjustment. Seeing Colin feign ignorance, Varys sighed. We cannot allow Stannis to enter King's Landing with the rough knights freshly returned from the battlefield. It would spell disaster for the citizens. Countless followers, who fled in mercy, would be dragged from their homes by soldiers, and even the gold cloaks on duty that night would not escape death. Do you know what Stannis did on Dragonstone? They crucified the living and burned them alive to appease their god. Varys' tone grew increasingly severe, and Colin could no longer remain indifferent. Even if I could halt him this time, once he is crowned, no one shall be able to stop him again. We shall do what we can, and leave the rest to the judgment of the Seven. After their discussion, Colin escorted Varys out of the barracks. After taking a few steps, Varys suddenly turned. By the way, I heard the High Sparrow sought you out today. Be cautious. Those who have nothing are content with poverty. No one can reproach them. But when power is within reach and one still chooses poverty, what is it that they truly seek? That night, Colin surprisingly abstained from wine, having dinner before retiring early to bed. At dawn, when the guards arrived, Colin was already donned in his armor. My lord, the gates report that Lord Stannis' banner has appeared outside King's Landing. He had ultimately arrived. Colin sighed inwardly. The mounted cavalry assembled, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberating through the streets of King's Landing. Curious citizens peered from beneath eaves and lofts to witness the menacing procession, quietly apprehensive about when these tumultuous times would come to an end. On the city walls, officers clad in golden robes gathered. Below, Stannis' emissary was knocking at the gates. While not far away, Stannis' grand army stood in formation. Upon the arrival of Colin, the officers ceased their quarrels and turned to him, awaiting his decision. Colin, with a composed demeanor, approached the battlements and gazed down at the envoy. The envoy, upon spotting Colin, called out loudly, "Commander, your king awaits your command to open the city gates. Please inform Lord Stannis that he and his retinue may enter the city, but no other soldiers shall pass." "Lord Colin, do you intend to forsake your oath and raise your sword against your king?" The envoy continued. "Lord Stannis may be king in name, but not yet in truth." Upon hearing Colin's thunderous retort, the envoy fell momentarily silent. "Is this merely your perspective? Do the loyal guards of the king share your sentiment?" The golden-robed officers remained mute, and seeing the lack of response, the envoy turned his horse back to Stannis' formation. At the forefront of Stannis' assembly, he appeared formidable in his armor, with the Red Woman, Melisandre, riding a white horse beside him. After relaying the message to Stannis, the air turned heavy with gloom. "Dismount! Dismount!" the standard-bearer bellowed, conveying Stannis' command. The knights swiftly dismounted to follow Stannis. Simultaneously, Colin descended from the walls, leading his armored cavalry into formation within the city gates. Chapter 21. Coronation and Departure. Stannis, accompanied by his knights, gathered outside the city gates. The golden-robed sentinels received Colin's command, sheathing their bows and turning the gates' hinges. With a creaking of gears, the gates of the king's entrance slowly opened before their sovereign. Melisandre grasped Stannis' arm as he approached, shaking her head. "The Lord of Light has greater plans for you." Stannis regarded Melisandre for a moment before resolutely advancing towards the gates. As Colin emerged to stand before Stannis, the latter remained silent, casting his sword to the ground before lunging a fist at Colin. Stannis' knights, too, discarded their weapons, rushing towards the gates with empty hands and shouts. Colin's armored cavalry, unwilling to yield, immediately cast aside their arms and surged forward. In the recently rain-soaked mud, the knights, adorned in gleaming armor, resembled feisty children at play, rolling about in the mire. When Ned arrived at the gates, he beheld thousands of knights sprawled in the mud. The battle nearing its conclusion, with only Colin and a knight from Wind's Rest still standing. This Wind's Rest knight, robust in stature, wore oversized armor, having felled several armored cavalry with his iron fists. However, his misfortune lay in encountering Colin. As soon as they clashed, Colin struck him in the abdomen, prompting the knight to heave his breakfast onto the ground. Tragically, he wore a visored helm, and the contents nearly suffocated the poor soul within. After a farcical episode, Stannis returned to King's Landing with 300 guards. At his request, the small council hastened the preparations for the coronation ceremony. Within mere days, a ceremony of rather modest proportions was held in the throne room of the Red Keep. In fact, Stannis' guards outnumbered the guests, and many noblemen who revered the Seven did not attend. The Red Priestess Melisandre personally placed the thorny crown upon Stannis' head. The nobles from Dragonstone clapped vigorously, yet the sparse applause echoed painfully in the vast hall. Once the coronation concluded, Stannis convened the small council, taking the seat of honor. Before Stannis could speak, Ser Colin voluntarily resigned from his position as the commander of the guard. Stannis exhibited no emotion and subsequently appointed his loyal confidant, Ser Davos Seaworth, as the new commander of the city guard. Likewise, Ned Stark also resigned from his position as Hand of the King during the meeting, to which Stannis made no effort to dissuade him, announcing that Ned would no longer serve as regent or warden of the North. The following morning, Ser Davos promptly arrived at the military camp to assume his duties. Ser Colin gathered all the gold-cloaked officers to announce Stannis' new appointments, and then led his mounted guard away from the camp. If there was anything Colin would miss about King's Landing, it would be the rotund chef, whose culinary skills were unmatched in Colin's experience. The guard departed from the camp at Shoemaker's Square, traversing half the city to the northeast Dragon Gate. The bustling scene at Dragon Gate bore no evidence of past battles. It was here that Colin had ambushed the Lannister soldiers seeking to seize the city, capturing the infamous executioner, Amory Lorch. A group of unexpected individuals awaited him at the city gate. Colin. It was Arya Stark, waving from atop her small horse. Ned Stark and his two daughters, Arya and Sansa, were preparing to return to the north, accompanied by warriors from the north. Ruffling Arya's hair, Colin couldn't help but wonder why Lord Ned was in such a hurry to leave. "Like you, I wish to see no more of Stannis' sour visage." Colin chuckled at Ned's uncharacteristically light-hearted remark. I wonder if Stannis maintains that solemnity even in bed. Lady Sansa Stark, overhearing Colin's crude jest, looked on with disapproval. After bidding farewell to the Stark family, Colin noticed Varys and Ser Balon Swan standing behind Ned. Varys expressed his surprise at how swiftly this day had arrived. "We shall do what we can, leaving the rest to the judgment of the Seven." Colin returned the sentiment, and the two shared a knowing smile. "Lord Bollistan, I have never seen you without your white cloak," Colin greeted Sir Bollistan with a smile. Although both had been members of the Royal Council, their private interactions had been scarce, making Colin pleasantly surprised by his presence. "I am no longer a member of the Kingsguard," Sir Bollistan said with a hint of melancholy. Revealing this unexpected news to Colin, Ned and Varys, who stood nearby, seemed already aware, their smiles fading in response. Stannis disbanded the Kingsguard. He believes that the 7 members are a tradition of the 7 gods, not of the Lord of Light. Colin found himself at a loss for how to console this venerable man, who had devoted his life to the Kingsguard, embodying the true spirit of a white-cloaked knight. "What are your plans?" Colin inquired politely. "If possible, I would like to accompany you for a while," Sir Bollistan replied, suppressing his emotions and articulating his intentions. This caught Colin off guard, yet he felt it would be impolite to decline. Thus, Ned, Colin, and Sir Bollistan united and exited through the Dragon Gate. Among them, Colin's contingent was the largest, boasting nearly 350 armored cavalry and 100 infantry serving as attendants. In contrast, Ned had only 50 Northmen accompanying him, while Sir Bollistan traveled alone. As they passed through the city gates, the gold-cloaked guards recognized Colin and offered their prayers to the 7 gods in his honor. Shortly after leaving the city, Colin encountered a group of civilians resting by the roadside, among whom was a familiar figure, the old Septon referred to by Varys as the Great Sparrow. "Where are you headed?" Colin signaled for his entourage to proceed, dismounting to approach the Great Sparrow. "To a place that requires my presence," the Great Sparrow replied. At that moment, he remained untouched by the madness of power, and his devout faith inspired Colin's respect. However, recalling Varys's warning, he restrained his impulse to invite the man to his lands, bowing instead and leaving behind a few golden dragons before departing. As they resumed their journey, just before the sight of King's Landing faded from view, Colin turned in his saddle to glance back at the city. This brief sojourn to King's Landing had been filled with myriad tales. The narrative of the realm had been thrown into disarray, and the future remained uncertain. Yet, being unceremoniously expelled by Stannis instilled within Colin a silent vow. He would never again be a mere worker. Chapter 22. The Little Kite Castle. The procession traveled north along King S Road, reaching Colin's domain, Kite Castle, within half a day. At Colin's invitation, Ned and his companions accompanied him to Kite Castle as guests. Upon arriving at the village entrance, a massive wolf suddenly charged forth, prompting the guards to draw their swords in readiness. Colin leapt off his horse and rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the head of the direwolf. "Ha, Nimriia. You've grown so much." It was indeed Nimriia, the ice wolf Colin had left in the castle before his departure. After a long separation and under the care of the hunter, Nimriia had become noticeably plumper. "Nimriia?" A small girl's voice called from behind Colin. It was Arya Stark. Upon hearing the familiar name, Nimriia extricated her head from Colin's embrace to gaze at Arya. "Is it truly you, Nimriia?" Arya Stark covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "Do you know my wolf?" Colin feigned curiosity. "She is my wolf," Arya Stark sobbed. At that moment, Ned approached, observing the massive form of Nimriia. As a Stark, whose sigil was the ice wolf, he recognized her instantly, connecting the name with his daughter's reaction. He quickly surmised that this was likely the little ice wolf Arya had let escape in the Riverlands. After this brief interlude, the group proceeded into the village. The villagers, having heard of Colin's recent exploits in King's Landing, gathered along the roadside to cheer and pay their respects. Colin called the flustered village leader, John, forward. "Why are you standing there so awkwardly? Have the villagers prepare a meal for us, and we'll settle the expenses when we return to the castle." Due to the castle's limited capacity, Colin allowed the guard some freedom and took only his guests back to the castle. At the castle entrance, Colin's hunter, Carlo, along with Nimriia's companions, a line of several large gray wolves, awaited to greet him. "My lord." Carlo, much like Nimriia, appeared somewhat plump, indicating that while Colin had endured hardships in King's Landing, everyone else seemed to be faring well. That evening, Colin hosted a banquet in the castle's main hall for Ned and the others. The feast primarily consisted of dried game and cheese made by the villagers, but thankfully, Carlo had just hunted a deer, and Colin personally roasted it, sparing the banquet from being too meager. Arya Stark sat at the end of the long table, with Nimriia crouched beside her, as food was stealthily transferred from the table to the wolf's mouth by Arya's little hands. Colin looked at Ned and the others with a hint of apology. Winterfell is quite small. There's simply isn't much to offer. Ned took a hearty bite of the venison. If you had ventured to the north, you would not think so. During winter, we sometimes have to hide in the cellar. And some elders, in an effort to conserve food, step outside their homes and never return. The next morning, Colin bid farewell to Ned and his party at the village entrance. Arya Stark, her eyes slightly red, hugged Nimriia. Nimriia, come with me. However, Nimriia nudged Arya gently and stepped to Colin's side. It appears that Nimriia has acclimatized to life in the south. After bidding farewell to Ned and his entourage, Colin returned to the castle with Ser Bollistan, sensing that the latter had something on his mind. In the vast, empty hall of the castle's main building, Colin poured himself a glass of wine, while Ser Bollistan abstained from alcohol. Ser, you may speak freely now, Colin encouraged. A flicker of struggle crossed Ser Bollistan's face. I have served as a Kingsguard for 3 monarchs, yet I possess neither land nor offspring, and even the gold dragons in my pocket were bestowed upon me by Varys. So what? I have nowhere to go aside from the Kingsguard. And Bollistan hesitated momentarily. Varys has informed me that the last scion of House Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen, requires my assistance. I wish to invite you to accompany me. You have already offended all the Baratheons in Westeros. Why not join me in restoring Daenerys to her rightful throne? Colin fell silent, contemplating his future since leaving King's Landing. Last night, Ned's veiled suggestions indicated that he could venture to the north, where he might at least acquire a substantial fief. However, the north is bitterly cold. Entry is easy, yet exit proves difficult. The northern warriors under Ned still donned chainmail and leather caps, while the Lannister soldiers were clad in plate and armor. Yet, if he were to shun the north, there were no other places in Westeros where he could stake his claim. Returning home, the Vale is a stable little kingdom. But the pie has already been divided. The Riverlands might be an option, yet the Lannister influence remains strong, and the former lords of the Riverlands, House Tully, may not welcome him. The Westerlands are the ancestral home of the Lannisters, and while Ser Loras's homeland, the Reach, could have been a choice. Colin had heard before leaving King's Landing that Margaery Tyrell was already en route to wed Joffrey. As for Dorne, if Colin were to venture there, he would surely receive a warm welcome, for he had slain the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, who was responsible for the death of Princess Elia Martell, sister of Prince Doran, the ruler of Dorne. Yet, in Dorne, he would likely find himself reduced to a mere knight, as the pie there, like in the Vale, had already been divided. Westeros is vast, yet devoid of opportunities for a war opportunist like Colin. Thus, after some contemplation, Colin resolved to accept Ser Bollistan's invitation. However, he did not genuinely intend to seek refuge with Daenerys Targaryen. Her forces might not be as numerous as his own. Colin's true ambition was to seize one of the 3 principal cities of Slaver's Bay, Astapor, before the Dragon Queen could claim it. Astapor is renowned for its unsullied, who obey only the one holding the finger of the harpy. If Colin could grasp the harpy's finger, he would command an army of 8,000 unsullied. With such a force, Colin harbored confidence in unifying Slaver's Bay. Excellent. Ser Bollistan observed Colin's silence, his expression darkening. To his astonishment, Colin agreed, bringing him immense joy. Before departing from King's Landing, Varys informed me that a ship from Pentos would dock in the town of Evening Vale in 3 days, and he had made all the necessary arrangements for us. Upon our arrival in Pentos, the governor, Illyrio Mopatus, would extend his assistance. With the decision to proceed to Pentos made, Colin resumed his bustling activities after a brief pause. He unloaded the supplies from the cart only to reload them once more, before assigning Carlo and a handful of soldiers to remain at the castle to tend to the wolves. After all, the thick fur of Nimriia was ill-suited for survival in the arid oasis of Slave Bay. Thus, after just 2 days of lively activity, the fortress bid farewell to its master. Chapter 23. Evening Vale. Guided by a local, Colin's party traversed the wilderness, arriving near the town of Robies, a small settlement on a hillside that served as one of King's Landing's vital granaries. From a distance, Colin cast a glance at the town before stepping onto the road leading to Evening Vale, under the watchful eyes of the castle guards. The path from Roby's to Evening Vale was lined with apple orchards and barley fields, the muddy road marked by the tracks of busy flatbed carts. As they neared Evening Vale, the cobbled road curved towards the coast, extending between limestone hills into the distance. The fortress perched on the coastal cliffs spotted Colin's large entourage early on, and several horsemen, bearing flags, galloped forth from the castle. Upon the approach of these riders, Colin and his party came to a halt. "This is the domain of the Likes family. May I inquire about your purpose here? I am Sir Colin Raven, preparing to set sail from the port of Evening Vale. Kindly inform Count Like of my arrival." One of the horsemen rode back to relay the message while the others remained in place. Shortly, a knight accompanied by several cavalrymen emerged from the castle. "Lord Colin, Count Like awaits your presence at Brown Castle." The Lord of Evening Vale was Count Riverly Like, a devout follower of the Seven who had not attended Stannis' coronation in King's Landing, thus coinciding with Colin's visit. After arranging for the soldiers to rest in the town below, Colin, alongside Sir Stan, proceeded to pay his respects to Count Like at Brown Castle. As a significant port town by the narrow sea, Evening Vale's lordly castle stood as a formidable fortress, its square structure complemented by a massive round tower capable of withstanding threats from both land and sea. My Lord Colin, Count Like awaited him at the castle entrance, flanked by his attendants. Colin had previously encountered him only once in the throne room, recalling him as a stout man adorned with 3 rings on his left hand. "May the Father bless you, Count Like." After exchanging pleasantries, Count Like invited Colin and his companions into Brown Castle. Within the main hall, the warm sunlight streaming in from the sea illuminated the room through stained glass depicting the Seven, casting a serene glow upon all present. Seated in the prime position, Lord Lake let out a sigh. "I have heard that His Majesty Stannis has relieved you of your command of the capital's garrison. Indeed, Sir Davos has taken my position." The Onion Knight Davos. "He once conducted business with me, and now he has ascended to such heights in the kingdom. In my view, your absence is undoubtedly a loss for His Majesty Stannis." Colin, patiently enduring the idle chatter of the corpulent nobleman, finally articulated his purpose after draining a jug of wine. "My Lord Colin, I wish for my youngest son, Rogers Lake, to become your squire." "Oh," Colin inquired, somewhat intrigued. "However, I am about to depart Westeros, and it is uncertain whether I shall return." Lord Lake lowered his gaze, fiddling with his ring. "To be candid, it was I who helped Lord Varys secure his ship. Upon seeing Lord Baelish in your company, I surmised you were destined for significant endeavors. Alas, I am merely a pitiable fat man, left to hope that my son may forge his own path." That evening, Colin and Sir Baelish lodged in the guest chambers of Brown Castle, where Sir Baelish recounted the tale. The town of Twilight Vale was not always the domain of the Lake family. It was only after the former lord, Count Dennis Darklyn, imprisoned King Aerys II that the tides turned. I infiltrated Brown Castle alone to rescue Aerys, resulting in the obliteration of House Darklyn, and thus House Lake inherited Twilight Vale. The following day, as Colin departed Brown Castle, he found himself accompanied by Rogers Lake, a youth of 15 or 16, clad in armor and wielding a long sword prepared by his father, cast out to seek his fortune, an expected rite of passage for a younger son of Westerosi nobility. Upon arriving in Twilight Vale, Colin sought out his warriors at the town's grandest inn, the Seven Swords Tavern. The establishment towered 4 stories high, towering over the surrounding buildings. Above the entrance, a single iron nail bore 7 small wooden swords, their white paint flaking away under the ravages of time. These swords symbolized the 7 knights of House Darklyn who once donned the white robes of the Kingsguard, a distinction unmatched by any other family across Westeros. Inside the tavern's hall, travelers and docked sailors reveled in merriment. Sir Baelish guided Colin to the tavern's proprietor. "Is the captain of the Leaf ship present?" "Yes, he arrived before dawn." "See those sailors? They are the drunken lot from his crew." With the captain of the Leaf ship inebriated and incapacitated, Colin found himself wandering the town in patient idleness. "Are there any amusements to be found in Twilight Vale?" Colin queried, glancing at his dutiful squire, Rogers Lake, who trailed behind him. "Amusements? I have only visited the town's arena, which is always filled with laughter and joy during festivals." Observing the sullen demeanor of his squire, Colin shook his head. "The streets of Twilight Vale are paved with shells and fine reddish sand. The houses here do not predominantly feature marble like those in King's Landing. Instead, they are constructed from bricks mixed with reddish sand, resembling diminutive red fortresses from a distance." Additionally, numerous aged wooden houses precariously sway under the caress of the sea breeze. Continuing along the main thoroughfare, one encounters a bridge connecting to the rocky peninsula to the south, upon which the port of Twilight Vale is situated. This rocky peninsula shelters the moored vessels from the tempests of the narrow sea, and in proximity lies a renowned agricultural region where ships from the free cities, such as Bravos and Loreth, frequently arrive to transport onions, bell peppers, apples, and other crops. Colin resolved his midday meal at the fish market in the port, where fresh shellfish and oysters awaited. However, the locals of Twilight Vale preferred to toss these seafood delicacies into a large pot to stew with onions and cabbage, while only the seafarers from distant oceans relished them raw. Upon returning to the Seven Swords Inn in the afternoon, Colin entered to find Sir Stan seated with an old sailor boasting an enormous, crimson nose. This old sailor sported a hairstyle akin to Stannis, with short, sparse hair on the sides and a bald crown. Most striking was his nose. Colin had never encountered such a large and red nose that it eclipsed all other features in his memory. Approaching the two, Sir Stan introduced him. "This is Captain Franco of the Maple Leaf. Just call me Red Nose. You're not my crew, so there's no need for captain, and you're not my son, so no need for my name." As Captain Franco spoke, he did not cease to grip his flask, his squinting eyes following the movements of the inn's serving maid without ever lifting his gaze to Colin. Observing his demeanor, Colin began to feel apprehensive about his inaugural maritime voyage. Chapter 24. The Maple Leaf. The following dawn, just as the church bells tolled, Colin stood at the bow of the Maple Leaf, ready to set sail. In the dead of night, Red Nose had caused quite a commotion at the Seven Swords Inn, rousing his sailors from their slumber with vigorous knocks at their doors. Was this his first departure from home? Colin's new attendant, Rogers, silently gazed at the castle atop the cliff, where, as the sun ascended, the walls of the red fortress glimmered ever more vividly in the sunlight. "Indeed, my lord. During this time aboard, you may learn from Sir Stan how to become a true knight." Colin turned to see sailors on deck operating the sails with urgency, while Captain Red Nose stood at the helm, warmly greeting a sailor's family member. Navigating through the tangled ropes and bustling crew, Colin found Sir Stan alongside Captain Red Nose. "How long do you think it will take us to reach Pentos?" Colin inquired. "Perhaps a month." Red Nose responded to Colin's question. "A month? I once heard that it takes just over a week to journey from King's Landing to Pentos. The cursed autumn has arrived, bringing with it the tempestuous storms of the narrow sea, mirroring the tempestuous temperament of Veronica, who is prone to sudden fits of rage." Veronica? Regardless, if we wish to avoid plunging into the depths to feed the fish, we must navigate along the coastline of Westeros, reaching Dorne and then taking the Stone Steps Islands to evade the storms en route to Essos. To accommodate your presence, at least half of the cargo hold is empty. Damn it. Lunch consisted of a piece of stale bread, a bowl of stew, and an apple, as esteemed guests aboard the ship. Colin and Sir Stan were additionally provided with a small bottle of rum, while the crew only received their share of rum during the evening meal. Colin swiftly downed 2 bottles of rum, causing the red-nosed captain to widen his eyes. "Damn it. Are you in a rush to meet the mother? This is strong liquor." Surprisingly, the ship's provisions were rather good. Colin flipped the rum bottle and then fixated on the bottle in the red-nosed captain's grasp. The captain shielded the rum beneath his grimy coat. "Each time we approach the port, we procure fresh provisions, but once they spoil, we are left with only salted meats and dried vegetables." In the afternoon, the Leaf sailed to the throat of Blackwater Bay, with Stannis' domain, Dragonstone, not far off to the left. Dragonstone was originally constructed by the Valyrians, its castle and towers sculpted from rock by Valyrian magic, resembling a colossal dragon, hence its name. Standing at the bow, the black dragon atop the castle appeared as though it might take flight at any moment, leaving all who beheld it in awe of the marvels and might of Valyrian civilization. Once the ship exited Blackwater Bay, it turned southward, the sailors adjusting the sails as the red-nosed captain entrusted the helm to the helmsman. The idle sailors, accustomed to the sea's vistas, retreated into the hold, leaving only Colin and his companions to curiously survey their surroundings on the deck. After days of ceaseless sailing, the Leaf finally arrived at Rainhouse in Storm's End. The red-nosed captain decided to anchor here for a day, as Colin's warriors were feeling quite ill, and the lower deck was permeated with a noxious odor. On deck, the captain called out to Colin, who was preparing to disembark. "Hey, Colin, your lads have certainly increased my sailor's workload. Tonight at the tavern, drinks are on me. Descending the gangway of the Leaf onto a small connecting boat, Colin noticed a few armored knights, pale and weary, leaning against the ship's railing, their spirits visibly dampened upon seeing him. As the small boat approached the dock, the vendors atop the bridge eagerly began hawking their wares. "Gentlemen, behold my apples. So fresh and delectable." More numerous than the vendors were the alluring courtesans, who, before the boat had even stabilized, rushed to entice the sailors. Escaping the throng of courtesans in a flurry, Colin wiped his forehead, which bore no sweat. The quaint town of Rainy Dock was not large. Yet the Maple Leaf had nearly purchased all the fresh produce from the vendors. As night fell, numerous sailors on leave congregated at the tavern. Colin honored his promise by purchasing a gold dragon to treat everyone to drinks. The sound of jovial laughter resonated through several nearby streets when, suddenly, the tavern door was violently kicked open, and a group of disheveled soldiers entered. Upon seeing the crowd, particularly the armed cavalry in the corner, the soldiers' haughty expressions softened considerably. After taking their seats, the soldiers cast disdainful glances at the sailors. One soldier, his arm bound in bandages, complained, "Those damned sailors ought to be dealt with." Curiosity piqued by the bloodstains on the soldier's attire, Colin approached the tavern owner, who was busy wiping the counter, and inquired further, "Those ruffians? They are merely the result of a monster's rampage. Not long ago, a merchant returned from the east with a beast, intending to showcase it at a castle in the mountains, only to be expelled by the countess. Subsequently, the creature escaped into the nearby woods, causing great distress among the villagers. The lord penalized the merchant heavily and dispatched soldiers to hunt down the beast." Intrigued by the mention of the monster, Colin stepped forward to address the soldiers. "I've heard tales of a creature causing havoc of late." The soldiers, noting Colin's fine garments, speculated that he was of noble standing and tempered their coarse language, though they remained reluctant to engage with him, as they only heeded the commands of Lord Wilder. "I shall cover the cost of tonight's drinks. I merely wish to hear the tale of this monster." With the offer of hospitality, the atmosphere lightened, and the soldiers made room for him, beginning to recount the story. "The creature is known as a serpent lizard, larger than a lion. We were tasked with capturing it. Yet it inflicted injuries upon several of our men, and one unfortunate soul was bitten and succumbed to poison." "What of the knights at the castle?" Colin inquired, curious as to why such a task fell to the town's militia. "The knights are all off fighting for Lord Mond in the war against Belartian." The following day, a storm brewed over the narrow sea, prompting Captain Rednose to decide to anchor for another day until the tempest passed. In casual conversation, Colin learned from Captain Rednose that a living serpent lizard could fetch hundreds of gold dragons at the Pentos arena. As the elite reveled in watching such a beast tear apart men or other creatures. Moreover, the creature possessed various utilities. Its venom, when administered in precise quantities, could embolden even the most timid individual to confront a lion. Its blood, when smeared on cooked meats, emitted an irresistibly enticing aroma, driving warm-blooded creatures into a frenzy. Since departing from King's Landing, Colin's purse had been steadily diminishing. The daily expenses for a retinue of hundreds saw gold dragons slipping away like water. Thus, upon hearing of the potential worth of the massive serpent lizard, Colin donned his armor and, armed with a war hammer, set forth alone from the town. Chapter 25. The Serpent Lizard Night. A tempest swept across the peninsula where Rainhouse City was situated, unleashing a torrential downpour. Colin ventured forth from the town, braving the elements along a mountain path to locate the small village the soldiers had mentioned, nestled within a hollow of the hills. The village comprised merely 20 or 30 wooden structures. Colin knocked upon the door of the largest cabin. "Are you here to hunt a monster?" Informed of his purpose by the elder who answered the door, Colin was graciously invited inside. The homes in this village were built on stilts, elevated over a meter above ground, allowing them to remain dry amidst the frequent rains of the mountainous terrain. The wooden steps creaked under Colin's heavy footsteps as he entered. A fire pit flickered within, around which the elder's family gathered. After the elder relayed Colin's intent to his family, his son eagerly volunteered, "Once the rain subsides, I can guide you to it." During their idle chatter while waiting for the storm to pass, Colin learned that the serpent lizard had been feasting upon the village's poultry. The Lord's soldiers had visited several times but failed to capture the beast, instead taking away the remaining fowl. If they could not ensnare the creature, they contemplated relocating to the town, a grueling prospect, yet preferable to living in constant fear. As the afternoon wore on, the rain gradually ceased. And under the guidance of the elder's son, Colin ventured into the depths of the dense forest in search of the serpent lizard's trail. This creature, known for its remarkable patience, blended seamlessly into the rainforest with its dark green skin, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Many unsuspecting animals had fallen victim to its venomous strike. To lure this fierce predator, the elder's son produced the last remaining hen. The two of them, accompanied by a hunting dog, searched the rainforest, the freshly drenched earth yielding to Colin's heavy armored steps, creating deep impressions. At last, the anguished cries of the hen caught the attention of the hunting serpent lizard, and the sound of rustling branches alerted the dog. Amidst the barking, Colin unfastened his war hammer from his back, and the true form of the serpent lizard was finally revealed before them. It was a creature exceeding 4 meters in length, with a tail resembling that of a serpent dominating more than half of its body. 8 claw-like limbs supported its massive frame, which extended over 15 meters, and its body was adorned with fist-sized dark green scales. Its head bore resemblance to an eagle crown, complete with a formidable beak. "Step aside," Colin commanded, raising his warhammer to meet the serpent lizard's piercing gaze. Its eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Colin, who stood between it and the hen. In a sudden rush, the creature lunged forward. Calculating his angle, Colin aimed a crushing blow at the approaching beast, only to be astonished as its agile head deftly evaded the strike. In retaliation, its colossal beak lunged toward Colin's chest. Colin managed to deflect the attack with his arm armor, though the sturdy material was punctured, leaving a small hole, yet it had not fully penetrated. What a formidable foe! The serpent lizard, having not tasted the flavor of flesh, intended to circumvent the ironclad man. However, Colin denied it the opportunity, swiftly wrapping his arms around its neck. The heavy form of the serpent lizard was hurled to the ground by Colin, its 8-clawed feet desperately kicking against the earth, yet proving powerless against Colin behind it. For over half an hour, the struggle between man and beast wreaked havoc on the surrounding vegetation, exposing the earth beneath. After several exhausting blows, the weary serpent lizard finally settled down. Colin bound its jaws with the rope he had brought, the remaining length entwined around its chicken-like feet, secured in his own grasp. Should it attempt to flee, the tug of the rope would unbalance it. The young man who accompanied Colin stood trembling beside him, clutching the hunting dog. His gaze towards Colin filled with reverence. Upon returning to the small village, Colin tossed a few silver deer coins to the young man who had guided them. And amidst the villagers' expressions of gratitude, he made his way back to the port town. The guards stationed in the town were taken aback upon seeing Colin leading the serpent lizard, their disbelief palpable. Colin recognized one of the soldiers from the previous night's revelry and chuckled, "Now your lord shall no longer allow you to wander into the mountains." On the way back, Colin noted that the serpent lizard had become considerably more docile after being subdued. It showed no inclination to escape. This inspired Colin with a thought. After all, the serpent lizard had struggled with over 200 kilograms of weight for more than half an hour, demonstrating remarkable endurance and strength. Thus, Colin led the serpent lizard to the town's blacksmith shop. Upon the approach of the beast, the busy blacksmith raised his hammer in alarm. "Blacksmith, I wish to craft a saddle for it. Can you manage that?" Colin inquired. The blacksmith was momentarily stunned by the request, but, upon seeing Colin produce several silver deer coins, he readily accepted the commission. 2 hours later, the serpent lizard was adorned with a saddle, the seat firmly affixed to its back, reins dangling from its neck, while a specially designed muzzle encased its formidable beak. As Colin rode the serpent lizard back to the dock, startled merchants scattered in all directions. The red-nosed captain, just returning from the tavern, dropped his bottle in astonishment upon seeing Colin atop the serpent lizard. "Holy Mother, have I drunk too much?" he exclaimed, on the small boat that had come to assist. The red-nosed captain sat disdainfully at the stern, while the sailors, perched uncomfortably on the gunwales, struggled to navigate back to the Maple Leaf. Upon seeing the high sides of the Maple Leaf, Colin found himself in a predicament. Perhaps sensing Colin's dilemma, the serpent lizard called out a few times and, with its claws, began to ascend the suspended ladder. To Colin's astonishment, he loosened the reins, and the serpent lizard adeptly climbed the ladder. What in the world? The red-nosed captain nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. As Colin and his companions ascended the ladder, the serpent lizard settled on the deck, remaining still, which brought Colin a sense of relief. Curious sailors, upon observing a serpent lizard unconfined by a cage and adorned with a saddle, eagerly emerged from their corners, clamoring to admire this extraordinary creature. In the evening, Colin confined the serpent lizard to the transformed stable of the warehouse, which caused the surrounding horses to neigh in terror. Reluctantly, Colin had to tether the serpent lizard to the mast on the deck, and its manner of feeding revealed to Colin the ferocity of this creature. A piece of raw meat was tossed to it, and its enormous beak shredded the flesh into fragments in mere moments. The serpent lizard's disturbance of the horses, along with its formidable beak, inspired Colin with a new strategy. In Essos, one cannot evade the Dothraki, and the Dothraki tribes, who are inherently cavalry, reside among horses. If a means to counter cavalry could be discovered, it would grant a significant advantage when confronting the Dothraki in the future. The following morning, the sky was cloudless, as if yesterday's storm had been but a dream. The Maple Leaf set sail from the harbor of Rainhouse, embarking once more on the journey to Pentos. Chapter 26. The welcome of the Stepstone Isles. After departing from Rainhouse, Captain Rednose retracted his usual cordial greetings to the crew and stood at the helm, relentlessly vigilant. By evening, the Maple Leaf dropped anchor in the vast expanse of the sea. "Why are we not moving?" Colin inquired, approaching Captain Rednose, who was poring over nautical charts in the captain's cabin. "We are quite close to the Stepstone Isles, where pirates favor raiding merchant vessels under the cover of night. Then why anchor in the open sea instead of closer to the shore? On this route, distinguishing between civilians and pirates is nearly impossible. You might find that as soon as you anchor, someone could alert the pirates. We are currently anchored far from the shipping lanes, where we can sleep soundly." After a tranquil night, Colin felt a tinge of disappointment. Captain Rednose once again navigated the ship back into the shipping lanes. Due to the autumn season, nearly all vessels from Westeros heading to Essos chose to pass through the Stepstone Isles, resulting in a congested route, with other ships appearing intermittently. After a day of smooth sailing, as the sun dipped nearly parallel to the vessel, the Maple Leaf entered the chain of the Stepstone Isles, finally free from the tempestuous waters of the narrow sea. Just as Colin anticipated yet another serene day, Captain Rednose summoned him to the helm. "Prepare your men for battle. We are being pursued." "Pirates?" "Indeed, though they are masquerading as an ordinary merchant ship. They have been tailing us for several hours, and even as I veered off course, they remained on our trail." Colin accepted the spyglass handed to him by the captain and, following the captain's instructions, confirmed the presence of a merchant ship flying the Dornish banner in pursuit. "What are your plans?" Colin inquired, excitement flickering across his face. "We cannot proceed any further. There are surely more pirate vessels awaiting us ahead. There is a small island nearby where I once replenished freshwater supplies, utilizing the coastline of the island as a shield." The two devised a plan to ambush the pursuing vessels when they lost track of their quarry. Upon concluding their strategy, Colin returned to the cabin to summon the warriors for assembly. The soldiers, now acclimated to life at sea, swiftly donned their armor, brandished their shields and steel blades, and lined up menacingly along both sides of the cabin. Hearing the commotion, Sir Balliston and Rogers emerged, fully equipped, and upon observing the inquisitive gazes of their companions, Colin revealed the plan devised by Captain Rednose. Before long, under Captain Rednose's command, the ship Maple Leaf unfurled its sails and set course for the southern island, while the merchant ship Dawn followed suit, raising its sails in pursuit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Maple Leaf approached an unnamed isle. Navigating along the island's perimeter, the ship vanished behind verdant foliage after passing a prominent cape. The pirate ship, now bereft of the Maple Leaf's trail, hastily followed, fearing the escape of their prize. However, as the pirate vessel rounded the cape, they were met by the formidable presence of the battle-ready Maple Leaf, stationed at the turn. The sailors of the Maple Leaf initiated the first wave of attack with bows and crossbows, and several pirates fell, caught off guard on deck. The scent of blood ignited the pirates' ferocity, and as the two ships sailed parallel, the pirates cast grappling hooks in preparation for a boarding assault. Due to the limited space on the Maple Leaf's deck and the absence of ranged weaponry among the armored cavalry, Colin dispatched a mere 50 men to defend the ship. The pirate vessel, considerably smaller than the Maple Leaf, had a bulwark that was several meters lower. As the pirates ascended the rope ladders, braving the rain of arrows, they were met with the blinding gleam of armored cavalry reflected in the firelight. The pirates left aboard their ship, witnessing the silence of their comrades who had climbed aboard to seize the Maple Leaf, were immediately engulfed in uncertainty. At that moment, A monstrous creature scaled the rope ladder onto the pirate ship, scattering the pirates gathered at the bulwark, its massive beak mercilessly tearing through the unfortunate souls. Colin, standing on the rail of the maple leaf, observed without pity as the serpent lizard brutally dispatched the pirates aboard their vessel. Among the dozens of pirates who had boarded upon receiving 100 golden dragons from Colin, Captain Rednose graciously relinquished his claim to the ship known as the Breaker and lent Colin 20 sailors to navigate the vessel. Additionally, Colin dispatched 50 armored cavalrymen as garrison soldiers for the Breaker. From the captured pirates, Colin learned that 3 pirate ships were pursuing them. Regrettably, Captain Rednose declined Colin's fishing proposal. The 2 ships traversed the archipelago of the Stepstones, a region once known as the Arm of Dorne some 12,000 years prior. The Arm of Dorne connected the continents of Westeros and Essos, through which the earliest settlers crossed from Essos into Westeros. Subsequently, these settlers engaged in fierce warfare with the indigenous children of the forest, leading to the invocation of a formidable magic known as the Hammer of the Waters by the Green Seers among the forest's children. This powerful magic shattered the Arm of Dorne, resulting in the formation of the present-day Stepstones. A week later, the 2 ships emerged from the chain of the Stepstones, arriving at the Essos stronghold of Tyrosh. Tyrosh is one of the 9 free trade cities, renowned for its vibrant commercial atmosphere, where merchants are esteemed above warriors. The city boasts towering walls, wide enough at their broadest point to accommodate 10 horses moving abreast, guarded by mercenaries from across the globe. The ruler of Tyrosh, known as the Grand Lord, is elected from among the commercial magnates. Interestingly, the election of the Grand Lord is rife with threats and bribery, a practice deemed legitimate by the Tyroshi, who believe that a candidate unwilling to engage in such corruption is unworthy of governing their city. As the ship Maple Leaf and the Breaker entered the harbor of Tyrosh, the imposing stone walls and towering painted statues instilled a sense of insignificance in all who beheld them. The throngs of people bustling in the port and the numerous buildings stretching to the horizon served as a reminder of the city's prosperity and clamor. Chapter 27. Tyrosh. Colin disembarked with Sir Bollistan and Rogers, accompanied by a translator lent by Captain Rednose, a sailor from Tyrosh. On the docks, the diverse crowd spoke various languages and donned an array of garments, the cacophony of noise enveloping Colin in the rare commercial spirit of Westeros. A small boy, clutching a small wooden crate, approached Colin and his companions. "What is he saying?" Colin inquired of the sailor trailing behind him. "He welcomes us to Tyrosh, but he actually wishes to sell us wine," the sailor shrugged. Observing the few meager clay pots within the boy's crate, Colin's interest piqued, and he promptly purchased 4 bottles, exchanging a silver stag for the modest bounty. "You have overpaid, my lord. The pear brandy sold at the port is twice as expensive as that in the taverns, and a silver stag here holds greater value than the local currency," the sailor lamented, sipping the brandy with a look of regret directed at Colin. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Colin gazed at the sailor with a hint of exasperation. "I am also from Tyros," he remarked. Through a grand archway adorned with intricate carvings of various animals and birds, they finally entered Tyros. The streets were entirely paved with white marble slabs, flanked by an array of bustling vendors, while even the central thoroughfare saw small merchants showcasing their wares, peddling in several languages to passers-by. The young boy who had just sold wine to Colin now stood before a stall, where the vendor handed him several bottles to be placed in an empty wooden crate, a sight that left Colin feeling disheartened. They struggled to push through the throngs, and Sir Bollistan could not help but ask, "How many people inhabit Tyros?" "Perhaps over 200,000, came the reply. "King's Landing boasts 500,000, yet I have never encountered such a crowd," Sir Bollistan remarked in astonishment. Here, slaves were not regarded as human, their numbers exceeding those of free men by more than threefold. The sailor casually shared this grim reality of Tyros, a truth that left the 3 visitors from Westeros momentarily stunned. Due to the reverence of the Seven, Westeros loathed and strictly prohibited the existence of slavery. However, beyond its borders, particularly in Essos, slavery was as commonplace as air. Apart from Bravos, founded by slaves, the other free trade cities thrived upon the countless bones of the subjugated. After this brief interlude, Colin regained his enthusiasm, picking up a gilded horned helmet at a stall along the street, utterly enamored. "Could you inquire about the price?" he requested. "It is worth 3 golden dragons," came the response. After a swift payment, Colin donned the helmet without hesitation. though the combination of his common attire and the gilded helmet appeared somewhat peculiar. He was far from the most eccentric figure on the street. Tyros favored flamboyant colors. Pedestrians not only wore garments of diverse hues, but also sported hair and beards dyed in a myriad of shades. Blues, greens, chestnuts, pinks, purples, scarlets, and vermilions made the scene resemble a grandee house. At that moment, a company of soldiers clad in gilded armor and adorned with rooster helmets parted the crowd as they approached. Who are these soldiers? Colin wondered aloud, noticing the evident awe among the surrounding citizens. They are the rooster guards of the Grand Lord, came the answer. What are they proclaiming? The sailor listened intently for a moment. They are announcing that this year's unyielding tournament is seeking challengers, with the champion set to receive a reward equivalent to 10,000 golden dragons. This revelation piqued the interest of both Colin and Sir Ballystan. Colin for the reward, and Sir Ballystan for his moniker, the Unyielding Ballystan. Please, elaborate on the unyielding tournament, Colin urged. From the sailor, he learned that the so-called unyielding tournament was held in the wake of a slave uprising, occurring every 3 years. Slaves who triumphed in 9 rounds of competition would earn their freedom. This offered the enslaved a glimmer of hope, while simultaneously allowing their masters to rid themselves of the most rebellious among them. The likelihood of achieving 9 consecutive victories is exceedingly slim. The competition is structured as a team event, with no restrictions on the number of participants. However, a larger team only means facing more opponents. The arena proprietor possesses the authority to determine your adversary for the next round. Thus, while you may find yourself contending against a gladiator this round, in the next, you might be pitted against the White Lions from the Dothraki Sea. Eagerly, Colin, accompanied by his companions, pursued a group of the Rooster Guards, expending 3 gold dragons to acquire 3 entry passes. To Colin's astonishment, the typically taciturn Rogers also expressed a desire to compete. The following day, Colin and his companions donned their gear and re-entered Tylosai. Captain Rednose informed them that the Maple Leaf required maintenance in the harbor, encouraging Colin to enjoy himself, but reminded him to concede if he found himself outmatched. Under the guidance of a sailor, the group arrived at the exterior of the Triune God Arena, where the Fearless Competitors Tournament was being held. This circular arena, the largest in Tylosai, was constructed from granite, featuring 4 tiers and accommodating up to 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Upon presenting their passes, the group entered through the participants' corridor, with the sailor permitted to accompany them as a translator. Even through the thick rock, the distant cheers of the crowd could be faintly heard. The collective applause resonated, causing a slight tremor in the stone. Is it true that we cannot use our own armor and weapons? Colin inquired, taken aback. As this contradicted what the sailor had previously mentioned, the sailor awkwardly explained. The clerk mentioned that there had been incidents where inept participants had relinquished their plate armor to the slaves, causing considerable trouble. What about my helmet? Colin glared at the clerk, who was garbed like a boastful jester, frustration boiling within him. After a flurry of murmured exchanges between the sailor and the clerk, it was finally confirmed that the helmet could be retained. Why all this chatter? Colin wondered. He asked where I purchased my helmet, so he would know whom to approach for a refund later. Colin felt somewhat disheartened. It appeared that he and his elderly companion were being underestimated. After shedding their armor, the trio donned the equipment provided by the arena. The protective gear consisted only of a cap and shield, devoid of any armor. However, a variety of weapons was available. Colin selected a 2-handed sword. Sir Ballystan chose a shield and a longsword, while Rogers opted for a shield, a longsword, and a bow. It was a rarity to see a knight wielding a bow, prompting Colin to scrutinize Rogers anew. As the iron gate swung open, the group stepped into the arena, where the fervent crowd and thunderous cheers ignited a rush of adrenaline in everyone who entered. Yet, before their turn to compete, they found themselves in a waiting area, separated from the actual arena by a fence. The expansive arena was currently divided into 9 sections, each hosting its own contest, allowing the audience to observe the battles while also scrutinizing the warriors awaiting their turn. After all, most spectators had placed bets on the arena's wagering system, and each group of competitors was assigned initial odds by authoritative combat experts. Why are these spectators not watching the match? Colin glanced at the audience in the stands, some of whom were shaking their heads at him and his companions, and felt a twinge of confusion. Were they making judgments about the likelihood of victory for his group based on their superficial experiences, merely to decide whether to place their bets on him or his opponent? What were the current odds? 1 to 2. If you wager 1 gold dragon on your own victory, you would win 2 gold dragons, plus the initial round's prize of 10 gold dragons, totaling 13 gold dragons. I have 100 gold dragons with me, and I intend to bet them all on my victory. Colin pulled out his wallet and, with a serious expression, handed it to the somewhat bewildered sailor. Chapter 28. The arena. Colin and his companions did not have to wait long before a rotund man with a tuft of red hair and a barrel-like belly approached them. After a brief exchange, the sailor informed Colin that their turn was coming up next. Have you placed your bets? Yes, due to your substantial wager. The odds have dropped to 1 to 15. With a sharp whistle, the red-haired man opened the gate leading to the arena. As Colin and his companions stepped into the sand-covered arena, 3 slave warriors were already standing inside, eyeing each other from a distance of 20 meters. Unlike Colin and his companions, who had chosen their gear according to personal preference, these 3 slave warriors were outfitted identically with helmets, shoulder guards, shields, and spears, their muscular physiques on display for the audience. The 2 sides exchanged no words. As the starting whistle blew, the slave warriors advanced quickly with their shields raised. Colin did not rush to engage. It was Rogers who first notched an arrow. 3 arrows flew forth. 2 struck shields, while one found its mark in a slave warrior's calf, causing him to collapse to the ground with a cry of pain. Rogers' archery skills impressed both Colin and Sir Balistan. Though Colin found his arrows somewhat insubstantial, they were undoubtedly remarkable among ordinary individuals. Enraged, the injured slave warrior hurled his spear, which Colin deflected with his great sword as he charged at one of the slave warriors, while Sir Balistan confronted another. To manage the odds, Colin engaged in a back-and-forth duel with the slave warrior, eventually severing his spear after several exchanges. Meanwhile, Sir Balistan had deftly withdrawn his sword from his opponent's chest, glancing at the dawdling Colin with a hint of confusion but refraining from intervening. At last, Colin's opponent's shield was shattered from relentless strikes, and with only a dagger remaining, he chose to surrender. The match concluded with one opponent dead and another injured. Upon returning to the waiting area, Colin received 260 gold dragons from the sailor. Here you go, Colin said, tossing a gold dragon to the sailor. When is the next match? Just let the red-haired man know, the sailor replied, flustered but beaming broadly. Soon, Colin's second match arrived. As before, he handed his purse to the sailor. The trio stepped into the arena once more. But this time their opponents were not slave warriors, but a band of mercenaries who had survived the first round. Strewn across the blood-stained sand between the 2 teams were large patches of crimson, tightening the nerves of everyone except Colin. At the sound of the whistle, the first to act were Rogers and the enemy archer. Standing exposed without armor, their duel tested both courage and confidence. Fortunately, Rogers, being younger, loosed his arrow first. His opponent's hand trembled as he released his own, and the result was decisive. The enemy's arrow landed harmlessly at Rogers' feet, while his own found its mark in the archer's throat. With their numbers already reduced, the remaining 3 mercenaries charged. 2 closed in on the seemingly weaker Ser Barristan, while the third, wielding a greatsword, advanced toward Colin. Concerned for the knight's safety, Colin wasted no time. With a swift horizontal slash, he intercepted the blade, stepped forward, and in a fluid reverse motion, severed his foe's spine from behind. No sooner had the first body hit the ground than Ser Barristan concluded his own fight. His 2 adversaries, one armed with a spear, the other with a short sword and shield, stood little chance. The knight carried 2 javelins this time. His first throw shattered the shield, and the second dispatched the spearman. The remaining mercenary, weaponless, had no choice but to surrender, perhaps due to their formidable display, or perhaps because Colin had already cost the arena master hundreds of gold dragons in 2 rounds. Their third match presented an entirely new challenge. When the trio returned to the arena, the corpses had been cleared, the bloodstains buried beneath fresh sand. Before them stood a massive iron cage, inside which a pack of ravenous hyenas stood rigid, their narrowed eyes fixed hungrily upon them. These beasts, hailing from the Dothraki Sea, were far larger than their kin, each standing over a meter tall, with the largest nearly 13 meters in length. Saliva dripped from their jagged maws as they anticipated their next meal. This spectacle of man versus beast drew the full attention of the spectators. In their eyes, 3 men stood no chance against 7 monstrous hyenas. As the crowd's frenzied betting drove the odds against Colin from 1-2 to 1-7, Ser Barristan remarked dryly, "Sword and shield at the ready. Seems you've angered the arena master, sending so many beasts after us." Colin could only sigh. A few hundred gold dragons. And the man already sought his death. Give me the bow, he said, taking it from Rogers and testing its draw weight. Ser Barristan, if you'd watch over Rogers. I'll handle these little beasts. With the next whistle, the iron bars of the cage lifted, and the starving hyenas emerged in a slow, menacing line. The audience in the stands erupted into deafening screams, perceiving Colin and his companions, unarmored, as mere morsels on the hyenas' banquet table. As the proprietor was unwilling to play fair, Colin resolved not to conceal his prowess any longer. With the resonant twang of bowstrings, the hyenas emitted anguished cries. By the time the pack sprinted the 20 meters of sandy terrain to confront Colin, 6 out of 7 hyenas had been struck by arrows. The last, intent on biting, found itself sidestepped by Colin, who deftly yanked its neck with the bowstring, decapitating the beast, which landed heavily in the sand. This spectacle transpired with such swiftness that the audience's jubilant cheers had yet to dissipate before the hyenas lay vanquished. The spectators were left speechless, as if a hand had grasped their throats. In the waiting area, Colin observed as the arena's slaves wheeled over a cart, puzzled, until one slave abruptly unveiled a colorful blanket draped over it. The gleaming gold coins illuminated the stands, igniting a frenzy among the crowd, with many fervent spectators rushing to the edge, waving at Colin. This is 240 gold dragons, the sailor, trembling slightly, stammered, having never before witnessed such an accumulation of wealth. In contrast, Sir Barristan and Rogers appeared unfazed. Rogers, on his first journey away from home, was unaware of the significance of such riches, while Sir Barristan, having accompanied King Robert in his years of excess, witnessed the squandering of millions of gold dragons, leaving behind substantial debts. Thus, this spectacle was trivial to him. Esteemed lord, my master acknowledges your strength and extends an invitation for you to partake in the ultimate challenge. A slave respectfully bowed, delivering the message in the tongue of Westeros on behalf of his master. What is the ultimate challenge? Colin inquired, turning to the still-dazed sailor beside him. What is the ultimate challenge? The sailor hesitated. The ultimate challenge is an insurmountable trial where the challenger must confront threats beyond their capacity alone. Should one miraculously emerge victorious, not only would they receive a substantial reward, but they would also earn the title of honorary citizen of Tyrosh. The last ultimate challenge I witnessed was in my youth, when a mysterious sorcerer from the east faced 20 lions. Ultimately, he killed half of them, only to become the meal for the remaining beasts. A curious smile graced Colin's face. Please convey to your master that I accept his invitation. Before long, the slave returned. My master says on the morning of the 3rd day, when the light of Lawler graces the land, he shall await your arrival. As Colin and his companions emerged from the arena, pushing the cart laden with gold coins along the path back to the ship, they sensed someone trailing them. Sir Barristan astutely detected a lurking figure amongst the crowd behind them. Suddenly, a wagon ahead broke its axle, collapsing in the middle of the road. As all attention diverted to the overturned vehicle, several crossbow bolts whizzed from the crowd behind, targeting Colin at the rear of the procession. The crisp clinking of metal startled the ambushers, revealing that Colin's specially crafted plate armor could deflect crossbow bolts even at close range. Meanwhile, several blade-wielding bandits surged from the carriage ahead. Seeing their crossbows rendered useless, the assailants abandoned reloading and charged forward with swords drawn. Without turning his head, Colin swung his great sword in a sweeping arc behind him, severing 3 heads from their necks in one fluid motion. Fountains of blood erupted half a meter high from the decapitated corpses. At the other end, Ser Barristan had already slain 2 foes, prompting the remaining 2 to flee in panic. Strangely, the street skirmish drew no alarm from the city. Instead, a crowd gathered, chattering excitedly. A sailor quickly translated their offer. For just 1 silver stag, they would haul the corpses to the cemetery. Why should I pay? Colin frowned in confusion. Isn't this the city watch's duty? If you leave the bodies, the guards will find you, especially with this cart full of golden dragons, the sailor warned. Reluctantly, Colin tossed a silver stag to one of the men, indifferent to how they divided it. In moments, the corpses were hoisted onto their backs and carried away. As Colin wheeled the cart up the gangplank back to the maple leaf, the red-nosed captain emerged. Back in one piece, lad? Ignoring him, Colin yanked aside the colorful blanket and flung a handful of golden dragons at the man. The coins scattered like startled birds, some even tumbling through the deck railings into the hole below. Did you rob a Tyroshi bank? The captain gasped, wide-eyed at the cart's glittering hull. Generous gifts from the citizens of Tyrosh, Colin replied dismissively, pushing past him into the cabin while the sailors regaled the captain with their tale. 3 days passed swiftly. While Colin lost himself in pear brandy, the proprietor of the Triarch's arena had been busy. Not only had he gleaned Colin's identity from the Maple Leaf crew, but he had also heralded the arrival of a new ultimate challenge throughout the city. At dawn, Colin and his retinue set out for the arena, this time accompanied by 100 fully armored knights. At the entrance, they were greeted by the arena's overseer, a flamboyantly dressed yet impeccably mannered Meereenese. "Sir Colin, my master has prepared everything for you." Donning his gilded bull-horned helm, Colin strode into the arena while his companions took their seats under the knight's protection. Despite the early hour, the stands were nearly full, the air thick with feverish anticipation. The vast fighting pit had been stripped of its barriers, restored to its original grandeur. Colin approached the podium, where the arena's proprietor, clad in a flowing purple robe and adorned with a golden mask, stood regally, with arms raised high and head tilted towards the heavens. He proclaimed the opening remarks with the assistance of dozens of loud-voiced slaves acting as primitive amplifiers. 15 years have passed, and the great triad of deities has finally bestowed upon us new warriors. Let us welcome Sir Colin Raven from the continent of Westeros. Today, he shall partake in a spine-chilling ultimate challenge. Colin had to admit, the merchants of this city, clearly esteemed above warriors, were exceptionally loquacious, their words flowing endlessly. As Colin idly kicked at the sand, the arena's owner finally lowered his gaze. "Sir Colin, I have heard tales of your exploits at the Iron Throne." Leaning over the edge of the podium, the proprietor chuckled with delight. "Hence, I have prepared a small gift for you." No sooner had he spoken than the arena's gates swung open, revealing 300 fully armed slave warriors. Though they bore no armor, they were heavily equipped with crossbows and spears, standing in a disciplined formation amidst the frenzied cheers of the crowd. Colin glanced down at his own plain attire, realizing why the arena had not opened betting for this match. Who could withstand such a hail of crossbow bolts? It was evident that the city, rife with corruption, held no aspirations for fair competition. Fortunately, Colin was secretly grateful for the protective armor granted by his innate abilities. As the whistle blew, the slave soldiers let out a ferocious roar, leveling their spears and preparing to charge. Colin raised his shield, ready to dive into the fray and unleash his fury. Suddenly, the slave warriors redirected their crossbows to aim at the guards in the stands. And a particularly burly slave soldier took 2 running steps before hurling a spear toward the podium. The arena's proprietor, who had just been smirking beside Colin, was pierced by the thrown weapon. In an instant, the sounds of crossbow bolts being released filled the air, and the audience in the stands scattered in panic. The unfortunate soul struck by the bolts emitting chilling cries of distress. This unexpected turn of events astonished Colin, yet the slave soldiers paid him no heed, surging toward the arena's gates. For a moment, Colin felt like an outsider, and upon glancing back, he saw Sir Balistan and the armored cavalry forming a shield wall, standing their ground. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward Colin, who instinctively deflected it with his spear, only to discover it was a guard from the stands attacking him. The slave soldiers, gathered at the gate, hesitated to break through as more guards arrived on the scene. Colin casually hurled his spear, pinning the attacking guard to the stands, then approached the slave soldiers to see if he could be of assistance. Chapter 30. Seizing the opportunity upon noticing the approaching Colin, the slave soldiers displayed signs of caution, yet they did not make any aggressive moves. As Colin pondered how to convey his intentions through body language, a robust man emerged from the crowd, fluently speaking the language of Westeros. "My friend, how may I assist you? I wish to see if I can be of service." Colin was taken aback to encounter a fellow countryman enslaved in this place. The man wore a look of concern. "Indeed, we have encountered some troubles." Colin followed him through the throng to the iron gate, which was barred by a line of iron railings, now littered with several fallen corpses. Behind the gate, a squadron of armored guards, shields raised and arrows embedded in their armor, stood poised with spears. Confused, Colin inquired, "Did you not arrange for someone to open the gate before launching your assault?" The Westerosi compatriot wore a bitter expression. "Our people managed to steal a backup key, but the guard who opened it for us was killed by the arriving sentinels." Observing the shield-bearing guards behind the gate, Colin seized a spear from a nearby enslaved soldier and hurled it with all his might. The spear, propelled by immense force, soared over the gate, piercing through the guard shields and armor. Witnessing their companion fall, the remaining guards were thrown into disarray. A few more spears were launched, and after several casualties, the guards forsook their defense of the gate and fled. Disregarding the astonished gazes of the enslaved soldiers, Colin ordered them to remove the lassos that had originally been intended for him. Dozens of lassos were bundled together and tied to the iron railings. The group formed a line and pulled with collective strength, quickly tearing apart several of the railings to create a passage. The exhilarated enslaved soldiers surged into the corridor beyond the gate, and soon the arena echoed with the sounds of fierce combat. Colin returned alone from the passage to reunite with the mounted knights in the stands, deftly dispatching some inattentive guards and frenzied enslaved warriors along the way. Let us depart. At this moment, the arena was engulfed in chaos, with an increasing number of enslaved warriors being liberated by their comrades. The audience trampled over one another in their haste to escape, while the guards eager to enter were blocked outside. Colin's warriors formed a battle line and began advancing towards the nearest exit, striking down any unruly spectators who charged at them with the backs of their blades. Once the crowd finally emerged from the arena, they found the streets outside teeming with city guards. The enslaved soldiers who had exited first were already embroiled in a melee with them. Upon spotting Colin's group, the city guards, who were raining arrows upon the enslaved soldiers, turned their attention toward them. What had begun as a mere attempt to add fuel to the fire now threatened to engulf Colin and his companions. Colin swiftly instructed the sailors to take a shortcut back to the Leaf to summon reinforcements while he led his warriors into the fray. Fewer and fewer enslaved soldiers emerged from the arena to provide support, while the city guards continued to multiply. However, as the armored knights joined the battle, the clustered city guards fell like ripe wheat before the scythe. Ultimately, the hastily arrived city guards could no longer withstand the assault and, disregarding the whips of their overseers, scattered in disarray. The chaos of the arena had spread far and wide, the towering flames and billowing smoke plunging the city into an abyss of turmoil. After breaking through the square, Colin led his warriors toward the docks. The once bustling streets had now become a playground for marauding rioters. Not only freed slave soldiers were looting and pillaging, but many civilians and deserters had also joined the frenzy. Colin raised his hand and shot two ruffians dragging a woman by the roadside, then turned to see Roger's pained expression. Feeling sorrow for the suffering of the Tyroshi, Colin studied the young man, sensing it was his duty to guide his growth. The North has a saying, in an avalanche, no single snowflake feels responsible. You pity these people because you haven't witnessed their cruelty toward slaves. Just then, the sailors arrived with reinforcements. Taking in the chaotic scene, one of them grinned excitedly. My lord, when we passed the Tyroshi bank earlier, we noticed only a few hundred guards outside. The nearby barracks were deserted. Colin gestured toward the sailor and said to Rogers, see, this is the true nature of the Tyroshi. He hefted his great sword onto his shoulder, armored once more, and strode ahead of the group. Both deserters and slave soldiers shrank back at the sight of his disciplined formation. They reached the marble plaza of the Tyroshi bank without resistance. A horde of slave soldiers was assaulting the defenders stationed on the bank's stone steps. Behind the guards stood towering marble pillars, each so massive it required several men to encircle them, supporting the bank's grand, temple-like facade. Like waves crashing against a cliff, the slave soldiers launched charge after charge, leaving behind corpses but failing to break the defenders' formation. Among the guards were dozens of heavily armored soldiers cloaked in white, moving in perfect unison, shields deflecting, spears thrusting, shattering the slave soldiers' ranks with ruthless efficiency. Seizing the distraction, Colin led his men in a swift advance. As one white-cloaked warrior yanked his spear free from an opponent's chest, Colin's greatsword was already descending. The soldier barely raised his steel-reinforced round shield in time, but the sheer force of the blow dislocated his arm before cleaving through his neck. Colin tore through the white cloak's line, carving into the archers beyond, though his knights found the battle far less effortless. One knight struck an opponent squarely in the chest with his warhammer, only for the man to spit blood and continue thrusting his spear as if unharmed. Sorcery! Aim for their vitals, Ser Barristan bellowed. These white-cloaked warriors fought without feeling pain, forcing the knights into a grueling struggle. Fortunately, Colin's breach allowed the numerically superior knights to flood in, encircling and dismantling the white cloaks piece by piece. When the last of them was hacked apart by the knights, The auxiliary troops who had fought alongside them scattered like leaves in the wind. After clearing the battlefield, Colin assigned a portion of his men to guard the entrance of the bank while the others followed him inside. The bloodstained boots left a trail of prints on the polished tiles, with towering stone columns supporting the expansive hall. The cacophony of the outside world faded away, leaving only the echo of footsteps in the silence. At the end of the hall, behind the service counter, Colin discovered the hidden bank clerks. Observing the quivering figures before him, he summoned a sailor, compelled them to hand over all their money. Be it the golden dragons of Westeros or the iron coins of Bravos, I demand it all, under the duress of steel blades. The clerks tremulously pushed the money chests into the hall, creating mountains of coins from across the realms. They lamented that the vault had been locked by the bank manager from the inside, leaving only these small coins. The sailor gazed regretfully at the gilded doors at the hall's end. Colin approached the vault door and, testing it with a cavalry hammer, found it unyielding. Considering the unpredictable situation in the city, he sighed and, with his warriors clutching the money chests, departed the bank. Chapter 31. The wind blows strong. Colin and his warriors hurried back to the dock, cradling the money chests. Along the way, they were intermittently beset by desperate marauders attempting to seize their loot, yet each attacker met a swift demise beneath the steel of the armored cavalry. Upon reaching the dock, Colin found it in disarray as well. Some of those who had fled earlier were steering vessels away from the shore, while others, unable to board, stood on the pier, weeping openly. As Colin's blood-soaked, fierce-looking contingent approached the pier, the mourners hastily sidestepped in fear. From a distance, the red-nosed captain maneuvered his ship back to the shore, prompting Colin to instruct his warriors to load the money aboard. "Did you truly rob a bank?" the red-nosed captain exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the Tyrosian bank emblem on the chests. "We took a bit of pocket change while the soldiers were distracted by the slaves' rebellion." Standing at the ship's railing, Colin's initial excitement gradually subsided. This was indeed his first bank heist across both lifetimes. "We must leave swiftly. This place is no longer safe." "We cannot depart." The red-nosed captain shook his head, gesturing towards the distant water gate of the harbor. It was then that Colin realized the gate had been shut. The harbor's water gate loomed like a colossal stone bridge, through which vessels usually passed. The previously raised gate had now descended, trapping all ships within the harbor as if they were fish in a barrel. This realization filled Colin with anxiety. Their brazen bank robbery would surely alert the guards, who would inevitably pursue them to the harbor for retribution. What is the strength of the defenses at the water gate? On top of the sluice gate, 3 ballistae were positioned, accompanied by 100 guards. Captain Red Nose, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "While you summon reinforcements." I anticipated this turn of events and had already gathered intelligence. Colin seized Captain Red Nose's spyglass to survey the landward entrance of the sluice gate, only to find that the guards had erected caltrops, standing resolutely behind them with spears and ballistae at the ready. The 3 ballistae atop the sluice had also pivoted to face the landward entrance, rendering a frontal assault nearly impossible. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Colin's gaze fell upon a wooden barrel on the deck, from which a hook protruded. It was the grappling hook left behind by the pirates. Colin had kept a few out of sheer amusement, and they had been collected by the sailors for storage in the barrel. "I have a plan." Colin called for Sir Stan and shared his strategy. Soon, the Maple Leaf docked once more, with warriors arrayed just beyond the range of the sluice's ballistae. Meanwhile, Colin stealthily swam beneath the sluice, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the armored cavalry. The square hole in the sluice gate was just wide enough for a single person. Colin emerged from the gate into the open air. At that moment, the armored cavalry struck their shields with fierce intensity, creating a thunderous clamor that captured the attention of all the guards atop the sluice. Knowing time was of the essence, Colin floated on the water's surface, rotated the grappling hook several times, and hurled it towards the top of the sluice with all his might. The hook successfully latched onto the structure, allowing Colin to climb up. Upon reaching the top, Colin discovered that the hook had snagged onto a ballista, while the guards tasked with operating it had rushed to the other side to witness the spectacle. It turned out that Sir Stan had promised the sailors 10 gold dragons if they could divert the soldiers' attention. The sailors, eager to earn their reward, resorted to the most outrageous antics, employing the local slang to insult the guards and even urinating in their presence. This infuriated the guards, leaving them oblivious to Colin's approach from behind. Faced with a dozen lightly armored soldiers turned away from him, Colin could only utter an apology. For the sake of a brighter tomorrow, he would have to ask them to meet their demise. As the screams from the top of the sluice as Colin vanquished the guards atop the sluice gate, engaging them in a pincer movement alongside the armored cavalry. The outcome of the battle became glaringly evident. Once the fray concluded, Colin reopened the sluice gate, prompting the vessels in the harbor to hastily converge upon it. After Colin skillfully severed the mast of the swiftest fleeing ship with a crossbow bolt, all the ships came to a halt before the sluice gate, yielding precedence to the Maple Leaf and the previously concealed breaker. As the Maple Leaf passed beneath the sluice gate, Colin seized the grappling hook and leapt directly onto the deck. By the time the city guards arrived at the harbor, they were greeted only by an empty dock and a scattering of dismembered corpses. Within the hold of the Maple Leaf, the chests of money pilfered from the Tyrosian bank were meticulously stacked into a small mountain, alongside a pile of gold dragons acquired in a previous victory. How much wealth lay before him? Colin was taken aback by the realization that he had reached an age where counting his riches became a source of concern. Perhaps only a prayer to the old crone could unveil the answer. Captain Red Nose took a hearty swig of rum and turned away from the hold. The audacity of robbing a bank and assaulting the Tyrosian guards compelled him to imbibe for solace. Gazing at the mound of wealth, Colin found himself in a quandary. In this era, aside from professionals, most individuals possessed only rudimentary mathematical skills, while Colin was capable of counting. The thought of a nobleman on his knees tallying coins was a source of potential ridicule from Sir Bollistan. After some contemplation, Colin relinquished the endeavor, reasoning that once deposited in the bank, they would naturally inform him of the amount. Following their departure from Tyrosia, the Maple Leaf and Breaker sailed ceaselessly, reaching the port of Pentos in a mere 2 days. To Colin's astonishment, the majority of vessels docked bore the flags of Malor or Riss, while those flying the Pentos flag were conspicuously few. This was a strategic evasion of the slave trade prohibition imposed by the Bravos. Captain Red Nose dismissed Colin's inquiry with a scornful glance at the Pentos vessels bearing foreign banners. Upon the ship's docking, Colin's journey aboard the Maple Leaf was nearing its conclusion. However, he intended to first accompany Sir Bollistan and Rogers to meet with Governor Illyrio Mopatis to delineate their forthcoming plans. Yet, as soon as they disembarked, Colin and his companions found themselves encircled by a throng of soldiers. Chapter 32, Pentos. Colin halted Rogers from drawing his sword, having observed that the soldiers surrounding them had yet to unsheath their weapons. At that moment, a soldier adorned with a flamboyant feather approached. "Sir Colin? We are the guards of Governor Illyrio Mopatis, sent to escort you." Colin exchanged a glance with Sir Bollistan, perplexed by the ostentatious display of the Illyrians' welcome. As Colin traversed the streets paved with red bricks, emerging from the bustling market filled with spices and gemstones, he was astonished to discover a resemblance between the Pentosi and the Westerlanders. Statues of the Seven could frequently be seen lining the roadside. This land, once the southern realm of the Undul Kingdom, had witnessed the Valyrian sailors establish the original Pentos, intermingling extensively with the local Unduls, thus rendering us kin to the Westerlanders. As explained by the leading soldier, beyond the city gates, the Velvet Hills still bore remnants of ancient Undul kingdoms, and many Westerlanders were drawn to explore the footsteps of their ancestors. Exiting from the streets that connected to the port, the group soon arrived at a grand plaza. Unlike the architectural style of Tyrosh, the buildings here were predominantly constructed of red bricks, with the plaza's flooring being a mosaic of individual red bricks. At one end of the plaza stood a vast red temple, its interior concealed behind towering walls, which were crowned at each corner by 2 minarets. Their summits adorned with golden domes, the only 2 colors that graced the temple. As the group passed by the temple and turned into a side street, they proceeded several hundred meters until they reached the exterior of Illyrio's residence. Protected by towering brick walls, topped with sharp iron spikes, Illyrio's abode commanded attention. Upon their arrival, the leading soldier departed, replaced by Unsullied, who welcomed the group into the estate. As they traversed the ivy-clad garden, a white house with a blue dome emerged before them, where the host, Illyrio, awaited their arrival. "Welcome, my far-flung friends. I trust you are wondering why I have made such a grand display." Illyrio, clad in an orange robe and portly in stature, greeted them with a face adorned with a jovial smile and a ring of light-colored whiskers. "Upon hearing that my comrade, the coin raider Colin Raven, had plundered the Tyroshi bank, I stationed guards at the port to deter other governors from seeking bounties on my friends. You see, Tyrosh has placed a price of 10,000 gold dragons on your head." With a hearty laugh, Illyrio stepped forward and embraced Colin warmly. "Well done. It is only fitting that we teach those Tyroshi scoundrels a lesson." Colin, bemused by the peculiar moniker, pondered. "While I can understand comrade of slaves, having fought alongside them, coin raider seems rather derogatory, does it not?" Illyrio boisterously clapped Colin on the shoulder. "The Tyroshi curs mock you for robbing worthless coppers, losses to them akin to a blade of grass in a wheat field." This left Colin in a state of bemusement, secretly plotting to seize another bounty next time. Following Illyrio into a hall adorned with statues, oil paintings, gemstones, and dragon bones. The guests were awestruck by the wealth of the Pentosi merchant governor. When I first arrived in Pentos, I was as youthful as he, possessing nothing but the sword in my hand. Illyrio glanced at Rogers, who trailed behind the crowd. Subsequently, Varys joined us in Pentos, and we engaged in modest enterprises, gradually attaining a respectable life. Look, Illyrio pointed to a painting hanging in the center of the hall, depicting an extraordinarily handsome young man embracing a beautiful maiden adorned with a crown. That was I in my youth, alongside my first wife, a princess of Pentos. Colin studied the portrait, then turned his gaze to Illyrio, finding no trace of his former self in the corpulent figure before him. Illyrio, noticing Colin's skeptical stare, sighed. "When I reflect upon my past self and then gaze into the mirror, I cannot help but be moved to tears." In the evening, Illyrio hosted a welcome banquet in the Ivy Garden for Colin and others. The banquet tables, laden with food, harmoniously blended with fresh flowers and greenery, while attendants and chefs bustled about like industrious bees among the guests. Not long into the festivities, Colin found himself surrounded by empty wine vessels, consuming both golden wine from the arbor and mare's milk from Dorne, all pouring into his seemingly bottomless stomach. Illyrio, astonished by Colin's capacity for drink, personally rose to refill his goblet, summoning the city's finest harpist to serenade Colin with a performance of 54 barrels. In the open space of the banquet, a jester clad in motley and wearing a conical hat performed a juggling act. The jester tossed the balls with increasing speed, escalating the number of balls in the air until he became flustered, clutching his head and exclaiming in dismay. This comedic display nearly caused Colin to spew his drink upon Illyrio's rotund visage. Once the jester exited, a bard adorned in avant-garde attire and a magnificent hat embellished with long feathers took the stage. "I have composed a poem just for you, Colin," Illyrio exclaimed, one hand holding a goblet while the other brought honey-glazed meat to his lips, relishing the roasted fare while proudly inviting all to appreciate his new creation. The Eagle of the Vale, spear in hand, hunts that regicide beast, defending the bloodied throne. The first night in Pentos drifted away amidst laughter and merriment. The following morning, as Colin awoke from a bed draped in pristine white velvet, attendants presented the breakfast of sweet rolls, buttered radishes, blueberries, nuts, and a small bottle of white Pentos amber wine. After breakfast, Colin encountered Illyrio and Ser Bali stand by the marble pool in front of the White House. The two turned to observe the approaching Colin, as Illyrio tossed an apple into the air. "It seems that alcohol has not troubled you," he remarked. "We are discussing Daenerys Targaryen. My informant has informed me that Daenerys, accompanied by her followers, has journeyed south from the Dothraki Sea, emerging in Quoris after traversing the Red Waste. Accompanying her are 3 young dragons, a sight unseen for a century and a half since the dragon's extinction. However, she appears to be encountering some difficulties. I hope you can venture to Quoris to retrieve Daenerys, her dragons, and her loyal adherents. To facilitate this, I shall provide you with 3 ships, flying the flag of Lys, disguised as merchant vessels for the purchase of slaves, to discreetly bring them back." Illyrio spread his hands, his gaze shifting between Colin and Ser Jorah, seemingly awaiting a conclusive response. Chapter 33, Naval Warfare. 2 weeks later, 3 merchant vessels bearing the flag of Lys set sail from the port of Pentos, carrying Colin and his 800 warriors. Following the incident at Tyrosh, Colin felt acutely the lack of manpower. Upon seeing that the 3 ships provided by Illyrio could accommodate nearly 1,000 men, Colin utilized the spare coins he had seized from Tyrosh to recruit 500 new warriors in Pentos. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, Colin transformed these recruits into seasoned archers of the Empire and commissioned 3 crossbows from the local blacksmith to arm the merchant ships. For these vessels were not intended to be returned. The flagship upon which Colin sailed was named the Saffron, while the other 2 vessels were named Agate and Emerald. aptly reflecting Illyrio's identity as a spice and gem merchant. After departing from Pentos, the fleet sailed south along the coastline, as Colin intended to circumvent Tyrosh and Lys, planning to resupply upon reaching Volantis, a journey estimated to take 2 weeks. However, just as the fleet approached the narrow sea, still some distance from Tyrosh, Colin, through the lens of the mill mirror, spotted the distant sails of Tyrosh's galleys on the horizon. Initially, Colin paid little heed, as Tyrosh and the narrow sea were on the brink of war, and the presence of Tyroshi warships in the vicinity was not unusual. Yet, when the warship began to bear down directly upon the fleet, Colin sensed trouble. Raise the sails, signal the other ships to accelerate. Colin commanded the captain to hasten their departure from the pursuing warship, wishing to avoid entanglement at Tyrosh's doorstep. However, as Colin's fleet hoisted their sails, the Tyroshi warship also quickened its rowing speed. The two parties engaged in a chase across the waves, but the agility of the galley became increasingly apparent, the distance between them closing ever so slightly. Realizing that evasion was futile, Colin prepared to turn back and confront this persistent foe, only to see 3 more Tyroshi warships emerging on the horizon. At that moment, the previously strong northern winds began to die down. Aware that retreating from battle was no longer an option, Colin instructed his warriors to prepare for combat. In the tumultuous trade war between Tylosi, Mill, and Rhys, the 3 factions engaged in combat near the coastline, resulting in a significant presence of sailing vessels within Tylosi's fleet. The attacking Tylosi ships comprised 2 sailing vessels and 2 sailboats. The Tylosi often employed a tactic utilizing agile and swift sailing ships, which, armed with crossbows and rams, would intercept enemy vessels. Subsequently, the heavily crewed sailboats would arrive at the battlefield to engage in boarding actions. Colin commanded his fleet to form a line, disregarding the pursuing sailing ships behind, and charged at full speed towards the 3 enemy vessels ahead. Of the 3, the sole sailing ship broke away first, heading directly for the Saffron. On the deck, Colin personally operated the ballista, aiming at the oncoming sailing ship. The ballista, being a formidable weapon, activated Colin's innate talent, and the massive bolt struck the approaching vessel. Several oarsmen on the right side of the enemy ship were pierced through the chest, while others were injured by splintered wood. In an instant, the sailing ship began to veer to the right due to the loss of balance in its rowing, and its bow-mounted crossbow had yet to fire a shot before it narrowly passed the Saffron. Seizing the opportunity, the seasoned archers aboard the Saffron unleashed a fierce rain of arrows, toppling a significant number of soldiers and oarsmen on the low-hulled vessel. Abandoning the sailing ship, Colin's fleet swiftly confronted the remaining 2 sailboats. The siege weapons at the bows of both vessels initiated their assault, with bolts from the ballista and stones from the catapults soaring through the air. As the 2 sides drew nearer, the archers prepared to unleash their volleys. The deck of the Saffron was crowded with 200 seasoned archers, who unleashed wave after wave of arrows upon the enemy ship, quickly filling its hull and deck with shafts. The enemy archers, undeterred, responded in kind, the sound of clashing armor ringing out around Colin. After several exchanges, the enemy gunners began to falter, seeking to engage in boarding combat. Soon, the 5 sailboats became entangled in a fierce struggle, with the Saffron facing one enemy ship, while the Agate and Emerald assaulted another, and the 2 Tylosi sailing vessels rejoined the fray. The archers cleared the deck, and warriors from both sides lined the railings, casting numerous grappling hooks to secure their vessels together. At that moment, an sailing ship that had been trailing from behind drew near the Saffron. As it closed in for the final charge, the sailing vessel stowed its oars and, propelled by immense inertia, struck the Saffron with the speed of a cavalry charge. The powerful ram pierced the thick hull at the waterline, and feeling assured of victory, the sailing ship deployed a rope ladder, attempting to sandwich the Saffron between itself and its sailboat companions. The tremendous impact sent the warriors aboard the Saffron tumbling, forcing the ship against the enemy vessel. Fortunately, the high sides of the grand sailboat prevented the warriors from being thrown into the sea. The enemy ship seized the opportune moment, hastily deploying a boarding plank to launch a ferocious close-quarters assault while the warriors aboard the Saffron were still regrouping. A multitude of Tyrosian soldiers, armed with shields, leaped onto the Saffron, while foes from the oared sailboat ascended via rope ladders, encircling the vessel with overwhelming numbers, as its mere 300 defenders faced the onslaught of 700 Tyrosians. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, The agate and emerald ships clashed with a Tyrosian sailing vessel and another Ord ship, preparing to engage 800 Tyrosians with a contingent of 500. Sir Balistan aboard the agate rallied his warriors, successfully repelling the enemy's boarding party, quickly gaining the upper hand from their advantageous position. Commanding the fight aboard the Emerald was the imposing Bovoros, a hulking eunuch dispatched by the Illyrians. With his robust frame, arms as thick as tree trunks, and a torso marked by numerous scars, souvenirs from granting his adversaries a final strike, Bovoros charged onto the enemy's ship, shield raised high. Inspired by his valor, the armored cavalry followed suit, launching a fierce counterattack against their foes. On the Saffron, Colin's warriors battled desperately. Waves of enemies surged forward, undeterred by arrows, while heavily armored cavalry found their skills hampered aboard the ship, in stark contrast to the light-armored Tyrosian warriors adept in naval combat. The deck, slick with blood, made the iron-clad boots of the cavalry treacherous, tipping the scales in favor of the unshod Tyrosians. The blood pooled onto the lower deck, provoking excited cries from the serpents tethered in the stables. Drawing his great sword from the bisected body of a Tyrosian soldier, Colin surveyed the chaos around him. A small circle of space forming amidst the throng as all surviving Tyrosians retreated from his presence. Hearing the serpent's calls from below deck, an idea sparked in Colin's mind. While the Tyrosians relished the notion that this formidable foe had vacated the deck, Colin re-emerged onto the battlefield, leading the serpents into the fray. Chapter 34. The acquired warship. The fearsome appearance of the fully armed serpent prompted the soldiers battling on the deck to retreat in alarm. What had once restrained the serpent transformed into a helmet, its massive body enveloped in layers of leather armor. Colin repelled the Tyrosians at the boarding plank and guided the serpent onto it. With its 8 legs firmly planted, the serpent charged forward, its scaled hide deflecting the Tyrosian spears and swords. On the half-meter-wide plank, the brutish beast shoved Tyrosian soldiers into the sea, while those who attempted to strike it found their ribs broken by its furious onslaught. The relentless tide of Tyrosian soldiers faced a significant impediment, and from the crow's nest atop the main mast, Rogers astutely recognized the shifting tides of battle, observing the chaos aboard the Tyrosian sailing vessel. The noble overseeing the engagement emerged from behind the shield wall, vociferously rebuking his troops for their lackluster performance. Seizing the opportune moment, Rogers loosed an arrow from the watchtower. Propelled by gravity, the shaft flew swift and merciless, piercing the throat of the noble overseer before embedding itself deep into the deck. Amidst the chaotic melee, Colin and the serpent lizard each held a boarding plank, while the undermanned warship struggled to provide reinforcements. This allowed the armored cavalry to gradually clear the Tyroshi soldiers from the deck. Another galley, bereft of support, found itself unable to turn the tide, plunging both sides into a stalemate. Meanwhile, Ser Barristan aboard the Onyx shattered the battlefield's equilibrium. Under the cover of archers, he led his armored cavalry up rope ladders onto the enemy galley. Outnumbered and with half their forces slain, their noble commander dead, the enemy chose surrender. Soon after, Ser Barristan brought the Onyx to reinforce the Saffron, and under the pincer assault, the Tyroshi galley locked with the Saffron was swiftly overrun, its soldiers slaughtered to the last. The remaining warship, isolated and outmatched, likewise yielded. Elsewhere, the mighty Belwas and his armored cavalry, after a grueling battle, drove the Tyroshi soldiers below deck. The planks were strewn with headless corpses, severed by Belwas' monstrous arak. When the Tyroshi refused to emerge, Belwas ordered oil brought forth, intending to burn them alive. Terrified by his brutality, the enemy surrendered, much to Belwas' disappointment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea grew still once more, its crimson waters littered with corpses and splintered wood. Colin's forces had lost 300 men, but captured 700 prisoners and 4 ships. Thanks to the early boarding, no vessels had sunk, leaving Colin with a battered fleet of 7. From the prisoners, Colin learned that the Pentoshi had sold word of their departure to Tyrosh. Even their numbers were known. Now, Tyroshi warships scoured the waters for them. After brief deliberation, Colin ordered the fleet to sail through the night, hoping to reach Volantis before Tyrosh could react. Whether by Tyrosh's overextension or the father's favor, the fleet slipped past unharmed. Gazing at the distant glow of Tyrosh's harbor, Colin mourned the enslaved soldiers who had fought beside him. The captives revealed their rebellion had been crushed the next day. 1,000 slaves hanged upon the city's towering walls, their corpses left to the gulls until they were unrecognizable. Beyond Tyrosh, near Lys, the fleet encountered Lysine warships. Yet fortune smiled again. The two sides exchanged only cordial signals before parting ways. 2 weeks later, the fleet finally arrived at the port of Volantis, albeit with some bumps along the way. The Saffron ship had been leaking incessantly, and to prevent it from succumbing to the depths of the sea, sailors and warriors tirelessly stood guard in the leaky compartments, using wooden buckets to gradually bail out the water. Consequently, upon reaching the port, a collective cheer of relief erupted from the crew. Nestled at the delta of the Rhoyne River, Volantis was among the earliest colonies established by the freehold of Valyria. Following the cataclysm that befell Valyria, Volantis briefly became the most powerful and populous city-state among the free trading cities. The fleet docked at the western pier, and as soon as they disembarked, a pungent mlang of fish, floral scents, excrement, and decay assaulted their nostrils. Even the meticulously groomed Sir Stan could not help but cover his mouth with a handkerchief, while Colin retched at the sight, exclaiming that this place was nothing short of a cesspool. The speaker was the translator, procured by Illyrio for Colin, who was said to be well-versed in most languages of the known world. The western district of Volantis had originally been a residence for mercenaries, foreigners, slaves, and criminals, rife with drunkenness and murder, where eunuchs, pirates, pickpockets, and necromancers mingled freely. Colin had no desire to linger in this squalor for even a moment longer. He promptly set off towards the eastern district with the translator, Sir Stan, Rogers, and others, intending to release their captives there, while the burly Bews remained at the port to assess the shipyard's repair costs for the fleet. The translator summoned 4 elephant carts, the most common mode of transportation in Volantis, powered by a diminutive elephant. These carts bore resemblance to the ox carts common in Westeros, albeit with a more luxurious flair. The wheels were massive wooden constructs lined with iron, and passengers reclined on soft seats situated between the 2 wheels. The drivers perched atop the elephants' backs, steering them with the local dialect to guide their direction. Each driver bore a wheel-shaped tattoo on their cheek, and apart from a loincloth and sandals, they wore nothing else. The group settled into the plush seats, feeling quite pleased with this exotic mode of transport, which was rare in other regions. Colin turned to the translator and inquired about the significance of the wheel tattoo on each driver's face. The translator explained that the drivers were slaves purchased by merchants who operated the elephant carts. Their tattoos signified their identity. In Volantis, slaves outnumbered free citizens by 5 to 1. To facilitate management and deter escapes, slave owners inked different tattoos on slaves for various purposes. For instance, tears tattooed on the cheeks indicated bed slaves, flames represented slaves of Reeler, and those tasked with cleaning excrement bore tattoos of flies. The elephant cart departed from the western pier, traversing the marbled road, whose original color was barely discernible, passing dilapidated houses on either side. After crossing the long bridge that connected the eastern and western districts, they finally arrived at their destination, the Merchant's House Inn. Chapter 35. The bloodline of the true dragon. The Merchant's House was the finest inn in Volantis, a massive 4-story structure, with a hall larger than most castle halls in Westeros. Captains, merchants, and shippers from every corner of the globe crowd this place, where countless transactions are settled within the alcoves and recesses of the inn. Colin and his companions entered the tavern, where a merchant from King's Landing lamented the difficulties of business post Stannis' coronation to a fellow trader from Old Town at the table ahead. To the right, merchants from Bravos and Pentos mocked their counterparts from Tyrosh, deriding them as a swarm of repugnant flies, always present wherever there is war and suffering. Further still, adorned in feathered cloaks with skin as dark as coal, sat the islanders of the Summer Isles alongside the long-haired Ibans from the northern reaches of Essos, and even a masked shadowbinder from Ashai lurked in the corners. Colin and his party blended into the surroundings like a drop of ink in the ocean, causing not a ripple. The wine here tasted akin to children's beverages, and even the stew was inexplicably sweet. Colin grimaced as he set down his sweet red wine. Everything edible here bore a sugary essence. The farmlands beyond the city may forego grain cultivation, yet they surely planted beets. As the group dined, a colorful ensemble of merchants, their hair and beards dyed a fiery red, entered the merchant's house. Colin recognized these individuals as Tyroshi and promptly requested his translator to summon them. Noble Tyroshi, I am Colin Raven from Westeros. Upon hearing this name, the Tyroshi merchants displayed signs of wariness. I have captured 4 Tyroshi warships and 700 valiant warriors in a fair battle, currently docked in the port of Volantis. The news elicited skepticism from some Tyroshi traders, while others appeared utterly aghast. I wish to convey to the Grand Lord that regardless of rank, I require only a single golden dragon for each captive. A total of 3,000 golden dragons will suffice to return your 700 kin. A merchant clad in pink finery furrowed his brow in confusion. But why is 700 worth 3,000 golden dragons? Because I am a coin raider, Colin replied. As night descended, Colin and his party took residence in the merchant's house, unwilling to return to the squalid docks until their fleet was repaired. Surveying the room's decor, Colin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Like Volantis, the merchant's house appeared grand and imposing from the outside, yet the interior was in a state of decay. The beams and pillars had darkened, the wooden ceiling bore numerous cracks, and faint traces of water seepage marred the corners. The only notable feature was the iron rings affixed along the walls, intended for guests to secure their slaves. The long night stretched on, and Colin summoned a tavern servant to procure 2 jugs of white amber wine from Pentos. Shortly thereafter, a knock resonated at the door, and the servant entered, bearing the 2 jugs of wine. Place them on the table. The change is yours, Colin instructed without turning, gazing out the window at the silhouettes moving along the distant bridge. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The servant bowed and exited the room, only to stumble and fall as he crossed the threshold. Upon hearing a noise, Colin turned around to see the attendant's face slightly tense, perhaps worried about disturbing the guest's enjoyment. Colin smiled and gestured for him to close the door. After drifting at sea for over 2 weeks, apprehensive about encountering the warships of Tyrosh, he finally exhaled in relief upon reaching Volantis, a free city that was at odds with Tyrosh. The amber wine contained in the earthenware jug had a faint, earthy taste, starkly contrasting with the exquisite white amber wine he had savored at the Illyrian estate. However, one's enjoyment of wine is dictated by mood, and Colin felt quite at ease. The fleet of 7 ships constituted a formidable force. Suddenly, a brief, muffled sound reverberated through the room, as if something had fallen to the ground. The jug toppled off the table, and white amber wine cascaded from its spout. Colin collapsed to the floor, his complexion tinged with a shade of purple, and his heart raced violently, akin to a drum thundering within his chest. Recalling the attendant's earlier odd behavior, Colin realized he had been poisoned. Drawing upon his extraordinary resilience, he forced his mind to access a character interface that had lain dormant for a long time. Colin Raven's strength, 56 agility, 30 intelligence, 6 charisma, 8 available attribute points, 45 since his strength had surpassed 50. Colin had conserved his attribute points. After rescuing Ned, he gained an additional 15 points, and assisting Stannis in defending King's Landing granted him another 30 points. Strength, 56101 upon reaching a strength attribute of 100. He could select a talent: True Dragon Bloodline, Ice Bloodline, True Dragon Bloodline, Affinity with Dragons, Immunity to High Temperatures and Flames. Ice Bloodline, irreversibly transformed into a White Walker. Immunity to Cold and Death. As he allocated points, powerful strength surged through his limbs, dissipating the once unendurable toxin silently. Reflecting on the intolerable ugliness of the White Walkers, Colin decisively chose the True Dragon Bloodline. In an instant, a searing energy erupted from his body, his robust heart pounding like a galloping warhorse, and the surrounding air subtly warmed a few degrees. At that moment, a slender, agile hand pushed open Colin's door, and a hooded man locked eyes with him as he sat on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned and fled. Colin, fully aware that this was the instigator, immediately sprang to his feet and pursued him. The two raced through the wooden corridors of the inn, the urgent footsteps attracting curious guests to peek outside. At the end of the corridor stood an open window. Without hesitation, the man propelled himself through it. Colin rushed to the window and saw the man leap from the 3rd floor, landing unharmed. He rolled to his feet, brushing off the dust, and even had the audacity to glance back at Colin. Yet before he could revel in his escape, Colin leaped from the window as well, his weight stirring up a cloud of dust in the alley below. The man, alarmed, turned and fled. The two navigated the labyrinthine alleys, their footsteps intertwining in a symphony of pursuit. Though Colin possessed greater speed and explosive power, the man was evidently intimately familiar with the surroundings, skillfully utilizing corners and doorways to widen the gap whenever Colin closed in. In this relentless pursuit, They arrived at the edge of the long bridge. Their frantic dash drew the attention of the bridge guards. The man nimbly slipped between them, while Colin roughly shoved the guards aside, seizing a spear in the process. As the man was about to vanish into the crowd on the bridge, Colin hurled the spear with tremendous force. The sharp weapon, slicing through the air with a whistle, pierced the man's thigh, its tip shattering upon impact with the bridge's surface due to the sheer power behind the throw. Chapter 36. The Hall of Lawler. Colin approached the wounded man slowly, who now lay curled in agony, his piercing screams drawing the gaze of onlookers. "Who sent you?" Colin looked down at the man, his voice steady, betraying no sign of the chase that had just transpired. The man from the eastern city, his face contorted in pain, was pale and drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with desperation as he stared up at Colin. Seeing him on the brink of death from blood loss, Colin bent down to hear his final words. Realizing that only information could save him, the man struggled to rise, as if to whisper something. Yet in the next moment, a glinting dagger slid from the man's sleeve, silently thrusting toward Colin. But he had underestimated Colin. Reacting purely on instinct, Colin blocked the strike, twisted the man's wrist, and drove the dagger into his other leg. To Colin's surprise, the blade was poisoned. Within seconds, the man's eyes widened in shock before his body convulsed and stilled. Frowning, Colin searched the corpse. Inside the inner pocket of the hooded tunic, he found an empty glass vial, a peculiar coin, and a silver-plated key. Before he could ponder further, a squad of city guards, their cheeks marked with tiger stripes, their helmets shaped like roaring beasts, surrounded him with torches in hand. Amid their chaotic shouts, and considering his fleet still anchored in the harbor awaiting repairs, Colin chose not to resist. He allowed them to escort him to the dungeons. The prison in the Eastern District was perhaps one of the oldest structures in Volantis, its blackened walls unbroken by time, standing strong for 1,000 years. Built with the same arcane masonry techniques as the castles of Dragonstone, it bore the mark of Valyria's golden age. Sitting on the cold stone floor, Colin couldn't help but reflect that his first night in Volantis had been spent in a cell. The next day, a man draped in crimson robes, hairless and beardless, his face adorned with intricate flame tattoos, opened the cell door. "Come with me, outsider." Hearing the familiar cadence of the common tongue of Westeros, Colin was taken aback. He had expected to languish in the dungeon for days, until his patience for this strange journey wore thin. At the cell entrance, a guard wearing a tiger-striped helmet unlocked Colin's shackles with a heavy key. Observing Colin's intrigue towards the guard's helmets, the man remarked, "They are the Tiger Robe Army, the slave guard of Volantis. I am a servant of Rollo, tasked with escorting you to the earthly abode of Rollo." The two traversed the prison unimpeded, with the tiger robe soldiers bowing respectfully to the crimson-robed monks they encountered along the way. At the prison's entrance, two exquisitely adorned elephant carriages awaited, with a contingent of soldiers standing by, having awaited their arrival for some time. Clad in resplendent armor and draped in orange capes, wielding spears with tips resembling flames, they were the guardians known as the Hand of the Sacred Fire from the Temple of Rollo. Under the soldiers' protection, the two swiftly reached their destination. The Temple of Rollo in Volantis is the largest known in the world, 3 times the size of the Grand Baylor Cathedral. The temple's design resembles a blazing flame, where its towers and domes seamlessly merge into a vibrant whole through aerial corridors. Colin followed the crimson-robed monks into the temple, navigating through a sea of red and traversing the colossal corridor suspended in the sky to the highest point of the temple's main hall. Here, the Hand of the Sacred Fire opened the grand doors crafted from gold, while the crimson-robed monk remained behind, stating, "The chief servant of Rollo awaits you." Leaving the bowing monk behind, Colin stepped alone into the hall beyond the golden doors. Contrary to his expectations of dimness, the sunlight streamed through the crystal dome, illuminating every corner of the sanctuary. A passionate high note resonated throughout the vast hall. Looking up, Colin beheld a figure clad in red robes standing with its back to him atop a raised platform in the center of the hall. He made his way along the flame path adorned with rubies toward the platform, and as he approached, the figure turned to face him. It was a tall and slender crimson-robed monk, his cheeks, chin, and bald head adorned with tattoos of flames. "A warrior beyond fate, welcome to the great hall of Rollo," the monk proclaimed as he descended the golden staircase. Colin noticed a blazing flame suspended in the air at the top of the platform. After the long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and a chilling darkness will shroud the world. In this terrifying moment, a warrior will draw forth the burning sword from the flames. This sword is the harbinger of light, the crimson sword of heroes. He who wields it is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to dispel the darkness. The crimson-robed monk recited, in a melodic cadence, a prophecy from the ancient texts of Asha, dating back over 5,000 years. Observing Colin's bewilderment, the monk gazed solemnly at him, stating, "Regardless of your belief or actions, Rollo awaits you at the end of the path." Exiting the temple in a haze of confusion, Colin found himself perplexed. Wasn't Jon Snow the one to combat the White Walkers? Had he unwittingly usurped Jon's role by crossing over? Yet, this journey was not without reward. A contingent of the Hand of the Sacred Fire followed Colin's elephant carriage, bearing several chests of gold, an angelic investment bestowed by the crimson-robed monk. Upon returning to the merchant's house, a throng of armored cavalry had gathered at the entrance, surrounding Sir Balistan, who appeared to be orchestrating some arrangement. Upon the return of Colin, Sir Balistan was filled with joy amidst the crowd. "You have been missing for an entire night. I was just about to send the warriors to search for you." An unexpected turn of events, Colin shrugged, gesturing for the Hand of the Sacred Fire to leave the gold behind. "Your arrival is quite timely. I was wondering who would transport this gold back to that wretched pit." Curiously, Sir Balistan opened one of the chests, revealing neatly arranged gold bars. "What is this?" he inquired. "Sent by a peculiar red-robed monk," Colin replied, leading Sir Balistan back to the inn while the armored cavalry transported the gold back to the saffron vessel. "What transpired?" "I encountered an assassin, but I have dealt with him. Just a brief visit to Blackstone Prison and then a meeting with Rollo's chief servant," Colin declared, taking a generous gulp of sweet red wine from the table, not wishing to elaborate on matters concerning the Rollo Temple. "Where are Rogers and my translator?" Having experienced numerous secrets, Sir Balistan refrained from pressing Colin further. "They have gone looking for you." "A boy of about 15 or 16 and a girl of 13 or 14. Colin asked in astonishment. "And Beevos, who hurriedly escaped that wretched pit after completing his task. He has been lamenting about you leaving him there." The translator, who had just entered the inn alongside Rogers and the burly Beevos, interjected. Chapter 37. The Lady of the Waters. During dinner, Colin displayed the key he had retrieved from the assassin. A beautifully engraved key? Sir Balistan studied it for a moment before shaking his head and passing it to Rogers. "Perhaps the silver plating is to prevent rust?" Rogers mused, equally puzzled. Translator Pusha examined the key meticulously. The engraving seemed to hold a special significance. "This is the key to the Lady of the Waters vault," a serving attendant explained, clearing the confusion. "Who is the Lady of the Waters?" "Oh, she is quite remarkable. Volantis has several docks, all of which belong to her, and even a portion of a waterway is under her dominion." "And where can she be found?" Rogers inquired, voicing Colin's unspoken question. The attendant rubbed his hands together, revealing an expression of understanding. Sir Balistan produced a shiny coin from his pocket and tossed it to the attendant, who caught it, bit it to confirm its authenticity, and smiled broadly. "The Lady of the Waters is right here." After dinner, Colin and his companions made their way to the inn's common area, where they learned from the attendant that the Lady of the Waters conducted her business there. In a recessed area, merchants from around the world waited quietly in line for an audience with her, all sharing a common trait. They were troubled by business matters. Upon noticing Colin and his companions, especially the armored Sir Balistan, several men in black, tasked with maintaining order, cast wary glances in their direction. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Colin's turn. One of the figures clad in black obstructed Colin's path, stating, "We are here. Do not provoke the lady's displeasure." Colin raised his hands in a gesture of peace, replying, "I am not here to cause trouble." As he lifted the pure gray tapestry that concealed a recess, he beheld an elderly man, his spine bent by the passage of years, seated at a round table. Westerlander, how did you discern that?" Colin was astonished that such an aged body could emit such a resonant voice. "The essence of knighthood emanating from you is as potent as the golden wine from the arbor I savored last night." "You possess arbor gold wine here?" Colin momentarily forgot his purpose upon hearing this. I am not one to share readily. Now, speak of your intentions." Colin reined in his curiosity and produced a key from his pocket. "I wish to access the safe." The Lady of the Waters accepted the key, scrutinizing the intricate patterns upon it. "This is not your key, is it? I recall it belonged to old Morrow, who later passed it on to his son, young Morrow." "Indeed, I retrieved it from a corpse," Colin admitted, recognizing that she was familiar with the key's former owner. Then you must be the slave comrade Colin Raven? Colin's expression reflected surprise. He had not anticipated being recognized, even in Volantis. Fear not, whether old Moro or young Moro. One must embrace the inevitability of death in this line of work. The Lady of the Waters smiled and rang a bell upon the table. Wait a moment. I shall summon my sons to retrieve the safe for you. A man in black, upon hearing the bell, rolled back the tapestry and peered in. My lady? Fetch safe number 67. The man nodded and withdrew. While waiting in boredom, Colin curiously inquired, why do your sons still refer to you as my lady? They are all unfortunate children I have taken in. Outsiders call them the widow's sons. Shortly thereafter, the man in black returned with a small safe. The safe bore 2 keyholes, and the Lady of the Waters removed a golden key from around her neck. Take your key and turn it to the right. With a crisp click, the safe opened. You may return it when you are finished. However, each deposit requires 10 golden dragons. The Lady of the Waters cheerfully bid Colin farewell. A group of individuals crowded into Colin's room, all brimming with curiosity about the seemingly serious safe. As Colin gently lifted the silver-plated lid, his eyes were met with several enormous rubies. The quality of these rubies would likely entice the Red Priests to pay any price for their possession. They must have been stolen from the Red Priests. Sir Bollistan remarked with a shake of his head. Colin felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the rubies were of considerable worth to him, freshly enriched by a recent investment, they held little significance. Undeterred, Colin turned the box upside down and gave it a shake, and he indeed detected a subtle hint of something beneath. It appeared there was a sound akin to paper rubbing against wood from beneath the bottom panel. Colin retrieved a small knife, cautiously probing the inner edge of the box. Before long, the wooden panel at the bottom of the box indeed began to lift. A thin sheet of paper slipped out from the compartment beneath the box. All eyes turned to this delicate paper. Even the burly beavos focused intently. Colin gently picked up the paper, revealing a hand-drawn map accompanied by some Valyrian script, which he could not decipher, and handed it over to the translator, Puja. Puja took the paper and read aloud. Hey, old Moro, you won't believe what I've discovered. I have found the Golden Fleet. Upon reaching this point, Puja gasped in astonishment and covered her mouth. Colin, unaware of what the Golden Fleet was, maintained an indifferent expression, while Sir Bollistan sat up straight, fully engrossed. Yes, the very Golden Fleet you know of. The Lion King of Lannister vanished into the smoke-filled seas with the Golden Fleet and the Valyrian steel sword, Lightbringer. This is a legendary tale known to every Valyrian. Colin's interest piqued at the mention of the Valyrian steel sword. Go on. I am about to lead my old companions back to the smoke-filled seas, and this time, I am thoroughly prepared. But if by chance, just by chance, you get the better of me. Upon finishing, Puja handed the paper back to Colin, her surprise causing her to forget the customary formalities. Colin spread the paper out on the table, and several heads leaned in eagerly to glimpse the site of the Golden Fleet's demise. So you all know of the Golden Fleet, yet I do not? Colin remarked, bemused. The tale of the ancient Lannister king, Tommen II, who led the Golden Fleet to explore the ruins of Valyria devastated by the Doom and subsequently disappeared, has been recounted as a heroic epic among the nobility of Westeros and the history of Volantis. Can any of you decipher this map? Aside from a symbol representing the Golden Fleet, the remaining squiggly lines were abstract to the point of being suffocating. The group awkwardly stepped back as Colin carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. It appeared we faced a dilemma. Should we first journey to Quoares to seek Daenerys, or pursue the Golden Fleet and perhaps find the legendary Valyrian sword, Lightbringer, worth an entire legion? Chapter 38. The Smoke Sea. Upon hearing Colin's words, the group fell into silence. I believe we should first seek Daenerys. She is in dire need of our assistance, and the Golden Fleet will not be going anywhere. Sir Bollistan was the first to voice his opinion. The governor has tasked me with aiding Daenerys, the brawny beavos added. Colin turned to his attendant. What about you, Rogers? My lord, I shall follow your lead. Then we are evenly split at 2 against 2. In that case, let us leave it to the gods to decide. Colin produced a special coin obtained from an assassin, tossed the crown to pursue Daenerys, and tossed the skull to seek the Golden Fleet. The group nodded in agreement. Accepting his proposal, Colin gently tossed the glimmering coin into the air and deftly caught it, then opened his hand to reveal the skull side facing the crowd. With the directional issue resolved, the next challenge was to address the matter of the map. The Lady of the Waters possessed numerous docks and harbors, and surely many sailors worked under her command. I believe we could seek her assistance. Colin nodded in agreement with Roger's perspective and returned to the communal lounge on the first floor of the inn. Ah, back so soon. Where is your chest? The lady inquired. My lady, I did not come to store my chest. Rather, I have a map I discovered by chance, and I would like your help in identifying its location. Colin handed over the map he had cut from thin paper. Upon examining it, the Lady of the Waters remarked, Ah, yet another treasure map from the Smoke Sea. Have you seen such a thing before? Colin's expression revealed his astonishment. I cannot count how many of these treasure maps I have encountered over the years. Each year, there are hopeful fools who embark on journeys with their so-called treasure maps, never to return. This news dampened Colin's spirit somewhat, yet he remained resolute. Could you interpret it for me? For 500 glimmering coins. Colin returned to his room, gathering all the spare change from his companions until he amassed the required sum. Upon receiving the payment, the Lady of the Waters fetched a nautical chart and began marking positions on it in relation to Colin's treasure map. Before long, she had indicated a location on the chart. Take heed of this old woman's advice. The Smoke Sea is a realm forbidden to mortals. Back in the room, Colin displayed the map to the others. Without delay, everyone began to pack their belongings in preparation for their return to the docks. At the harbor, the fleet was undergoing repairs, and among them was a paddle sail warship that had sustained only minor damage. Colin promptly dispatched elite warriors aboard. Before long, the paddle sail warship, named Obsidian by Colin, set sail from the port of Volantis, heading toward the Smoke Sea not far to the east. The Smoke Sea refers to the waters that once belonged to the Valyrian Peninsula. The cataclysm had shattered the peninsula, flooding the land and resulting in the present-day Smoke Sea. In the tumultuous waters of the Smoke Sea, volcanic activity and smoking reefs were rampant, and there were tales of demons and sea monsters lurking about. Nevertheless, the immense riches buried within the ruins of Valyria continued to attract fearless captains from all corners of the world. 2 days later, the Obsidian appeared at the periphery of the Smoke Sea. As the crew gazed at the nearby waters shrouded in white mist, they collectively held their breath. Lowering the sails and igniting torches, Colin rallied the rowers to remain vigilant. He entrusted the map to the captain and returned to his warriors, axe in hand. The Obsidian sailed at a glacial pace, gradually approaching the wall of white mist. The torchlit prow of the ship slowly vanished into the fog, initially allowing glimpses of the flickering flames, but within moments, an all-encompassing blanket of pure white fog descended upon them. Colin extended his hand through the dense mist and felt a shoulder. Suddenly, a hand clapped onto his shoulder, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Sensing the trepidation of his companion, Colin whispered, "Remain calm." The palpable white mist rendered the transmission of sound arduous. The roar of the waves faded, leaving the world seemingly reduced to the rhythmic beating of their own hearts and the friction between the hull and the sea surface. Within this ethereal fog, it felt as though time and space had ceased to exist. After an indeterminate duration, the sound of the waves gradually returned. As the mist dissipated, "I could discern your visage, Sir Ballystan." Sir Ballystan clutched his sword tightly. "Heavenly Father, this accursed fog has drenched my garments." Visibility slowly improved, easing the taut atmosphere, and the warriors relaxed their stiffened grips. After several hours of navigation, visibility remained confined to a mere few meters. "Where are we?" Captain Colin groped for the ship's wheel, while the captain of the Obsidian diligently scrutinized the nautical charts. "My lord, I fear we have temporarily lost our bearings. There are no nearby islands to serve as reference points." The captain gently wiped the water stains from the chart and stowed it away. Before Colin could utter a word, the vessel jolted violently, tilting sharply to the left, as if the starboard side had collided with something. Colin hurriedly leaned over the starboard side and beheld the Obsidian having struck a submerged remnant of a broken wall, the ship's hull precariously perched upon the underwater foundation. Fortunately, the foundation was not elevated. After a brief scrape, the Obsidian plummeted back into the sea, regaining its equilibrium, though the splashing seawater scalded several sailors on deck. "My lord, this appears to be a small island," the captain remarked, securing a rope around himself to tether to the ship's wheel. He rose from the collision with merely a stumble. "Let us disembark," Colin resolved, recognizing that aimlessly wandering in the dense fog was unwise. The ship navigated cautiously around the small island, finally discovering a point of disembarkation, a broken bridge extending into the sea. The sailors lowered the gangplank, and Colin, accompanied by a contingent of armored cavalry, carefully avoided the encroaching seawater as they ascended the fractured bridge. The bridge spanned approximately 10 meters in width, its surface barren, with intricately carved dragon statues adorning the balustrades on either side. The group advanced with heavy footsteps along the bridge, where a dragon statue, missing a wing, lay shattered in their path. Circumventing the debris, they set foot upon the island, revealing scorched, steaming earth. The mist enveloping the island seemed to lessen further, allowing visibility to extend to 10 meters. Colin and the warriors ventured deeper into the island, soon arriving at its modest center. Here stood a massive obsidian slab, and upon closer inspection, it was inscribed in vivid red ink with Valyrian script. Colin recalled that this location was noted on the nautical chart, referred to as Codex Island, a rare marked isle on the periphery of the Smoke Sea. With a point of reference for navigation established, Colin felt a surge of satisfaction. After noting the orientation of the obsidian slab, he resolved to return to the warship. As Colin turned around, he caught sight of a shadowy figure darting past the warriors behind him. Observing Colin suddenly raise his battle axe, the soldiers facing him were perplexed. Before they could inquire, Colin bellowed, "Circle defense." Chapter 39. The Forgotten Ones. Standing at the center of the formation, Colin's expression was grim. Of the 12 heavily armored cavalrymen who had accompanied him, only 11 remained. The shadow had silently whisked away a fully armed elite warrior. The formation gradually shifted back in the direction they had come from. The alert soldiers tensed their nerves, gripping their shields tightly together. Iron boots carved marks into the charred earth, and the lurking monstrosities within the mist caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down the warriors' brows. Steady your steps and maintain the rhythm. Upon seeing the shattered statue at the bridgehead, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, a shadow emerged from behind the statue, causing all to gasp in terror. What manner of beast was this? A humanoid form, entirely coal-black, with webbed feet and grotesque dragon-like claws for hands. Its face, devoid of discernible features, bore a pair of gray, lifeless eyes that sent chills down one's spine. The creature uttered no sound, but with a graceful leap, it traversed 10 meters and collided with the formation. The armored cavalrymen holding shields were immediately sent flying, creating a breach in the circle that left it perilously vulnerable. In a fit of rage, Colin charged forward, battle-axe raised. The creature barely managed to block the blow with its arms, and it was then that Colin noticed its body was encased in a layer of obsidian. At that moment, the obsidian on the creature's arms shattered, and a dark red magma oozed from the wounds. The beast emitted a low growl, and for the first time, a flicker of anger appeared in its lifeless eyes. Colin did not allow the creature a moment's respite. He swung his axe down again, infused with fury. The blow brought the creature to its knees, the axe embedding deeply into its shoulder, dark red magma gushing from the wound, releasing a pungent scent of sulfur. The armored cavalrymen seized the opportunity, their war hammers whistling as they struck the creature, causing the obsidian exterior to shatter and scatter. Observing the howling creature, Colin withdrew his battle axe and struck down once more with ferocious might, cleaving the beast's body in two. After this incident, Colin grew increasingly anxious about the safety of their warship. Without further hesitation, he immediately led his warriors back to the vessel. On the broken bridge, the mist thickened once more, reducing visibility to mere meters. Groping their way back to the boarding point, the sight of the deserted dock sent a chill down Colin's spine. 2 warriors had been stationed there, yet now only empty planks remained, their far ends disappearing into the white fog where they connected to the ship. Colin and his men cautiously stepped onto the planks, gradually picking up faint sounds of battle. As they reached the end and leaped aboard, a gruesome scene unfolded before them. Within a few meters on the deck lay several mangled corpses, shattered steel mingling with crimson flesh, a sight that sent shivers through them. A few steps further, a familiar voice rang out. "Come on then." It was Ser Barristan. Colin charged into the mist to find Ser Barristan and the warriors encircling 3 monstrous creatures with their spears, the ground littered with shards of obsidian. These were the very same abominations Colin had encountered on the island. Their razor-sharp claws sliced through spears with terrifying ease whenever they lashed out. Colin's arrival bolstered the warriors' morale, and the creatures, sensing the tide turning, let out guttural roars. The steel spears could shatter the obsidian shells of the monsters and pierce the molten flesh beneath. But the wounds merely caused momentary disruptions. The dark red injuries cooled swiftly once the spears were withdrawn. Only strikes aimed at their heads seemed to unsettle them. After observing their attack patterns, Colin seized a spear from a warrior. Timing his strike perfectly between the creature's claw swipes, he drove the weapon straight through one monster's eye, skewering its grotesque obsidian skull. The creature convulsed violently before collapsing into lifeless shards. Inspired, the warriors focused their attacks on the remaining two monsters' eyes. The creatures flailed desperately, knowing their doom was near. Soon, two more piles of shattered rock littered the deck. Gazing at Ser Barristan, whose face bore burns from the creature's molten blood, Colin felt a pang of guilt. Where are Rogers and Belwas? Rogers is fine. Belwas took a hit. In a corner of the deck, the massive Belwas sat with a deep gash across his abdomen. Just a scratch. Won't kill me, he grinned savagely, his body a testament to his words with its countless scars. Silently, Colin ordered a stretcher to carry the wounded giant below deck. A grim tally revealed that the silent, creeping monsters had claimed the lives of 11 warriors and 7 sailors, leaving behind nothing but scattered obsidian shards. What happened on the island? Ser Barristan asked, adjusting a visored helmet over his freshly bandaged wounds. Here lies Codex Island, yet the map bears no mention of monsters lurking within. Perhaps those who have encountered such creatures have met their demise. Even steel spears crumble like decayed wood beneath their claws, were it not for the pain they endure. Our triumph over them would seem nearly impossible. Colin picked up a broken spear from the ground, observing how the iron tip had been neatly severed in two, its cross-section remarkably smooth. Why do they not simply sink our ship? Colin voiced the query that lingered in both their minds. Upon confirming their location, the obsidian ship raised its anchor, yet remained stationary as all awaited Colin's command. Gazing at Beaver's bandaged form, Colin hesitated amidst the clashing of blades. He wrestled with his conscience for deceiving his friends, leading them into such peril, and felt a twinge of anxiety about continuing on this unknown journey. Let us proceed, Beaver encouraged, patting his blood-stained bandages. Ser Barristan nodded, his steadfast gaze silently affirming his resolve. My lord, I shall heed your command, Rogers declared as he once again grasped his sword, for his bow proved futile against the monsters. Colin nodded solemnly. The captain adjusted the ship's helm, and the obsidian sailed deeper into the misty sea. Chapter 40. The octopus sea monster. After departing from Codex Island, it seemed fortune had once more favored Colin. The obsidian sailed for several days without encountering danger, and the fog that shrouded the smoky sea had lifted considerably, visibility reaching nearly 100 meters. My lord, we are nearing the waters of the Golden Fleet. Look, the captain exclaimed excitedly as he approached Colin with the sea chart. Not far ahead, a cluster of reddish-brown rocks emerged from the mist. As the ship drew nearer, the coral and rock reef gradually revealed itself. If the chart is accurate, the Golden Fleet lies 50 nautical miles north of the Red Fortress Reef. Upon hearing this news, everyone was invigorated. The Red Fortress Reef had existed long before the cataclysm that befell Valyria, once serving as a central island in an inland saltwater lake. The calamity erased the lake, leaving only the Red Fortress Reef to stand as a beacon for adventurers in this smoky sea. After 2 days of sailing northward, the Obsidian arrived at a shipwreck site. A dozen grand ships lay sunken in a harbor just a few dozen meters from the island. Through the churning waters, the remnants of the vessels were barely visible, with only the long masts peeking above the surface. It is the Golden Fleet. We have found it. The sailors cheered, gathering excitedly at the ship's edge. Colin leaned in for a closer look, discovering that the top of a sunken mast bore a lion emblem, the sigil of House Lannister. The Obsidian navigated slowly through the wreckage, the crew gradually calming from their elation, pondering how to salvage these sunken ships from the turbulent waters. After some deliberation, Colin resolved to first set foot on the island before devising a plan. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently. Colin initially dismissed it as colliding with the mast of a sunken vessel, but when the vessel shuddered again with even greater force, it became clear that something was deliberately striking the Obsidian. Gripping his sword tightly, Colin signaled his warriors to stand guard. All held their breath in tense silence, until massive, sucker-lined tentacles erupted over the gunwales. Several unfortunate oarsmen were seized before they could react, their agonized screams cut short as they were dragged into the churning sea. Kraken! The sailors shrieked, their hearts gripped by primal terror. Colin rushed to the railing and saw the boiling waters now stained crimson. The surface had calmed, but he knew the beast lurked beneath, patiently awaiting its prey's lapse in vigilance. Sure enough, as he leaned over, a tentacle lashed upward, coiling toward him. Colin swung his greatsword, the blade meeting resistance like a knife slicing through thick hide. Yet the sheer force slammed the appendage against the hull. Blue blood sprang from the wound. The injured limb recoiled into the depths, but the remaining tentacles grew frenzied, snatching more victims overboard. Beavos seized the moment. As one tentacle ensnared a warrior, he drove his spear deep into its midsection, pinning it to the ship. Seeing his chance, Colin hacked relentlessly until the monstrous limb was severed. The beast writhed in agony, withdrawing its remaining arms, leaving only the twitching, disembodied tentacle on deck. To shore, Colin bellowed. He knew the creature would not relent. Fighting it in this seething cauldron was folly. The shaken oarsmen returned to their posts, and the obsidian lurched forward. But as land drew near, the horror's ghastly limbs slithered over the rails once more. This time, it ignored the crew's desperate strikes, heaving with all its might to drag the ship into the abyss. Timbers groaned under the strain, panic surging anew. Colin stared at his notched blade. Never had he craved Valyrian steel more. The hull creaked ominously. Time was running out. I'll strike its body below. Get the ship ashore, he declared, refusing debate. Armed with 3 spears, he plunged into the scalding depths. The murk near the surface obscured vision, but as he descended, the water cleared unexpectedly. Before he could marvel, a tentacle shot toward him through the currents. Colin twisted aside, evading the strike, and then he saw it. Clinging to the ship's belly was a monstrous, gargantuan octopus. The colossal octopus, with 2 basketball-sized eyes resembling immense incandescent bulbs, illuminated the ocean floor as it fixated intently on Colin, who had plunged into the water. Several tentacles suddenly surged forth. Colin, summoning all his strength, hurled a spear, its sharp tip slicing through the water with precision, piercing one of the octopus's eyes. With the loss of one source of light, the underwater realm abruptly darkened. The octopus initially froze in shock, then writhed in agony, thrashing violently against the seabed. The obsidian vessel, now unshackled, swiftly maneuvered its oars, fleeing towards the island. Observing that the obsidian had evaded peril, Colin also prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, the octopus, sensing the culprit responsible for its injuries stirring the water, endured its pain and forcefully expelled a torrent of seawater towards Colin. Realizing the imminent danger, Colin hastily cast a second spear, but having already suffered a blow, the octopus adeptly intercepted this attack with its tentacles. Faced with a creature far swifter than himself, Colin swam towards the wreckage of a sunken ship, hoping to find refuge behind the debris. The deck of the submerged vessel was cloaked in dust. Colin grasped the deck and, clutching the latticework, swiftly darted into the cabin. Inside the darkness of the cabin, Colin was suddenly enveloped in shadows. But his respite was short-lived as the enraged octopus approached the cabin's top, ensnaring it with its tentacles. A cacophony of splintering would echoed as the furious octopus demolished the cabin roof into fragments. After exchanging a glance with the octopus, Colin swiftly descended into the lower deck. The octopus pursued him to the staircase, but its massive form could not navigate the narrow passage. Amidst the impotent fury of the thrashing tentacles, Colin slipped into the depths of the lower deck. Observing the octopus violently dismantling the deck at the entrance, Colin promptly prodded the ship's hull with his spear, attempting to create an escape route. Alas, the hull at the waterline was exceedingly thick, and despite multiple attempts, he only managed to create a few holes. Collecting his thoughts, Colin sought tools, rummaging through the murky waters, but found little more than scattered bones. Just when he endeavored to break through in another direction, the octopus guarding the entrance unexpectedly departed. In a moment of uncertainty, a light suddenly illuminated behind Colin. The octopus had returned, its gaze penetrating through the small hole Colin had created. Elated, Colin tightly gripped his spear, exhaling a bubble of air, and lunged forward. The sharp spear pierced through the ship's hull, plunging into the octopus's remaining eye. Chapter 41. The Cuckoo. The obsidian vessel lay stranded on the beach of an unnamed island. With crew members gathered not far from the shore, their hopeful gazes fixed on the smoky horizon, yearning for a miracle. Sir Ballystan removed his helmet. A grave expression etched on his face, plagued by guilt for failing to secure Colin. Rogers and Beworth stood silently with their swords at hand, while the translator, Pucia, who had ventured out of the cabin for the first time, bore a look of sorrow. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the sea. stepping onto the gradually rising continental shelf of the island and making its way to the shore. The sight of Colin, enveloped in steam, left everyone astounded. Sir Bollistan hurriedly approached Colin with the crowd, utterly speechless in his astonishment. Colin merely smiled, offering no further explanation. As the warriors and sailors gathered closely around the miraculous survivor, they all awaited his command. After a brief respite, they discovered that the hull of the obsidian had become grotesquely warped. Navigating it through the misty waters to avoid sinking was merely a matter of time. Colin had no choice but to instruct the crew to unload any usable supplies from the ship, while he, accompanied by Sir Bollistan and Rogers, set out to explore the island. The trio walked upon the sandy shores scattered with fine black grains, with Rogers frequently glancing at Colin. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Colin chuckled, noticing Rogers' inquisitive gaze. "Sir, what manner of creature attacked our vessel?" "A colossal octopus, with eyes as large as street lamps that glowed ominously. Ultimately, I dispatched it with a spear plunged into its brain," Colin said, observing the admiration in Rogers' eyes. He patted his shoulder, adding, "My willingness to leap into the boiling sea to confront it stemmed from a foundation of confidence. Blind bravery is not commendable." Moments later, they halted in their tracks. Before them lay a modest golden sailboat, resting upon the sand. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was encased in brass, its waterline securely wrapped. On the opposite side of the vessel, a wooden ladder was affixed. Colin tested it and found the wood to be sturdy. Climbing the ladder to the ship's railing, he surveyed the deck, which was in disarray, strewn with planks and ropes, suggesting that the crew had plundered it before their departure. Brandishing a torch, Colin entered the cabin, where a musty odor filled the air, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. Descending the staircase to the lower deck, he found the area that once housed hammocks now entirely vacant, rendering the ship almost a mere shell. Returning to the deck, he ascended the stairs to the captain's quarters at the stern, where a skeleton clad in tattered captain's attire lay sprawled across the table. A small box rested atop it. Colin pried it open with his dagger, revealing a nautical logbook within. The sight of the Valyrian script on the cover filled him with relief for having brought Pucia along. Before long, Rogers escorted Pucia to the captain's quarters, her astonishment at the appearance of the golden sailboat evident. Colin handed her the logbook, saying, "Read this." Pucia spread the logbook open on the table, revealing a pale yellow note. "Old Moro, is that you? If only you could accompany me down to the 7th layer of hell, how delightful it would be." Pucia glanced at Colin, who urged her to continue. Colin was taken aback to discover it was the vessel of an acquaintance. However, instead of Old Moro, it was he who had arrived, though he had no intention of joining him in the infernal depths. On the 13th of July, 2937, I set sail from Volantis aboard the refurbished Cuckoo, an endeavor that nearly depleted my entire savings. By the 15th, as we approached the Sea of Smoke, I prayed for the Virgin's mercy upon this wayward soul. Remarkably, by the 19th, we reached the Red Fortress in just 3 days. Blessed be the Virgin. However, on the 23rd, we encountered a monstrosity. By the 27th, we spent several days dragging the ship ashore, for the creatures seemed to abhor land. On the 10th of August, despair engulfed me. My crew had fled, but I knew their escape was merely a fleeting respite. The monsters would not spare anyone. Old Moro, I buried the salvaged tools in the sand. Best of luck to you. Upon finishing the account, the few who had gathered exchanged glances, astonished that monsters could exist even here, stirring painful memories among them. For safety's sake, Colin relocated the seaside camp to the Golden Sail, and the crew erupted in cheers upon spotting a new vessel. The buried salvage tools were unearthed, a substantial bundle of ropes and slings, along with several barrels of dark rum. Worried by the log's mention of monsters, Colin dispatched the warriors to scour the island. Soon, they discovered a multitude of corpses in a nearby watchtower. The tower was a product of the familiar Valyrian stonework, with dozens of skeletons leading from the entrance up the staircase to the 2nd floor. The corpses at the entrance faced the door, while those behind mostly turned away, indicating they had resisted, yet ultimately succumbed to slaughter. It was those charred beasts that Sir Bollistan picked up, clutching a shard of a long sword, its iron edge remarkably smooth. They were not soldiers, armed with spears or warhammers. The monsters must have been insurmountable foes to them, Colin sighed. The next day, Colin organized the crew to salvage the sunken ship. Tempted by the allure of the Golden Fleet, everyone was filled with zeal. However, the first recovery was the carcass of a colossal octopus. Colin dove into the depths, binding it with ropes, and together they easily dragged the massive creature onto the beach. The octopus measured nearly 8 meters in length, with its longest tentacle approaching 15 meters. The immense body lay sprawled on the shore, and the sailors, eager to partake, believed consuming the flesh of sea monsters would bring good fortune. Colin did not rest, diving back into the depths. Days later, he thoroughly explored the sunken cove, discovering dozens of copper chests amid the wreckage, each filled with heavy gold ingots. Colin rejoiced for several days, yet soon fell into disappointment, for he found neither the flagship Golden Lion of the Golden Fleet nor the Valyrian steel sword. Sir Bollistan perceived Colin's despondency and patted him on the shoulder, remarking, "This may merely be a fraction of the Golden Fleet. However, even in the absence of the radiant light, the presence of this gold will undoubtedly advance our endeavors." With a sense of resignation, Colin instructed the sailors to tow the cuckoo to the shore, preparing for their return to Volantis. It was only upon boarding that he discovered the cuckoo's waterline had already sunk deeply with a capacity of 250 souls, and the addition of gold might risk capsizing the vessel. Thus, Colin reluctantly decided to leave the gold on the island, planning to retrieve it on a future visit. The cuckoo hoisted its sails, braving the mist as it set course for home. Chapter 42. The Sword and the Egg. As they embarked on their journey back, the fog gradually thickened. Fortunately, the cuckoo had been fortified. Several minor rocks were shattered against its robust hull. In the captain's quarters, Colin was engaged in a game of Shiva's chess with Sir Bollistan. The chessboard was crafted from silver, while the pieces were fashioned from gold, unearthed by Rogers from a concealed compartment in the captain's desk. "Your dragon is gone, huh?" Colin exclaimed as he captured Sir Bollistan's dragon piece with a catapult piece. Sir Bollistan, visibly vexed, was on the verge of conceding when the door to the captain's quarters was suddenly flung open. A cold gust of wind swirling in with the fog. "Ah, this fog reminds me of that day on Codex Isle. It is equally suffocating," remarked Beaver as he strode in, wielding a warhammer. Colin took a hearty swig from the wine jug and tossed it to Beaver. "You can help Sir Bollistan savor the joy of victory. I shall take a stroll." With that, Colin exited the cabin, grasping the warhammer that resembled the long-handled Mjolnir. Originally a tool for striking the ship's anchor, Colin had taken a liking to it and procured one for both himself and Beaver, significantly larger than a cavalry hammer. The deck was shrouded in dense fog, rendering the warriors stationed at the stern nearly invisible. After exchanging greetings with the diligent captain, Colin descended the ladder at the ship's rear, intending to inspect the cabin. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound emanated from the ship's side. Peering out, Colin met the gaze of a pair of lifeless gray eyes. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch from the outset. Colin wielded his warhammer, shattering the skull of the creature before him into rubble. The vigilant warriors on the deck had already begun to sustain casualties. Monsters were climbing aboard from either side of the ship, at least 7 or 8 of them, forcing the soldiers to retreat to the center of the deck, back to back, raising their spears in defense. Fortunately, the creatures exhibited a fear of pain. Although their claws could easily sever steel, they hesitated when faced with the forest of spears. Positioned outside the fray, Colin became the prime target for the monsters' assaults. Thankfully, the creatures' attack patterns were rather predictable. Sir Bollistan and Beaver, having rushed out from the captain's quarters, stood behind Colin, forming a small but resolute unit. When a monster attempted to charge, Sir Bollistan would brandish his spear in a feigned thrust, causing the creature to hesitate, only to meet the heavy blow of the iron hammer. After incurring the loss of 3 valiant warriors, the monstrous horde was finally vanquished. Yet, before they could catch their breath, an even larger wave of creatures surged forth. Had they stumbled into a den of beasts? Bovoros raised his warhammer, bringing it down with ferocity upon the skull of a creature kneeling before him. The deck was strewn with shards of obsidian, and the warriors, having lost their spears, were compelled to engage the monsters in close combat using cavalry hammers. Colin, in a state of disarray, cast his helmet to the ground. The gilded horns of his helm were severed by the wild claws of a creature. Observing the warriors encircled by the monsters, Colin understood their endurance was waning. To the cabin, he bellowed, seizing a broken spear and charging towards another beast. The warriors nearby fled back to the cabin, while others vanished into the mist. Colin stood vigilant at the cabin door, brandishing the half-spear, as several heaps of rubble lay at the entrance. Behind him, others clutched an assortment of weapons, their expressions taut with anticipation of the impending assault. Why do they not attack the ship? If they dismantled the planks, we would be powerless, Bavoros voiced the collective apprehension. Yet, the monsters offered no reply. They had once surrounded the cabin door, but retreated after several of their number were pierced. Hours passed, and tranquility returned. The mist outside dissipating, while the unmanned cuckoo had drifted to an unknown fate. Just as Colin intended to venture outside, the cuckoo suddenly collided with something, causing the bow to rear up, and the occupants of the cabin were thrown to the ground in shock. Colin extended his spear out from the cabin, only to find the monsters had seemingly vanished, leaving behind a deck littered with bloodied debris. As he groped his way to the ship's edge, the sight before him left Colin astounded. The cuckoo had somehow mounted another vessel, an immense ship, whose half-submerged hull was more than capable of supporting the cuckoo. Colin relayed this revelation to those still concealed within the cabin, and once it was confirmed that the monsters had indeed retreated, they cautiously emerged, gazing in awe at the colossal wreckage. "Look there!" A sailor's exclamation sent a wave of tension through the crowd, fearing another monster assault. It is a Lannister ship. On a fragment of an iron shield, a proud lion insignia was visible. This discovery astounded everyone. If this were a Lannister vessel, it could only be the legendary Golden Lion, renowned for its vast size. Colin instructed the sailors to produce a ladder, which was then leaned against the hull of both the cuckoo and the Golden Lion. Ascending the ladder, Colin peered over the side, revealing a small island of merely a few dozen paces. The bow of the Golden Lion was grounded upon the isle, its massive hull tilted and submerged in the sea, while a black tower stood upon the land. Unable to quell his curiosity, Colin set up the ladder and climbed onto the island. At the entrance of the black tower on the island, a mound of decayed bones and shattered swords lay strewn about, a discovery that sent a shiver through Colin's heart. Soon, the sailors brought torches and tools, and together they cleared a path. Upon entering the tower, a scene of unimaginable horror unfolded before their eyes. White bones carpeted every corner of the interior, crumbling into powder beneath their feet. Ascending the staircase to the top of the black tower, wisps of white mist drifted in, revealing a portion of the tower-esque structure that had collapsed, exposing a crescent-shaped sky above. Yet this level was remarkably clean, save for a single skeleton seated in a corner. As Colin approached, he noticed a crown, its original visage obscured by dust, lying beside the skeleton, along with an unsheathed sword. Colin exchanged incredulous glances with Sir Bollistan behind him. With disbelief in their eyes, Colin stepped forward to retrieve the sword from the ground. Shedding its corroded sheath, a massive blade glimmering with a cold light emerged before the onlookers. Holding the sword aloft, Colin nodded to Bavoros, who raised the long sword he had salvaged from the deck. With a gentle sweep of his arm, Colin effortlessly severed Bavoros's steel sword in twain. A brilliant flash. Colin rejoiced, astonished that the winds of the smoke sea had guided him to the weapon he had long desired. "What is this?" Rogers inquired, drawing his sword to prod at a box-like object beneath the skeleton. It felt somewhat heavy. Clearing the bones aside, a rusted padlock was revealed. Intrigued, Colin deftly sliced through the hefty lock, and upon opening the box, a fossilized egg gleaming with a dark metallic sheen was unveiled. A dragon egg? Chapter 21. Valyrian Colin carefully extracted the egg-shaped fossil from the box, scrutinizing it closely. The shell was not smooth. Intricate scales layered upon one another gave it a rough texture. What a true work of art, Colin marveled. Meanwhile, Sir Bollistan and Rogers wore solemn expressions, as if the egg were a fearsome beast. Having lived under the dominion of dragons for centuries in Westeros, they inherently held a profound reverence for dragons. Even if it was merely an egg, "This is worth quite a fortune," remarked Bavoros with mild interest. "The 3 dragon eggs gifted to Daenerys by Lord Illyrio were procured by me." Upon hearing Daenerys's name, Colin felt a surge of curiosity, wondering if he could hatch this dragon egg fossil. Cradling the fossil, he opened the troop panel, but found no additional dragon egg warriors among his ranks. Disappointed, he closed the panel, only to notice a newly appeared menu in the system. Inventory, Gleaming Whisper, Valyrian steel greatsword, once belonging to House Lannister, bearing their past glory and pride. Black dragon egg, a fossilized dragon egg, requiring blood and fire to awaken this wondrous creature, true dragon's blood. With a heart full of treasures, Colin returned to the cuckoo, ensuring he did not leave behind the crown, now covered in dust. Gazing at the majestic hull of the Golden Lion beneath the surface of the sea, Colin speculated that it might conceal a treasure trove of gold. Regrettably, they had left their salvage tools on Octopus Island. Seizing the opportunity while the fog was still thin, the cuckoo adjusted its sails and departed from the isle. As Colin's eagerness to discover a volcanic crater surged. Fortunately, the sea of smoke did not disappoint. 3 hours later, the cuckoo arrived at an island where molten lava flowed freely. Is it truly safe? Sir Bollistan questioned, gripping the ship's railing as Colin's excitement bubbled over. Colin nodded, his confident gaze prompting Sir Bollistan to reluctantly release his hold, albeit with a hint of skepticism. This island was, in fact, a volcano, with orange-red lava cascading across its surface. Approaching the crater while cradling the dragon egg, Colin reached out to touch the surging lava, which exuded a comforting warmth. The dragon egg seemed to quiver with joy, and Colin could sense its heartbeat, a faint rhythm gradually synchronizing with his own. As if understanding its elation, Colin drew forth the whispering light and sliced his palm, allowing the vivid crimson of his true dragon blood to smear across the surface of the egg. In response, the egg exhibited a slight tremor, and the tumultuous lava began to swirl like a vortex. When Colin awakened from his newfound euphoria, the once orange-red lava had solidified into obsidian. The dragon egg, glistening with a metallic sheen, had cracked open slightly, and a tiny lizard head emerged, struggling to open its eyes. On the deck of the cuckoo, the crew encircled Colin's hatchling. It was presently savoring a piece of dried fish, emitting a juvenile screech as a warning to anyone attempting to approach its meal. Rogers, as Colin's attendant, had the honor of feeding the hatchling, holding a basket of dried fish while admiring the creature. "My lord, have you named it?" "Balerion," Colin replied, gently stroking the hatchling's head, for only he was permitted to approach during its feeding. "Black Death?" Rogers exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. The legendary dragon of Aegon the Conqueror, who once subdued the continent of Westeros and founded the Targaryen dynasty, was named Balerion, said to possess teeth as sharp as swords and breathe flames as dark as night, casting shadows over prosperous towns. Indeed, I hope it surpasses its forebears and brings victory to our endeavors. In contrast to Roger's admiration, Sir Bollistan appeared bewildered and astonished. Despite having heard tales of Daenerys, witnessing the hatching of a dragon egg that had lain dormant for centuries was still utterly surreal. The presence of such a colossal beast could easily instill a sense of helplessness in a knight. Observing Sir Bollistan's disorientation, Colin patted his arm, saying, "My lord, the times have changed." Perhaps due to Balerion, the cuckoo encountered no further monster attacks. Days later, they traversed the wall of white mist and emerged in the southern waters of the Sea of Smoke. Balerion also made an appearance on Colin's troop panel. Balerion, 3, a black dragon hatchling tainted by the aura of doom, a legendary unit. Advancement path: hatchling, juvenile dragon. Young dragon, adult dragon, ancient dragon. Next advancement: in 15 days, under the effect of the devil instructor. As the sun rose for the 5th time, the cuckoo returned to the port of Volantis. Colin's fleet had long been repaired, and upon the Lord's return, the warriors erupted in jubilant cheers. To prevent the young Balerion from attracting unwanted attention, Colin chose to remain aboard the ship, commanding the fleet to gather supplies and prepare for departure. However, as fate would have it, a letter from the merchant's house arrived at his hands. Whose letter was it? In the captain's cabin, Sir Bollistan had taken over Roger's duties, seemingly deriving immense satisfaction from watching the little one grow day by day. "Madam Waterside wishes for me to visit the merchant's house." Colin pondered for a moment before deciding to attend the meeting. "I shall go alone. You take good care of this little one." Traversing the bustling streets of Volantis in an elephant carriage, Colin sensed, albeit faintly, that someone in the crowd was watching him. Yet, when he turned to look, all was still, leading him to suspect that perhaps he was merely being overly cautious after drifting in the misty sea for too long. In that familiar alcove, there were no longer any lines of people. Upon seeing Colin, the widow's sons drew back the tapestry, revealing Madame Waterside seated at the table awaiting his arrival. Golden wine from Green Pavilion Island? A jug and a goblet lay upon the table, the latter already filled with golden liquid. Madame Waterside pushed the goblet towards Colin, who without hesitation raised it to his lips and drank deeply. Drinking like that truly wastes a fine vintage. Madame Waterside's voice remained as resonant as ever, though tinged with a hint of fatigue. Satisfied, Colin set down his cup. "Did you summon me for a particular matter, my lady?" "I heard you returned driving old Yuli's cuckoo," Madam Waterside poured another goblet for Colin. I had previously heard tales of old Yuli and old Moro serving on the same pirate ship. It seems your treasure map from the Misty Sea was indeed left by old Yuli? Colin maintained his composure, raising his cup and downing the contents. Since you are already aware, I have nothing to conceal. I did indeed find the cuckoo there, but unfortunately, we brought nothing back. Madam Waterside fell silent for a moment. Yet others may not share your perspective. While old Yuli is tight-lipped, drunken sailors are often prone to loose tongues. The discovery of the Golden Fleet wreck is known to more than just me. Chapter 43, Setting Sail. Colin paused in contemplation. So, my lady, you summoned me to obtain something from me? I desire nothing. Madam Waterside refilled Colin's goblet once more. I have heard whispers that some in the city have quietly banded together, including some scoundrels from the navy. They merely await your departure from Volantis before striking at your fleet. Why reveal this to me? Colin inquired, perplexed. Lady of the Waters offered a faint smile. As I said, drunken sailors often bring trouble. The wine jug now empty, weariness settled upon her features. Brimming with unanswered questions, Colin prepared to take his leave. On the path back to the docks, he sensed the weight of furtive gazes multiplying around him. His guard raised. He soon realized the driver had abandoned him in an unfamiliar alley before vanishing like smoke. Drawing Light's howl, Colin dismounted the elephant carriage. From the shadows emerged two bands of mercenaries, blades gleaming as they encircled him. Then, a man clad in a yellow turban and white robes, the guise of a merchant, stepped forth from their ranks. Surrender the sea charts, and I may spare you. Out of kinship, as fellow men of Westeros. Colin surveyed the filth-strewn alley, disdainfully resting his sword upon his shoulder. Out of kinship, I shall grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. The merchant's face darkened at the refusal. With a terse gesture, the mercenaries surged forward. Unmoved, Colin merely polished Light's howl's blade with deliberate calm. Their advance faltered, hesitation flickering among them as they whispered, creeping closer. Then, precise as a striking viper, Colin swung. A lethal arc carved through flesh and steel alike. The fortunate lost arms. The unfortunate, heads. The merchant recoiled, horror-struck. Yet the surviving mercenaries, rather than retreating, burned with renewed greed. The alley became a tempest of blood, earth beneath them stained crimson. Before avarice could claim them, their skulls littered the ground. Colin withdrew Light's howl from the last mercenary's chest, flicking away the scarlet droplets until frost-white steel gleamed anew. The merchant trembled violently, rivulets of blood pooling at his feet. He stumbled back, collapsing in terror. I promised you an intact corpse. With a smile, Colin plucked a broken spear from the carnage. A flick of his wrist, and the merchant's chest was pierced. At the docks, his warriors reported countless spies watching their fleet. Several sailors who had ventured ashore had vanished. Provisions, too, had been stolen by masked assailants. Faced with such brazen hostility, Colin ordered heightened vigilance and forbade idle excursions. In Cuckoo's captain's quarters, he relayed Lady of the Water's warning. Brows furrowed, none had anticipated such turmoil upon returning to Volantis. Let them come, roared Bavoas, bristling. We'll crush any who dare follow. Accustomed to being the hunter, this prey's role chafed at him. Sir Balistan, deep in contemplation, found himself at a loss for a solution. The ambitions of the covetous Valentines were overtly scheming. Once Colin and his companions set sail, they would inevitably confront the pirate fleet. Colin's gaze fell upon Balerion, who was nibbling on dried fish, and a sudden idea struck him. If they desired us to depart, then we shall remain. Yet, how could we outlast these local predators? Sir Ballistan's concerns were not unfounded. The fleet's daily provisions were procured from the port, and it was only a matter of time before the opposing forces would slaughter the crew responsible for procurement, leading to inevitable deprivation. We could proceed as follows, Colin proposed. Under the cover of night, he discreetly relocated Balerion to the Saffron. The following day, Rogers donned Colin's armor, standing vigil on the deck of the Cuckoo, while Colin concealed himself within the hold of the Saffron, poised for departure. As the vessel slipped from the harbor, several ships stealthily followed. However, the Saffron merely circled back to port. For several days thereafter, all ships but the Cuckoo ventured out only to return, much to the frustration of the relentless pursuers. The covetous faction was comprised of various forces, and their continuous mockery sowed discord among them. Some advocated for a direct assault on the docked fleet. Yet the faction linked to the corrupt navy dismissed this proposal. One evening, the Saffron departed at dinner time, and amidst a flurry of push and shove, the pursuers managed to dispatch 2 ships. Assuming the Saffron would merely take another turn before returning, they carelessly failed to fully unfurl their sails. It was only when the Saffron set its full sails to the northern wind, vanishing beyond the harbor, that they realized their folly and hastily gave chase. Yet the vastness of the night sea assured their futile endeavor. Upon learning that a vessel had escaped, the covetous faction was incensed. Fortunately, 6 ships remained in port, including the crucial Cuckoo, which allowed them to begrudgingly bide their time. This wait extended over a month. The Saffron, having left Valentine's, did not venture far, but instead sought refuge on a secluded isle away from established routes. Colin and his warriors erected a camp upon the island, transforming into caretakers for Balerion as he prepared to ascend to the status of a young dragon. Merely days after arriving, Balerion undertook his first transformation, emerging as a fledgling black dragon. Post-transformation, the once tender skin of the dragon bore lustrous black scales that glimmered with metallic sheen, and new angular formations sprouted from his head, resembling sharp obsidian daggers. Simultaneously, he could emit fierce crimson flames. His appetite surged as well, favoring cooked meals, much to Colin's dismay, who found himself laboring tirelessly to meet Balerion's demands. The island's sun was relentless, leaving the warriors who accompanied Colin with sunburned skin. With 30 days remaining until Balerion's next metamorphosis, the days passed in monotonous anticipation, leading to growing dissent among the covetous faction. Some chose to depart, while others clamored for an offensive. However, the corrupt navy dared not risk the wrath of the ruling officials by brazenly plundering the ships docked in the harbor, for such actions would inflict a catastrophic blow to the commerce of Volantis. At long last, after more than a month of absence, the Saffron finally returned to Volantis. The would-be plunderers, standing on the docks, were bewildered by the news, while those in the know, including Sir Balistan, revealed smiles of palpable relief. The following dawn, Colin's fleet raised their anchors and departed from the harbor of Volantis. The covetous onlookers, who had waited for over a month, joyously set sail in pursuit, forming a fleet of over 30 vessels that trailed behind Colin's ships. Not far from the harbor, 5 naval warships approached from the front, heralding an imminent clash in what seemed to be a certain naval confrontation for the pursuers. Chapter 44. Astapor. Colin's fleet drew ever closer to the intercepting Volantis navy, with both sides readying their ballistae and crossbows. Charge forth and engage in boarding combat. Colin commanded from the deck of the Saffron, eagerly awaiting an opportunity. Soon, both fleets were within range, and the Volantis navy initiated the attack, massive bolts and sharp stones whistling through the air. However, this exchange resulted in nearly all shots missing their targets, save for a single bolt that fortuitously tore through the Saffron's sails. Realizing Colin's intent to board, the Volantis navy rejoiced, for each of their warships boasted at least 300 skilled boarding fighters. As the 2 fleets neared collision, warriors on both sides brandished their spears and crossbows, prepared for a desperate melee. In the eyes of the Volantis navy, Colin's fleet, barely manned on the deck, seemed to be courting disaster. At that moment, Colin emerged from the hold, leading out Balerion, a youthful dragon whose wings spanned an impressive 10 meters and whose body measured 7 to 8 meters in length. The cramped lower deck had agitated the creature. Had it not been for Colin's efforts to soothe it, the Saffron would have been reduced to ashes. Now, emerging from the hold, Balerion stretched its wings vigorously, the metallic screech of its movement resounding across the battlefield. Colin mounted Balerion's back, grasping the spines along its spine, with a gentle kick of its hind legs. The colossal dragon soared into the sky. Even after having tasted the exhilaration of flight on the island, Colin felt it could never be enough, no matter how many times he experienced it. Balerion flew towards the Volantis navy, and the sight of the long-lost dragon, reappearing on the battlefield after a century and a half, left the Valentisians in shock. The dragon swooped low over the unprepared warships, and with a single dive, its fiery breath cleaved 2 vessels in half, sending them sinking into the abyss. Witnessing the undeniable power of the dragon's flames, the surviving Valentisians were engulfed in confusion. After circling at a distance, Colin guided Balerion to land on the bow of a Volantis warship. The colossal form of the dragon caused the warship to tremble, reducing the catapult at the bow to mere splinters. Simultaneously, Colin's fleet collided with it. Amidst Balerion's thunderous roar, soldiers scattered like chaff, helplessly witnessing the armored cavalry boarding the vessels, one by one discarding their weapons. Meanwhile, The covetous ships trailing Colin's fleet caught sight of Balerion, and in their shock, hurriedly adjusted their sails in an attempt to flee back to Volantis. However, Colin showed no mercy. Faced with these merchant ships armed solely with crossbows, Balerion was relentless. Soon, all vessels chose to surrender, and under Balerion's watchful gaze, a formidable fleet of 40 ships sailed majestically towards the summer sea. After several days of navigation, the fleet rounded the Sea of Smoke and anchored at the Bay of Sorrow. From this point eastward lay the path to Qarth and the Jade Sea, while to the north was the route to the Slaver's Bay. In the captain's cabin of the Saffron, Colin convened Sir Bollistan and Beavers. "What troubles you?" Sir Bollistan, still immersed in the euphoria of their victory, gazed at Colin's serious expression with a hint of confusion. "The road beneath our feet diverges into two. It is time to part ways. Are you not heading to Qarth?" Sir Bollistan inquired, somewhat perplexed, for their initial purpose was to seek out Daenerys. "Having acquired Balerion, I have changed my mind. Perhaps Essos can accommodate a pioneering lord." Upon seeing the resolute determination in Colin's eyes, Sir Bollistan reluctantly withheld his counsel. 3 ships from Pentos departed the fleet, setting sail towards the eastern city of Qarth. Colin stood at the bow, watching Sir Bollistan and Beavers depart, while Balerion, seemingly sensing his emotions, let out a sharp cry as a farewell. Soon, Colin regained his composure and turned to gaze upon the endless fleet upon the sea, his heart swelling with ambition. Northward, our target is Astapor. The Slaver's Bay stood as the unequivocal epicenter of the slave trade in the known world, with Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen forming its absolute heart. Dominating the slave trade throughout the known world, this place was naturally steeped in immense wealth. The free citizens within the city indulged in unrestrained pleasures day after day. Before reaching Slaver's Bay, Colin summoned his remaining follower, Rogers, to unveil his plan. "I intend to negotiate with the good masters of Astapor using the ships and ransom of the covetous, feigning an interest in purchasing Unsullied. I shall then reveal Balerion to him, and propose an exchange of dragons for all the Unsullied. Once he hands over the harpy's finger that controls the Unsullied, we shall eliminate the good master and all the slave owners, liberating the slaves of Astapor." After several more days at sea, the fleet arrived at the port of Astapor, where the immense armada aroused the vigilance of the port guards. Balerion soaring above the fleet instilled a sense of dread in their hearts. As Colin and his companions disembarked alongside the dragon, they were confronted by hundreds of Unsullied clad in black armor and wielding black shields, their spiked helmets glinting ominously as they barred the way. Balerion was incensed by the small figures wielding long spears, roaring as if to unleash dragon fire. Fortunately, Colin was nearby, swiftly patting its neck to provide solace. "We are esteemed guests here to purchase Unsullied. Clear the path at once," Pushia proclaimed as she approached the Unsullied to convey their intentions. However, the Unsullied remained unmoved, their sharp spears obstructing their passage. Meanwhile, Colin's armored cavalry disembarked from the ship, forming an imposing line that glimmered with the cold sheen of steel. Under the blazing sun, Balerion grew increasingly agitated, sensing an impending conflict, when a corpulent figure draped in silk and carried by a group of slaves rushed forward in a palanquin. "Stop! Do not be disrespectful to our esteemed guests." The rotund man, even before arriving, discerned through his chubby eyes that Colin and his companions hailed from Westeros, for only Westerosi would don armor in the desert. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Astapor." As he approached, the hefty figure nimbly rolled out of the palanquin, his plump face adorned with obsequiousness. "I am Corin, the port authority of Astapor. My servant just informed me of a dragon's appearance at the port. I chastised him severely, yet he insists he did not err. Thus I hurried here, hoping not to have inconvenienced you." The corpulent Ottawa feigned exhaustion, wiping his brow, and lifted his gaze toward the irritable, sneezing Balerion, his small eyes reflecting both fear and avarice. Colin found the pompous display amusing, yet the harsh sun was undoubtedly a trial for his armored cavalry, prompting him to refrain from lingering. He promptly followed Ottawa into Astapor. Chapter 45. The Square of Pride. Ottawa escorted Colin and his party to the Square of Pride, a public market where slave masters showcased their slaves to potential buyers. Through Ottawa's introduction, Colin met Krasny's Mo Naklas, the benevolent lord who specialized in Unsullied. Krasny's was a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze and a square beard. After hearing Ottawa's introduction, he did not appear particularly eager. "Colin Raven, I have heard your name. My business associates in Tyrosh claim you freed their slaves and absconded with their funds. Since when do slave traders select their buyers? Colin shrugged. I shall not sell slaves to those who do not support the institution of slavery, particularly not to unsullied. With that, Krasny's flicked his silk cloak and departed with his unsullied guards. Following this unpleasant initial encounter with Krasny's, Colin took up residence in an inn adjacent to the Square of Pride. Ottawa informed him that even if Krasny's was unwilling to sell unsullied, there were other options in the city, inviting him to join in the following day's bullfighting event, where he would introduce some friends to Colin. The following day, Colin, accompanied by Rogers and the translator, Priscilla, boarded the bridge sent by Ottawa, making their way to the arena. The sun blazed overhead in Astapor, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Unlike arenas in other cities, a significant portion of Astapor's arena lies buried beneath the ground. Upon their arrival, the rotund Ottawa awaited in the shadows of the arena, flanked by his attendants. As they descended from the bridge, the attendants presented chilled fruit wine to quench their thirst. My Lord Colin, today I have invited 3 friends, Ottawa said, wiping the sweat from his brow while guiding Colin and the others along the spiraling path into the depths of the arena. Observing the curious glances exchanged among the group, Ottawa chuckled. Only in Astapor's arena do we have an underground venue. Even under the fierce sun, spectators can relish the thrilling contests in the cool shade. Inside the arena's chambers, Colin encountered Ottawa's 3 friends, Tarek, Majid, and Quato, who each greeted Colin with warm smiles. A stark contrast to the chill of Krasny. Here, you can acquire any slave except the Immaculates. Ottawa grinned broadly, having painstakingly orchestrated this lucrative deal. Colin refrained from discussing business immediately and instead approached the railing to gaze down at the arena, where he spotted a small girl standing alone and transfixed. Why is there a child in the arena? He pondered. Tarek, the slave master, stepped forward with a knowing smile. This is Astapor's signature spectacle. Watch closely. Suddenly, a massive golden bull burst forth from the open gate, charging towards the frozen girl in the blink of an eye. The petite child was gored by the bull's horns and was flung several meters like a rag doll. As he witnessed the girl's blood staining the arena, a surge of fury welled up within Colin. Yet, recalling his purpose, he stifled his rage, resisting the urge to turn away, fearing that the sight of the slave master's gleeful faces would incite him to violence. Conversely, Rogers and Priscilla lacked Colin's restraint, glaring furiously at the contemptuous slave masters. It seems our little friend is not pleased, Tarek remarked, revealing a mocking grin, his yellowed teeth prompting Rogers to grip the hilt of his sword tightly. Colin turned, his expression impassive as he restrained Rogers. Sensing Colin's displeasure, the slave masters subdued their laughter, awkwardly remarking, all mortals must meet their end, do they not? As the atmosphere grew tense, the bull was herded back into its pen, the girl's lifeless body was removed, and the blood on the ground was cleared away and replaced with fresh sand. Subsequently, a group of children, smeared in honey and various foods, was ushered into the arena. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Colin was suddenly surrounded by the joyful laughter of others from the adjacent booth. I wager that the lad in red will be the first to be devoured. He simply looks unfortunate. Ha! I believe it shall be the little girl in pale yellow. She resembles a honeycomb. Before long, a ravenous brown bear was driven from its cage by the arena guards. Sniffing the air, the bear caught the sweet scent of honey and lumbered towards the cluster of children gathered nearby. As the bear charged faster, the frightened children erupted into wails, their noses and tears mingling with honey, creating a chaotic scene. Amidst the turmoil, the youngest child, oblivious to the peril surrounding him, sat on the ground joyfully licking honey from his hands, savoring the sweetness for the very first time. The spectators in the arena screamed with fervor, urging, "Devour him!" The one in red. A chill ran down Colin's spine as he stood in the stands. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, the frostbite, and sent it hurtling towards the arena. The bear, enticed by the honey's sweetness, drooled as it ran. Yet, the piercing blade of frostbite struck true, penetrating its skull and embedding itself in the sandy floor. The bear's momentum carried it forward, causing its body to cleave in two, leaving the children momentarily silent in bewilderment at the sudden demise of the creature. The audience erupted in a cacophony of curses, denouncing the interloper who had disrupted their entertainment. The slavers in the booth stared at Colin in disbelief, shocked that he had dared to invoke the wrath of the crowd by defiling the sanctity of the arena. Colin turned, a faint smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Not only mortals meet their end, bears do as well." Stepping from the booth, Colin entered the arena. As he retrieved his sword from the bear's carcass and sheathed it, the audience quickly realized he was the instigator of the chaos. A deluge of curses rained down upon him, and the guards converged, attempting to apprehend the disruptor. However, silence soon enveloped the arena. A thunderous roar echoed overhead. And sensing Colin's anger, Balerion soared from the warship to the arena. The massive dragon descended, stirring up dust that swept across the spectators. Enraged, Balerion unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, sending the audience fleeing in terror. Colin gently patted Balerion's head, soothing its fury, and led the children out of the arena. Meanwhile, Balerion seized the bear's remains and took flight from the arena. This time, the spectators were left in stunned silence. Chapter 46. The slave trade at the entrance of the arena. Ottawa and his slaver friends caught up with Colin. Why should Lord Colin be incensed over a handful of slaves? These wretches are akin to the wild grasses by the roadside, flourishing and perishing without consequence. Hardly worthy of concern for one as esteemed as you, the noble dragon knight. Colin gently ushered the children into the sedan chair and instructed Rogers to ensure their safe passage onto the vessel. Only after taking a deep breath did he turn to Ottawa and his companions. "My ire stems from your extravagance," Colin asserted, shaking his head. "A healthy young boy fetches 5 silver coins in Volantis, yet in Pentos, he would command 30. Just moments ago, how much did you nearly squander? Such behavior is intolerable." Upon hearing Colin's words, Ottawa and his fellow slave owners exchanged glances, astonished to discover the sordid underbelly of a seemingly illustrious dragon knight, which ignited a flicker of disdain within them. After bidding farewell to Ottawa and the others from the comfort of his sedan chair, Colin's smile faded. Until his plans bore fruit, he would have to endure the presence of these repugnant insects for a few more days. The following day, Colin returned to Proud Square, this time accompanied by his fully armored cavalry. "Welcome, welcome." Tarek greeted Colin at the square, theatrically bowing in a manner reminiscent of Westerosi customs. The two entered Tarek's domain, where hundreds of half-height wooden cages were stacked, filled with individuals from across the globe, forced into servitude. Among them were the elderly and the young, with dark-skinned summer islanders alongside the wildlings from beyond the wall in Westeros. Why not adorn them more presentably? These ragged, emaciated figures hardly entice customers, Colin remarked, pointing toward a cage where a Westerosi wildling cautiously bowed his head, his freedom and dignity long since obliterated by his master. If they were too well fed, they might develop unwarranted thoughts. Tattered clothing makes it easier for customers to choose. After all, some patrons have peculiar preferences, Tarek replied with a chuckle. Colin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the wildling within the cage. The creature, feeling the weight of Colin's stare, trembled with a desire to flee. Yet the cramped quarters left him no choice but to curl up as best as he could. After a leisurely inspection, Tarek summoned a servant to present chilled fruit wine. Despite Colin's indifference to the oppressive heat of summer, he found himself P2 armored cavalrymen approached, bearing a chest. Colin lifted the lid with his foot, declaring that as long as it pleased him, there would be no shortage of such treasures. Inside the chest, gold ingots of uniform size were meticulously arranged. Satisfaction is paramount. Tarek quickly summoned guards to usher all the slaves from their cages to the water channel by the square for cleansing. In his eagerness to appease Colin, he even had them bring wheat bran for the slaves to scrub themselves. The water in the channel became filthy from the slaves' washing, provoking a heated exchange in Astapor dialect between the camel merchants downstream and Tarek. After their ablutions, the slaves appeared significantly rejuvenated and, under the shouts of their master's guards, formed a serpentine line to be selected by Colin. A total of 876 stood before him, and Tarek, with a mercenary grin, flickered his gaze between Colin and the gold. Colin, however, ignored him and instead attuned himself to Balerion. As the dragon grew, their connection deepened. Soon, Balerion soared from the distance, sending the livestock in the square into a state of panic. Before Balerion landed, Colin took a handkerchief from the translator, Pushia. Having gained experience after a few encounters with dust, Balerion descended onto Pride Square, his massive wings stirring a storm of red sand across the plaza. Unprepared, Tarek stood beside Colin, only to be engulfed in dust, causing tears to stream from his eyes, which made Colin chuckle. Once the dust settled, Colin directed the armored cavalryman to place a large basket in front of Balerion, filled with the copper coins used by the impoverished. Take a copper from before my dragon, and you shall qualify as my slave. Pushia conveyed Colin's words in various languages to the slaves. Tarek marveled at Colin's unique selection method, while the slaves became restless, all eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at Balerion. After a lengthy pause, one trembling individual stepped forward from the line. Gaunt and clad in tattered garments that hung loosely on his frame, he seemed destined to be discarded as mere refuse outside the city. Summoning immense courage, he approached Balerion. But when the dragon sneezed, he fell to the ground in fright. Nevertheless, he struggled to rise and, with great effort, retrieved a copper coin. With the first brave soul leading the way, others gradually followed. By dusk, when no one else emerged, Colin had acquired 537 slaves. On the return journey, Rogers rode alongside Colin, perplexed, and inquired, "Why did you not purchase all the slaves?" Colin refrained from a direct answer, instead asking, "Do you remember the first person who stepped forward? His name is Fawaro. Tarek informed me that he once served as a clerk aboard a merchant vessel, tasked with documenting the cargo, navigational routes, and trade transactions. Initially, it was said that a literate slave like him was in high demand. Yet due to his penchant for escape, he was sold repeatedly. Had it not been for his considerable value, his buyers would have returned him after recapturing him, and he might have perished long ago. Owing to his esteemed reputation, he has languished in a cage for over a year, enduring in a space so confined that movement was nearly impossible. One must ponder the reason for his survival." Rogers, evidently perplexed, failed to comprehend Colin's intent in sharing this. His confusion deepened. Colin, with a resigned pat on his head, remarked, "Life is both fragile and resilient. Yet, if one lacks the courage to even attempt, what merit is there in being saved?" Chapter 47. The Unsullied. With the initial success of the transaction, a steady influx of slave traders began to present their offerings. Colin, having passed the test of Baylor, welcomed all who approached him. In just a few days, he acquired over 5,000 slaves, the majority of whom were adult men. The slave masters, having profited significantly from Colin, mocked Krosny for missing such a lucrative opportunity. Upon receiving this news, Krosny grew anxious, and the following day, Colin received his invitation. The next day, Colin encountered Krosny in the punishment square. Unlike their first meeting, Krosny wore a broad smile, a stark contrast to the seriousness of his beard, creating an amusing juxtaposition. "Lord Colin, I trust Astapor has not disappointed you." Observing Krosny's shift from arrogance to humility, Colin secretly chuckled. These slave traders would sacrifice anything for wealth. "Astapor has indeed pleased me, particularly Tarek. I am contemplating a long-term collaboration with him," Colin replied nonchalantly. Moving ahead, Krosny adjusted his cloak and hurried to catch up with Colin. "Please forgive my previous offense. I have written to my friend, denouncing his vile lies and resolutely severing ties with him." "Oh." Colin turned with curiosity to regard him. "Your display of financial resources serves as the finest testament." Krosny bowed deeply. "Might you be interested in acquiring Unsullied? The Unsullied Guild would be delighted to welcome a buyer as generous as yourself." "Very well. I shall take a look," Colin shrugged. In the punishment square, a cadre of Unsullied was engaged in drills, and Krosny led Colin to their formation. "You may be unaware of the Unsullied in Westeros. As the finest product of Astapor, we train them from the age of 5, with daily practice from dawn till dusk, never ceasing. We not only instruct them in combat, but also erase all individuality, emotions, and sense of self. In the end, to acquire the Unsullied spike helm, they must don silver masks and venture to the slave market, purchasing a newborn only to slay it before its mother, subsequently compensating the infant's master for their loss. Typically, only 1/3 of the slaves endure the ordeal to become Unsullied." Colin paused, surveying the emotionless war machines before him. "How much for one?" 50 golden coins or 30 old Westerosi gold dragons, but we only sell in integers. 10, 100, or 1,000, Krosny's replied, shrugging his shoulders. Colin paced twice around the area. "I possess over 20 ships of varying sizes, alongside more than 3,000 unredeemed Valyrian captives, and a quantity of gold in my possession. Let us see how many Unsullied I can procure." Krosny's beamed with delight. "Give me a moment. I shall have the clerk count at the port and return with an answer." 3 days later, Krosny sought out Colin once more. "Have you results?" Colin inquired as he observed Krosny's approaching briskly, a paper in hand. "After the clerk's tireless efforts, the values of your ships, captives, and remaining gold have been calculated. Your 23 ships can be exchanged for 900, the captives for 300, and the gold for 800, totaling 2,000 unsullied. Krasny's expression radiated excitement. 2,000 unsullied was undeniably a substantial deal. It is settled. Colin smiled, advancing his plans. The following day, still in the punishment square, Krasny's gathered all the unsullied from the guild. Standing atop a platform, Colin gazed down at the throng of unsullied and wondered, how many are there? 9,500. Krasny's replied proudly. All the unsullied for sale in Astapor are here. You may select 2,000 at your leisure. Colin, feeling no hesitation, summoned Balerion and mounted the dragon's back. Balerion soared above the punishment square, and despite the roar of the dragon, most unsullied remained unfazed. After a few circles in the sky, Colin had made his choice. Krasny's gathered the selected formation in the square's center and brandished the harpy's finger that controlled the unsullied. From this day forth, Colin Raven is your new master. At the command, the unsullied raised their shields, awaiting Colin's directives. Colin, intrigued, observed the harpy's finger, pondering how such a small object could command such a formidable army. Krasny's chuckled. It is merely a symbol. The true control lies with Astapor. However, even if the unsullied are powerful, they are still far inferior to your dragon. Noticing Krasny's greedy gaze directed at Balerion, Colin realized he had ensnared him. What if I were to exchange the dragon for all the unsullied? Krasny was taken aback, unable to fathom that there existed a fool like Colin who would willingly trade a dragon for replicable slaves. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he conferred with his companions, for all the slave owners involved in the trade of the unsullied had gathered in the city for this occasion. After a brief discussion, Krasny turned solemnly to Colin and declared, "My answer is affirmative. Shall we cooperate harmoniously?" Colin replied with a faint smile, accepting the chain that Krasny offered to clasp around Balerion's neck. Krasny then produced the harpy's finger, ready to hand it over to Colin, while simultaneously taking hold of the chain that bound Balerion. Just as Colin reached out for the harpy's finger, the irascible Balerion, failing to grasp the depth of Colin's intent, unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon fire, incinerating Krasny along with the harpy's finger, transforming them into a blazing torch. This left everyone momentarily stupefied. "Kill it! Kill it!" The slave owners in the square erupted into chaos, while the 2,000 unsullied already under Colin's command remained steadfast, unmoving. A few among the remaining unsullied raised their spears, attempting to attack Balerion, while many others were engulfed in confusion. Krasny was the master of the majority of unsullied, and with both their controller and the symbol of authority obliterated, they found themselves in disarray. However, Astapor was not devoid of its city guards. These free men, obeying the commands of the slave owners, drew their bows and crossbows, launching an assault on Balerion. Naturally, Colin would not remain passive. He immediately commanded his armored cavalry and unsullied to counterattack the city guards and the unsullied who were following the slave owners' orders. In an instant, the square descended into chaos. The city guards surged forward in a dark mass, while over 2,000 unsullied, obeying the slave owners, raised their spears against their former comrades. Chapter 48. The Punishment Square. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Colin rode Balerion into the sky. From above, he beheld his unsullied formation flanked by enemies of the same kind, while the side facing the city wall was embroiled in combat with the armored cavalry and city guards. The unsullied, divided by allegiance, spontaneously formed battle lines, each side brandishing spears to press against the other, blood flowing freely amidst the narrow formations where spears thrust forth. Though the city guards numbered in the thousands, their function in a city so heavily reliant on unsullied was limited to oppressing slaves. Now, they found themselves faltering before the ferocious armored cavalry. Balerion soared above the heads of the city guards, while the guards in the rear, yet to engage in battle, unleashed a volley of arrows and bolts. The metallic scales of Balerion resounded with the impacts, yet he felt no pain. With a flicker of intent, Colin commanded Balerion to the armored cavalry. Invigorated by a surge of morale, witnessed the figure of Rogers atop the dragon's back. Under the tutelage of Sir Balistan, the once naive young man had transformed into a valiant warrior. Colin, with Balerion at his side, executed a swift maneuver and charged once more towards the city guards. The guards, who had barely managed to halt their retreat under the lash of the noble officers, quaked in fear upon hearing the increasingly imminent roar of the dragon. their courage utterly vanquished. As dragon fire erupted from their ranks once again, they could no longer hold their ground. The air was filled with frantic wails and desperate pleas, illuminated by the raging flames, leading to the complete disintegration of the guard's resolve. Colin abandoned the reassembling armored cavalry and soared towards the ranks of the Unsullied. Unlike the feeble city guards, the Unsullied, obedient to their master's commands, remained undeterred by the collapse of their allies, focused solely on the battle at hand. As Colin and Balerion approached, nearby Unsullied hurled their spears with precision. Balerion adeptly veered aside to evade the incoming projectiles, while Colin, clinging tightly to the dragon's back, seized a spear that whizzed past him. Having avoided the onslaught, an enraged Balerion ascended, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. While Colin launched the spear into the chest of an Unsullied officer adorned with 3 sharp spikes, dozens of Unsullied were engulfed in flames. Yet not a single cry of anguish escaped their lips. Instead, they charged towards the enemy, aflame yet undeterred. Observing the steadfast formation of the Unsullied, Colin once again commanded Balerion to initiate a surprise attack, resulting in the annihilation of over 200 Unsullied in a series of assaults. In a fervor of bloodlust, Balerion emitted jubilant roars, disregarding prior lessons as he dove towards the Unsullied, attempting to snatch them into the sky with his claws. Before Colin could intervene to halt Balerion's reckless descent, a volley of spears was hurled, and the exhilarated yet fatigued dragon failed to evade them this time. Several spears pierced his scales, eliciting a piercing scream of pain. Balerion struggled to flap his wings and plummeted to the edge of the square, landing before the city gate. Seeing the pain reflected in Balerion's eyes, Colin was consumed by rage. He dismounted and unsheathed a spear from the dragon's side, while the opportunistic Unsullied scattered from their formation and charged towards him. Fortunately, the reformed armored cavalry met the oncoming Unsullied, blocking their advance. Though a small group managed to flank Colin under the command of an officer, Colin planted the bloodied spear before him, and as the Unsullied charged, he threw it with all his might. The foremost Unsullied was impaled by the spear's tremendous force, sent hurtling backward. After dispatching several more Unsullied with his throws, Colin drew his sword, gazing at the line of advancing foes. Yet, before he could strike, an infuriated Balerion raised his head and unleashed a searing breath of dragon fire upon the small group. The disarrayed Unsullied soon found themselves embroiled in a chaotic melee with the heavily armored cavalry, and due to the vast disparity in equipment, they were swiftly obliterated. As the beleaguered Balerion regained his composure, his crimson eyes glimmered with determination. With his wings wounded and unable to soar, he propelled himself forward using his hind legs, following closely behind the heavily armored cavalry as they charged toward the ranks of the Unsullied. The armored riders seized the Unsullied's long spears and, as they approached the slave master's formation from the flanks, hurled their weapons to disrupt the enemy ranks. Once the Unsullied were unsettled by the thrown spears, the cavalry closed in with blades and shields to engage in fierce combat. Balerion stood resolutely behind the cavalry, his head raised high, unleashing torrents of flame toward the enemy formation from amidst the throng. To conserve his dragon fire, he had even mastered the art of expelling fireballs. The colossal fireballs shattered the slave master's ranks, allowing Colin and his cavalry to penetrate swiftly into the fray. Deprived of their formation, the Unsullied, clad only in shields and leather armor, were systematically dismantled. The battle raged on until the afternoon, culminating in the encirclement of the last few dozen slave masters Unsullied, who formed a small shield wall in a corner of the square. One by one, lives were extinguished by the spears that pierced through the gaps in their shields. Defeat was inevitable, yet the Unsullied, stripped of emotion and identity, remained oblivious to the concept of surrender. Colin, resolute and unyielding, urged his warriors to raise their spears and deliver piercing thrusts, layer by layer dismantling this stubborn resistance. In the aftermath of the conflict, the surviving Unsullied reformed their ranks, dwindling from over 2,000 to a mere 1,400. The cavalry had also suffered losses, with dozens of their number perishing. Yet before Colin could mourn the fallen warriors, the Unsullied who had been watching from the fringes of the square began to converge. Initially, there were more than 5,000 unsupervised Unsullied. However, as the battle commenced, most had fled the punishment square, leaving behind just over 1,000 who now reassembled. Colin gazed at them with grave concern, given the fatigue of his troops. He feared they might be ill-prepared to confront such a gathering of unsullied ready for action. Fortunately, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. These individuals simply integrated themselves into Colin's ranks. Once reorganized, Colin's unsullied army surpassed 3,000 strong. The punishment square fell into a hushed tranquility as the bodies of the fallen were carried away by Colin's slaves, while the blood-stained ground was covered with fresh sand. The city had become a hollow shell, its inhabitants hidden within their homes, watching the diligent slaves and awaiting the emergence of the eventual victor. "What is the situation?" Colin inquired, observing the recently returned Rogers. The slave masters had retreated into the unsullied encampment in the southern part of the city. Following the onset of battle, many slave masters from the Unsullied Guild, sensing the tide turning against them, had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, gathering a portion of guards and Unsullied to seek refuge within the encampment in a desperate attempt to resist. Meanwhile, the majority of slave masters engaged in other forms of slave trade remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, hiding in their pyramids, fantasizing about returning to their previous lives once the tumult subsided, utterly unaware that their downfall was imminent. Chapter 49. The Step Pyramid. Fully aware of the necessity to eradicate evil at its roots, Colin afforded the enemy no respite. As dusk descended, his forces encircled the unsullied encampment in the southern part of the city. This encampment was fortified by towering, slender red brick walls, with square arrow towers at the corners, primarily intended for monitoring the interior rather than safeguarding against external threats. Outside the sole gate of the military encampment, Colin's forces erected numerous freshly made barricades, sealing off any escape for the enemies within and adopting a stance of prolonged siege. The slave masters atop the city walls observed this scene with bewilderment. What was his intention? Did he truly believe the other good masters would idly stand by as a Westerosi sought to overthrow Astapor? Soon, the distant roar of Balerion provided them with an answer. The now-recovered dragon clutched an enormous clay jar in its talons, filled with fire oil gathered from the city. Though Balerion was extraordinary by nature, the weight of the massive jar proved slightly taxing even for a young dragon. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly. The jar plummeted from the sky into the encampment, and the moment the scent of fire oil reached them, the slave masters grasped the sinister scheme Colin had devised. Yet with the only gate blocked by barricades, the masters and their guards found themselves trapped at the entrance. Any soldier who dared approach to dismantle the obstacles was swiftly impaled by the Unsullied spears. With no retreat possible, the slave masters could only watch in horror as Colin loosed a fatal flaming arrow. Instantly, the encampment erupted into a raging inferno. Above, Balerion reveled in the joy of arson, tirelessly making over a dozen aerial drops without showing the slightest fatigue. The flames grew fiercer, their towering glow staining the heavens red, drawing the attention of every soul in Astapor. The encampment had transformed into a furnace, and save for the Unsullied steadfastly holding their positions on the walls, all within fought desperately to escape. In the scramble for survival, slave masters ordered their guards to cut down anyone obstructing their path, while slaves, unwilling to perish, turned their blades against their masters. In that moment, all distinctions of rank were forgotten. Only the desperate swing of steel promised a chance at life. Yet beyond the encampment, the barricades and the Unsullied formed an insurmountable wall. Whether slave, freedman, or good master, all who dashed against it were shattered like fragile pottery. Astride his horse behind the Unsullied, Colin gazed through the flickering orange flames at a despair beyond words. Enemies fell like wheat before the mechanical thrusts of the Unsullied spears. A young noble of Astapor, clad in a linen tunic and a yellow silk cloak adorned with copper discs, lunged toward the barricade. Before he could even raise his blade, an Unsullied spear pierced his throat. In his eyes flickered a desperate yearning for life and a terror of death, a sight witnessed by none but Colin. Gradually, the corpses before the barricades piled into a small hill, and the Unsullied spears lost their initial sharpness. Sensing the opportune moment, Colin commanded the Unsullied to open a gap in their formation. At the sight of an escape route, the besieged soldiers' resolve to fight to the death evaporated instantly. They hastily cleared the barricades and fled the encirclement. Yet before they could rejoice at their narrow deliverance, the thunderous drumming of hooves echoed through the streets. The armored cavalry, both men and steeds clad in plate, advanced with measured strides into their charge. The already disarrayed soldiers turned to flee. Yet the thundering warhorses surged forth like a raging river, burying all beneath their iron-shod hoofs. The fires burned through the night. By dawn, citizens peering through their door cracks at the battlefield were overcome with nausea. Mountains of corpses and lakes of blood stretched before them. The streets were paved with the pulverized remains of fallen soldiers, trampled into gory paste by the cavalry's passage. Slaves tasked with cleanup wielded shovels, while swarms of flies danced in macabre clouds above the blood pools. A week had passed since Corinne's eradication of the Unsullied Guild, dissolution of the Old City Watch, and seizure of Astapor's governance. At the city's heart stood a 400-foot step pyramid of red brick, once the residence of Krasny's. This towering structure hosted flora from across the known world, exotic trees, creeping vines, and rare blossoms. Formerly, an endless procession of slaves had carried water up hundreds of steps to irrigate the summit's channels, sustaining both vegetation and the pyramid's cooling systems. Now Corinne sat enthroned in the Apex Palace. Rogers, newly appointed captain of the City Watch, delivered his report. Order has been restored to streets and harbor. As commanded, all merchants are forbidden from leaving Astapor. Next spoke Favaro, Corinne's newly appointed steward. The city's dead have been transported beyond the walls for burning, as instructed. The battlefield is strewn with wood ash to prevent pestilence. However, the steward hesitated. With your forceful seizure of power and restriction of slavers' liberties, the household slaves maintaining city functions have been withdrawn by their masters. Prices soar uncontrollably. Streets choke with refuse and animal waste, the stench becoming unbearable. Should these matters remain unresolved, freedmen and slavers may unite against your rule. Observing Favaro's fluent common tongue, Corinne marveled at life's resilience. In mere weeks, the emaciated wretch had transformed into this robust official. Dismissing distractions, Corinne decreed, "Summon every slaver to the Plaza of Pride at dawn. We shall reforge the rules of their trade. Absence or tardiness will be deemed defiance." After the night of battle, Corinne had contemplated purging all slavers, only to realize he couldn't distinguish them from legitimate merchants. Even in this epicenter of human bondage, not all commerce dealt in flesh. The city needed grain merchants to prevent starvation, jewelers to spend slavers' wealth, and pleasure houses to exhaust noble youth's excess vigor. Unless he annihilates the entire noble class within the city, he will gain no advantage aside from being regarded as a madman. Even in Westeros, the nobility holds sway, and he himself is the foremost military noble in the city. Consequently, Colin deliberately leaked information suggesting that his conflict with Krasny stemmed from his resentment towards Krasny's covetousness for his dragon. Meanwhile, he covertly mobilized his forces to investigate the number of slave masters and the scale of their guards within the city. Although some slave masters harbored doubts about his claims and began to make their own preparations, Colin, having retrained 2,000 skilled soldiers, was undoubtedly favored by time. Chapter 50. The Worm River Astapor is situated at the estuary of a meandering river, which the locals refer to as the Worm River. This river flows eastward into the Slavers' Bay, making the Eastern District, located upstream, a hub for affluent nobles and merchants. Within a pyramid by the riverbank in the Eastern District, a clandestine gathering of the most powerful slave masters is underway. At the center of the crowd, one individual speaks. "On that fateful day, I stood behind Krasny and distinctly heard Colin Raven declare his intention to exchange dragons for all the Unsullied. After conferring, Krasny decided to accept, for who could resist a profitable deal without incurring divine wrath? However, during the handover, Colin unleashed his dragon, incinerating Krasny before my very eyes, prompting me to flee with my guards. Later, I learned that Colin had not obtained the Harpy's ring, yet it was undeniably an act of sheer banditry. We must unite to expel this Westerosi from Astapor." Upon the conclusion of his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the assembly until another voice broke the stillness. "I gathered you here because I have discovered that someone in the city is secretly probing into our affairs, Colin's men." "How do you know?" another inquired. "My nephew's bedslave reported it. The youth is so beguiled by the flattering words of the bedslave that he would gladly offer his soul." Before the crowd could fully absorb this information, the speaker continued, "What is even more intriguing is that this individual was recently a slave. Hey, Tarek, it's the slave you sold." At this revelation, Tarek appeared utterly bewildered. He recounted how Colin had categorized the repurchased slaves into various professions: strong men trained as soldiers, literate individuals appointed as scribes, and women assigned as cooks or laundresses. Remarkably, They received wages. After Colin seized Krasny's pyramid, former slaves began to draw a weekly salary. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. To them, the notion of slaves receiving wages akin to free men was an outright betrayal of the institution of slavery, igniting fears that their own slaves might entertain unwarranted thoughts. Among the slave masters present, aside from the lowly slaves intended for sale, many high-status slaves served their interests, such as scribes trained from a young age, translators proficient in various languages, high-end bed slaves for procurement, and assassins employed to eliminate rivals. These individuals have perpetually served as unremunerated slaves to their masters, conditioned by the institution of slavery to regard this servitude as an inherent obligation. Thus, from the perspective of the masters, compensating the slaves would undermine the very foundation of the slave system. This cannot continue. We must resist him. The crowd seethed with indignation. The previously vocal master spoke once more. No amount of eloquence can rival the might of sword and blade. He commanded us to gather at Pride Square tomorrow, asserting that he was prepared. Now, we are mere lambs destined for slaughter at his banquet. His words instilled anxiety among the once complacent masters, and after a cacophony of disputes, silence enveloped the assembly once more, all eyes fixated upon him. For what has been lost to the blade can only be reclaimed through the blade. As twilight descended, a procession of 200 innocents approached the grand steps of the pyramid in the heart of the city, the innocents tasked with guarding the pyramid preparing to change shifts. An officer, adorned with 3 pointed spikes, stood at the pyramid steps, barring the entry of the incoming innocents. Upon hearing the officer's command, the incoming officer exchanged furtive glances with his comrades, discreetly tightening their grips on their spears. The vigilant officer discerned the unusual tension. Yet with less than 20 innocents standing guard beside him, he maintained his composure and remarked, "Is it the benevolence of Lord Colin that has rendered you complacent? You cannot even recall the name of his dragon." Upon hearing this, the incoming officer subtly relaxed his grip on his spear, Balerion. The passphrase acknowledged. The vigilant officer summoned the innocents stationed around the pyramid to assemble. 2 lines of innocents proceeded up and down the pyramid steps in synchrony. Just as the incoming officer observed his subordinates successfully ascend the steps, believing the plan unfolded favorably, the vigilant officer abruptly drew his short sword and plunged it into the officer's neck. 7th Squad, eliminate the enemy. The vigilant officer cast aside his helmet with a fierce clang and brandished his sword against his adversaries. At his battle cry, the soldiers of Colin's innocent legion's 7th Squad raised their spears against the foes beside them. Instantly, a silent bloodbath erupted upon the pyramid steps, with the vigilant innocents gaining the upper hand. Soon, the incoming innocents were ruthlessly slain. However, the vigilant innocents, having suffered considerable losses, had scarcely a moment to catch their breath when thousands of civilians, clad in common attire and wielding an array of weapons, surged forth from the surrounding alleys. Form ranks. The officer, having swiftly dispatched several foes, rallied the remaining innocents to raise shields and spears upon the pyramid steps. As the fragile formation seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed by the enemy, a dragon's roar reverberated from the pinnacle of the pyramid. It was Balerion, resting within the palace at the apex, drawn by the scent of blood, unfurling its wings to swoop down. The tumultuous mob found themselves momentarily paralyzed before the imposing might of the dragon, unable to advance or retreat as they clustered at the foot of the steps. The slave owners within the crowd shouted orders, promising gold and concubines as rewards, which rekindled the mob's courage to surge up the staircase. Colin, hearing the furious roars of Balerion from within the pyramid, hurriedly emerged from the palace accompanied by a dozen guards. There, he observed the Unsullied steadfastly holding the steps of the pyramid, while the mob, facing the towering base, was left with no recourse but to launch a frontal assault against the phalanx of the Unsullied. Above, Balerion soared over the square, occasionally diving down to incinerate unfortunate souls below. Colin, donning his armor, joined the ranks behind the Unsullied, eschewing the habit of seeking refuge behind others. A gap appeared in the Unsullied line, and the beleaguered mob erupted in joy at the prospect of breaching it. Yet, before they could press forward, the frost-white blade cleaved the fastest among them in two. Colin, wielding the radiant sword, carved his way through the throng, causing the Unsullied's formation to close behind him once more. Unfazed by the gazes of hatred or fear directed at him, Colin wielded his unmatched sword with singular focus. The sight of rolling heads and half-lifeless bodies crawling before the pyramid harmoniously composed a grim dance of death. As the city guard and the unsullied legion rushed to the scene upon hearing Balerian's roars, the utterly demoralized mob crumbled. Those trapped within the crowd cried out for mercy, discarding their weapons, while the more cunning slipped away into the shadows of the alleyways. Thus concluded an ill-fated coup d'etat. Chapter 51. Ruthless Slaughter. As the dust settled, Colin stood bloodied, sword in hand, upon the steps of the pyramid. The surrendering mob resembled quail, herded by the city guard and the unsullied legion with their spears. The warriors raised their weapons, awaiting Colin's command to annihilate the remaining mob. Meanwhile, Rogers, in charge of the interrogations, brought forth his findings. My lord, the instigator is a slave owner named Hassan. He conspired with several others to mount an attack on you and Lord Balerian during the changing of the guard. Colin's suspicions were confirmed, and he couldn't help but admire the audacity of these slave owners for taking action before he could. Bring forth the slave owners, Colin commanded, and those hiding among the mob were swiftly apprehended by the guards and lined up before him. Ah, Tarek, we meet again. Colin removed his helmet. His expression relaxed as he approached his acquaintance. My lord Colin, it is Tarek, he stammered, his face pale and trembling, his silk robes torn as if he were clad in rags. I believed we were friends. Colin shook his head, glancing at the other slave owners. 1, 2, 3, 49. How many more slave owners are there? Colin inquired curiously after making a round. The mob claims they were incinerated by Lord Balerian. Oh, Balerian has presented me with a conundrum, Colin mused, surveying the pitiful, terrified slave owners who dared not lift their gaze from the ground. Who is Hassan? Upon hearing the inquiry, the slave masters collectively raised their heads to gaze at an individual in the midst of the ranks. Colin, having received his answer, approached the instigator of the riot, Hassan, with sword in hand. Although Hassan had been stripped of his outer garments amidst the chaos, his remaining tunic appeared somewhat ludicrous against the backdrop of slaughter, yet in his fleeting glances, he exuded a semblance of authority. However, before he could utter a word, Colin's radiant strike cleaved both his body and ambitions asunder. The slave masters, terrified, hastily retreated to the sides, only to be coerced back by the spears of the unsullied. With the dilemma resolved, Colin shrugged, declaring, give each of them a short sword. Responding to his command, the unsullied drew short swords from their waists and cast them at the feet of the slave masters. 8 is excessive. I require only 4. Colin stated as he turned back to the steps, allowing the unsullied to retreat and create space. In the depths of despair blossomed a flicker of hope as the slave masters tremulously picked up the swords from the ground, casting vicious glances at their erstwhile companions. Before long, for slave masters lay slain beneath the blades of their former allies. Observing the panting Tarek, Colin applauded. Well done, Tarek. That angle was quite cunning. Startled by his adversary's strike, Tarek inadvertently thrust his sword into the belly of an oncoming foe. Upon hearing Colin's words, Tarek's face flushed, uncertain whether it was excitement for survival or embarrassment from the jest. Now, cherish this hard-won opportunity. Bring back your comrades with my warriors, Colin intoned solemnly, fixing his gaze upon the 4 surviving slave masters. I mean all of them, every last one complicit in the slave trade. At Colin's command, an army of thousands sprang into action. The unsullied legion divided into 4 units to apprehend every slave master in the city, while the city guard commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Once the dust settled, Colin summoned the unsullied officer who awaited orders at the foot of the steps. What is your name? He asked, surprised by the resemblance to a figure from his memories. Today, my name is Grey Worm, the resolute unsullied officer responded solemnly. It turned out that the unsullied's masters, in an effort to obliterate their self-awareness, assigned their names daily by randomly drawing from a barrel containing name tags. Each tag bore 2 words, one signifying a color and the other an insect, such as Grey Worm. Having grasped the situation, Colin realized that this unsullied officer was likely the same Grey Worm appointed as the commander of the Unsullied Legion by Daenerys in the televised adaptation. Starting tomorrow, you shall lead the Unsullied Legion. On this bloodstained night, all the slave masters of the city were apprehended and imprisoned by the Unsullied in a state of trepidation. Thus, Colin eradicated all potential opposition to his dictatorial reign in Astapor. A month later, order was finally restored to the city. After imprisoning all the slave masters of Astapor, Colin seized their slaves as his own, swiftly ascending to become the largest slaveholder in Slaver's Bay and perhaps the entire known world. One day, within the underground arena of Astapor, Colin summoned all the nobles and wealthy merchants of the city, with the grim precedent set by the fate of the slave traders. Everyone knew that Colin, who ruled Astapor through sheer force, was an unrelenting butcher. None dared to ignore his summons. Seated upon the arena's grand throne, Colin surveyed the crowd. The nobles and merchants surrounding him offered nothing but sycophantic smiles. Unlike his first visit to the arena, Colin now felt utterly at ease. "I know you are all wondering why I have gathered you here, rather than in my pyramid palace," he began. "It is because I have prepared a spectacle for your entertainment." As his words faded, the iron gates leading into the arena groaned open. Over 100 ragged figures, armed with daggers, were herded inside. Murmurs rippled through the noble spectators until one voice cried out, "The good masters." Recognition dawned. The weeping gladiators were none other than the former rulers of the city. The stands fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to question Colin. Once the gladiators were assembled, the unsullied guards impassively unlatched the cages of beasts. Starving brown bears, white lions, and wolves emerged, their growls filling the air. The hunt began. Slave masters, forced into combat with the beasts, screamed curses at Colin. The arena echoed with shrieks and howls of agony. The slaughter lasted a full hour. Eventually, the beasts lay dead. Only one slave master remained standing. Tears streaming down his face, the survivor laughed hysterically, raising his dagger in triumph. But from the stands, Colin took a spear from his guard and hurled it with brutal precision. The weapon pierced the man's mouth, pinning his corpse upright to the ground, his grin still frozen in place. The arena was silent, thick with terror at Colin's cruelty. With a wave of his hand, the Unsullied reopened the gates to clear the carnage. Only then did Colin speak again. "After I took Astapor, they welcomed me with false smiles, bowed before me, yet in the end, they chose betrayal." His voice was steel. "Today, their blood serves as a lesson to all in this city. The dragon does not forgive." Chapter 52. March on Yunkai. At the port of Astapor, the Blue Beauty, a merchant vessel from Meereen, was loading cargo. "How many are missing?" growled Captain Hamis. His bearded face creased with worry. Since the Westerosi Colin Raven had seized Astapor by force, they had been stranded in port for a month. 73, replied the clerk stiffly, clutching the cargo manifest. "The new lord, Colin Raven, refuses to honor our trade agreement with Hassan. No longer willing to wait. I was informed by a friend in the city that the port's blockade would be lifted tomorrow. I decided to leave this wretched place at once." Suddenly, a contingent of city guards, led by the port scribe, arrived at the dock. All vessels were ordered to approach the wharf, lower their gangplanks, and submit to inspection. The guards' commands bewildered the ships trapped within the port. However, upon witnessing the crossbows atop the port's walls pivoting menacingly inward under the soldiers' manipulation, all merchant vessels complied and docked without protest. Among them, the Blue Beauty caught the guards' attention, and a squadron, under the command of an officer, boarded the ship. Captain Hamis, eager to speak, was interrupted as the officer presented a document. "By the will of the Dragon Lord, Conqueror of Astapor, Liberator of Slaves, Lord Colin Raven, henceforth, Astapor shall abolish slavery, until the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, until the seas run dry and mountains are scattered like withered leaves in the wind." With that proclamation, the guards disregarded the bewildered expression of Captain Hamis and stormed into the cargo hold of the Blue Beauty, liberating the shackled goods from their confinement. What transpired here was merely a microcosm of the port itself. As a hub of the slave trade, the hundreds of merchant vessels docked were primarily slavers. Today, within the Grand Pyramid at the heart of Astapor, the new ruler held his first audience with the public. Colin, chosen by the city's nobles and wealthy merchants as a representative, was summoned first by the guards into the palace. After ascending hundreds of steps, the corpulent Colin was drenched in sweat, in an attempt to appear more humble. He had stripped away most of his jewelry and donned a simple silk robe for the audience. As Colin, with a beaming smile, prepared to bow, he was startled to find the throne room empty save for a man clad in dark, opulent attire standing beside him. "Who are you?" Colin questioned, puzzled by the presence of an unfamiliar figure in such a solemn setting. "I am Favaro, the chief officer appointed by Lord Colin. In his absence, I am responsible for all affairs of Astapor." "Favaro? I believe I have heard that name before." Colin's gaze turned disdainful as he regarded Favaro. unable to accept that a former slave stood in a position of higher authority than himself. Indeed, I was once a slave myself. Prior to that, I was merely a humble scribe. Favaro recounted his past with a smile, unfazed by the contempt directed at him. But what does it matter that I was once a slave? Lord Colin trusts me, while you stand here bowing on the steps. As Favaro presided over Astapor's affairs in Colin's stead, the latter had already set forth towards Yunkai, accompanied by Bellerin and 6,000 soldiers. Do you have something to say? Colin sensed Roger's unease as they rode together. My lord, we have just seized Astapor. Why the haste to assault Yunkai? Observing the matured Rogers, Colin halted his hand, poised to pat him on the shoulder. It is precisely due to the recent acquisition of Astapor that I find myself in such a hurry. The institution of slavery is the very foundation upon which Slavers' Bay thrives. My abolition of slavery in Astapor will inevitably provoke a backlash from Yunkai and Meereen. Rather than passively defending Astapor against the mercenary bands that Yunkai will recruit with their abundant gold, it would be far wiser to take the initiative before they can react. Rogers, who had recently acquired a scar on his forehead, nodded and inquired, Aren't you concerned that by taking most of your soldiers away, Astapor will slip from your control? Colin shook his head with a faint smile. This land was once the cradle of a magnificent empire, the Giscari Empire, which ruled over most of Essos with its disciplined and unified legions. Even while the Valyrians were still engaging in unspeakable acts with sheep, the Giscari had already established themselves as a world power. Yet, even such a formidable empire fell to the Valyrians, who resided on the Valyrian Peninsula. Do you know why? Because the Valyrians had dragons? Rogers deduced the process from the outcome. Indeed, the Valyrians possessed dragons, which enabled them to conquer the vast territories of the Giscari Empire. It was precisely because of their dragons that they could lay upon the Valyrian Peninsula and subjugate the world. Thus, the true dominion over Astapor does not reside within Astapor itself, but rather in my dragons and my army. As long as I continue to achieve victory, no scheme or conspiracy shall obstruct my path. Yunkai lies 300 miles north of Astapor. A traveler on horseback departing from Astapor can reach Yunkai in 6 days by following the ancient Giscari coastal road. Colin's grand army took 20 days to arrive at the outskirts of Yunkai, only to find the city gates firmly shut, with rudimentary defenses hastily erected outside. It seems that the merchant ships passing by have divulged our movements to Yunkai. Rogers lamented that, despite capturing all travelers heading to Yunkai along the coastal road when the army set forth, some merchant vessels sailing close to the shoreline inadvertently discovered Colin's forces. One must not place their hopes for victory upon fortune. Moreover, in such a brief span of time, they cannot accomplish much. Colin's army established their camp several miles from the city of Yunkai, adjacent to a lush grove of birch trees. The unfortunate travelers who were captured each received an axe, with the promise of freedom upon felling 3 trees. Meanwhile, a messenger from Yunkai rode to the camp's outskirts, clad in a linen tunic and a deep yellow bodice. Adorned with a cloak stitched from copper pieces, the messenger's red and black hair was twisted into a tower-like shape by some sort of oil. Upon encountering Colin, who was feeding his dragon, the messenger maintained his lofty posture to preserve his hairstyle, declaring, To Colin Raven of Astapor, under the command of the great Ikatso Azak, I have come to urge you to relinquish your aspirations towards Yunkai. We have engaged the formidable Second Sons, and you, along with your dragon, shall find no advantage here. Colin regarded the envoy, who resembled a proud rooster, and prepared to have him ejected by the guards. Meanwhile, Bellerin, who was dining nearby, suddenly sneezed. It turned out that the envoy's greasy hair was infused with some sort of spice, which caused Bellerin some discomfort. Following a resounding sneeze, a plume of smoke erupted from Bellerin's nostrils, igniting the envoy's peculiar, greasy tower of hair in a blazing inferno. In the chapter titled The Siege of Yunkai, the singed envoy fled the camp amidst the soldiers' laughter, howling in distress. While amused, Colin also became wary of the envoy's mention of the Second Sons. After Bellerin had eaten his fill, Colin climbed onto the dragon's back and settled into the saddle. During their time in Astapor, Colin had collaborated with a blacksmith and a leatherworker to design a black and gold dragon saddle for Bellerin. 2 bags of throwing spears were affixed to one side of the saddle, allowing Colin to eliminate specific targets while airborne. As Bellerin's stature continued to grow, he flapped his wings vigorously, launching himself and Colin into the sky. Yunkai, a sister city to Astapor, was also a product of the Giscari Empire. However, Unlike Astapor, Yunkai was renowned for its slave trade, particularly in the training of bed slaves, who were instructed in 7 arts of moaning and 16 positions of pleasure. Dancers commenced their training in childhood, ultimately becoming experts in the erotic arts. From the sky, the city's fortifications, towering spires, and stepped pyramids, all constructed from yellow bricks, were laid bare. At the heart of the city stood a colossal stepped pyramid. As Beleriand soared over the fields, he approached the city walls, where a rudimentary defense line composed of ditches and caltrops lay before him. Through the fluttering banners of broken swords, Colin recognized that the very second sons mentioned by the envoy were stationed along this defensive line. Beleriand attracted the attention of both the second sons and the wall sentinels. Mercenaries emerged from their tents, astonished by the sight of the long-lost colossal beast. The slave soldiers atop the walls scurried in panic, with many crossbowmen attempting to bring down Beleriand. Observing the ballistae on the parapet adjusting their aim, Colin abandoned his plan to assault the walls and urged Beleriand to ascend higher, flying toward the heart of the city. As they soared over the tiered city, the immense shadow cast by Beleriand's wings swept over the streets and marketplaces, instilling a sense of dread and panic among the Yunkai people, who had long been untouched by the specter of war. Colin guided Beleriand above the great stepped pyramid at the city center, where a brass statue of a griffin stood atop the platform. This figure, emblematic of the ancient Giscari, was composed of a woman's body, bat-like wings, eagle's legs, and a scorpion's tail. In its claws, the statue clutched whips and iron chains, symbolizing the very essence of Giscari dominion, slavery. Baleriand, with his wings unfurled, hovered ominously above the pyramid, sensing the intentions of Colin. After gathering his strength, Baleriand opened his mighty jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire. The flames scorched the vibrant colors from the statue, while the brass of the sculpture began to melt under the intense heat. At that moment, the guards of the pyramid became aware of the dragon wreaking havoc upon their city's symbol. Dozens of guards, armed with spears and crossbows, charged onto the apex of the pyramid. The bolts that shot forth clattered ineffectively against the dragon's scales, falling harmlessly to the ground. Amused by the disturbance, Baleriand turned his fierce gaze upon the diminutive interlopers. A more ferocious stream of dragon fire erupted, instantly transforming the advancing guards into living torches, their anguished cries echoing as they plummeted from the pyramid's height. With the irritating pests dispatched, Baleriand redirected his attention to the brass statue, seemingly relishing this task. Once he had sufficiently indulged in his fiery play, Colin affectionately patted his neck and gestured towards the fleeing crowd on the pyramid steps. Baleriand let out a joyful roar and, using his hind legs to propel himself, descended the steps with great zeal. The raging dragon fire ignited the palace of the pyramid, forcing the slave masters hiding within to emerge, engulfed in flames and wailing in despair. In a spirited display, Baleriand continued down the staircase, igniting every room he encountered. In an instant, the steps and circular corridors of the pyramid were littered with the charred remains of the fallen or those succumbing to the flames. It was only when a contingent of city guards, armed with crossbows, arrived that Colin reluctantly bid farewell to the reluctant Baleriand and soared into the sky, departing from the realm of Yunkai. Once Colin had left, the slave masters of Yunkai emerged from their hiding places, witnessing the relentless devastation of their city's emblem. The rulers, once regarded as wise, turned pale with dread. "We have all underestimated the might of the dragon," stammered a portly lord clad in a voluminous yellow silk robe. Yakas, the highest commander of the Yunkai forces, muttered as he nervously plucked at his sparse beard, having believed that 5,000 slave soldiers, bolstered by 2,000 mercenaries from the secondary legion, would suffice against Colin's army and the dragon, especially while fortified behind the city walls. Now, the seemingly invulnerable Baleriand had dealt a harsh blow to his pride, and the lord's gazes toward him grew increasingly hostile. "We must send envoys once more, laden with gold and the most exquisite bed slaves, to demonstrate our sincerity to Colin Raven. Yunkai seeks no war." A trembling lord, drenched in cold sweat, shrieked his suggestion. He had narrowly escaped with his life, aided by slaves, and overwhelming fear had seized his heart. The lords fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions a mix of dread and hope. After a moment of struggle, Yakas reluctantly nodded, setting aside his pride and dignity to dispatch envoys anew. The following morning, outside the encampment of Yunkai City, A group of Yunkai people shed their elaborate adornments and donned garments more in line with the aesthetic of Westeros. Colin, who was discussing battle strategies with Rogers and Grey Worm, received the envoy outside the tent. The envoy, clad in plain robes, led a group of slaves who placed several large chests before the tent. Upon opening them, they revealed a bounty of gold, agate, and gemstones. Subsequently, the envoy respectfully presented Colin with a small box, cradled in his arms. "What is this?" Colin sensed a hint of bloodlust. The envoy, bowing low, opened the box to reveal a charred head, its wide eyes reflecting shock and confusion. Colin scoffed, closing the box. "State your purpose." The envoy bent further, stating, "The lords are willing to offer gold and beautiful maidens in exchange for your mercy on Yunkai." Upon concluding his statement, he clapped his hands, prompting a group of fragrant women to unveil their faces. They were indeed rare beauties, save for the dispassionate Grey Worm. The soldiers around them were visibly captivated. Observing this, the envoy straightened slightly, declaring, "They are the finest dancers of Yunkai, trained from a young age not only in the art of dance, but also in the pleasures of the bed, and they all remain untouched. Once, we presented such a maiden to the former executor of Volantis in exchange for peace and several trade routes." With a smirk, Colin retorted, "Is it solely through women that the defense of Yunkai is maintained?" Chapter 54. The call to war. Noticing the envoy's flushed face, Colin adopted a serious tone. "If you wish for me to spare Yunkai, the lords must dissolve their contract with the Sons of the Harpy, disband the city guard, free all slaves, and acknowledge my rule." The envoy, aghast at these outrageous demands, reddened and exclaimed, "You insult Yunkai?" Nearby, the resting Valyrian was awakened by the envoy's outburst, lifting his dragon head to release a deep, rumbling roar. Witnessing the envoy retreat in alarm, Colin shrugged. "That is precisely my intention." The envoy, flushed and trembling, could scarcely find words, gesturing for the similarly terrified slaves to remove the gold. This action incensed Valyrian, who, without warning, unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, igniting several of the slaves in the lead. Now silenced, the envoy fled Colin's encampment in a frantic scramble. Watching the envoy's hasty retreat, Colin lowered his hand. He had intended to call out and retrieve the dancers. Reluctantly, he instructed Grey Worm to escort the maidens to the camp of the Unsullied. Until the risk of espionage was eliminated, Colin would not allow them to interact with his warriors. Following this brief interlude, the encampment resumed its operations. Under the guidance of the engineers, skilled artisans, and hired laborers transformed the relatively weak birch trees into battering rams, while the scarce oak and pine were treasured and reserved for the construction of siege engines. The warriors, unburdened by menial tasks, diligently honed their weapons and repaired their shields in preparation for the impending battle. Meanwhile, a messenger who had escaped to the depths of Yunkai reported Colin's terms to the lords. Enraged, the lords selectively dismissed the anguish inflicted by the dragon, clamoring to exact retribution upon Colin. Consequently, the Sons of the Second, stationed outside the city, received summons from their employers. The Sons of the Second, one of the most venerable mercenary bands in the annals of Essos, had once counted many illustrious figures among their ranks, such as Roderick Stark of the Wild Wolves, Ilyon Targaryen of the Bright Flames, and Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper. However, in recent years, under the leadership of their infamous captain, Marrow, their reputation had suffered greatly, rendering them nearly unhireable in the free trade city-states. Now, having taken refuge near Yunkai, the Sons of the Second were urgently summoned by the frantic lords to fend off Colin's forces, though the lords dared not allow them entry into the city. Recently, the portly employer dispatched a eunuch to urge them into battle. The Captain Marrow, with his waist-length, red golden beard, convened his senior officers within the confines of his cracked and faded canvas tent. "What are your thoughts?" Marrow surveyed the room. "To launch a preemptive strike against an army with a dragon? Spare me. I have yet to spend my coin," retorted the cunning deputy commander, Kaspero. "They are willing to pay 10,000 gold dragons for Colin Raven's head, while that dragon is worth 30,000, Marrow stated, disclosing the lord's conditions, which plunged the tent into silence. "Perhaps we could strike under the cover of night, while they are asleep, and stealthily slay him and his dragon with poison blades," proposed one officer tentatively. "You may attempt that, but I shall not," Marrow countered. "Colin Raven is a bloodthirsty madman. Merchants from Westeros have told me he single-handedly slaughtered hundreds with a single sword. Right before that so-called king, He butchered them like fowl. An officer vehemently dismissed the notion. Then shall we not slay Colin Raven, but rather his dragon? The previously suggested officer was unwilling to concede. Come now, Chavel. Do you intend to use that little iron stick to pick the dragon's teeth? Captain Marrow interrupted the tenacious officer. With that muscle-bound physique of yours, you might indeed need to floss after it devours you. At this jibe from their captain, laughter erupted among the others. Once silence returned, Captai, as the soldiers pushed the cart closer to the city wall, they extended the ladder, securing it firmly to the battlements. With everything in place, the long-awaited sound of the horn resonated through the besieging camp of Yunkai. A procession of gleaming armored soldiers, led by the standard-bearer, emerged from the encampment. At this moment, the chevaux frise set up to prevent the defenders from breaking out had been moved aside, while hired laborers awaited the call to arms. Pushing the arrow carts and baskets of gravel, Colin, mounted on his steed, arrived at the front lines with Rogers and Grey Worm, followed closely by a skirmish line of 500 archers from the 1st Legion and a phalanx of 2,000 infantry. The cavalry and the unsullied, deemed unsuitable for siege warfare, were held in reserve. Upon hearing the horn from the besieging camp, the mercenaries of the Second Sons, spurred on by the sentinels, crawled out of their tents. Captain Marrow, accompanied by his officers, made his way to the forefront of their position, a small hillock dotted with numerous wooden stakes. Blast it! I haven't even had breakfast, Marrow grumbled, raising the mirrored lens he had snatched from a drunken captain. By my beard, where did he find so many heavily armored soldiers? Marrow exclaimed, handing the mirrored lens to the sergeant of the Second Sons, Ben Plyn. Did not Yunkai claim that his army was composed of unsullied and freed slaves? These soldiers bore no resemblance to mere slaves. Ben Plyn, a seasoned mercenary with hundreds of battles behind him, sensed that today would be a fierce struggle. Marrow retrieved the mirrored lens and scrutinized the opposing formation once more. When he spotted Bellerin closely trailing the infantry, his lips twitched. Once they scale the walls, we shall retreat. It will be far easier to fight beneath the walls, relying on Yuankai's crossbowmen. As the sun rose above the horizon, Colin turned to observe the fluttering banners of the formation behind him, nodding at the Legion horn player beside him. Following a series of quick, sharp notes, the hired laborers were the first to push the arrow carts forward, followed closely by the archers, who would depend on the scattered carts outside the wall to counter the enemy's archers. When the horn players sounded a loud and piercing note once more, the standard bearers of the infantry pointed their flags forward, and the infantry of the 1st Legion began to march in disciplined formation towards the battlefield. Chapter 55. The grief of Yunkai. Even in the morning, the son of Yunkai bore down with considerable intensity. At the rudimentary defenses before the city wall, the mercenaries of the Second Sons, sweating profusely, took cover behind the trench and chevaux frise, anxiously awaiting the onslaught of Colin's forces. The mercenaries hailed from various corners of the world, their armor and weaponry a hodgepodge of styles, most donned chainmail, while only a few affluent officers could afford plate and lamellar armor. As the archers advanced to harass them, the lower-tier mercenaries nervously raised their shields, praying that the next unfortunate soul to have their shield pierced by an arrow would not be themselves. Amidst the whistling of arrows, the infantry of the 1st Legion had reached the outermost line of the Second Sons' defenses. Confronted by these fully armored legionnaires, the mercenaries of the Second Sons lost all will to fight. After hastily hurling a volley of javelins, they abandoned their positions and retreated in disarray. The legionnaires responded in kind, their specially crafted heavy javelins effortlessly piercing the chainmail of slower stragglers. The unfortunate wounded, their lungs punctured, collapsed onto the yellow earth, their ragged breaths mingling with the crimson stains spreading beneath them. As the legionnaires secured the position, laborers rushed forward with baskets of sand and stone to fill the trenches. The battle line advanced steadily until encountering genuine resistance before the second defensive line. A contingent of several dozen mercenaries, defying their commander Marrow's orders to retreat, stubbornly held their ground. When the shield-bearing legionnaires closed in, the mercenaries unleashed a storm of throwing axes. The spinning blades, propelled by momentum and weight, crashed into the Legionnaire's shield wall, felling several unlucky soldiers whose helmets bore the brunt of the impact. Undeterred, the Legionnaires pressed forward another few meters before retaliating with their own heavy javelins. The mercenaries raised their iron-bound round shields in formation, yet several still fell, skewered by the deadly projectiles. With the distance between them now less than 10 meters, The mercenaries discarded their shields and charged with axes, clubs, and warhammers. The clash erupted into a brutal melee. One mercenary, wielding a massive two-handed axe, shattered an opponent's shield before cleaving through the gaps in his segmented armor, burying the blade deep into his chest. Yet before he could withdraw his weapon, a legionnaire's sword severed both his hands at the wrists. Another legionnaire drove his kite shield forward with brutal force, crushing the chest of a chainmail-clad mercenary. The man crumpled, spitting blood onto his assailant's face. Unfazed, the blood-splattered legionnaire widened his eyes against the crimson haze and delivered a decapitating blow, sending the kneeling mercenary's head rolling across the battlefield. From afar, both sides observed the ferocity of this skirmish. Colin puzzled over the mercenary's unyielding resolve, while Marrow, the second son's commander, roared curses across the distance. That obstinate fool Moan. When he returns, I'll shove his own damned axe down his throat. After suffering nearly half their number, the mercenaries at the second line finally withdrew, having inflicted equal casualties upon their foes. Once the trenches were filled and the second line breached, the legionnaires met staunch resistance from the defenders of Yunkai. The city walls bristled with crossbowmen and slingers, and the advancing legionnaires now stood within range. The front ranks bore the brunt of the assault, their shields and armor studded with bolts while a tempest of stones whirled down upon them. Shield raised, the legionnaires pressed forward alongside siege towers toward the third defensive line, where the remaining mercenaries of the Second Sons, with no retreat left, sharpened their blades in grim anticipation. At the edge of the battlefield, Colin restrained the restless Balerion, while the crossbows on the city walls ominously targeted them, signaling that it was not yet the opportune moment to engage in combat. As time passed slowly, the infantry of the Legion, braving the bolts and stones, found themselves locked in a stalemate against the Second Sons at the third line of defense. Both sides exchanged blows, and the fallen bodies gradually filled the trenches. Colin's archers, urged by their officers, approached the battlefield beneath the walls, yet their numerical disadvantage rendered them unable to suppress the formidable crossbowmen of the Yunkai. With a composed demeanor, Colin observed as the banner of the Legion's first cohort, commanded by Rogers, approached the front lines of the conflict. The bloody skirmish raged on, and just as Colin was about to lose his composure, a commotion erupted atop the Yunkai walls. The banner of the Harpy fell. Colin immediately signaled Balerion to take flight, soaring over the carnage below. Where the turmoil on the walls came into view, it became evident that Yunkai's slave gladiators had seized the opportunity, escaping the arena and launching a surprise assault on the wall's defenders while their guards were preoccupied. Most of the crossbows, previously aimed at Balerion, were now rendered useless by the gladiators' onslaught. Unrestrained, Balerion let out a jubilant roar and suddenly dove towards the Second Sons below, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that reduced their beleaguered defenses to ashes. The leader of the Second Sons, Marrow, realized the battle was lost upon hearing the chaos from the walls. Yet before he could surrender, Balerion's flames consumed him along with his long, red-gold beard. Meanwhile, the seasoned veteran Ben Plen, upon hearing the uproar and the dragon's roar, conspicuously discarded his weapons and surrendered along with the mercenaries stationed at his line. Balerion soared joyfully above the battlefield, while the disoriented Second Sons scattered across the fields like ants whose nest had been destroyed. The Yunkai guards on the walls, overwhelmed by the dragon fire, along with the ancient yellow brick walls, crumbled into dust. The slave gladiators raised their weapons in jubilant cheers for Balerion, and the gates of Yunkai swung open, with the bodies of the fallen guards being hurled from the walls by the gladiators. Colin guided Balerion to land atop the gate tower, where the Legion's infantry began to stream into the city. A towering, bare-chested slave gladiator, kneeling with others, offered Colin his respect. Observing the gladiators who looked to him for guidance, Colin found his answer. Was it you who orchestrated this audacious attack? Your act of shattering chains in Astapor inspired us, and we yearn to fight for you. As twilight descended, the chaos of Yunkai gradually began to subside. After Colin's army entered the city, the noble lords were dragged out of the pyramids one by the slave gladiators, while all those who resisted fiercely, along with their guards, perished in the searing flames of Balerion. As the sun rose again the following morning, this ancient city welcomed its new master. In the central square of the city of Yunkai, shackles that once adorned the slaves lay piled high. Colin stood on the platform overlooking the armored, blood-stained warriors below and the liberated citizens, who wept tears of joy at their newfound freedom. Some say that certain individuals are born noble while others are destined for servitude. Yet, I refuse to accept this notion. Today, I have come to Yunkai with my dragons and army to declare to all that from this day forth, this land shall no longer be a haven for the slave trade. Upon hearing Colin's command, Balerion spread his wings and circled above the towering pile of shackles, unleashing his fiery breath. Thousands of years ago, the Valyrians had shackled Yunkai with dragon fire. Today, I shall obliterate it. From this day until the end of the world, slavery shall not be tolerated here. Within the Great Pyramid, ravaged by Balerion, Colin convened his war council in the charred upper palace. Allow me to introduce our new member, Alex, who will follow in my footsteps, he proclaimed, introducing the former leader of the slave gladiators to Rogers and Grey Worm. After the battle, most of the gladiators who participated in the raid chose to return to normal lives. However, hundreds of gladiators, led by Alex, pledged their loyalty to Colin, yearning for battle and wealth. What are the casualties of the First Legion? Colin inquired as everyone took their seats, turning his gaze to Rogers, the deputy commander of the First Legion. The infantry of the 2nd and 7th Companies, carrying the siege ladders, suffered nearly 50% casualties, totaling over 300, primarily due to Yunkai's crossbowmen and stone throwers. The archers faced significant losses when the infantry was suppressed by Yunkai's crossbowmen and had to engage without cover, resulting in nearly 100 casualties. Colin's expression darkened. Fortunately, the infantry's shields and armor were sturdy, and the battle did not last long before the gladiators launched their attack. Once Balerion joined the fray, the tide of battle was decisively turned. All captured soldiers were reassigned to the supply corps, and we would grant them their freedom after we took Millen. The captured crossbows could be utilized to arm the new city guard. While Colin and his council deliberated future battle plans, an armored cavalryman approached him. Is there a Valentine army at the port? Colin, bewildered, exchanged glances with the others, unable to fathom how the Valentine forces had arrived at Yunkai so swiftly. Let everyone return to mobilize the troops, Colin commanded as he mounted Balerion and soared towards the port. The great dragon swept over the city and hovered above the harbor, where several Valentine ships were docked, and a contingent of soldiers clad in red cloaks stood in confrontation with the Unsullied, who were executing a rescue mission for the slaves. Colin rode his dragon to the center of the standoff, where the Unsullied officer reported the situation. It turned out that the vessels from Volantis belonged to the private fleet of the current governor, who had purchased a significant number of bed slaves in Yunkai. They refused to allow the Unsullied to board and attempted to force their departure from the port by means of violence. Upon seeing Colin's dragon, the Volantine became considerably calmer. A man who appeared to be their leader approached Balerion with raised hands. Greetings, Lord Colin Raven of Astapor. I bring you salutations from Governor Malakar Megaria. Colin regarded the well-dressed Volantine, adorned with gold patterns on his forehead, whose eyes shimmered with both fear and greed towards Balerion, with a hint of disdain. What right does a self-degraded slave have to speak so boldly before the Lord of Dragons? Provide me with a compelling reason not to punish those who oppose my soldiers. The leader's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment upon hearing Colin's unabashed sarcasm. To conceal the resentment in his eyes, he hurriedly lowered his head. This is Governor Malakar's private fleet. Should you permit our ships and cargo to depart safely, you will earn the friendship of Malakar. Having lost interest in conversing with the man, Colin interrupted, Take them all away. Execute anyone who dares to obstruct us. Wait. The leader spread his arms to block the advancing Unsullied and shouted at Colin, who was preparing to leave. The warships of Volantis can easily overshadow the Bay of Slaves, and we possess more valiant warriors than the free folk of Yunkai. Do you truly wish to disregard the friendship of the Volantine governor? At this, Colin released the dragon's saddle, and Balerion withdrew his wings. Seeing Colin descend from the dragon, the Volantine leader mistakenly believed his words had swayed him, a gleam of triumph flickering in his eyes, convinced that even a dragon rider would bow before the might of Volantis. Seize him, Colin commanded, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached the leader, instructing the Unsullied to capture him, cut off his ears and feed them to him. The chilling command finally ignited the leader's dread. No, spare me. The leader struggled desperately, but two Unsullied held him firmly by the shoulders, while another unsheathed his short sword. Upon witnessing their leader's capture, the red-cloaked warriors of Volantis raised their weapons, poised for attack. However, Balerion, ready for the confrontation, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, creating a blazing line before the red cloaks that quelled their restlessness. As the leader fell to the ground, clutching his ears in agony, Rogers and his armored cavalry arrived at the dock. Faced with the gleaming armor and predatory stance of the cavalry, the red cloaks struggled momentarily before surrendering, seize their ships, and compel them to swim back to Volantis. With the roar of dragon wings, Colin departed the port. Upon his return to the Pyramid Palace, he convened a war council. Upon hearing the events that transpired at the port, Alex felt a twinge of anxiety. "My lord," he began, "I have spent a considerable amount of time in the arenas of Volantis. Meereen, the governor of the Volantis Tiger Party, is notorious for his radicalism and vindictiveness. Furthermore, your act of granting freedom to the slaves will undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Valentisians, who are heavily reliant on slave labor. With their support, Meereen will likely not stand idly by while you reclaim Meereen. You are correct. Since I shattered the shackles in Astapor, the free cities of Volantis, Myr, and Tyrosh, which are profoundly dependent on the slave trade, have positioned themselves against me. Particularly Volantis, boasting a formidable navy and priding itself on its Valyrian ancestry, will undoubtedly be provoked by my declaration in the square, which threatens their barren glory. Yet, have we not forged swords from the shackles, awaiting this very moment?" Chapter 57. The gathering storm before battle. The news of Corin's seizure of the Abyssal Keep spread across the globe through merchant vessels. The tycoons reliant on the Bay of Slaves initially believed the upheaval in Astapor would be fleeting, but they are now compelled to reassess the might of the dragons. In Meereen, a mere 150 miles from the Abyssal Keep, the slave masters known as the Great Ones convened to deliberate the threat posed by Corin Raven. The mercenaries who escaped from the Abyssal Keep spoke of a dragon measuring several meters in length, capable of unleashing flames potent enough to obliterate city walls and melt steel. "Our walls are tall and thick, unlike the crumbling fortifications of the Abyssal Keep," one argued. "However, the dragon can soar over our defenses and wreak havoc upon our city. Do you wish to cower underground like the lords of the Abyssal Keep? We can prepare more crossbows," another suggested, asserting that the dragon fears such weaponry. "We require additional soldiers." Jakiko S. Khalasar was encamped 300 miles away in the Dothraki Sea. "Perhaps we might seek his assistance." Rumors have surfaced of shadowbinders from the Land of Shadows appearing in the city. In the eastern district of Volantis, there stands a 200-foot-tall oval wall, constructed using Valyrian masonry and magic, known locally as the Black Wall. This fortification was erected by the Valyrians when Volantis was merely a bastion of Valyrian freedom. The wall is so thick that 6 carts, each drawn by 4 horses, could traverse it side by side. Since the fall of Valyria in the Cataclysm, some Valyrians have remained within the Black Wall, nurturing their lineage. Presently, unless invited by the residents who claim an ancient bloodline, outsiders, freedmen, or foreigners are strictly prohibited from entering the Black Wall. Within a lavish mansion inside the Black Wall, a cacophony of roars and wails intertwined. "Incompetent, useless, worthless. You cannot even manage this simple task, costing me 4 ships." The voice belonged to Meereen, the governor of the Volantis Tiger Party, who was mercilessly whipping a kneeling slave, who had been rendered earless. In a fit of rage, Meereen snapped the whip and, unsatisfied, drew a dagger encrusted with gold and jewels from his waist, plunging it violently into the slave's eye socket. The wails abruptly ceased as Malakir, his face splattered with blood, menacingly twirled his dagger, his grotesque visage instilling terror even in the hearts of the nearby guards. Having vented his fury, he callously kicked over the corpse of the slave. Disgusted by the blood that stained his attire, he waved his hand dismissively, relinquishing the dagger and ordering the guards to swiftly remove the body. 3 months had elapsed since Colin liberated the city of Yunkai, and his army had undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, Balerion had matured from a young dragon into a fierce adult, impervious to the deadly strikes of crossbows. Balerion, 12, an adult black dragon steeped in the essence of doom. A legendary unit. It now unfurled its wings, spanning nearly 40 meters, requiring the sustenance of 3 sheep or half a cow for each meal, compelling Colin to encourage the mountain dwellers outside Yunkai to increase their goat herding. Moreover, Colin's forces had expanded into 3 legions: the First Legion, the Second Legion, and the Unsullied Legion. The First Legion had grown to 5,500 men, comprising 3,000 infantry, 1,000 elite archers, 1,000 heavily armored cavalry, and 500 gladiators led by Alex. The 2nd Legion numbered 5,000, with 2,000 infantry, 1,000 dual-wielding swordsmen trained from Yunkai slave warriors, and 1,500 elite archers, alongside 500 Imperial cavalry. The Unsullied Legion had increased from 3,000 to 5,000, as the Unsullied, unable to reproduce and lacking facial hair, found it challenging to integrate into normal society. Consequently, most of the scattered Unsullied opted to return to the ranks. In terms of command structure, Colin personally led the 1st Legion, while Rogers commanded the 2nd Legion, and Grey Worm oversaw the Unsullied Legion. Within the palace atop the Great Pyramid, Colin convened a war council in preparation for the assault on Meereen. Currently, the merchant vessels of the Free Cities no longer docked at Astapor or Yunkai, with only a handful of ships returning from the east and those from Bravos, who did not engage in the slave trade, bringing forth tidings. It was rumored that Volantis was assembling a formidable fleet to aid Meereen, and the merchant ships of Meereen had sought refuge in Lys and Tolos, seeking support from trading partners. Alex shared intelligence he had gathered from sailors, as Colin, a nascent lord, had yet to establish his own intelligence network. Outside the city of Meereen, the landscape had been ravaged by the Dothraki, leaving it a desolate wasteland. Orchards overgrown with weeds, fields stripped bare by warhorses, and wells and irrigation channels clogged with manure. Colin recounted the scene he had witnessed while riding Balerion, surveying Meereen. While Colin prepared his forces for battle, the slave masters of Meereen busied themselves as well, not only seeking maritime assistance, but also forging alliances with a Dothraki tribe comprising 20,000 warriors on land. After learning cartography from the mapmakers, Colin, riding the majestic Balerion, meticulously mapped out the military dispositions and terrain surrounding Meereen. As Balerion soared over the fields of Meereen, the fearless Dothraki cavalry, armed with bows and arrows, clamored in pursuit, eager to claim the glory of slaying the dragon. Yet, in the end, they merely served as a feast for Balerion. In the dark and dismal dungeon beneath the Great Pyramid of Yunkai, the sergeant of the Second Sons, Ben Plum, lay despondently in a corner of his cell. The other captured mercenaries were dragged away to toil in stone quarrying and lumberjacking, while only the aged and white-haired Ben Plum was fortuitously discovered by the passing Rogers, who spared him from such laborious tasks. However, Ben Plum would rather perish in the quarry than rot in this gloomy, damp dungeon. Clang, clang, clang. The guards of the dungeon brought Ben Plum his midday meal. What sound was that? Perking up his ears, Ben Plum concentrated intently to capture the sounds in the air. What? The guard looked at Ben Plum, bewildered by his actions. Footsteps. Many footsteps, Ben Plum discerned clearly. Oh, it's of no consequence. But today is Lord Corrin's day to march out to Meereen, the guard grinned, tossing aside the wooden bowl and preparing to leave. Meereen? Wait, don't go. Ben Plum called out frantically, weary of the days spent in solitude with only rats and cockroaches for company. I demand to see Corrin Raven. I know a secret passage into the city of Meereen, Ben Plum shouted in a fit of desperation. What nonsense. I could claim I have a fire dragon at home. Would you believe that? The guard shook his head and turned to leave. As the footsteps of the guard faded into the distance, Ben Plum murmured to himself, uncertain of how much longer he could endure in this silent dungeon, where the only sounds were the dripping of water and the scurrying of mice. Chapter 58. The War of Scouts. As the sun rose, the black roses and wild mint along the coastal road sensed the distant footsteps, the dewdrops trembling on their leaves before falling helplessly into the underbrush. Accompanied by the sound of horns, the army set forth from the northern gate of Yunkai, with the vanguard already 2 miles ahead while the rear had yet to exit the city. At the forefront, the armored cavalry donned their battle cloaks, their banners fluttering in the wind, producing a solemn rustling sound. Following closely behind were horse-drawn carts laden with armor, the gleaming white steel glistening in the sunlight. Next came the array of infantry, clad in padded armor, wielding javelins, shields, and personal belongings, their heavy armor also transported on accompanying carts. Behind them were the elite archers and gladiators, clad in lighter armor, each carrying their supplies and weapons upon their shoulders, be it spears or wooden staffs. Bringing up the rear were the Unsullied, their armor lightweight, each grasping either a spear or a shield, ever ready for battle. Trailing behind the army were the supply trains and accompanying merchants. Though the Legion provided food and equipment, affluent warriors still sought to procure non-standard weapons, armor, or a sumptuous meal from these merchants. Unlike the orderly military formations, the procession of merchants accompanying the army was a chaotic affair. They had carts drawn by horses, oxen, and donkeys, all haphazardly piled with a myriad of goods, and tethered nearby were live sheep. A few tents were pitched beside the horse-drawn carts, where the sounds of laughter and merriment could be heard. 5 days after departing from Yunkai, the Grand Army entered the territory of Meereen, and the previously smooth march grew tense with the emergence of Dothraki cavalry. Eric, a captain of a private cavalry squadron in the 2nd Legion, had been tasked with reconnaissance duties, responsible for locating water sources for the army and driving off the Dothraki scouts. After leaving the coastal road, Eric's squad navigated through hills and plains. In the face of the dragon threat, Meereen, despite enlisting the aid of the Dothraki, opted for a scorched earth strategy. Once golden waves of wheat had been violently harvested, now the fields bore the hoofprints of Dothraki horses. In the distance, a few farmers could be seen stooping to gather ears of wheat lost from the mouths of horses. Upon spotting Eric's cavalry squad, they hurriedly clutched their wheat and fled back to the hills. Eric urged his cavalry to pursue, and after traversing the fields and climbing over the hills, they caught up with the breathless farmers. The cavalry encircled the farmers, who, clad in linen, huddled together with their heads bowed, anxiously awaiting their fate. "Have you seen any riders with long braids nearby?" Eric inquired in a mix of Valyrian and Kyrgyz, asking the farmers about the Dothraki. The farmers exchanged glances, and after a moment, one who seemed to be the leader stepped forward. "A couple of days ago, they rode down from the hills singing and killed my uncle. Lead me to where you dwell." Eric beckoned for the cavalry to clear a path. The farmers stood frozen until Eric impatiently drew part of his cavalry sword, prompting them to sluggishly move. Eric followed the farmers for nearly 3 kilometers until they reached a secluded hollow nestled among the hills. There were hoofprints. Eric dismounted to examine the area and discovered a chaotic array of hoofmarks leading into the hollow. The farmers grew anxious, abandoning their wheat to rush towards the hollow. Eric halted them. "You wait here." He left 2 men to watch over the farmers and their horses, while he and the others quietly advanced with bows drawn. As they proceeded along the narrow path and rounded a rocky outcrop, several wooden huts concealed beneath the cliffs came into view. In the clearing before the huts, a group of long-haired Dothraki stood, laughing heartily as they watched their companions tease a farmer woman. Once Eric and his cavalry drew near, they knocked their arrows, and with a soft whoosh, several Dothraki fell, struck by arrows. One Dothraki, hit in the shoulder, turned around cursing and brandishing his curved blade. Eric swiftly approached and pierced his throat with a single stroke of his sword. In the blink of an eye, the once lively Dothraki had been reduced to lifeless corpses strewn across the ground, leaving only the last of them, who had been teasing a peasant woman, crouched and clutching a curved blade, anxiously glancing at the approaching private cavalry. "Do you speak Valyrian?" Eric pondered, hoping to extract some intelligence from the Dothraki scout. However, upon realizing that the man could not communicate in Valyrian, Eric's interest waned. With a dismissive wave of his hand, several private cavalrymen drew their swords and closed in. The Dothraki, drenched in cold sweat, darted his eyes between the encroaching soldiers. Just as they drew near, he raised his blade, only to be swiftly met by one of the cavalrymen, who plunged his sword into the Dothraki's abdomen. The Dothraki's cries of agony were no different from those of countless others, while the cavalrymen watching from the rear chuckled gleefully as their comrades surrounded the Dothraki, mercilessly stabbing at him. As dusk settled, Eric led his small squad back to the main camp, the army now less than 30 miles from Meereen. "Did you fare well?" he inquired, noticing another squad of private cavalry returning at the same time. Their spoils paled in comparison to the extra horses Eric's team had brought back. They had only a wild goat and a few hares to show for their efforts. After reporting the Dothraki's intelligence to the captain, Eric handed over several captured warhorses to the logistics officer. Within Colin's ranks, valuable spoils were to be surrendered for collective distribution, while lesser treasures remained the personal property of the soldiers. Carrying his share of the spoils, a curved blade and a leather belt, Eric made his way to the military marketplace situated outside the camp. The distinctive Arak blade, adorned with the Dothraki's unique design, could fetch a handsome price among merchants, as many well-to-do freemen delighted in collecting such items. The leather belt, however, belonged to the Dothraki leader, exuding a wild essence that deterred buyers. It would be stripped of its silver buckle and sold as precious metal instead. "Look here, my lord. I have everything you desire." exclaimed a jovial merchant with a round face, catching Eric's attention. "Name your price for this knife." Eric handed the arak to the merchant, his eyes scanning the array of goods for sale. At the merchant's feet lay two large wooden barrels, one filled with an assortment of swords and knives, the other brimming with spears and polearms. Behind him stood a cart displaying several sets of armor, both leather and iron, though each bore the marks of prior use. 1 golden gleam coin and 5 silver gleam coins the merchant offered for the blade. After selling the knife, Eric, clutching the leather belt, navigated through the bustling marketplace until he reached a secluded corner where an inconspicuous large tent stood. Noticing the tent's entrance was closed, he refrained from approaching. After a brief wait, a man emerged, smiling as he fastened his coat. Upon seeing Eric, the man paused for a moment, and they exchanged nods, acknowledging their acquaintance. After the man departed, Eric lifted the tapestry with his belt and stepped into the tent, where an unusual incense lingered in the air. "It's you again. This time. Did you bring any money?" "No money, but I did acquire this from a corpse," Eric replied, brandishing the belt he had just lifted, tossing it into the corner of the tent before lunging towards the woman inside. Chapter 59. Arrival at Meereen. As they drew closer to Meereen, the number of Dothraki cavalry harassing them dwindled. By the time the army was within 5 miles of the city, not a single Dothraki could be seen. The following midday, Colin's forces reached the outskirts of Meereen. Meereen is situated on the northern coast of Slaver's Bay, near the mouth of the Skazadin River, established atop a sandy promontory. The city is encircled by formidable walls, towering over 120 feet high, which are well maintained and punctuated by towers equipped with bronze gargoyle heads capable of dousing enemies with boiling oil. The structures behind the walls, like those in the sister city-states of Yunkai and Astapor, are constructed from bricks. However, Meereen's bricks are multicolored, unlike the simple yellow or red of its counterparts. In full view of the Meereenese, the army set up their siege camp, and all remained peaceful until nightfall when Colin convened the members of the war council in his tent. On the table lay a 3-dimensional map molded from clay, a product of Colin's recent explorations with Balerion. "We are confronted with 2 pressing issues, timber and the Dothraki," Colin announced as the gathered assembly huddled around the map, gesturing towards the Skazadin River. "The Dothraki cavalry is positioned here, 15 miles upstream. I commanded Balerion to launch an assault on their camp, but it was largely ineffective. They scattered at the mere sight of me." He rapped the table and paused before continuing. "I found no forests in the skies. What do the scouts report?" Within a 10-mile radius, the scouts could not locate a single tree thick enough to yield a proper trunk, Rogers replied, his face etched with weariness. Ever since assuming command of the 2nd Legion, he had been consumed by various pressing matters, leaving him no time even to attend to his stubble. "What do the engineers say? Can we dismantle the wagons and tents to make something of it? At most, we could assemble a few siege ladders. But we lack sufficient quality timber to construct catapults to suppress the defenders on the walls. Our losses would be catastrophic." The Meereenese had executed their defensive measures with such thoroughness that Colin's impending siege faced a dire shortage of timber for crafting siege engines. Without adequate siege equipment, breaching a city fortified by walls reaching 120 feet would undoubtedly pose a monumental challenge. "Could we employ dragon fire to obliterate the walls, as we did in Yunkai?" Alex inquired eagerly, casting a hopeful glance at Colin. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of dragon fire upon the walls of Yunkai. It was a daunting task. Unlike the crumbling ancient walls of Yunkai, the city of Milan, situated near the Dothraki Sea, boasted well-maintained fortifications, possibly enhanced by some malignant sorcery. Balerion despised it. Unwilling to approach the walls, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Lacking sufficient siege equipment and unable to unleash dragon fire upon the walls, the prospect of conquering a well-defended city promised immense sacrifice. "Let Yunkai send a few large ships. We will dismantle them to construct siege machinery," Colin declared after pacing thoughtfully. Previously informed by sailors from Bravos that the formidable Valyrian fleet was about to set sail, Colin's own fleet had retreated into the harbor, opting for overland transport for their supplies. Now, to besiege Milan, they were compelled to risk sending their ships. The following dawn, as the camp roused from slumber, Colin, accompanied by his men on horseback, ascended a nearby hillock adjacent to the city walls. From a distance, shadows of bustling figures could be discerned atop the towering ramparts. "Has the city gate opened?" Rogers exclaimed in disbelief. A battalion of gleaming armored Millen soldiers emerged from the gates, forming ranks beneath the walls. It appeared that Colin's slow march had become a source of torment for Millen's lords. Upon receiving an urgent plea for aid from Millen, Jokoko hastened to the city with his tribe. However, such enthusiasm came at a cost. The Dothraki tribes acted in unison, and Jokoko's 20,000 cavalry brought along tens of thousands of dependents. The burden of providing sustenance for such a multitude fell squarely upon Millen, and Jokoko's bloodriders entering the city exacerbated the lord's troubles. The Dothraki were not traitors. They accepted gifts and reciprocated with gifts. In their eyes, traversing hundreds of miles to rescue Millen was a divine boon from the stars to its people. Consequently, Jokoko and his bloodriders demanded and took whatever they desired within the city, be it gold, jewels, or even women passing by in the streets, sparing no one, not even the families of the lords. Thus, when the time came for Colin's army to arrive, the lords were impatient to confront the enemy. They believed their 10,000 defenders, bolstered by 20,000 Dothraki cavalry, had already doubled Colin's forces. Moreover, with the advantage of waiting for their foes, victory seemed assured. Seeing the Millen forces emerge to engage, Colin commanded his army to form ranks. To counter the Dothraki cavalry of the upper Skazadin River, Colin stationed the Unsullied Legion on the right hillside of the battlefield. There, 5,000 Unsullied would stand alone against 20,000 Dothraki horsemen until the decisive moment of the front lines revealed itself. In the main battlefield, Colin deployed his 2 legions of shield-bearing infantry at the forefront, followed by the royal archers, with the unshielded gladiators and 2-handed swordsmen positioned behind them. The armored cavalry remained near Colin as a reserve, while his personal cavalry skirmished along the fringes of the battlefield, harassing the enemy. As the 2 armies assembled mere arrow's breadth apart, the forces of Millen refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, they dispatched a lone cavalryman. Approaching the front lines, the rider halted his steed and articulated his purpose. He hailed from the ancient slave-owning family of the Parles, adhering to time-honored traditions to challenge Colin. Observing this peculiar figure, clad in ebony and copper-scaled armor with hair styled into 2 horn-like protrusions, Colin remained unmoved, poised to signal his troops to advance. However, Alex interjected, "My lord, allow me the honor of severing his head to present to you. It would surely demoralize their ranks." Though Colin held little regard for dueling with an unknown adversary, he saw no objection to Alex's fervent request to engage. Adorned with an Illyrian helmet reminiscent of ancient Roman officers, crowned with a neat row of crimson horsehair, and clad in ornate gilded bronze armor, Alex wielded twin broadswords. Upon witnessing the challenge, the Millen cavalryman brandished his lance towards his comrades, spurred on by the cheers of his fellow soldiers as he charged forward. In stark contrast, Alex stood resolutely, languidly stretching his limbs, patiently awaiting the oncoming opponent. Chapter 60. The First Battle of Millen. The oddly adorned cavalryman surged towards Alex, his heavy hooves stirring clouds of dust amidst the fervent shouts of the Millen soldiers. Colin, observing Alex's static demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety. As the rider approached with increasing speed, closing the distance rapidly, he galloped forth with a sudden burst. In a moment fraught with tension, Alex leaned forward, arching his back, allowing the lance to narrowly glide past him. The long silent ranks of Colin's forces erupted in astonished cheers, as the Millen cavalryman, thwarted in his initial attempt, wheeled around for a second strike, only to miss once more. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he distanced himself and drew his saber, charging at Alex anew. Seemingly tired of the game, Alex chose not to evade this time. Instead, he raised his broadsword and hurled it at the approaching rider. In a panic, the cavalryman yanked the reins, causing his steed to rear up, and the sword struck against his ebony and copper-scaled armor. Yet, even as the blade was cast, Alex initiated his own charge. Before the cavalryman could revel in the protection of his armor, Alex had already closed the gap, arriving at his flank. As the cavalryman, in a frantic effort, swung his saber towards Alex, the latter effortlessly stepped back and then leapt forward, plunging his sword into the rider's neck. Witnessing this decisive moment, Colin's forces surged with renewed vigor, while the Millen ranks fell into a stunned silence, soldiers displaying signs of apprehension. Grasping the reins of the fallen steed with one hand and dragging the lifeless body with the other, Alex returned to his own lines. The armor he wore was undoubtedly of Consid at this moment. The great lords observing the battle from the city walls, witnessing the defeat of their cavalry, were filled with despair and frustration. In the shadow of a tower beside them, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hooded cloak regarded the disheartened lords with disdain. His pale fingers, tipped with sword-like nails, glided over the blood-stained walls. His gaze fixated on the distant battlefield, where a black dragon loomed, an unmistakable yearning in his eyes. Following Alex's triumph, the morale of both sides fluctuated. Colin seized this opportunity and promptly ordered the sounding of the attack horn, to align with the formation of the Meereen troops. Colin's 25 battalions of infantry stood in a single line, arranged into 5 rows deep. The flag bearers lowered their standards, pointing them forward, while the drummers began to beat a rousing march, the soldiers advancing in unison to the rhythm of the drums, their gleaming steel lines advancing like waves. The elite archers, gripping their battle bows, closely followed the infantry's cadence, arrows poised on their bows, awaiting the enemy's approach into their lethal range. Observing Colin's forces mobilizing, the Meereen army, under the commander's orders, began their advance. The Meereen formation consisted of crossbowmen in the front and infantry behind, lacking any cavalry. In an instant, the arid battlefield was engulfed in swirling dust as the two armies drew closer to one another, step by rhythmic step. The first to launch an assault were the Meereen crossbowmen, comprised mainly of enslaved individuals whose untrained prowess surpassed that of the long-trained archers, clad only in linen cloaks. The crossbowmen formed 3 loose ranks. As the infantry came within range, they eagerly raised their crossbows, unleashing a torrent of bolts. The foremost battalion of infantry raised their shields, the bolts slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as they struck shields, armor, and flesh. A chorus of muffled groans echoed from the infantry line, their synchronized steps faltering momentarily, with a few silently collapsing to the ground. Before the Meereen crossbowmen could reload, Colin's elite archers reached their designated shooting range and, under unified command, lifted their bows skyward, unleashing a deluge of arrows upon the Meereen position. The unprotected Meereen crossbowmen fell in droves beneath the onslaught of arrows. Some, paralyzed by fear, discarded their crossbows and fled, only to be met with brutal force from the rear guard, which quelled the retreat. The Meereen crossbowmen struggled to regroup, but as the second volley from the elite archers descended upon them, their already diminished ranks could withstand no longer, leading to a complete rout. This time, the rear guard did not intervene again, aside from those foolish enough to collide with the infantry ranks and meet their end. The remaining crossbowmen escaped through the gaps in their formation. As the lines of both armies drew closer, the front ranks of the infantry brandished their heavy javelins. After hurling a volley of javelins, the infantry, led by their officers, launched a wave-like charge. Upon contact, the Meereen shield bearers found themselves at a disadvantage, their lines slowly yielding under the pressure of the advancing infantry. On the right slope of the battlefield, the Unsullied faced the onslaught of the Dothraki cavalry. 5,000 Unsullied erected a circular formation, using carts and supply wagons as a barrier. The Dothraki, armed with bows and spears, charged from afar, splitting into 2 flanks to encircle the Unsullied's position. Countless arrows rained down upon the Unsullied, quickly littering the outer sides of the carts with shafts. Within the confines of the circular formation, the Unsullied raised their shields in a scaled manner, huddling beneath them to silently endure the deluge of arrows. The Dothraki galloped around the Unsullied S formation, the thunderous sound of hooves causing the earth to tremble. After each warrior had released more than 10 arrows, the Dothraki stowed their bows, with waves of cavalry breaking away from the main body to charge toward the circular formation on the hill. As the rain of arrows subsided, the Unsullied dismantled their shield wall, replacing their shields and pressing closely against the inner edge of the cart formation to confront the Dothraki. At that moment, as the Dothraki and the Unsullied engaged in a bloody melee within the gaps of the formation, Colin arrived astride Balerion. The front line had gained an advantage. If the Dothraki could be repelled, the fall of Meereen would be inevitable. With wings spanning several meters, Balerion screeched as it swooped down upon the Dothraki cavalry, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. Those caught in the fiery breath, both man and beast, were obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Confronted with the approaching dragon, the Dothraki did not retreat as before. Instead, they raised their bows and unleashed a hail of arrows, only to be met with the mocking roar of Balerion. A path of flames ignited within their ranks, and faced with this indomitable dragon, the Dothraki surged towards the Unsullied's position. To perish ignobly beneath dragonfire was less desirable than to fall at the hands of their foes. After venting its fury, Balerion soared toward the Unsullied's formation, circling the outer perimeter and spewing dragonfire. In an instant, a ring of flames engulfed the perimeter of the carts, stifling the Dothraki's advance. A few valiant Dothraki riders attempted to breach the flames on horseback, but they merely transformed into torches of agony. Seizing the opportunity, the Unsullied swiftly eliminated the remaining Dothraki within the formation, using the bodies of men and horses to construct a new wall around the carts. Chapter 61. Shadows of Darkness. Faced with the insurmountable odds, the Dothraki, under the leadership of their chief, chose to temporarily retreat. Colin pursued them atop Balerion, leaving behind scorched earth in a dozen places before the Dothraki scattered like stars across the sky. As Colin and the exhilarated Balerion soared overhead, the forces of Meereen were on the verge of collapse on the front line. The retreat of the Dothraki shattered the confidence of the Meereenese soldiers. Those at the front lines faltered and fell back, while those in the rear cast anxious glances about, even the overseers frequently looking toward the city walls, hoping for a signal to withdraw from their masters. At this critical moment, Corlys arrived astride the bloodthirsty Balerion, having dealt with the Dothraki threat. With a triumphant roar, the great dragon descended upon the Meereenese ranks, spewing deadly flames that carved a searing line through their formation, splitting their forces in two. The frontline soldiers, trapped between the relentless advance of the legionnaires and the inferno at their backs, were gripped by despair. Meanwhile, those in the rear witnessed their comrades mere steps away being obliterated by the dragonfire, bodies bursting like overripe tomatoes dashed against stone, spraying blood and shattered bone in all directions. Utterly broken, the Meereenese soldiers surrendered in desperation. Those at the back discarded shields and swords, surging toward the city gates in panic. Watching these pitiful men tremble beneath his flames, Balerion shrieked with cruel delight, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing soldiers with torrents of fire. Crowded beneath the walls in terror, the soldiers pounded frantically on the gates, but the masters had long since fled. Only the ballista crews remained, desperately turning their weapons to take aim at the dragon. Balerion, wearied from continuous breath attacks, swept low along the walls once more. Though his flames had dimmed, they still ignited the massed soldiers below, turning them into writhing torches. Layer upon layer of charred corpses piled against the base of the walls. Having slaughtered thousands, Balerion's eyes burned crimson with fury. Forgetting his aversion to the walls, he hovered mid-air, raining fire indiscriminately upon the battlements. At last, the Meereenese ballistae found their chance, yet the bolts aimed at the dragon's eyes were deftly dodged, while those striking his scales merely glanced off harmlessly. Emboldened, Balerion ceased his fiery assault and dove toward the panicked soldiers on the walls. His massive claws raked across the stone, snatching up several men before he ascended once more, only to hurl them back to the earth. Their screams cut short as their broken bodies struck the walls like crushed insects, leaving smears of blood in their wake. Beneath the ashen sky, thick smoke billowed across the battlefield, now divided into patches of flame. The battered Meereenese forces fled along the walls, while Corlys' own army dared not approach the scorching heat radiating from the dragonfire. With another piercing shriek, Balerion ignored the incoming bolts and plunged toward the city gates once more. Victory seemed within reach, and Corlys tightened his grip on Lytror. But suddenly, the dragon let out a pained cry. A massive bolt, etched with blood-red runes, materialized from the air and drove deep into Balerion's belly, piercing even his hardened scales. Balerion's massive form suddenly faltered, howling as it spun and began to descend towards the battlefield below. The colossal dragon crashed onto the ground, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. Colin shook his head and leaped off Balerion's back. There, lying on its side, Balerion lay in a pool of dark blood. Its once vibrant crimson eyes dimmed, and its wings weakly flapping, unable to rise. Balerion, upon seeing the grievously wounded dragon, Colin's heart raced with anxiety. He grasped the crossbow bolt embedded in Balerion's abdomen and slowly pulled it free. A fresh surge of black blood gushed forth, and as the bolt was removed, Balerion's body relaxed slightly, allowing it to lift its head and breathe dragon fire onto its wound. Watching as the flames gradually healed Balerion's injury, Colin finally released the tension that had gripped him. Meanwhile, on the city walls, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring their face, pressed their hands against the battlements, fixated on the giant dragon below. Colin felt the intensity of that gaze and looked up to see a pale, hairless visage. Dragons are truly magnificent, are they not? The mysterious voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Colin's ears. Realizing this individual was likely the architect of Balerian's suffering, Colin hastily retrieved a spear from his saddlebag and hurled it towards the figure atop the wall. The cloaked figure tilted their head slightly, evading the spear, and before Colin could throw again, a plume of black smoke erupted from beneath their robe, coalescing into a shadowy form that leaped from the wall towards Colin. His eyes narrowed. He recognized the shadowy figure as one of the shadowbinders from the realm of darkness. Gripping the spear tightly, Colin launched it at the approaching shadow. But the shadow evaded effortlessly, the spear passing straight through its ethereal form. This dark specter, formless and intangible, embodied the fears that lurk within the human heart. The mysterious voice again echoed in Colin's ears, now fluctuating in proximity, and with a sense of futility, Colin discarded the spear bag and drew forth the radiant sword, Gleamsong. At that moment, the shadow rushed towards him, wielding a sword devoid of a hilt, its blade as black as the abyss. The shadow brandished the sword, striking at Colin with a motion so light it stirred not a whisper of wind. Colin met the attack with Gleamsong, the clash of their blades reverberating through the air. In that fleeting instant before their swords collided, Colin caught sight of the shadow's eyes, hollow crimson orbs that momentarily glimmered with mockery. Yet in the next heartbeat, that derision was replaced by sheer terror. Colin's Gleamsong intercepted the hiltless sword, the weight of the impact reverberating through the shadow's entire being. Valyrian steel? The mysterious voice whispered in Colin's ear, now laced with unmasked greed. Paying no heed to the figure's words, Colin pressed his assault, launching a relentless barrage against the shadow. The two danced amidst the ruins of the battlefield, their movements swift and agile, with debris splintering beneath their blades. Under the relentless onslaught from Colin, the hiltless sword of the shadow became marred with intricate fissures. At last, under Colin's final, forceful strike, the weaponless sword shattered into a myriad of fragments. The pitch-black shadow, deprived of its armament, recoiled in fear, drifting back a couple of steps, intent on fleeing. Observing its desire to escape, Colin swiftly charged forward, leaping high and bringing down his weapon, Radiance, with tremendous force. The shadow, composed of smoke, was cleaved as if it were solid, emitting a chilling wail that resonated simultaneously from before Colin and the city wall. Chapter 62. Poised for action, Colin, gripping Radiance, stared impassively at the enigmatic figure atop the wall. At that moment, Balerian struggled to rise, barely able to stagger forward. Committing the visage from the wall to memory, Colin patted Balerian, and together they returned to their ranks, a man and his dragon traversing the fiery battlefield. As Colin emerged from the flames, the soldiers and the kneeling prisoners of Myr filled with reverence, acutely aware of Balerian's scorching breath. With the sound of a long horn echoing, the warriors orderly retreated to the besieged camp, where the supply corps would soon arrive to clear the battlefield. In the distant city of Yunkai, Ben Pu-ling stood alone at the dungeon's exit, squinting painfully against the sunlight he had not seen for months. "Sergeant." Several burly men approached him. "Warwick? What brings you here?" Ben Pu-ling, having neglected personal hygiene for months, sported disheveled hair clinging to his scalp and a beard resembling that of a scraggly goat, presenting the appearance of a beggar. "We were assigned to transport supplies, but had difficulty locating you. A few days ago, I overheard a drunken man in a tavern speaking of an old man in prison who boasted of knowing a secret passage into Myr. Remembering how you often bragged about your knowledge of Myr, we confirmed it was you and sought help." The man, referred to as Warwick by Ben Pu-ling, turned to glance at a nearby figure. It was then that Ben Pu-ling noticed an officer leaning on a cane, while a familiar dungeon guard stood beside him, nodding and accepting a pouch of coins offered by the officer. Noticing Ben Pu-ling's gaze, the officer raised a hand in a slight gesture. "Lord Carnegie is the officer responsible for safeguarding the logistics route. When the Dothraki cavalry launched a night raid on the resting supply convoy, we took up the weapons of the fallen to aid him in repelling the attack. In gratitude for this assistance, he is willing to help us in any way he can. Upon hearing your story, he expressed a desire to meet with you personally. Since Balerian's injury, the area surrounding Myr had been beset by relentless rain for several days. Apart from the patrolling guards, the camp was nearly devoid of movement, soldiers sheltered within their tents. Meanwhile, in Colin's tent, a few individuals convened for a strategic game of chess. The exquisite set, part of the collection belonging to the Lord of Yunkai, featured a board crafted from gold, its edges adorned with various gemstones. The pieces, meticulously carved from ivory, felt warm and smooth to the touch. Eagerly embarking on his chess journey, Alex suffered 10 consecutive defeats, prompting the indifferent Colin to toss aside his pieces and rise. "You might as well play with the Grey Worm. I shall visit Beleren." Colin retrieved his bear-hide cloak from the wooden rack, a memento from his departure from Castle Kites, which had accompanied him as he traversed half the globe. After fastening the cloak and donning the hood, Colin grasped a barrel of wine from the ground nearby, dismissing the requests of his companions as he exited the tent. Outside, the gentle patter of rain seemed to usher in an entirely different realm. Following the rhythm of the downpour, Colin cradled the wine barrel and approached the enclosure where Beleren rested. The massive creature found no tent spacious enough to accommodate its bulk, and despite its disdain for rain, it had no choice but to lie in its open pen, content to satisfy its hunger with the occasional goat that had nowhere to escape. "I have arrived, Beleren," Colin announced, moving beside the creature. Upon opening the barrel, Beleren turned its head lazily towards Colin, its mouth agape in anticipation. The single barrel of wine merely quenched Beleren's thirst. After a brief indulgence, it snorted, exhaling a plume of smoke before sinking into a deep slumber. As Colin returned to the tent, a scout cavalryman awaited him. "My lord, the vessels from the abyssal coast have arrived at the nearby shore." Colin's spirits soared, and he promptly instructed Rogers to arrange for the supply camp to dismantle the ships. "My lord, a captain has asked me to convey a message, stating that a man from Myr claims to know the secret passage into Myr." "Oh," Colin, burdened by concerns of the siege, became intrigued. "Bring him here." "You are from Myr?" he inquired. "Yes, my lord," came the reply. "Yet you appear quite different from the captives in my camp." Colin regarded the elderly man, who bore a striking resemblance to a Dothraki, with a hint of amusement as he stood before the map table. "I was once a guard of the ancient slave-owning family of Myr, the Pal family, which granted me the status of a free man in Myr. However, I later escaped due to certain circumstances." Bimple, having tidied himself meticulously before meeting Colin, presented a clean visage, his disheveled hair and beard now neatly groomed. Dressed in respectable attire. "Did you escape through the passage you mentioned?" Colin inquired with growing interest. "Indeed, my lord," Bimple replied, falling into silence thereafter. After a moment of contemplation, Colin rapped the table. "What is it that you seek?" "I wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine, along with a modest reward." Bimple cautiously lifted his gaze, the seemingly amiable elder displaying a hint of trepidation. Colin paused thoughtfully. "Continue." "I was once the sergeant of the Second Sons, and after your army captured me, I believed I would rot in the dungeons of the Abyssal Pyramid until my demise. However, my former comrades rescued me from that lightless prison with gold. Now, it is time for me to repay them." "So, you imply that the dungeons under my command accepted a bribe to release you?" Colin folded his arms, stroking his chin in contemplation. Ben-Porin did not respond, but deeply bowed his waist. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Once we conquer Milan, not only will I grant freedom to your people, but I shall also return the weapons, armor, and banners, allowing you to reassemble the Second Son's Legion. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you 3 chests of gold as a reward for your judicious choice." Colin nodded, accepting the other party's reasonable demands. Once again, Ben-Porin bowed deeply. "Thank you, generous Lord of Dragons." After the terms were settled, Ben-Porin revealed to Colin the secret passage into Milan. This passage turned out to be the city's sewer system, which, with a population exceeding that of Astapor and Yunkai combined, was interlaced with vast, brick-paved sewers. The design of this labyrinthine sewer had long been lost, leaving ordinary individuals to wander aimlessly within, ultimately becoming mere bones gnawed upon by rats. Watching Ben-Porin respectfully retreat from the tent, Alex, who had remained silent, lowered his arms. "This old man certainly understands humility. He did not dare to make excessive demands of you." Colin picked up a wine jug from the table and took several swigs. "Do not be deceived by this old man, though he appears amiable and speaks cautiously. None of this touches his eyes. He is a thirsty and vigilant old fox." Colin shook the now empty jug in frustration and tossed it to Alex. "When the time comes, you shall lead the way with him through the sewers, attempting to persuade the slaves in the city to join us." I will personally launch an assault on the city gates to provide cover for you. Chapter 63. The Fall of Meereen. The following day, the clouds finally dispersed, revealing the long-awaited sunlight. Along the coast of Meereen, several ships from Yunkai lay stranded on the beach, slowly being dismantled for timber. Colin, mounted on horseback and accompanied by his men, stood atop a hillside, observing the bustling supply camp below, which resembled a hive of ants. How soon can we commence the siege? In the fastest scenario, we can produce siege ladders and siege engines within 7 days, replied a siege machinery expert from Meereen, accompanied by several assistants, standing respectfully at the foot of the hill. I cannot wait that long. I will have the soldiers assist, and I intend to launch the assault in 3 days. The siege machinery expert hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded with difficulty, bowing before returning to the camp with his aides. Colin's urgency was well-founded. Although Bellerin's injuries had healed, the lingering curse still enveloped it. Currently, scouting the movements of the Dothraki necessitated sending private cavalry on perilous missions. The Dothraki, having not seen Bellerin for days, were growing bolder, with scouts reporting that their encampment was steadily advancing towards Meereen. Colin knew he must seize Meereen before they confirmed that Bellerin was unable to fight. On the evening of the 3rd day, the sky was painted crimson by the setting sun, as if heralding the approach of a great battle. The siege tower and the ladder have been completed, awaiting the cover of night to be deployed on the battlefield. A somber atmosphere envelopes the barracks, as soldiers diligently hone their weapons and repair their armor within their tents. In the central tent, the fully equipped Colin is briefing Alex on the operational plan for the evening. Once darkness falls and flames erupt at the city gates, you shall infiltrate the city via the sewers, with the primary objective of liberating the enslaved gladiators in the arena, inciting them to join our cause. Amidst the ensuing chaos, I shall lead our legion to storm the city, seizing Meereen before the Dothraki can react. As the last rays of the setting sun struggle to fade from the horizon, the warriors, fully prepared, emerge from their tents. Under the guidance of their officers, small squads depart from the siege camp, gathering outside the city walls like sparks igniting a vast conflagration. The Meereen soldiers stationed atop the walls became aware of Colin's unusual movements and hastily sounded the alarm. The resting Meereen soldiers rushed to the parapets, while the lords, just returned to their pyramids, were preparing to indulge in the service of their enslaved attendants, only to be informed by the approaching guards of the impending assault outside. By the grace of the Blessed Mother, must these accursed savages prevent us from enjoying this splendid night? The lords congregated atop the walls, vociferously cursing Colin's forces lying in wait below. Soon, a roaring blaze ignited at the foot of the walls, the flames illuminating the sky in a crimson hue, as Colin had ordered a significant stockpile of unused timber to be set ablaze. What are they up to? Do they intend to hold a bonfire feast? The lords pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, at the sewer's mouth leading to the sea, Alex and his team, upon witnessing the distant flames, turned and descended into the sewers. This particular entry point to Meereen only reveals itself at low tide during the night. By day, the long inlet is submerged, rendering it inaccessible, which is precisely why Colin chose to initiate the attack under the cover of darkness. Miles away from the battlefield, the Dothraki stood upon a hillside, gazing towards the direction of Meereen. Has that dragon commenced its onslaught once more? The towering flames momentarily disoriented the Dothraki, leading them to believe that the fearsome beast had returned to wreak havoc. Shall we proceed? The Dothraki looked towards a figure mounted at the forefront of the group. No, we are not slaves of Meereen. It is unnecessary for us to take such risks. Too many valiant souls have already ascended to the heavens, declared Jakakaro, resolutely turning his horse back towards the camp. As the inferno raged, Colin's forces remained unervingly still, instilling a growing sense of dread among the lords. Suddenly, flames erupted within the city, and chaos began to spread. Cursed be it, that is the Daznak arena. Quick, send someone to investigate. The lords found themselves engulfed in panic, fearing a riot akin to the one in Meereen would soon unfold. Sensing the turmoil within the city, Colin promptly commanded the hornblower to sound the charge. The long-awaited soldiers resolutely advanced towards the city walls, pushing their siege engines. This time, Colin donned his armor, wielding a tower shield and the radiant blade, leading the front lines. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Meereen, already stretched thin, were forced to contend with threats both inside and outside the walls, leaving the lords in a state of uncertainty about the foreseeable future. Even more disheartening was the report from the guards that the archbishop of the clandestine cult from the Shadowlands, whom they had paid with dozens of chests of gold, had departed with his followers, adorned in lacquered masks. The Legion's infantry, braving the sparse crossbow bolts, crossed the battlefield marked by the remnants of previous skirmishes, the charred debris crushed beneath their orderly march. The royal archers unleashed waves of arrows upon the battlements, while the Millen crossbowmen, still reeling from prior losses, cowered behind the parapets, unable to lift their heads under the relentless barrage. With a resounding crash, the ladder cart's frame collided with the base of the wall. Colin was the first to ascend the ladder cart, climbing the spiraling staircase to its summit. The top was shielded on 3 sides, with the unlowered drawbridge before him. Once the platform was filled, Colin raised his shield, signaling the warriors at the edge to release the lever. The heavy drawbridge plummeted onto the wall, creating a slightly inclined passageway. "Kill!" Colin bellowed, leading the charge with his tower shield, closely followed by the soldiers who raised their shields in unison. Understanding that this was a critical moment of life and death, the Millen soldiers summoned their last reserves of courage, surging towards the enemy at the bridge. A cacophony of battle cries erupted atop the walls, arrows raining down like locusts. In the vanguard, Colin discarded his tower shield, now bristling with crossbow bolts, and faced the forest of spears. Gripping Lighthowl with both hands, he unleashed a sweeping arc of blade light that severed the spearheads of the Millen soldiers in successive rows. Seizing the opportunity as the frontline Millen warriors lost their weapons, Colin surged forth with his infantry onto the battlements, swiftly dispatching a dozen foes, forcing the remaining Millen soldiers to relinquish a section of the wall. More Legion infantry flooded in, reorganizing themselves atop the walls to confront the Millen soldiers on either side. Colin, leading a contingent towards the gate tower, found the infantry guarding the ladder cart met with a fierce counterattack from the Millen soldiers. The forces collided violently, and in the cramped confines where arms could scarcely extend, soldiers resorted to pushing one another with their shields. As more Legion infantry ascended the walls, the chaos within the city began to spill over, with the beleaguered Millen soldiers being pushed off the battlements in waves, the dawn of victory quietly emerging. Chapter 64. The Purification Square. After Colin severed the Harpy banner atop the gate tower, the siege of Millen drew to a close. However, the unrest within the city did not abate. Rather, it escalated further, as the liberated gladiators, now accompanied by freed slaves, commenced a spree of looting and slaughter throughout the districts. Colin sat atop the battlements, surrounded by the mangled remains of fallen soldiers, listening intently to the cacophony of screams and cries echoing from within the city. Below him, at the gates, the legionnaires were filing in, a steady stream of soldiers. "My lord, shall we not quell the turmoil within the city?" Rogers inquired, having approached Colin with his guards. "No," Colin replied, rising to his feet, withdrawing his sword, Lightbringer, from the lifeless bodies, wiping away the blood, and sheathing it once more. "Compassion is the virtue of knights, not conquerors. If the conquered weep, our conquest remains incomplete." He patted the bewildered Rogers on the shoulder before descending from the citadel. "Signal for the Unsullied to withdraw, and have the camp outside return to the city. With Meereen in our grasp, there is no need to continue the conflict with the Dothraki." The following day, when Jacko Kaio discovered the banners of Colin flying over the walls of Meereen, he lingered atop a hill for a considerable time before opting to lead his tribe in retreat toward the Dothraki Sea. Meanwhile, within the city of Meereen, the previous night's unrest had subsided under the firm control of the Unsullied. The streets were strewn with charred houses and corpses that had yet to be removed. In the central square of Purification, under the watchful eyes of the Unsullied, all the ancient families of slave masters gathered, preparing to pledge their fealty to their conqueror. Connecting to the square was a broad sandy avenue, wide enough for dozens of horses to march abreast, along which Colin rode atop Balerion, flanked by heavily armored cavalry. Though Balerion could not yet take to the skies, he walked with relative ease, albeit struggling to scale the city walls, taking considerable time to ascend. In Colin's army panel, Balerion was marked with a unique status. Balerion, 12, a mature black dragon, tainted by the aura of doom, a legendary unit, weakened by a shadow curse. As Balerion stepped heavily into the square of Purification, the thick perfumes slathered on the slave masters' bodies caused him to sneeze. The front line of slave masters, caught off guard by the dragon's sudden exhalation, were left covered in soot, mistaking it for a fiery breath, and they fell backward in fright. Colin dismounted Balerion, brushing off the dragon's scales, and approached the awkwardly frozen slave masters, who were at a loss for how to address their conqueror. Observing their pretentious posturing, Colin, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "The vanquished must bear the weight of their defeat. Do you truly believe my sword is dull?" Upon hearing Colin's words, the slave masters erupted into a frenzy, with several timid individuals tripping over the hem of their elaborate tokar robes and tumbling to the ground. At that moment, an elderly woman clad in green, with snow-white hair and a veiled face, parted the crowd in an attempt to approach Colin, only to be intercepted by his guards. The elderly woman gazed serenely at Colin and introduced herself. "My lord, I am Gratz Donka Rao, a priestess serving at the Temple of Divine Grace." Colin scrutinized the old woman's emerald eyes for a moment, sensing no trace of fear, and gestured for the guards to allow her to approach. However, before she could speak, Colin raised his hand to halt her words. "I wish for you to understand that my willingness to converse with you does not stem from your status as a priestess, but rather from my desire to witness how the Mylan people might quell the fury within my heart." He indicated the massive crossbow bolt he held. The old woman bowed deeply. "I come bearing a message and an object, hoping to assuage your wrath." "Oh, my curiosity is piqued," Colin remarked, as he cast the enormous bolt to the ground, the bizarre blood-stained arrow easily piercing the stone slab beneath. "The one who harmed your dragon is known as the Pale One. It is said he garnered immense power from the Heart of Shadows, thereby establishing his own clandestine cult in the realm of shadows. How could these individuals have arrived here?" Colin pondered, stroking his chin in confusion, for the journey from Ashar to this place was indeed a considerable distance. The old woman did not respond, but turned her gaze towards Beleren. "The return of the dragon has captured the attention of all who dwell in the realms of magic, be they human or otherwise. So he has departed?" "I awaited him long upon the city walls," Colin replied. The Pale One departed Mylan quietly, accompanied by followers all adorned with lacquered masks, each depicting a crescent moon. "The blood markings upon the city walls are also his handiwork?" "Indeed. The Pale One refers to it as the Whisper of the Dead. It is a death mark etched upon the city of night, and the mightier the life, the greater its aversion." With this unexpected information, Colin's demeanor softened. "And what of the other item?" "A candle." The old woman signaled for her attendant to bring forth a box. Upon opening it, a long, twisted red glass candle lay within. Colin extracted the glass candle. It was heavier than anticipated, cool to the touch, reminiscent of the horns adorning Beleren's head. "Is this crafted from obsidian?" "Yes," the old woman replied, somewhat astonished that Colin had discerned its material so quickly. "However, it is not merely that. It is fashioned from the exceedingly rare heart of obsidian, not ordinary obsidian." "What purpose does it serve?" Colin inquired, gazing at the old woman with curiosity, for he was unfamiliar with such an object, having only seen the Game of Thrones series prior to his crossing. The ancient wizards of the freehold of Valyria utilized such glass candles to extend their vision across mountains, seas, and deserts. Sitting before this candle, they could enter the dreams of others to manifest illusions or communicate across vast distances. Since the dragon's return, the glass candles have once again ignited. Colin, intrigued by items related to Valyria, accepted this gift with eagerness. Simultaneously, a new item appeared in Colin's inventory. Obsidian Candle, read a wondrous candle that ignites spontaneously at night, casting flames that are the very essence of magic. Colin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this candle was even more precious than he had anticipated. "Thank you for your gift. I am most pleased," he said, carefully placing the glass candle into the hidden compartment beneath the Balerian dragon saddle, which served as the safest vault in the world. The old woman bowed to Colin once more, her eyes sparkling with a hint of enthusiasm. Recognizing this glimmer, Colin understood that it was time to negotiate. "So, what is it that you desire from me?" Chapter 65. The Weeping Star. The old woman did not directly state her wishes, but spoke instead of what she could offer Colin. "All the oldest families of Mylan are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, supporting your claim to be the king of all Jis." "And what do they seek in return?" Colin asked, amused, as he glanced at the hapless slave owners nearby. "Mercy and slavery." Colin hesitated not for a moment, shaking his head resolutely. "That will not do." Upon witnessing Colin's firm refusal, the old woman fell silent for a moment. "If they abandon slavery, can they retain their property and status?" she inquired. "That, too, is unacceptable," Colin replied, shaking his head once more. since my arrival in Meereen. Their property, status, and even their lives no longer belong to them. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. Colin prepared to conclude the conversation. Wait, my lord. The old woman called out as Colin turned to leave. Do you not wish to secure the support of the Gis? Ruling requires support. Conquest does not. Crossing the purification square, where the slave owners were pleading for mercy, Colin and his entourage made their way towards the Grand Pyramid in the distance, which would become his future abode. The Pyramid of Meereen was constructed in the likeness of the ancient Gis pyramids, soaring to a height of 800 feet from its massive square base to its lofty pinnacle. Its interior, like that of its ancient predecessor, comprised 33 tiers, a number deliberately chosen for its sacred significance to the Gis deities. The pyramid boasted an outer wall that was 30 inches thick, and as the crowd passed through the entrance guarded by the unblemished, they were instantly shielded from the clamor of the streets and the sweltering heat outside. Upon reaching the foot of the pyramid and gazing upward at this colossal structure that seemed to pierce the heavens, a profound sense of weightiness enveloped them. Ascending the grand marble steps adorned with magnificent patterns, the group began their climb, and by the time they reached the midpoint, the entire city lay sprawled beneath them. Upon reaching the summit, the unblemished opened the grand doors to the top chamber, a lavish audience hall where Colin would receive visitors. His royal chambers were situated within the towering apex above. Seated in the principal chair of the audience hall, Colin drew the assembly out of their excitement. Conquering Slave Bay is merely the inception of our grand endeavor. The Valenticians are poised with intent, and perhaps tomorrow their warships will appear along the shores of Meereen. The assembly immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. We must first address those who oppose us. Let the innocents deal with all the great lords of the city who are engaged in this resistance. Colin glanced at the Grey Worm, who nodded in response. Next, we shall prepare our forces. Alex, as a reward for your contributions, I grant you the authority to assemble a legion. Colin turned his gaze towards Alex, seated behind Rogers, clad in a set of golden armor of uncertain origin. The bloodstains and soot on his face, however, seemed at odds with the pristine armor. Upon hearing Colin's words, Alex stood and licked his lips, proclaiming, I shall not disappoint you. Alex had made significant contributions in the battles for Yunkai and Meereen, yet he was the only one not commanding a legion during the War Council. Though his demeanor was rather boisterous, he felt a tad uneasy under the oversight of Rogers, who was a decade his junior. Additionally, we need to establish 3 more legions, with Rogers conducting the initial selection. I shall oversee the final arrangements personally. Having organized the tasks, Colin was about to rise and inspect his chambers when he suddenly recalled an unresolved matter. Ah yes, place a bounty on the Pale One for injuring Balerion. Even if he flees to Ashia, I shall claim his life. The following morning, Colin awoke in his chambers atop the towering apex of the pyramid. The room was modest, with a small adjoining space that once served as the quarters for a personal maid, now desolate and empty. Beyond the terrace door lay an aerial garden platform, adorned with an array of exotic flora, dominated by a persimmon tree and a crystal-clear pool. Barefoot, Colin stepped out onto the platform's edge, gazing down at the city below. The most prominent structure was the Temple of Divine Grace, with its multiple golden domes, followed by the various pyramids owned by ancient slave-holding families. Colin mused that these edifices should no longer belong to them. As he surveyed the distance, the city stretched forth to the shoreline. As the largest city in Slave Bay, Meereen surpassed both Astapor and Yunkai combined. Turning to the opposite side of the garden platform, he beheld the parched brown hills surrounding the Skazadin River and the remnants of charred orchards. In such a barren land, an opulent city had risen, prompting Colin to reflect on the lucrative nature of the slave trade and the uncertain future of Meereen in the absence of slaves. Seizing a rare moment of respite, Colin reclined in the garden's pool, savoring the tranquility. Suddenly, a figure caught his periphery. A woman clad in a deep indigo robe and adorned with a crimson mask stood beneath the persimmon tree. Who are you? Colin remained in the water, not rising. Though he felt an instinctive wariness, the figure appeared to be a shadowbinder. I am a woman of the lizard folk from the Shadowlands. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried a resonance that compelled one to listen intently. Once again, a shadowbinder appears. Your companion has just fled from here in disarray. The pallid individual, Andres, along with his henchmen, are not my allies. I have manifested here through magic, harboring no ill intent. In response to Colin's derision, the woman remains composed. State your purpose. Colin, skeptical of the woman's words, nonetheless desires to hear her intentions. Cautiously, she raises 2 fingers. Quill's discussions surrounding you are rife. From the royals to the merchant guilds with their fleets of 1,000 ships. They express discontent regarding the upheaval you instigated in the Slave Bay. Since shattering his shackles in Astapor, Colin has mentally prepared himself for the impending backlash. Despite Quill being one of the most formidable city-states in the known world, Colin remains unshaken. Who is that individual? Daenerys Targaryen. At this moment, she is departing from Quill, and the 3 ships you brought have been renamed Rhaego, Viserion, and Drogon. What peril does she pose to me? Colin, resting his hands on the edge of the pool, appears intrigued. During the zenith of the Valyrian freehold, the Dragon Lords of Valyria halted their world conquest due to internal strife. Blood and fire coursed through their veins, serving as both a source of power and chaos. If their bloodlines cannot unify, significant divisions are inevitable. It seems I should eliminate Daenerys while she remains vulnerable, though I hope my dear friend, Ser Varys, does not challenge me over this, Colin quips. The woman's tone turns grave. Daenerys Targaryen's dragons have come in response to the call of the Bleeding Star. The world has more in store for her. Just as Colin intends to inquire about the meaning of the Bleeding Star, he suddenly feels a gentle nudge on his thigh. Looking down, he discovers a school of small fish nibbling at him. When he lifts his gaze again, the woman who stood beneath the persimmon tree has vanished without a trace. Such mystique, Colin mutters, stepping out of the pool. He does not fully trust the woman's assertions. Selfless contributions exist only in fairy tales. Those in power must rely on their own judgment. Casting a lingering glance at the awakening city, Colin turns and returns to his quarters. In the living quarters of the 31st level beneath his chambers, Rogers and others are dining. Breakfast is prepared by the free-folk chefs of the pyramid, although they have shed their identities as slaves. Most of those with nowhere to go have chosen to remain at the pyramid to continue their service. The breakfast features an array of seasonal fruits and vegetables, accompanied by dishes such as dog brain jelly, ham, lamb, stewed octopus soup, camel meat, crocodile meat, and giant squid meat, among others. Furthermore, these meals are seasoned with an assortment of expensive spices, including saffron, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, leaving even Colin, who has witnessed the opulence of King's Landing, silently astonished. How did you sleep last night? Colin jests, eyeing Alex, who bears dark circles beneath his eyes, unable to fall asleep. The mere thought of 5,000 valiant warriors under my command fiercely thrashing our enemies filled me with excitement, preventing slumber. Alex, as he spoke, savagely bit into the lamb he held, imagining it as his foe. Ha! Colin took his seat at the head of the table, where the servants had already laid out his utensils and poured the wine that had journeyed from Westeros. My lord, how did you rest? Was the wind particularly fierce atop the tower last night? Rogers presented Colin with a large portion of octopus, recalling that during their lengthy voyage, Colin had a penchant for seafood. Splendid, Colin exclaimed, sipping the stewed octopus soup and letting out a contented sigh. Noticing the inquisitive gazes of those around him, Colin stifled a laugh and pretended to be profound, saying, in that lofty aerial garden, gazing down upon the masses below like ants, I felt akin to a deity, residing atop the lonely sacred mountain. After breakfast, Colin descended the grand marble steps of the Great Pyramid alone. Only the vigilant Unsullied were visible on the steps, while the servants had their own concealed pathway, hidden within the thick brick walls, narrower, steeper, and straighter than the magnificent marble steps outside. Colin's guard resided on the 2nd and 3rd tiers of the pyramid, equipped with a training hall and armory. He declined the company of his guards and walked unaccompanied to the ground level. The base of the pyramid was a solemn place, filled with dust and shadows. Any sound reverberated within the arched walls crafted of colorful bricks, echoing through the stables, halls, and storerooms. As Colin approached the ground level, he heard the cheerful whistling of Balerion. Upon rounding the massive base of the pyramid and finding Balerion within the eastern rampart, he was taken aback. The once feeble Balerion seemed to have regained much of its strength. The sheep brought by the Unsullied lay torn apart, leaving the walls and stone floor in disarray. Furthermore, a large hole had been burned into the dragon's saddle on its back, and the obsidian candle gifted by the priestess encountered in the purification square lay scattered on the ground, which Balerion had carefully cradled in its embrace. Colin, astonished, hastily opened the troop panel. Balerion, 12, a mature black dragon tainted by the essence of doom, a legendary unit, recently approached the pure flame. Growth rate has increased. curse begins to weaken. This revelation filled Colin with elation, surmising that the obsidian candle was indeed effective. Thus, he remained in place throughout the day. As evening descended and the skies darkened, the obsidian candle gradually ignited. Initially, the flame was modest, but as the sun's last rays vanished beyond the horizon, the flame of the obsidian candle surged dramatically. The flickering fire illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day, while countless black wisps of smoke began to emerge from the dragon's body, bathed in the glow of the fire. Colin once again opened the panel, only to find Liberating 12, a robust black dragon tainted by the breath of doom, a legendary unit. Under the illumination of pure flame, growth speed has increased, and the curse is beginning to wane. Overjoyed, Colin was about to close the troop panel when he inadvertently clicked on the system log. Under the illumination of pure flame, the blood of the true dragon has received a slight enhancement. Colin and Liberating nestled at the base of the Grand Pyramid, savoring this delightful evening. Days later, in the Bay of Sorrow, south of Slaver's Bay, a joint fleet of over 300 ships was sailing toward Astapor. The fleet was primarily composed of warships from Volantis, with a few vessels manned by opportunists from Tyrosh, Lys, and Meereen. In the aftermath of the recently concluded elections in Volantis, Colin's actions in shattering the shackles at Slaver's Bay had significantly diminished the slave trade, which, combined with the ancient bloodlines within the Black Wall showing great interest in Liberating, shifted the political landscape. With the support of public opinion and the aristocracy, the Tiger Party altered the political dynamics that had been dominated by the Elephant Party for 3 centuries, securing 2 out of the 3 executive seats. Among them was Colin's yet-to-be-seen adversary, Maricom Magathia, who successfully achieved re-election. Furthermore, Maricom was the most favored among the 3 governors, advocating for the seizure of Slaver's Bay and the restoration of Valyrian dominion over the Giscari, while also aiming to streamline the slave trade upstream and downstream, thereby restoring the glory of Valyria. On board the flagship Free Bastion, Maricom Magathia was engaged in discussions regarding offensive strategies with senior naval officers in the captain's cabin. At that moment, a guard knocked at the cabin door. "Excellency, a scout ship reports that there are vessels from Meereen wishing to speak with you." Maricom lifted his gaze from the map table, his brows furrowing in concern. "Bring them in." Soon, the emissaries from Meereen, escorted by a small boat, were brought aboard the Free Bastion. Noticing the panic-stricken faces, still bearing traces of unshed tears, Maricom's heart sank. Had Meereen fallen? Just days prior, when the fleet last received news from Meereen, Colin's forces were still besieging the city. The rapid downfall of such a majestic city was indeed unexpected for Maricom. The original objective of the joint fleet was to seize Astapor and Yunkai while Colin was embroiled in battle at Meereen, subsequently encircling Colin's forces from both sides. Upon achieving this, should the weakened Meereen be caught off guard, they would swiftly take it, unifying Slaver's Bay. Upon hearing Maricom's words, the Meereen envoy's eyes reddened. On the night a few days ago, the city's slave gladiators suddenly revolted. In the face of that barbarian's assault, the Dothraki failed to provide timely support. Before the port fell, we managed to escape into the open sea amidst the chaos. 2 days ago, the heads of our lords were displayed upon the walls of Meereen. After speaking, the envoy could not help but break into tears. Chapter 68, A Storm Approaches. "Where's that dragon?" Malakar keenly observed that the individual had not mentioned the dragon in his discourse. It had been wounded, struck down from the heavens by the sorcerer we summoned, crashing into the dust of Malin. The emissary from Malin, suppressing tears, displayed a grim countenance. "Regrettably, we failed to slay it." Upon hearing of the dragon's injury, Malakar felt a jolt of surprise, as did the naval officers in the captain's quarters, momentarily caught off guard by this unexpected revelation. After feigning agreement to assist in reclaiming Malin, Malakar bid farewell to the emissary. Once the door was shut again in the captain's quarters, the officers exchanged glances. "So, does this mean the dragon-hunting crossbow we commissioned Master Mill will go unused?" inquired a middle-aged naval officer, stroking his graying beard. "This is indeed fortuitous. Capturing the dragon will be easier now," another officer, also with silvering hair, exclaimed as he excitedly retrieved a cup from the cabinet, preparing to celebrate. Malakar nodded in accord with their sentiments. The ancient bloodlines within the Black Walls had entrusted him with the monumental task of capturing the dragon. If he were to return with a living specimen, the support of the next several elections would surely be his. Dispatch a ship bearing the banner of Bravos to investigate the dragon's condition in Meereen, Malachar declared with finality, slamming his hand upon the table. Shall we still proceed to Astapor? An officer queried from the corner. No. We shall alter our course to the Isle of Yaris for resupply. Upon the return of the scouting vessel, we will set sail for Meereen with favorable winds. We could arrive in 2 to 3 days. Meereen boasts numerous arenas, yet the Daznak arena stands as the largest and most opulent. Once the property of the ancient slave family of Meereen, the Daznak lineage, it now belongs to the gladiatorial legion led by Alex, having been renamed the Arena of Fate. Colin, at Alex's invitation, arrived at the Arena of Fate to observe his training methods. The entrance to the arena, known as the Gate of Fate, features 2 towering bronze warrior statues standing opposite each other, forming an archway leading inside. One statue wields a battle axe, while the other brandishes a sword, eternally locked in a mortal duel. Crossing the archway, the names of all the gladiators who perished in the arena are inscribed on the adjacent brick wall. Following Alex, who welcomed him, Colin entered the arena, where the previously faint sounds of battle became distinctly audible. The warriors of the gladiatorial legion were currently sweating in training, and a considerable number of free citizens occupied the surrounding circular stands. With the absence of bloody gladiatorial combats, it was astonishing to see so many spectators present. Colin estimated at least 5,000 were seated. The mundane lives of the citizens required some form of amusement, and many had sought him out in recent days. Hoping for the reopening of the arena, Alex led Colin through the ranks of training warriors, occasionally pausing to correct their movements and techniques. Who are these individuals? Colin inquired. Having previously halted the gladiatorial displays within the city following the emancipation of the slaves, as such spectacles consumed the lives of the gladiators. Even if gladiators have attained their freedom, as long as there exists a market, there will always be some who, whether willingly or reluctantly, step into this gruesome arena. Wealthy merchants and free men, as well as gladiators like Alex, who refuse to be shackled by the legions yet struggle to make a living, remain. Alex shrugged. What is your perspective on this? Colin paused, taking a training sword from a nearby warrior to gauge its heft. I tell those wealthy merchants and free men, unless you take the field yourselves, my brothers shall not slaughter one another merely to amuse you. Colin returned the sword to the warrior, observing Alex, who appeared deep in thought. That is indeed a solution, yet it cannot solely be a contest of blades. As Colin surveyed the gladiatorial ranks in the arena, a merchant ship bearing the banner of Bravos entered the port of Meereen. Since Colin's seizure of Meereen, most vessels had chosen to depart, including those belonging to the ancient slave-owning families of Meereen. Now, the docks were sparsely occupied by a few dozen ships from Westeros and Bravos, primarily foreign merchant vessels arriving to trade spices, silks, and exotic beasts with the slave masters. Upon docking, a clerk approached the ship, the Seagull of Bravos. What do you seek to sell? He inquired in a Valyrian tongue tinged with a Giscari accent, noting the scarcity of marketable goods in a Meereen devoid of slaves. Fish. Various kinds of fish, declared the captain of Volantis, who, dressed in a tattered black linen robe, found the garment a considerable burden compared to the vibrant silks to which he was accustomed. The clerk, accompanied by several aides, boarded the ship to conduct a search. Inside the hold, they discovered an array of fish, prompting the clerk to flee, pinching his nose at the stench. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, he gazed skeptically at the captain. You traversed from the north of Essos to the south merely to sell this shipload of rotting fish? Indeed. The cargo we set sail with has been sold. Before returning, we procured some fish, hoping to witness the grand arena of Meereen. There are no slave gladiators where we hail from. You have arrived too late. Meereen no longer harbors slaves. After the clerk recorded the cargo, the captain of the Seagull, accompanied by a few attendants, disembarked. Exiting the docks, one attendant could barely contain his excitement. We gained entry so easily. This task appears to be a simple endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, an unremarkable free man stealthily trailed their steps. Later that evening, in the lower level of the Great Pyramid, as Colin assisted Balerion in drying candles, he received a report from his subordinate. My lord, a suspicious ship flying the Bravos flag has docked and is gathering intelligence about Lord Balerion. Oh. Colin glanced at the snoring Balerion, intrigued. What makes it suspicious? What inquiries did they make? They had brought in a ship laden with fish, claiming to sell their catch here. However, the majority of it consisted of nearshore fish from the Bay of Slaves. In the taverns throughout the town, They inquired meticulously about the condition of Lord Baelirin, asking numerous questions. Have many ships arrived in the past couple of days? Only this one from Bravos. Colin rose and paced a few circles, then patted Baelirin, remarking, It seems you must endure a few more days of discomfort. The curse afflicting Baelirin had nearly dissipated, yet the unexpected arrival of the Bravosi vessel sparked some ideas in Colin's mind. Withdraw the men. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. I estimate they will depart by tomorrow at the latest. The individual who had just reported to him was part of Colin's newly established intelligence agency, the Shadow of the Dragon. While in King's Landing, Colin had greatly envied Varys's network of spies. Upon reaching the Bay of Slaves, he realized even more the significance of intelligence. Hence, after the liberation of the slaves, Colin recruited a cadre of former high-ranking slaves from the masters of Yunkai and Meereen to form the Shadow of the Dragon, which included assassins, commercial spies, and clerks.